Chapter 901, Silent Blade. Inside the bustling dojo, hundreds of people had gathered around the arena. This dojo is pathetic. These instructors are just garbage. They're completely misguiding the students here. With such skills, they even dare start up a dojo? Hey you guys, you're better off training somewhere else. With these trash instructors teaching you, you won't get anywhere in a fighting competition, no matter how long you train. It's no wonder why, after so many years, this city has not produced a single decent professional fighter. Of course, you're not to blame. Rather, it's these garbage instructors' fault. If it were up to me, I would pack up and leave after finding out how crappy these instructors are. I wouldn't waste my youth here. Over a dozen youths in their 20s wearing dark gray martial artist robes glanced at the middle-aged instructor who had just been defeated, disgust filling their gazes. These gray-robed youths then sent sympathetic gazes towards the hundreds of teenagers training inside the hall. Although the Big Dipper Dojo's trainees were furious, none of them dared to speak up, remaining silent as they watched this scene play out. These dozen or so people who had suddenly shown up were just too strong. Among these people, one indifferent youth, who looked to be roughly the same age as they were, had single-handedly defeated 6 of their highly skilled instructors. Moreover, none of their instructors had landed a finger on this indifferent youth. Even someone who knew nothing of martial arts could see the disparity in their strengths. If they had to challenge that youth, they probably wouldn't last one move. It was extremely difficult to defeat an opponent in a single move. It was even more so in an actual battle. Generally, such situations only occurred when martial artists fought an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was only possible if there was a massive difference between the fighters' strengths. The hundreds of teenage trainees felt an immense pressure weigh on them when they looked at the thin, indifferent youth. Seeing the quiet trainees, the fierce, bald man standing at the forefront of the gray-robed youths smirked with satisfaction. How about it? You've seen the difference in our abilities for yourselves. We have come from the White Tiger Dojo. Recently, our dojo has considered establishing a branch in this city. This is a chance for all of you. If you perform well in the branch dojo, you might even get the chance to train in the main dojo. At that time, you will be the star of tomorrow's fighting competition. You won't have to waste your lives in this tiny place. Hearing the bald man's offer, everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately understood why even Master Chen Wu was no match for these youths. They had heard about the White Tiger Dojo. Anyone who wanted to join the world of fighting knew about it. Many famous contestants who had taken part in past national fighting competitions originated from the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo had even nurtured well-known international fighters in the past. Countless youths that wanted their own fame in the fighting world dreamed of joining the White Tiger Dojo. However, they had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo would open a branch in their city. Before the bald man could say more, the dojo's doors swung open. Having captured everyone's attention, Shi Feng and Liang Jing approached the bald man. Immediately, the trainees grew excited. Shi Feng was the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor. Despite being so young, he had attained this position by relying on his own strength. He was their revered idol. In fact, many among them had specifically joined the dojo because they had heard Shi Feng was an instructor here. However, Shi Feng normally lived in the Greenwater Via, only occasionally venturing to the dojo. Hence, they did not see him often. You are the head instructor? The bald man's lips twisted into a sneer, glaring at Shi Feng with disdain. He had heard that the newly established Big Dipper Dojo had a 20-something-year-old martial artist who guided the students. He had thought it had been a joke. Now, however, it seemed that the rumor was true. The man before him wore cheap, dark blue sportswear, and he didn't appear strong. Not only did the man seem a little pale, but he also lacked the aura of a martial artist. It was hard to imagine how such a weakling had wormed his way into the position of head instructor. In his opinion, Shi Feng was weaker than the instructors that had already been defeated. At the very least, their auras had been passable. That's right. Why have you come looking for me in such a hurry? Shi Feng swept a glance over the dozen or so members from the White Tiger Dojo, becoming more confident in his conjecture. In the past, after God's Domain launched the Mindspace system, the well-known dojos throughout the nation had begun to expand. These dojos had set up branches in various cities in an attempt to poach members and expand their influence, hoping to attract major corporations' investments. Although some dojos had received these investments, the majority had not. These corporations' intentions had been obvious. They had all wanted to nurture a powerful guild of their own in God's Domain. However, compared to recruiting ordinary players, it was far more efficient to recruit fighters from dojos who were already familiar with actual combat. Moreover, God's Domain wouldn't impact these fighters' daily routines. These people only needed to play God's Domain while they slept. With this, not only would the fighting world and virtual gaming world remain separate, but they would also form a mutually beneficial relationship, helping each other improve. Both sides would make more money. Knowing this, the major corporations that had been interested in the Mindspace system had refused to ignore such a valuable opportunity. Among the country's dojos, the White Tiger Dojo had chosen to set up branches in over a dozen third-tier cities. Jinhai City had been one of those cities. Back then, the city's various dojos had despaired upon hearing the news. These dojos had originally chosen to develop in a third-tier city precisely because they could not compete with the dojos in first- and second-tier cities. When the major dojos had targeted their cities, they had been forced out of business. In the end, many of Jinhai City's dojos had been forced to cooperate with the White Tiger Dojo. Once Shi Feng saw the White Tiger Dojo's members, his gaze stopped on the indifferent youth behind the bald man. Shi Feng knew this youth. He had been extremely famous in Jinhai City. Moreover, after joining God's domain, he had become unstoppable. In the past, he had been known as Silent Blade in God's domain. At his peak, he had been a Tier 5 berserker who ranked 58th on the God's domain experts list. Unfortunately, his entry into God's domain was somewhat late. Otherwise, his achievements in the game would have been even greater. Our White Tiger Dojo is thinking of opening a branch in Jinhai City, so we've come to say hello. We were also hoping to spar with you. I wonder if Instructor Shi is interested. The bald man laughed. Spar? Shi Feng's lips hooked up slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Why doesn't it look like that to me? The White Tiger Dojo is so famous that even a layman such as myself knows of it. Is it necessary to venture all the way here to poach our members? Don't say it like that. We are just trying to conduct honest business. Naturally, we have to provide better options to those who wish to join the fighting world." The bald man laughed. He didn't take Shi Feng seriously in the least. In his opinion, Shi Feng was merely a puppet that Big Dipper had employed to run this dojo. The man didn't qualify to speak to him at all. "I've heard that you are quite powerful. I have always admired those with strength. I wonder, would you be willing to spar with me? We can show everyone whether or not your strength is superficial." 902 Class vs. Class Chapter 902, Class vs. Class. The bald man's sarcasm earned the displeasure of many within the dojo. Just as Liang Jing was about to step forward and say something, Shi Feng held her back with a hand. He was also familiar with this bald man. The man's name was Gan Xingtang, and he was one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. The man was quite strong, even stronger than Chen Wu. He was very active in all sorts of fighting competitions and had earned himself some fame. Hence, he had the confidence to wipe the floor with every martial arts instructor in Jinhai City. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Gan Xingtang sneered. In Gan Xingtang's opinion, Shi Feng's pale complexion was definitely due to fear. With this thought, he became even more certain that Shi Feng was afraid of sparring with him. "I'm not particularly opposed to a sparring match. However, if I catered to every random person who burst into our dojo to challenge me, wouldn't I die from exhaustion?" Shi Feng responded softly. Shi Feng's retort didn't fluster Gan Xingtang in the least. Rather, he laughed as he continued to run his mouth, saying, "The high and mighty head instructor of the Big Dipper Dojo only knows how to make up excuses. Instructor Shi, aren't you afraid that you might become a laughingstock if others in our industry heard about your cowardice?" Initially, he had thought that the Big Dipper Dojo's rumored martial arts master was truly quite powerful. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors had been nothing but lies. "I see that the Big Dipper Dojo only amounts to so much. If even its head instructor is too afraid to spar, what's the point of starting a dojo? Might as well switch professions. Start a dance hall instead. You and I are closer in age. If you don't want to spar with senior brother Gan, how about my challenge? Do you dare to accept it?" Although Gan Xingtang was not angry, the intermediate disciples behind him were more than raring to fight. Wrathful flames filled their eyes when they looked at Shi Feng, and they wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson, showing him exactly how powerful the White Tiger Dojo was. Any one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples could easily serve as a dojo's head instructor in a second-tier city. Even Chen Wu, Jinhai City's top expert, had lost to senior brother Gan, yet Shi Feng had actually implied that their senior brother wasn't qualified to fight him. It was an insult to the White Tiger Dojo and their senior brother Gan. In their opinions, even one of the White Tiger Dojo's basic disciples could easily defeat Shi Feng with a few moves. Sparring against their senior brother Gan was too much of a privilege for this man. "Don't misunderstand me. I did not refuse your invitation to spar. However, since you are White Tiger Dojo members, I can't use my status as an instructor to bully you, right? I intend to allow our disciples to spar with you. What do you think?" Shi Feng asked as he glanced at Gan Xingtang. The entire dojo fell silent as Shi Feng finished his question. The crowd from the White Tiger Dojo looked at Shi Feng as if he were an idiot. If even the Big Dipper Dojo's instructors were no match for them, why would the disciples have any chance? Even with one hand tied behind their backs, they could easily defeat any of Big Dipper's disciples. Meanwhile, when the Big Dipper Dojo's disciples heard Shi Feng, they were all dumbfounded. They had already learned how terrifying the White Tiger Dojo was when they had watched the previous fights. Even if they fought together in groups of 5 or 6, they wouldn't be a match for one of the White Tiger Dojo's fighters, much less in a one-on-one. Only, once every Big Dipper disciple has been defeated, I hope that you will stop giving me excuses and spar against me yourself. Gan Xingtang sneered and nodded. "Rest assured, if you win, I will step up." Shi Feng laughed. He then turned to Liang Jing and said, "Fetch Fire Dance and the others." "Fetch them? But aren't they?" Liang Jing was momentarily stunned by Shi Feng's order. After she had become Shi Feng's assistant, he had often enlisted her help to manage some of Zero Wing Workshop's affairs. Hence, she knew Fire Dance and the others' identities. None of these people were professional fighters, they were professional gamers. Rather than having them fight the White Tiger's members, it would be more effective if the dojo's disciples fought. Go. It's about time they take part in an actual battle. Shi Feng understood the reason for Liang Jing's shock. However, he still had her summon Fire Dance and the others. Fire Dance's group might not be professional fighters, but after such a long stay in the Greenwater Via, they had undergone various training. Lei Bao had even guided their foundations. In addition, they received an endless supply of A-rank nutrient fluids and the occasional S-rank nutrient fluid. Their current physiques were already many times stronger than when they had first arrived at the Greenwater Via. Fire Dance and the others had even surprised a martial artist like Lei Bao, and the man often praised the group for being martial arts geniuses. Lei Bao had even wanted to accept them as his personal disciples. Unfortunately, Shi Feng had rejected his requests. A short moment later, Fire Dance and the others entered the dojo. Immediately, their appearance caused a great commotion. When the White Tiger Dojo group saw Fire Dance and the others, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Rage flashed in their eyes as thoughts of murdering Shi Feng surfaced in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Shi Feng had summoned a group of powerful experts to spar against them. Now, however, it would seem that he was simply ridiculing them. The group Shi Feng had called to face them actually included girls. Although there was no lack of female disciples in the various dojos, and there were female-only competitions in major fighting competitions, males and females were simply on different levels. The fact that Shi Feng had sent for a female disciple trampled on their glory and pride. Why wouldn't they be angry? Instructor Shi, are you trying to insult the White Tiger Dojo? Gan Xingtong asked Shi Feng with a frosty tone. Gan Xingtong intended to wait for an answer. However, Fire Dance walked up to the arena and pointed at the White Tiger's members, issuing her challenge. One-on-one matches will be too boring. I want to take on all of you at once. Before the White Tiger Dojo's members could react, Liang Jing nearly fainted. Just who did Fire Dance think these people were? This wasn't a game. They were all bona fide fighting experts. They were not random monsters that one could casually defeat in a game. Liang Jing had thought of warning Fire Dance. However, seeing the murderous looks from White Tiger Dojo members, she rushed up to Shi Feng and said softly, Master Shi Feng, please ask her to stop. These people are from the White Tiger Dojo. If she angers them and they stop holding back, someone will end up in the hospital. You're right, Shi Feng nodded. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, hold back, we shouldn't hospitalize them. If it were Kola or Ye Wumian, they could have played with their opponents without hurting them too badly. If it were up to Fire Dance, however, her opponents would be in danger. After all, Fire Dance had never fought ordinary people before. After reaching the refinement realm, she usually only trained with Lei Bao. If she fought an ordinary person, she could miscalculate her opponent and use too much strength. I understand. Fire Dance nodded and smiled. Shi Feng's instructions left Liang Jing speechless. Although she wanted to inform him that that was not what she had meant, the indifferent youth from the White Tiger Dojo had entered the arena. As for the other White Tiger members, they shouted their indignation. Yu Ziping, you better not hold back just because she's pretty. Show them the strength of the White Tiger Dojo. Yu Ziping, if you can't defeat her with a single move, I'll mock you forever. The visiting fighters' eyes were all bloodshot with anger. They all wished they were in the cold Yu Ziping's place, eager to show these bumpkins from the Big Dipper Dojo the extent of their strength. Meanwhile, Gan Xintang laughed out of anger. He even wondered if Shi Feng acted out of desperation after realizing the hopelessness of the Big Dipper situation. Yu Ziping nodded seriously as he turned to Fire Dance with a chilling expression. Since Yu Ziping was already prepared, Shi Feng promptly initiated the fight. Alright then, since you have decided, let the match begin. 903, who's next? Chapter 903, who's next? When Shi Feng announced the start of the battle, Yu Ziping shot the man a glance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Shi Feng was simply too calm. He had participated in many fighting competitions before and had met people of various standards, so he could tell that Shi Feng's serenity was not an act. Rather, his calm originated from absolute confidence as if everything were within his control. However, in his opinion, his match against Fire Dance was unbalanced. Fire Dance had no chance of winning against him. After all, females were generally weaker than males. It was especially true for a great beauty like Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance wore a set of dark blue sportswear, her clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous body. She looked nothing like a muscular gorilla. On the contrary, she looked like someone who often practiced yoga. Her perfect figure only contained charm, not strength. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. All martial artists knew this. In terms of strength, although he was not at the peak of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, he was still considered above average. Currently, he had a punching strength of 422 kgs. Although he barely qualified to participate in the National Youth Championship in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, he could definitely rank among the city's top fighters. In an actual fight, it was not easy for one to make up the difference in strength. That required a wealth of combat experience and techniques. However, while he might only be 18 years old, he had already participated in over a dozen large-scale competitions. He possessed a considerable amount of combat experience. He even frequently sparred with the dojo's advanced disciples. In terms of combat techniques, he was already on their level. With the advantage of strength, experience, and techniques, losing was impossible. So, why was Shi Feng so calm? Where was his confidence coming from? However, Yu Ziping quickly shook these questions away as he returned his gaze to Fire Dance. He no longer wanted to think about what might be going through Shi Feng's mind. Defeating Fire Dance was his priority. With this match, he would teach Shi Feng the meaning of a true professional fighter. Fall, Yu Ziping shouted, his voice as cold as snow. Like an arrow, he dashed to Fire Dance and sent a fierce punch towards her abdomen. His attack was both fast and precise. He did not hold back in the least. Ziping sure is vicious. No matter what is going on, his opponent is still a great beauty, yet he's not showing any mercy, Gan Xingtong muttered with sympathy. With this, the match would end as quickly as it had begun. Even in the White Tiger Dojo, Yu Ziping was looked upon favorably. However, the boy had one shortcoming. He did not know how to hold back. To a youth, however, this was a benefit. If one were frequently distracted, it would be very difficult to improve. Pung, the sound of a collision radiated from the arena. She blocked it? How is that possible? The people below the arena stared at Fire Dance in disbelief. The impact should have sent Fire Dance flying, yet she had actually blocked Yu Ziping's fist with one hand. It was truly hard to imagine just how that thin, frail arm could endure so much force. Logically, her arm should have been knocked away. No one would have been surprised if her bones had cracked or shattered. However, Fire Dance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, she had received Yu Ziping's full power punch as if she had reached out to say hello. Yu Ziping was also momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, he tried to withdraw. However, he suddenly discovered that his fist would not budge no matter how hard he tried. Fire Dance's tender fingers clasped his fist like chains. With no other choice, Yu Ziping raised his left leg and swept it towards Fire Dance's neck. Pung, however, Fire Dance caught his iron-like leg with her other hand. As if he had predicted this, Yu Ziping quickly sent a follow-up punch with his other hand. Just before Yu Ziping's fist struck Fire Dance's face, a creak echoed throughout the dojo. In the next moment, Yu Ziping released an agonizing scream, his fist halting as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. The fist and ankle that Fire Dance had caught had already begun to turn purple. The various spectators were flabbergasted. Having forgotten about the pale-faced Yu Ziping, everyone stared at Fire Dance with awe. Fire Dance's performance was simply too shocking. Nobody could believe their eyes. Among the crowd, the White Tiger Dojo members were the most affected. They knew just how strong Yu Ziping was. Among their group, only 2 or 3 people were stronger than him. Yet, in front of Fire Dance, Yu Ziping was as powerful as a child. What technique, what combat experience. In front of absolute strength, they were nothing. Does she have some kind of godly strength? Gan Xingtong's expression was somber as he looked at the injured Yu Ziping. Fire Dance was merely a young girl. However, even he was far weaker than her. He couldn't compete with her strength in a fight. He could only rely on his speed and techniques to secure victory. Liang Jing, who stood beside Shi Feng, was similarly stunned. She had assumed that Fire Dance would be hospitalized after this match. She had never imagined that Fire Dance was actually this powerful. Is she a hidden master like Shi Feng? Liang Jing could not help but wonder. There was no other way to explain this overwhelming victory. However, there was one factor that confused Liang Jing. If Fire Dance possessed such skills, why hasn't she participated in any fighting competitions? With her skills, she would even perform excellently in the national competition. If she could earn herself a victory, she would earn an unimaginable amount of money. She wouldn't need to continue working as a professional gamer. As for Shi Feng, he glanced at the stunned Liang Jing before shifting his gaze to Yu Ziping, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Of all the things you could have relied on, you chose physical strength." After Fire Dance had reached the refinement realm, her body's physique had improved rapidly. Moreover, with Lei Bao's guidance, she had already grasped the technique to utilize internal force. To Fire Dance, a punching strength 400 or 500 kilograms was not difficult to achieve. Yu Ziping had been looking for a beating by relying on physical strength. If the boy had simply used his combat experience, he might have lasted a little longer. I believe that the outcome has been decided. Take him away, Shi Feng said, pointing at Yu Ziping as he looked at Gan Xingtong. Only now did the White Tiger members recover from their daze. This match was over. They had even forgotten that one of their companions was injured and needed immediate medical attention. Relax, I didn't use that much force. His bones should be intact. After some treatment, he just needs to rest for a few days to recover, Fire Dance explained as she looked down at the silent Yu Ziping. She then turned to Gan Xingtong, who stood below the arena, and quietly asked, "The first match is over. Who's next?" 904 Difference. In Experience, Chapter 904. Difference in Experience. Fire Dance's voice was like a jade bead falling to the ground as it resounded throughout the dojo. Although her voice was not loud, her words had ingrained themselves into everyone's minds, making them impossible to forget. The White Tiger Dojo members instantly paled at these words. Every one of them silently turned to their companions, lacking their previous confidence. Yu Ziping's overall strength could rank second among their group. Only Gan Xingtong was slightly stronger. They would only suffer if they fought Fire Dance. In contrast, the Big Dipper's disciples stared at Fire Dance with reverence. Even Yu Ziping, who had beaten their instructors, had been defeated in less than a handful of moves. Fire Dance's strength was astounding. Moreover, when they saw the visiting fighters' fear, a bliss sprouted in their hearts. So what if the White Tiger Dojo was impressive? In the end, its disciples had still lost against their Big Dipper Dojo. Aside from helping them vent their stress, Fire Dance's victory reassured them of their decision to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Before they had joined the Big Dipper Dojo, they had already heard some rumors. They heard that, in the Greenwater Villa, there were some people who were undergoing special training. However, they had no idea about what that special training entailed. Looking at it now, however, they were absolutely sure that the villa was a training ground for martial arts masters. If they performed well, they might even have a chance to participate in that special training. If they could have even half of Fire Dance's abilities, they could nurture a powerful reputation for themselves within Jinhai City. They might even make a name for themselves in the large-scale competitions in their province. After all, even Gan Xingtang, who had defeated Hallmaster Chen Wu, wore a grim expression. His fear of Fire Dance was obvious. In the past, Chen Wu had become Jinhai City's champion fighter, and his results in the provincial competitions had been impressive. Is nobody willing to face me? Fire Dance asked once more as she swept a glance over the White Tiger Dojo members. Before she had come to the dojo, she had heard from Liang Jing just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's members were and had been warned to be careful against them. However, after that first match, she did not consider these people particularly strong. On the contrary, she thought they were pitifully weak. When Yu Ziping had attacked, he had left several holes in his defense. There had just been too many excess movements. Even Violet Cloud could defeat Yu Ziping easily, not to mention someone like her who knew how to use internal force. What Fire Dance did not know was that during her time in the Greenwater Villa, her strength had long since surpassed ordinary people. However, since she was usually cooped up inside the villa, she hadn't had much contact with the outside world. Hence, she had not noticed these tremendous changes. I'll be your opponent. Gan Xingtang had already realized that this opponent was more than he could handle. However, to preserve the White Tiger Dojo's glory, he had to take center stage even if it meant humiliation. Before coming to Jinhai City, the main branch had made it clear that his group needed to wipe the floor with every dojo in Jinhai City, paving the way for their branch dojo. Even Yu Ziping could deal with these bumpkins easily, not to mention a senior like him. Chen Wu should have been the only troublesome opponent they encountered. As for the martial arts master that governed the Big Dipper Training Center, he did not believe the rumor. Even their White Tiger Dojo had to treat martial arts masters with respect. How could an exalted figure possibly be content in a third-tier city like Jinhai City? Although Gan Xingtang was unsure if Jinhai City actually housed a martial arts master, he was certain that Fire Dance was an expert who shouldn't be taken lightly. At the very least, if they wanted a high chance of defeating her, they needed one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors to take her on. However, not all hope was lost yet. No matter what was said or done, he was an advanced disciple from the White Tiger Dojo. His combat experience and strength far surpassed Yu Ziping's. Previously, Yu Ziping had sparred against Fire Dance without knowing anything about her. Now that he knew that Fire Dance was extraordinarily strong, he would not make the same mistake. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Fire Dance and waited for her to reveal a flaw in her defense, he could defeat her. Moreover, based on Fire Dance's appearance, the girl only looked to be in her early 20s. She didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much she trained, actual combat was different. She would reveal her flaws when she attacked. As Gan Xingtang considered the upcoming fight, Shi Feng announced the start of the sparring session. As soon as Shi Feng shouted start, Fire Dance crossed the distance of 5 yards like a leopard and arrived before Gan Xingtang in the blink of an eye. She proceeded to send an open palm strike towards Gan Xingtang's chest. The wind whistled as her palm sliced through the air. So fast. Surprised, Gan Xingtang abruptly retreated. Fortunately for Gan Xingtang, he had evaded Fire Dance's fast attack in the nick of time, with the latter's palm stopping just a few centimeters from his chest. This single exchange struck fear into Gan Xingtang's heart. He hadn't expected her to have explosive speed in addition to an absurd amount of physical strength. Had that attack struck, with Fire Dance's strength, he would have had some trouble breathing in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, his ribs would have broken, and he would have lost consciousness on the spot. However, Fire Dance's sudden attack had revealed a hole in her defense. When she had thrust her palm forward, she had left her side exposed. As long as he attacked that location, Fire Dance wouldn't be able to defend against his attack. In the end, a youngster is still a youngster. Because you're so eager to win, you've exposed such a basic flaw. Gan Xingtang inwardly laughed. He then sent a roundhouse kick at Fire Dance. Both this kick's speed and power were far more refined than Yu Ziping's. Just as Gan Xingtang's leg was about to connect with Fire Dance's side, Fire Dance moved, her other hand snaking out to grasp the man's leg. Suddenly, she jumped and twisted in the air, and with Gan Xingtang's leg as a pivot point, she planted her feet straight onto his face. Immediately, Gan Xingtang's face flattened, blood spurting from his nostrils and his eyes rolling as his head was thrown back. Gan Xingtang felt the world spin. He couldn't even feel pain. After taking a few steps back, his body abruptly fell to the mat as he fainted. "Senior Brother Gan," the White Tiger Dojo's members cried out. None of them could believe what had just happened. They all felt as if they were dreaming. Just how fast had Gan Xingtang's kick been? They had only seen an afterimage of his leg, yet Fire Dance had managed to grab it and use it as a pivot point, utilizing the flaw she had exposed to land a finishing blow. How much combat experience and how much reaction speed was required to carry out this feat? Even their instructors couldn't replicate Fire Dance's counterattack. Yu Ziping, who rested below the arena, was dazed when he saw this. He finally understood that his loss had not been a simple lack of strength. Fire Dance had only chosen the simplest, most efficient method to deal with him because the gap between them was simply too massive. However, there was one point that he could not make sense of. How did Fire Dance gain such a frightening amount of combat experience? To perform that kind of counterattack, one needed extremely precise control over their bodies. Any mistakes could easily put one in peril. Only those who frequently dealt with such situations could execute such an accurate strike at such a crucial moment. Yet, how old was Fire Dance? How could she possibly possess that much life and death experiences? Are you wondering why there is such a huge disparity between your combat experience? Shi Feng asked as he walked up to Yu Ziping. As if he knew the boy's thoughts, he smiled and said, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." 905 Workshop expands. Chapter 905. Workshop expands. Are you seriously willing to say it? Yu Ziping eyed Shi Feng suspiciously. Accumulating combat experience was not something easy to do, especially combat experience involving life and death situations. Training under such circumstances was practically gambling with one's life. There were quite a number of martial artists who had destroyed their own futures as a result of such training. If there actually was a method to accumulate life and death combat experience, improving rapidly within a short time would be an easy task. This rapid improvement was also the reason why so many martial arts experts like to challenge their own limits. Of course, however, I have a condition, Shi Feng laughed. I knew it. Forget it. I won't be joining your dojo. Yu Ziping let out a soft snort. He had long since known that a person like Shi Feng wouldn't reveal such a huge secret without conditions. However, Shi Feng's attempt at poaching him would only end up in failure. Many major dojos in first-tier cities had come scouting Yu Ziping ever since his talent became known. Some had even offered very excellent treatment, much better than what he was currently receiving from the instructors of the White Tiger Dojo. However, he had still rejected them all. He was not someone who would betray his benefactor. When he was at his lowest, the White Tiger Dojo had given him an opportunity. Had the White Tiger Dojo not nurtured him, he would not have his current achievements today. Simply put, he would not abandon the White Tiger Dojo just for his own benefit. This kid sure thinks highly of himself. I really don't know what the chief sees in him to actually want to nurture someone like him. Standing a short distance away, the bear-like Cola clicked his tongue when he overheard Yu Ziping's response, highly annoyed by Yu Ziping's attitude. Whether it was in God's domain or Jinhai City, as long as Shi Feng said that he was looking to nurture someone, tons of people would definitely come swarming. The boss might have his own thoughts, said Ye Wumian standing beside Cola. After taking a look at Yu Ziping, he continued, however, that kid indeed possesses some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo at such a young age. Even his fellow intermediate disciples are looking at him with respect. Although Cola and the others spoke softly, their voices still failed to escape Shi Feng's ears. The human brain ruled everything in the body. After Shi Feng's brain activity improved, his 5 senses had also become much more acute. The trials of the battle tower in particular had further honed his 5 senses. Not to mention a distance of over a dozen yards, even if Cola and the others stood over 20 yards away from him, so long as he focused slightly, he would still hear their whispers. Meanwhile, regarding his companion's Sodovose discussion, Shi Feng could only laugh inwardly in understanding. After all, not everyone was a reincarnator like he was. They did not know the things that would happen in the future. Not to mention, Yu Ziping was currently still a diamond in the rough. Who could possibly expect him to become an expert ranked within the top 50 of the God's Domain experts list in the future? Seeing Yu Ziping rejecting his offer righteously, Shi Feng laughed and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not trying to scout you into the Big Dipper Dojo. I'm only inviting you to join the Zero Wing Gaming Workshop. Doing so won't affect your daily life in any way." Join a gaming workshop? Surprised, Yu Ziping asked, "For real?" In the current era, there were many gaming workshops in society. There were also plenty of professional gamers. Although not comparable to the fighting industry, the gaming industry was still an increasingly important business sector. Moreover, the majority of gaming workshops operated in the wee hours of the night, so joining one would not affect one's daily life. If he could really increase his life and death combat experience just by joining a gaming workshop, this would definitely be a worthwhile exchange. Shi Feng nodded before turning to look at the members of Big Dipper and White Tiger and announcing, "This offer isn't just you, but for everyone present. As long as you are below the age of 25, all of you have an opportunity to join Zero Wing's workshop." Zero Wing was already developing quite well. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to wait a little while longer before recruiting for Zero Wing's internal training program. Now that a major dojo like the White Tiger Dojo had already started making its move and begun poaching talents en masse, he naturally could not fall behind. Previously, he had only intended to nurture a few core members of Zero Wing at the Greenwater Villa, so he had not bothered dragging in the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo. Now that he had such an excellent opportunity, he could use this chance to recruit a few good talents and start internally nurturing experts in large numbers, just like the various major powers of God's domain. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking experts or talents getting poached away. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard this. Liang Jing was also at a loss for words. This place was a dojo, a place that nurtured experts for the world of fighting, yet Shi Feng was actually recruiting these people to become professional gamers. Doing so was simply ludicrous. If Director Xiao learned of this matter, he was sure to fly into a rage. Instructor Shi, if we join Zero Wing's workshop, will we really become stronger? A few disciples asked curiously. Hearing these disciples asking such a question rendered Fire Dance and the others speechless. They were the high and mighty Zero Wing. Moreover, when all was said and done, Zero Wing was extremely famous in Star Moon Kingdom and even possessed some fame in the world of God's domain. Despite all that, these people actually did not know anything about them. Of course, they also understood that, although these disciples might know about virtual reality games, their lifelong goal had always been to achieve fame in the world of fighting. Hence, they rarely came into contact with pleasure-seeking activities, focusing their all into training their bodies instead. How could a bunch of people who had precious little exposure to virtual reality games possibly have heard of Zero Wing's name? Let's put it this way. If you can pass the test and join the Zero Wing workshop, I can assure you that it won't be long before you become much stronger than your present selves, Shi Feng said definitively. I want to take part in the test. I want to try as well. Immediately, many disciples in the dojo raised their hands and voiced their intent to apply for Zero Wing's workshop, every one of them firmly believing Shi Feng's words. After all, Fire Dance was the best example. Even Gan Xingteng, who had managed to defeat Hall Master Chen Wu, suffered a quick defeat at her hands. What about you guys? Shi Feng asked as he looked at the youths of the White Tiger Dojo. No, absolutely not, shouted Gan Xingteng, who had just regained consciousness. As long as you are a member of the White Tiger Dojo, you are not allowed to join any kind of workshop. Otherwise, you will be expelled. Some of the White Tiger Dojo members, who had initially been entertaining thoughts of taking the test, immediately lowered their heads at these words. Senior Brother Gan, why is this so? A short youth asked curiously. Logically, there should not be any clash between a dojo and a gaming workshop. Disciples would normally take on part-time jobs. After all, not everyone could make a living out of participating in competitions, and the dojo did not provide everyone with financial support. They still needed to live. Joining a gaming workshop could be considered a part-time job. Moreover, it was more lucrative than any other part-time job. 906 You will regret I Chapter 906, You will regret it. Shi Feng was also somewhat surprised by Gan Xingteng's yelling. He then shot a curious look at Gan Xingteng, whose countenance had completely distorted. Something occurred to Shi Feng. The White Tiger Dojo might have already entered into a partnership with a corporation, and instead of recruiting more members to attract investors, it was already preparing to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, in reply to the questions posed by the disciples of the White Tiger Dojo, Gan Xingteng simply sent them a glare and said strictly, "If you want to join a gaming workshop, be my guest. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you." Immediately, the crowd from the White Tiger Dojo fell silent. In all dojos, there were two kinds of disciples. The first kind had to pay an exorbitant fee to join and was usually there just to train their body and learn some combat techniques. The dojo didn't place them under any restrictions. The second kind was under contract. They were subject to relatively strict restrictions. However, they paid only a small fee or, depending on their rank, nothing at all to receive nurturing from the dojo. Disciples under this category were all aiming to become professional fighters, and they were more like contracted artists working for an agency. The White Tiger disciples who had come to the Big Dipper Dojo this time all fell under the latter category. They had undergone multiple examinations just to get accepted as a contracted disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. After all, the White Tiger Dojo was renowned in the industry, having produced many famous industry professionals. Just being able to get selected as a contracted disciple proved that one was already among the cream of the crop. If they were expelled from the White Tiger Dojo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with that sort of pressure, everyone naturally no longer dared to harbor thoughts of joining the Zero Wing workshop. The White Tiger Dojo sure is overbearing. Their contracted disciples don't possess any freedom at all. If it were me, I wouldn't stay in such a dojo at all. It's not even a guarantee that I'd become a top-tier professional in the future. Sure enough, our dojo is much better. Aside from the usual training, we can do whatever we want during our free time. The disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo were shocked at the restrictions the White Tiger Dojo placed on its disciples. Previously, they still felt relatively envious of the White Tiger Dojo members. Now, however, rather than envious, they felt fortunate that they had not joined such a tyrannical dojo. Moreover, Shi Feng had already assured them that anyone who managed to join Zero Wing's workshop would definitely gain significant improvements in the future. Not only would they be able to earn money, but they would also be able to improve their strength. Compared to joining the White Tiger Dojo, they would have a much better life staying at the Big Dipper Dojo and joining Zero Wing's workshop. When the White Tiger Dojo members heard the Big Dipper disciples' words, their complexions turned extremely ugly. At this moment, none of the pride they had before was evident on their faces. At the White Tiger Dojo members' silence, Shi Feng simply smiled and said, "The choice is yours. I won't force you to make a decision. If you guys really want to join, you are welcome to come here and take the test any time." Although the White Tiger Dojo's interference made it more difficult for him to poach Yu Ziping, now that the boy had come to Jinhai City, the White Tiger Dojo would naturally come into conflict with the Big Dipper Dojo. At that time, he would still have plenty of opportunities to scout Yu Ziping. Having already cast his bait, all he needed to do was wait patiently. As far as Shi Feng knew, Yu Ziping had chosen to develop himself at the White Tiger Dojo because he liked the daughter of one of the White Tiger Dojo's branch heads. Unfortunately, this branch head had not favored Yu Ziping and had given her daughter to a genius fighter called Shi Feng instead. Shi Feng was very amazing. At just the young age of 25, he had already managed to qualify for an international fighting competition. Meanwhile, Yu Ziping had been a mere advanced disciple of the White Tiger Dojo back then, mingling only at the bottom ranks of national competitions. With such a great disparity between the two young men, it was obvious which person the branch head would choose. After that incident, Yu Ziping had left the White Tiger Dojo and joined the Super Guild Pantheon. Afterward, his achievements had skyrocketed. According to the current timeline, that branch head should not have given her daughter to anyone yet. Yu Ziping and Shi Feng were still competing with each other for her hand. However, if Yu Ziping did not present any outstanding performances to that branch head, then trying to gain her daughter would definitely be a pipe dream. Currently, Shi Feng was a big celebrity in the White Tiger Dojo. He was already a famous fighter on the national level. Yu Ziping simply stood no chance the way he was right now. If Yu Ziping wanted to have a fighting chance against Shi Feng, then the opportunity to strengthen himself that Shi Feng was extending to him was his only chance. Even if the current Yu Ziping did not wish to join Zero Wing, once he felt that he could not outcompete Shi Feng, he would surely think back to the absolute strength fire dance showed today. At that time, he would naturally consider joining Zero Wing. Just as Gan Xingtong thought that no one would dare to join the Zero Wing workshop, a White Tiger Dojo member suddenly raised his hand. "I want to take the test." Gan Xingtong and the other White Tiger Dojo members promptly turned to look at the origin of this voice. The person speaking was a young man around 20 years old. To those aiming to become professional fighters, his body was slightly too thin. It was truly hard to imagine how such a person had managed to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. "Lu Ping, have you lost your mind?" Yu Ziping was filled with shock as he turned to look at the young man currently taking care of him. In the White Tiger Dojo, Lu Ping's talent was considered merely average. The only reason he had managed to become an intermediate disciple was his having trained at the dojo for many years. Currently, he was already 21 years old, yet he had been promoted to an intermediate disciple just recently. He could also be considered one of the few friends Yu Ziping had in the White Tiger Dojo. Yu Ziping never imagined that Lu Ping would actually forsake his future at the White Tiger Dojo just to join a gaming workshop. Although Yu Ziping wanted to dissuade his friend, Lu Ping forestalled him. "I'm different from you. You are a genius, while I'm just an ordinary person. I know my own limits. It would be a miracle if I can even become an advanced disciple by the time I reach 30. Rather than continue walking on this path, I would rather take a gamble," Lu Ping explained. Hearing these words, Yu Ziping inwardly ridiculed himself. At the same time, he also understood that Lu Ping was firm on his decision. The other members of the White Tiger Dojo could more or less understand Lu Ping's feelings as well when they heard his explanation. Gan Xingtong, however, had an extremely ugly expression on his face right now. He had originally come to the Big Dipper Dojo, representing the White Tiger Dojo, to humiliate the people here as well as poach some of its disciples. He had never imagined that he would end up on the receiving end of this plan instead. If news of this matter were to spread, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation would fall into ruin. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." Gan Xingtong could not help but laugh madly at this development. He then turned to Lu Ping and said, "I won't hold you back if you want to leave. However, you will definitely regret this decision in the future. We're leaving." Seeing that several more people in his group were starting to show signs of hesitation, he no longer dared to remain here any longer. He hurriedly called for everyone to leave the Big Dipper Dojo. At this time, Kola walked up to the somewhat dazed Lu Ping and patted the young man's shoulders. In a very welcoming tone, Kola then said, "Brother, I have high hopes for you. I can assure you that, if you manage to join the Zero Wing workshop, it will be, without a doubt, the wisest decision you make in this lifetime. I mean, take myself for example. Before I joined Zero Wing, I was far weaker than your current self. As long as you work hard, you will certainly become much stronger than you would ever be if you stayed in the White Tiger Dojo. May I know how long Big Brother has been with Zero Wing?" After Lu Ping took a close look at the tall and robust Kola, as well as considered the feeling he got when Kola had patted his shoulders, he could tell that Kola possessed immense physical strength. He estimated Kola's strength to be equal or above that of Gan Xingtang's. After making a rough calculation, Kola answered honestly, It's been roughly a month since I've started training officially. Just over a month? And you say you were weaker than me before? You're not lying to me, right? Lu Ping's eyes widened in shock. He simply could not believe Cola's words. Cola rolled his eyes at Lu Ping, feeling that the young man was getting overly excited over nothing. He then pointed to Fire Dance and the others and said, "Why would I lie to you? All of us here started taking part in the special training at the same time. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself." That's right. All of us did indeed start training here only a month ago, more or less. And before Cola began the special training, he really was weaker than your current self. Fire Dance nodded and laughed. Hearing Fire Dance's confirmation, Lu Ping was immediately dumbfounded. Or to put it in another way, the amount of information was just too much for his brain to process. Right now, he felt as if he had wasted all his life training for nothing. Just what kind of place did he come to? 907 Strength Changes. Chapter 907, Strength Changes. After leaving the Big Dipper Dojo with miserable expressions, Gansing Tang and the other members of the White Tiger Dojo returned to the high-class hotel where they were temporarily lodging. Disregarding his injuries, Gansing Tang immediately reported what had happened at the Big Dipper Dojo to the main branch of the White Tiger Dojo upon arrival. "What did you say?" "There's an expert who's even stronger than you at the Big Dipper Dojo." The white-robed middle-aged man on the other side of the video call repeated in surprise. Could that person be that rumored internal force expert? Master Jiang, that head instructor called Shi Feng, did not take action. The one who fought was a woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be around the same age as Shi Feng. However, she is extremely powerful. Even Xie Qiwen would have difficulty defeating her. "I suspect that the real behind-the-scenes boss is that woman," Gan Xingtung reported carefully as he looked at the man in the screen. "Moreover, I believe that the Big Dipper Dojo has plans similar to ours." Although Jiang Tianyuan, the man before him, was not the main dojo master of the White Tiger Dojo, he was still a very powerful branch master. The man had been famous for more than 20 years already. One should not take his appearance at face value. While he might look like someone in his mid-30s, in reality he was already 50 years old this year. This is interesting. Even Xie Qiwen wouldn't be able to defeat her easily? It's no wonder the Big Dipper group has constantly been expanding its influence recently. But it doesn't matter. The mindset of that bunch from the Big Dipper group is too simple. What do they think they can accomplish with just one expert? Jiang Tianyuan laughed. "I recall that Jinhai City is going to hold a citywide competition soon. I'll send Xie Qiwen and Teng Jingyao to help you secure both male and female championship titles in Jinhai City. At that time, even if the Big Dipper Dojo tries to recruit members, it won't be able to outmatch us. For the moment, just focus on properly dealing with the matters of the branch dojo." Understood. Gan Xingtung nodded hurriedly, shock filling his heart. He had never imagined that Zhang Tianyuan would get so serious as to actually send both Xie Qiwen and Teng Jingyao over. The two of them were the pride of the White Tiger Dojo. Both of them usually took part only in national-level competitions, and they were also very famous fighters within the country. Having them participate in such a small competition was simply a waste of time. At that time, a commotion would definitely arise in Jinhai City. As long as those two people took action, none of the other dojos in Jinhai City would have any hopes of securing the championship title. Inside the Big Dipper Dojo, Shi Feng had Fire Dance and the others preside over the assessment of the new applicants. Meanwhile, Shi Feng himself discussed with Liang Jing the matters of recruitment and advertising for Zero Wing's workshop. Hai Feng's approach to these problems was simple, advertising through the Big Dipper Training Center's connections. The advertisement would state that Zero Wing was trying to recruit internal elites, as well as some application conditions such as only men and women below the age of 25 were allowed to apply. It was simply a recruitment advertisement. Originally, Liang Jing thought that even if a gaming workshop utilized Big Dipper's connections to disseminate an advertisement, there would not be many applicants. Although the application conditions Shi Feng proposed were not particularly strict, the criteria for passing the assessment itself was very high. As proof of this, only 10% of the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo had managed to pass the assessment, and every single one of these disciples had been handpicked by Big Dipper. If ordinary people, who only exercised occasionally, were to apply to the Zero Wing workshop, it would be great if even 1% managed to pass the assessment. Moreover, the treatment Shi Feng offered was only average at best. She expected that anyone who saw the advertised benefits would directly give up on applying altogether. However, when the next day arrived, everyone in the Big Dipper Training Center was stupefied. There were actually tens of thousands of people swarming into the Big Dipper Training Center, every one of them wishing to take Zero Wing's test. These people had very nearly destroyed the entrance of the training center. The lively scene was even more exaggerated than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. Meanwhile, the only thing these people talked about as they filled the hallways of the Big Dipper Training Center was Zero Wing, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration as they spoke. In Liang Jing's opinion, these people had all lost their minds. Since when did Big Dipper possess such powerful advertising capabilities? With this, there would be no need to run any training center or dojo. Big Dipper could simply start an advertising company and make a fortune. Wasn't Zero Wing just a gaming workshop? It was not as if these people were applying to join one of the Fortune 500 companies. When Xiao Yu found out about this flood of visitors, he thought that a major incident had occurred at Big Dipper. As a result, even though he resided in another city, he hurriedly took a flight back to Jinhai City. When he arrived at the Big Dipper training center and heard what the crowd was discussing, his mind stopped completely. He had never imagined that a game like God's Domain could actually garner such popularity as well as possess such massive influence. Previously, he still considered God's Domain to be like any other game. Even if those major corporations invested in it, they were only doing so to raise their prestige and help promote the game. Now, however, it would seem that was not the case. It looks like I'll have to find some time to have a discussion with Shi Feng. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood why Shi Feng was so intent on playing a virtual reality game. Otherwise, with the young man's abilities, he could easily become a star in the world of fighting. Meanwhile, the large number of applicants also made the extremely confident White Tiger Dojo impatient. Just what kind of trick did they pull? Why are all these people trying to join that place? No matter how many times Gan Xingtang looked through Zero Wing's flyer, he could not figure out why so many people were trying to join Zero Wing's workshop. Meanwhile, the instructions from the White Tiger Dojo's main headquarters were also very simple. Speed up the construction of the branch dojo. At the same time, the main headquarters also withdrew some funds to start advertising as well, refusing to believe that they could not outcompete Big Dipper with the fame of the White Tiger Dojo. After learning of the White Tiger Dojo's actions, Liang Jing suggested Shi Feng either increase his scope of advertising or reduce the difficulty of the assessment. However, Shi Feng rejected her suggestions. In his opinion, the people of the White Tiger Dojo were truly fools. He was currently recruiting members for a gaming workshop, not a dojo. No matter how much the White Tiger Dojo advertised itself, it would not affect his recruitment campaign in any way. Following which, Shi Feng handed over all the tasks related to the recruitment to Liang Jing to handle, which kept her extremely busy. Not only did she have to go through the applications of tens of thousands of people as well as manage their assessments, but crowds of new applicants also continued coming in every day. If she did not mobilize every staff member of Big Dipper, she would have died from overwork already. Fortunately, becoming an internal elite of Zero Wing was not easy, and the passing rate of the assessment was exceedingly low. At the moment, the passing rate was not even 1%. As for Shi Feng himself, he continued training at the battle tower. At the same time, he shared some of his battle points with Fire Dance and the others, allowing them to fight with the simulated experts for long periods of time. During the 2 days that God's Domain system update took to finish, Fire Dance and the others received massive improvements. Violet Cloud, in particular, had finally set foot into the refinement realm after training at the battle tower, becoming Zero Wing's third expert to set foot into the realms of refinement. As for everyone else, they had all reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. When Big Sis Aqua finds out about this, she will most likely be very shocked at our improvement speed during this period, Violet Cloud said over the public channel, after entering her virtual gaming cabin, her heart full of anticipation as she prepared to log into God's Domain. Oh, right. Guild leader, please don't tell Big Sis Aqua about this matter right after you log in. She was always bullying me before. This time, I must give her a surprise. Sure, Shi Feng laughed as he shook his head. After Aqua Rose obtained her epic staff, although she was still a bit inferior to Violet Cloud in terms of techniques, she became far superior in terms of basic attributes. As a result, when the two sparred with each other, Violet Cloud was usually the one who got the worst of it. After you guys log in, gather at White River City. I have something important to tell you all. In addition, there is also the matter of these newcomers. Following which, when the countdown timer for God's Domain system upgrade ended, everyone logged into the game simultaneously. 908 3-star shop, chapter 908 3-star shop. As soon as Shi Feng returned to God's Domain after 40 hours of waiting, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, the environment of the area you are in has changed. System, you have 30 seconds of invulnerability to look for a safe zone. Isn't this transformation a little too much? Shi Feng was surprised as he observed his surroundings. At this moment, the previously lush green valley was nothing more than scorched earth. He could even faintly see streams of magma flowing nearby. This place had already turned into a volcanic hell. When the waves of hot air blew over Shi Feng, even with his high fire resistance, his skin still registered a burning sensation. The pungent smell in the air was almost unbearable. After God's Domain underwent its fourth evolution, the 5 senses of players had evidently become much more acute. As a result, such severe external environments would have a greater impact on the combat power of players. Likewise, monsters also had their senses heightened. With their enhanced senses, monsters would now have significantly greater perception ranges. This change was extremely disadvantageous for players who grinded at night. After all, while players would have their acuity reduced at night, monsters would not. Now that the senses of monsters were sharper most likely, players would be under attack even before they could detect these monsters. This change was a nightmare, particularly for players who were usually active in high-level maps, which were already very dangerous to adventure in the first place. Now, things just became even more dangerous. Although Shi Feng had already chosen a safe zone to set up a teleportation point before he logged out, with such drastic changes to the environment, his previously safe zone was now infested with extremely fierce level 40 monsters. If not for the invulnerability provided by the system, he would have long since become dinner for these monsters. He immediately activated Wind Rider and continued searching for a safe zone to set up a teleportation point. After looking for about half an hour or so, he finally found an elevated location for the teleportation point. He also set up a protective barrier using the ancient abyssal book. Aside from the monsters that were originally in the valley, one could also frequently see abyssal monsters flying overhead. These monsters were much higher leveled than those residing in the valley, with the lowest being level 80. To current players, these monsters were practically invincible existences. Without the barrier set up using the ancient abyssal book, any player that came here would only become food for the abyssal monsters. However, it was also thanks to these abyssal monsters that he could get an opportunity to make a fortune. Eventually, he would only need to pay out some magic crystals in order to rake in large sums of coins. After he was done with all of his tasks here, Shi Feng took out a return scroll and left the valley. At White River City, Shi Feng discovered that the city's defensive magic array had already been activated as soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall. There were also thousands of abyssal monsters hovering about in the air beyond the magic array, with the lowest leveled among them being level 180 and the highest being level 200 Grand Lords. With the appearance of such terrifying monsters, the atmosphere within White River City had become subdued. The players walking around the street all felt extremely stressed, all of them fearing that the defensive magic array in the sky would suddenly crumble. We're doomed this time. With so many monsters here, will our White River City be captured as well? That can't be possible, right? Although White River City is not comparable to the capital, it is still a major city in the kingdom's eastern region. If even White River City falls, won't the surrounding cities fare even worse? When everyone thought about the gigantic monsters flying in the sky above the city, their scalps involuntarily numbed. In this situation, they couldn't grind and level up within the region of White River City. At the same time, the guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom were also holding urgent meetings one after another. The various guilds had initially believed that the Abyss invasion would only affect the Twin Towers Kingdom. They never thought that it would embroil the surrounding countries as well. Now, these guilds had no choice but to decide whether or not they should relocate to another city. However, the consequences of doing so were something that no guild could accept. It had taken them a lot of time and resources to establish themselves in their current respective cities. If they were to leave the city they controlled and choose to start developing all over again in another city, the cost of doing so would be much higher than the first time. The number 2 guild in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region, Overwhelming Smile, was currently extremely busy. Over 100 people were seated inside its spacious meeting room. These people were all members of Overwhelming Smile's upper echelon, and they were existences that ordinary players would rarely get to meet. Ha ha ha! The timing of these abyssal monsters is simply impeccable. I want to see just how Zero Wing is going to continue strutting around in this situation. Feng Xuanyang could not help but smile when he received the latest report. Based on the information from Underworld, the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only part of the kingdom affected by the Abyss invasion. These abyssal monsters were already showing signs of spreading throughout the entire realm. By the time that happened, it would be relatively dangerous for players to go out and grind. Along with this report, the upper echelon of Underworld had also given the command for Overwhelming Smile to move its elites temporarily to the Black Dragon Empire, which did not receive any harassment from the abyssal monsters. Underworld's influence spread across multiple kingdoms. A pause in its operations in Starmoon Kingdom would not affect the entire organization too significantly. It definitely possessed the ability to transfer its elites to the cities of other kingdoms and empires that were under its control. Small and upstart guilds with no background, on the other hand, did not possess this ability. These guilds generally had their foundations in only one country and could not afford to move their base of operations in a hurry. Even if they did relocate, they would have to start from scratch. However, how could these guilds compete in a foreign city against the entrenched local guilds, which had already developed for months? For Zero Wing, the tyrant of Starmoon Kingdom, things were even more severe. The amount of capital and number of advantages it would lose by migrating its base of operations would be unbearable even for a first-rate guild. With such a loss, Zero Wing's development would no doubt suffer a significant setback. When that happened, it would be nearly impossible for the guild to catch up to the major powers of God's domain. In contrast to Feng Xuanyang's joyful reaction, Yulan currently had a slight frown on her face. Zero Wing is really unlucky, but I guess this is also part of life. Yulan could not help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing's rise was already a legend in Starmoon Kingdom. Ultimately, however, it couldn't save itself from falling due to external factors. Who could have possibly imagined that the system would play such a trick? This development had thoroughly ruined Zero Wing. Of course, Yulan was also feeling very fortunate about the appearance of the abyssal monsters. This invasion was both a disaster and an opportunity. Currently, due to the abyssal monsters, The players belonging to countries neighboring the Twin Towers kingdoms would definitely shift to other kingdoms and empires. Moreover, the possibility of players migrating to the Black Dragon Empire was the greatest. With so many players swarming into the Black Dragon Empire, the player population of the cities there would naturally soar. Hence, the market there for items would expand in spades. If she could nurture a batch of her own advanced lifestyle players now, her authority in Underworld would surely grow as well. Thinking up to this point, Yulan could not help but wish she could take action sooner. At this time, every minute and second was money. Unfortunately, while today should have been the day they went to the Holy City of Titan, due to the system upgrade, the operation had been delayed. While every guild was busy holding meetings and deciding on how they should develop in the future, Shi Feng himself arrived at the City Hall of White River City. "How may I help you, sir?" the NPC beauty standing behind the VIP counter asked with a smile. In response, he calmly took out a purple gold diamond-shaped token and said, "I wish to upgrade the Candlelight Trading Firm into a 3-star shop." 909 Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 909 Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. After the female receptionist accepted the purple gold token and confirmed that there were no problems, she looked at Shi Feng and said, "Sir, if you wish to promote your shop to 3-star status, you still have to pay an additional 3,000 gold reconstruction fee." Without hesitation, Shi Feng handed 3,000 gold over to the receptionist. Previously, he had been busy with setting up a teleportation point. There had also been the matter of the mutated dragon. Back then, he simply had no time to check how much he had earned from the Blackwing auction house. Although Shi Feng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase the engineering locomotive design from Sind Heart, the 5,000 strengthening devices he sold at Blackwing City had made him a fortune. After deducting all the miscellaneous fees, he currently had close to 30,000 gold coins sitting in his pockets right now. If those first-rate guilds were to learn of this, they would definitely be green with envy. In truth, Shi Feng had never imagined that the strengthening devices would be so welcome. The final 1,500 devices sold at a minimum price of 13 gold 15 silver. The combat guilds at Blackwing City had gone nuts over the devices. It's a pity that the number of people who can produce the strengthening device is limited. Otherwise, with just the strengthening device, I could probably earn enough money to construct a city, Shi Feng sighed inwardly. While the strengthening device forging design itself was already extremely rare, the forgers capable of producing the item at a profitable rate were even rarer. As a result, the number of designs he had on hand was much more than the number of forgers he had who were capable of producing the item right now. As players reached higher levels, their chances of obtaining the strengthening device forging design would rise. As the number of strengthening devices on the market increased, its price would definitely fall. By then, it would be very good if he could sell one for 8 or 9 gold. In another few months' time, even selling a strengthening device for 5 gold would be an extravagant dream. After Shi Feng paid the fees and completed all the necessary procedures, as soon as he walked out of the city hall's entrance and was about to head back to the guild residence, a commotion broke out among players on the street. "Did you hear? The Candlelight Trading Firm shop has transformed again." Transformed? Could there be a new product? No, that's not it. The entire trading firm itself has undergone a transformation. Before, it was only a 5-story building. Now, it is 7 stories tall. Currently, it is only second to the NPC-operated Star Street trading firm in terms of floors. What? Aren't the number of floors for shops fixed? That's right. That's why everyone suspects that Candlelight's shop has been promoted to a 3-star shop. What? Even the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop appear in its imperial capital only recently. How can the Candlelight Trading Firm possibly upgrade to a 3-star shop so quickly? News of the Candlelight Trading Firm obtaining a 3-star shop spread like wildfire. Very quickly, every guild in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had found out about it. This incident completely offset the depression and silence brought on by the abyssal monsters. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The abyssal monsters have already started to spread throughout the entire kingdom. White River City is even under siege right now. To upgrade a shop in White River City to 3 stars, isn't Zero Wing throwing good money after bad? Doesn't Zero Wing know that players have already begun migrating to other kingdoms and empires? Rather than constructing a 3-star shop in a city with a rapidly decreasing population, they might as well construct it in a small city in the Black Dragon Empire. When the various guilds received this news, their first reaction was to comment on Zero Wing's foolishness. Meanwhile, the guild that was the most excited about this news was naturally Overwhelming Smile, Zero Wing's longtime rival. Some guilds that wished to overtake Zero Wing also got a kick out of this development. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is done for this time. It won't be able to rise back up even if it wanted to now. Initially, when Feng Xuanyang received news of the Candlelight Trading Firm's promotion, he had been both shocked and envious. Overwhelming Smile had yet to possess even a single 2-star shop up to now, yet the Candlelight Trading Firm already had a 3-star shop. Shortly after, however, he started gloating over Zero Wing's misfortune. If not for the invasion of the abyssal monsters, the fact that the Candlelight Trading Firm possessed a 3-star shop would have indeed dealt a heavy blow to Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming Trading Firm. With the special workshop of 2-star shops as an example, even a fool could imagine just how many more additional benefits a 3-star shop could bring. Even a meager increase in the number of special workshops would still greatly enhance the Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to nurture lifestyle players. In the current God's Domain, economic battles between guilds were becoming increasingly important. This change in trend also led to Feng Xuanyang loathing Yulan to the extreme. He deeply regretted not contesting for the rights of the overwhelming trading firm, allowing Yulan to obtain them instead. Right now, Yulan was already a very important figure in Underworld. Even he had to treat her with respect. Before Shi Feng even walked into Zero Wing's residence, he could already hear the merriment coming from inside. Just moments ago, Melancholic Smile had even directly contacted Shi Feng to report every functionality of the Candlelight Trading Firm's new 3-star shop, her voice bubbling with excitement. Although the building itself had increased by only 2 floors, the difference between the functions of a 2-star shop and 3-star shop made Melancholic Smile think that she was dreaming. That was right, dreaming. In order to develop itself, the Candlelight Trading Firm had recruited many lifestyle players. Some of the new hires had very good potential. The only thing they lacked was experience. Unfortunately, the Candlelight Trading Firm had only 5 special workshops. With 3 rooms reserved exclusively for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and Roasted Ironheart, only 2 were left for the others to use in turn and increase their production experience. With this, the amount of time allotted for each lifestyle player was not calculated in hours or days, but in minutes. Generally, a lifestyle player with good potential would have roughly 30 minutes to learn and train inside a special workshop, once every several days. Now, they had a total of 12 special workshops. Aside from the 3 reserved, they now had 9 special workshops for those with excellent potential to use. This would increase their efficiency over 4-fold. Finally, there was the basic meditation room, which was what truly shocked Melancholic Smile. Out of curiosity, she had spent 300 magic crystals to activate the room. Although the price was indeed costly, the effects of the room left her speechless. While inside the meditation room, her mind experienced a calm like never before. In that calm state, even the most complicated production procedures became very simple for her. As a result, her production success rate had risen by roughly 10%, while her production speed had improved by at least 30% as well. Although this improvement might not seem like much, to lifestyle players like herself who frequently produced items, this improvement was extremely staggering. Currently, items that could raise production success rate by just 1% were selling for astronomical prices. Something that could offer an increase of 10% would be priceless. There was also the improvement in production speed. Not to mention spending 300 magic crystals a day, even spending 500 crystals would be worth it, so long as the meditation room was used to produce high-value items. If it were used only for items such as advanced whetstones, they would never be able to make up for the cost of using the room. Shi Feng only gave some simple instructions regarding the meditation rooms and special workshops. At the same time, he also had Melancholic Smile start recruiting more lifestyle players from the general public. The 4th evolution of God's Domain was not as simple as it appeared to be. Rather than the combat system, the lifestyle production system was the part that had truly evolved. Soon, lifestyle players would play a pivotal role in God's Domain, just like combat players. Otherwise, a master forger wouldn't have attained such a high standing in society in the past, to the point where even the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself had to treat them with respect. Back then, even the members of Shadow's board of directors had treated the guild's master forgers like their own babies. 910 Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Chapter 910 Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. While the Candlelight Trading Firm was causing a huge commotion, over 100 people were currently gathered inside the meeting room of Zero Wing's guild residence. Every person present was a core member of Zero Wing. Not only did everyone possess very high levels, but even the equipment they wore could easily make expert players of God's Domain envious. While the general public considered level 35 Dark Gold equipment rare, it was just basic equipment for them. As for their combat standards, every one of them could easily reach the 5th floor of the Trial Tower or higher. Experts capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor could easily become a first-rate expert in a city with a player population of over 100,000. Nevertheless, all these experts were gazing at the figure seated on the guild leader's throne with eyes filled with reverence and shock. The reason for their reverence was the identity of the man before them. He was a legendary character who had single-handedly established Zero Wing and developed the upstart guild to its current overbearing state. The man was even the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom, and until now, he still maintained his indomitable record. As for the reason for their shock when they looked at Shi Feng, it was his level. At this moment, Shi Feng had not done anything to hide his level. As long as one paid a little attention, they would be able to see it. Level 42. Even the current top players in Empires were only level 39 at best. They were also still relatively far from reaching level 40. Previously, when Fire Dance and the others had revealed themselves to be at level 40, the other core members had already been flabbergasted. Although there was just a difference of 1 level between them and the top players of Empires, the amount of EXP required to cross this gap was massive. Now, Shi Feng was even more terrifying. He was actually 2 levels higher than Fire Dance and the others. Not to mention the other core members present, even Fire Dance and her team were staggered. After all, when they had last met, Shi Feng was only level 40. In just a short time, Shi Feng had actually managed to pull ahead of them by 2 levels. His leveling speed was simply ludicrous. Guild leader, everyone's here already, Aqua Rose said softly to Shi Feng after checking the entire meeting room. Nodding, Shi Feng swept a glance at everyone present and said seriously, I've asked you all to gather here for 2 matters. The first matter is that Zero Wing is going to start branching out and developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. The exact locations where we'll be setting up the branches have also been determined already. When the time comes, I'll have you all split up to these 2 locations. I'll also set up a new main force in both of these locations. As for who will become part of this main force, I'll be choosing them from the guild's elite members. Of course, you all can put in your recommendations as well. The treatment provided will be the same as Star Moon Kingdom's main force. Truthfully speaking, Shi Feng did not wish to develop outwards so quickly. However, now that God's domain had experienced its 4th evolution, the economic war involving lifestyle classes had also officially begun. Even if he did not wish to develop Zero Wing in other kingdoms, he had no choice but to do so. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible for them to contend against other large guilds. Before Shi Feng was done speaking, everyone present had already fallen into a daze. Even Aqua Rose, the vice leader of Zero Wing, was shocked at this news. Although Zero Wing expanding to other countries was something that was bound to happen sooner or later, she had never imagined that that day would come so quickly. Or to put it in another way, they had long since grown impatient waiting for the arrival of this day. Currently, Zero Wing simply had too many members. While playing virtual reality games, guilds always had one big problem to face, the limited amount of resources in an area. If a guild wished to develop and grow stronger, it needed to secure more resource-rich areas for itself. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would face resource deprivation due to their constantly increasing member count. Then, the amount of resources each guild member could receive would decrease, which would affect the overall development speed of the guild members. This problem was also the reason why first-rate guilds would spread their roots throughout multiple kingdoms and empires. The influence of the major powers of the virtual gaming world spanned several dozens of countries. However, one thing that confused everyone was Shi Feng's choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Setting aside how muddy the waters were at the Black Dragon Empire and the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was Zero Wing's enemy, just the Twin Towers Kingdom was already a huge problem. The Twin Towers Kingdom was infested with abyssal monsters. The players living there were scrambling to leave, yet Zero Wing was actually choosing to charge into the kingdom. The situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom was much more severe than Star Moon Kingdom's. There was simply no way for them to level up there. Just how were they supposed to develop themselves? Guild leader, abyssal monsters have already conquered the Twin Towers Kingdom. Why don't we consider developing at the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the kingdom west of Star Moon Kingdom? The abyssal monsters haven't reached there. Moreover, the 2 first-rate guilds in that kingdom have constantly been at each other's necks all this time. With our guild strength, we can easily make a place for ourselves there. In addition, the Purple Thorns Kingdom is rich in herbs. Our guild will have a much easier time procuring herbs if we develop there, Aqua Rose suggested hurriedly. She had long since made ample preparations regarding Zero Wing's development, only she never bothered making suggestions, as Shi Feng had always said that the time was not right yet. The Candlelight Trading Firm was the largest source of economic power for Zero Wing. With the Purple Thorns Kingdom's abundance of herbs, they could definitely advance the Candlelight Trading Firm a step further. They would no longer have to rely on external sources to obtain their herbs. If they developed properly, they could definitely achieve self-sufficiency in herbs and greatly reduce the expenses of the Candlelight Trading Firm. The players in the room voiced their agreement with Aqua Rose's suggestion one after another. The current combat power of Zero Wing's elite members was in no way inferior to a first-rate guild's. In addition, they also had quite a number of experts in the guild now. Even if they sent only a portion of their forces, they should not have any problem handling the threats present in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing already possessed several plots of land in the cities of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. With this foundation, they would be able to construct a guild residence in that kingdom right away. One could say that the Purple Thorns Kingdom was the best option by far. While the Purple Thorns Kingdom is indeed a good option, the Twin Towers Kingdom is much better, Shi Feng replied, shaking his head. Better? All the core members were filled with questions as they looked at Shi Feng. They simply could not figure out what exactly was good about branching out to a place infested with abyssal monsters. I know that you all are worried about the abyssal monsters, but that is also the greatest opportunity for Zero Wing. Shi Feng naturally understood everyone's worries. In their shoes, he too would have chosen to branch out to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, he now had both the ancient abyssal book and the teleportation magic array in his possession. Regarding the threat of powerful abyssal monsters, he could just set up multiple barriers and allow his guild members to grind at high resource maps safely. There was also no need to worry about other guilds and players coming to contest for those locations. In addition, they could also gain honor points by killing low-level abyssal monsters. Now that the guilds originally residing in the Twin Towers Kingdom had left, although the lands of the kingdom's capital remained in the hands of these guilds, as long as Zero Wing paid some coins, it could still buy 1 or 2 plots of land located near the heart of the city without any difficulty. Had he chosen to branch out to other kingdoms, Zero Wing couldn't even dream of obtaining the central lands of the top 10 major cities in these kingdoms, much less the central lands of the capital city. Nobody would be willing to sell them anything at all. Even if there was a willing seller, that price would not be one that Zero Wing would be willing to bear. Furthermore, the Twin Towers Kingdom was a country of ore. In terms of ore-related resources, it was only slightly inferior to the Storm Empire. At the end of the day, the Candlelight trading firm focused mainly on forging. Ore was something that it could not lack. Hence, developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom was akin to killing multiple birds with one stone. Following which, Shi Feng cleverly hid the matter of the ancient abyssal book, simply telling everyone that he had discovered many special areas not assaulted by the abyssal monsters. Afterwards, as long as he set up teleportation points at these locations, they would be able to level up without worrying about abyssal monsters or other players, essentially turning those locations into Zero Wing's backyard. When they heard Shi Feng's reason, everyone's eyes sparkled, anticipation filling their hearts. Nobody present was a noob. They knew full well just how valuable an uncontested high-resource map was. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not fight over these high-resource maps. However, no one knew that Shi Feng had actually concealed another important reason for his choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom. The large-scale regional dungeon, Tower of Time, 911, Tower of Time, Chapter 911, Tower of Time. The Twin Towers Kingdom was named such because of its 2 ancient towers within the kingdom's boundaries. These ancient towers had existed in God's domain for a long time. Their age could no longer be verified. Among these 2 towers, one was the Tower of Time. It was also the Twin Towers Kingdom's sole large-scale regional dungeon. Like the dungeon in the Stoneclaw Mountains, this dungeon was set to Ashura mode. However, the Tower of Time's level was much higher, thus it was more difficult to raid. Meanwhile, the Tower of Time's fame throughout God's domain had not only been due to its abundance of magic crystals, but its bosses also had a chance of dropping the 7 Luminaries crystals. The level requirement just to enter the Tower of Time was level 50. In the past, when mainstream players had been around level 50, the Mindspace system had not yet launched in God's domain. As a result, everyone had treated the Tower of Time like an ordinary regional dungeon that produced large quantities of magic crystals. Even when people killed the many bosses inside the dungeon and obtained the 7 Luminaries crystal, nobody knew their true value. The various large guilds had simply treated as the 7 Luminaries crystal as a high-end item to use or trade. Only after the Mindspace system launched did everyone realize their blunder. The guilds that used or traded their 7 Luminaries crystal had nearly choked to death with anger. Regional dungeons all had level limits that prevented anyone below or above a certain level from entering. When the Mindspace system had been introduced, God's domain had been operating for over a year. Players' average level had already been beyond the Tower of Time's limit of level 70. Hence, it had been practically impossible for guilds to rely on their main forces to grind the bosses for 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, when one wanted to enter the Tower of Time, aside from the level requirement, one needed a space-time crystal. A single space-time crystal could allow 100 players into the Tower of Time. However, only the monsters near the tower dropped the space-time crystals, and its drop rate wasn't very high. This greatly restricted the number of players who could enter the dungeon. In this life, before everyone knew the importance of the Tower of Time, Shi Feng intended to take advantage of the situation and grind for space-time crystals. Once Zero Wing's core members reached level 50, they could get a head start over the other guilds, raiding the Tower of Time. After Shi Feng explained his plans for the guild's expansion to everyone, he continued with notifying everyone about Zero Wing's preparation to nurture a large batch of internal experts. Guild leader, if we try to recruit members now, it will be far less effective than our past recruitment campaigns. After all, nobody knows if White River City will hold off the abyssal monsters. Moreover, even if the magic array holds, it is still extremely dangerous for players to go out to level up. On the off chance that one encounters a high-level abyssal monster, a team wipe is practically a guarantee. Based on my investigation, a portion of players have already moved to the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, many of our guild members are worried about this crisis. This really isn't a good time to recruit members. We would be better off holding a mass recruitment campaign after we secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. It would be more effective to wait. Saying so, Aqua Rose handed Shi Feng a statistics report, which clearly displayed White River City's situation. Due to the abyssal monsters, the city's teleportation fee had been temporarily removed. Currently, over 5% of White River City's player population had relocated. Among these players, the majority had migrated to the Black Dragon Empire. As time passed, more players would relocate to continue their development. Don't worry about it. Start preparing for recruitment and assessment work. We will soon make up for those who chose to head elsewhere to develop, Shi Feng said as he read the report. The situation was much better than his initial prediction. Make up for? Aqua Rose was slightly confused. However, since Shi Feng had already spoken, she did not probe into the matter any further. She trusted Shi Feng's judgment. Shi Feng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He then issued further instructions regarding the recruitment campaign. Everyone's worries about the abyssal monsters capturing the city were unnecessary. The Abyss Passage had been activated in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The powerful NPCs guarding the border had held back most of the strongest abyssal monsters. As for the remaining powerful abyssal monsters, almost all of them were busy besieging the various major cities. Hence, when the players belonging to the neighboring kingdoms and empires ventured out to level up, they just needed to be a little more careful of their surroundings. Things were not so severe that their livelihoods in their countries had been severed. This was just like an addition of several bosses, which should not be provoked, in everyone's leveling maps. The Abyss invasion was not as severe as everyone thought. On the contrary, due to the temporarily removed teleportation fees in affected cities, players now had more affordable leveling spots to choose from. Moreover, even if everyone failed to notice this, he could stealthily spread the message himself. In addition, there would soon be a teleportation array linked to a grinding area in the Twin Towers Kingdom. By then, the countless players who wanted to change classes would swarm to White River City. They didn't need to worry about a lack of players in the city. Once the teleportation array was set up, they also wouldn't need to worry about lacking development funds. As Shi Feng arranged for Blackie to lead the Dark Gods Legion's elites to power level the newcomers from the Big Dipper Dojo, Aqua Rose approached and whispered, "Guild leader, Miss Phoenix Rain has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. She says that she has brought what you requested. She's finally here." Shi Feng nodded. He then left the remaining matters to Aqua Rose while he met Phoenix Rain. Inside the elegant, stunning reception room, Phoenix Rain sat quietly by the windowsill, a black cloak draped over her back. When Shi Feng entered the room, her gaze promptly moved away from the Zero Wing members walking around the first floor hall and to Shi Feng. Level 42? Phoenix Rain was stunned. Currently, she knew of several people who had reached level 40 in the Empire. However, these people had used special methods to achieve their level. Take herself, for example. She was an elementalist. Not only had she learned several AoE attack spells, but she also had a large number of elite members to assist her leveling progress. Her leveling speed was already fast. However, even now, she was over 30% away from reaching level 40, yet Shi Feng had already reached level 42. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, may I see the Lake Heart City's deed?" Shi Feng asked. He smiled in response to Phoenix Rain's surprise. "Here, take a look." Phoenix Rain quickly recovered her composure and took out a deed for a land in Lake Heart City. "This is the only deed I can give you. Even if you're not satisfied, I cannot change it." Not bad. Although it cannot compare to a golden land, it still has relatively high potential, Shi Feng said with satisfaction after examining the deed. With this deed, Zero Wing could secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. What followed next would depend on how things progressed on Melancholic Smile's side. Once they were ready, Zero Wing would officially start pushing its way into the Black Dragon Empire. Elsewhere, a large crowd of players had gathered before the 7-story tall Candlelight trading firm. It was even more lively than during normal times. While many among the crowd were lifestyle players, the majority consisted of sightseers. After all, nobody had ever seen a 3-star shop before. They were all quite curious about the differences between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. This was especially true for lifestyle players. Not long ago, the Candlelight trading firm had published a shocking message. The Candlelight trading firm was currently recruiting lifestyle players regardless of rank. It did not care if one was an apprentice who had just started or someone far along the path of their lifestyle. As long as they could pass the simple entrance test, they could become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. High achievers would even get the opportunity to improve themselves in the special workshop. This was a benefit that could not be found anywhere else throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom and even God's domain. After all, special workshops were simply too rare. Most trading firms only allowed their most skilled and trustworthy members to utilize their limited special workshops. Ordinary people had no hope of enjoying this particular benefit. 9112 Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 9112. Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. The news of the Candlelight Trading Firm mass recruiting lifestyle players spread like wildfire. It wasn't just limited to White River City. Very quickly, everyone throughout Star Moon Kingdom heard about the opportunity. The official forums buzzed with activity. What? This can't be true, right? The Candlelight Trading Firm is actually recruiting members without any rank restrictions. I heard that Candlelight wants to recruit a lot of people this time. I wonder if an intermediate apprentice like myself has a chance? I remember that, when Heaven's Burial recruited lifestyle players, applicants needed to be at least advanced apprentice rank with a 65% success rate or higher to pass their assessment. However, Heaven's Burial still doesn't have a 2-star shop. Candlelight's assessment will probably be extremely difficult. Currently, lifestyle players grew more important by the day. However, it was extremely difficult for a lifestyle player to make a name for themselves if they had to rely on their own strength. This was because lifestyle players needed a lot of resources for their practice. The more important a lifestyle class was, the more resources they needed to improve. Moreover, the further a lifestyle player progressed, the more valuable were their required resources. Hence, if a lifestyle player did not join a guild, it would become extremely difficult for them to grow stronger. Just hours after the Candlelight trading firm announced its recruitment campaign, thousands of players had lined up outside the firm's 3-star shop in White River City, and the crowd was still growing. Melancholic Smile arranged for these lifestyle players to take the firm's assessment one after another. The test was very simple. Lifestyle players were required to produce a tool or item corresponding to their ranks, and they would be given a pass as long as they achieved a success rate of above 60%. What exactly is Zero Wing trying to do? When the various large guilds heard the news, they immediately assumed that Zero Wing had gone nuts. Although lifestyle players were important, one needed to invest a lot of resources to nurture profitable lifestyle players. Moreover, a loss was guaranteed during the early nurturing stages. Hence, when guilds like themselves recruited lifestyle players, they set their requirements very high and would only recruit a limited number. Otherwise, the expenditure would do more harm than good. Yet, not only was Zero Wing recruiting lifestyle players regardless of rank, but it had also significantly lowered the assessment's difficulty. During Zero Wing's previous recruitment campaigns for lifestyle players, it had required a success rate of 70% or higher. In just half an hour, Zero Wing had recruited over 30 lifestyle players. Among them, only 7 were advanced apprentice rank, while the others were below that. This outcome worried the lifestyle players still outside of the Candlelight trading firm. They were afraid that the available slots would be taken up before their turn arrived. Contrary to expectations, however, more lifestyle players were accepted. Very quickly, over 100 players had been accepted into the firm. However, the Candlelight trading firm showed no signs of stopping its recruitment. Seeing this, the spies the various guilds had sent reported this information to their respective guilds. What? They have accepted over 100 apprentices? Has Zero Wing's upper management lost their minds? Could a 3-star shop really be that powerful? The various guilds that had received this message were stunned. Normally, they would only recruit around 40 lifestyle players when they gained an additional 1-star shop. If they recruited any more, there wouldn't be enough workshops and resources to go around. After the Candlelight trading firm upgraded one of its 2-star shop to 3-star status, the building had only gained 2 floors. Generally, it would be a miracle if they could recruit 200 players. Big Sis Melancholic, should we raise the assessment bar? At this rate, we'll fill the new workshops. It will be a pity if we miss out on any talented newcomers later on, Cream Coco asked worriedly as she watched the thousands of people lined up outside of the building. Relax. I'm actually concerned that we won't be able to recruit enough people. Melancholic Smile smiled bitterly. Not enough people? How is that possible? There are thousands of people outside right now. If we leave the bar at a 60% success rate, at least 400 or 500 of them should pass. How is that not enough people? Cream Coco was no longer the noob she had been when she had first started playing God's Domain. She knew that, although lifestyle players who could achieve a 60% success rate were rare, with the base number being so high, a frightening number of people could pass the assessment. 500 lifestyle players was not a small crowd. Even an ordinary second-rate guild could not afford to nurture so many. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was already saturated with lifestyle players. With the extra workshops that came with the 2 additional floor spaces, the most they could afford to recruit was around 300 lifestyle players. Any more, and they would have to rent workshops from the lifestyle associations. However, renting workshops would massively burden their finances. 400 or 500 really isn't enough. The guild leader has already determined that we need to recruit 1,200 players. Melancholic Smile chuckled. With just the lifestyle players in front of us, we probably won't reach that goal. Hopefully, more players will show up. Cream Coco was rendered speechless. Lifestyle players were only a small minority of the player population in God's Domain. In addition, the various guilds often held recruitment campaigns of their own. Gathering 1,200 qualified lifestyle players was a colossal task. Unfortunately, Cream Coco had another concern. Where were they going to house all of these lifestyle players? Elsewhere, Shi Feng had completed his trade with Phoenix Rain in the city hall and officially gained the deed to a plot of land in Lakeheart City. This is the information we have obtained on the Evil Dragon battle team. Take a look. The match is in 2 days. I look forward to the Asura battle team's performance, Phoenix Rain said, smiling pleasantly as she handed Shi Feng the information she had collected on the enemy battle team and the time, venue, and rules for the next battle. She was in a good mood after obtaining the 10,000 gold from Shi Feng. Oh? The Miracle Guild? Shi Feng was slightly surprised after a general glance through the information. We have only discovered this after the system upgrade, Phoenix Rain said solemnly. You mustn't underestimate the Miracle Guild. Although it is a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Miracle's foundation is much stronger than ours. It can even contend with super guilds. When the time comes, the Evil Dragon battle team's roster will undergo a complete change. You best prepare for the match. Although Phoenix Rain had said as much, she did not think that the Asura battle team had any chance of winning. After all, the Asura battle team had exposed too many of its trump cards. The Miracle Guild would definitely come prepared. If Miracle went all out in this match, the Asura battle team would be overwhelmed. After all, the difference between each side's strength was immense. Phoenix Rain only prayed that the Miracle Guild would not take the match too seriously. This way, she could haul in another fortune. Shi Feng nodded silently in response to Phoenix Rain's advice. In truth, even without Phoenix Rain's warning, Shi Feng knew just how powerful the Miracle Guild was. In his previous life, when a Tier 3 mysterious flame had appeared in God's domain, the various large guilds had employed all sorts of methods to obtain it. In the end, however, a dozen or so experts from the Miracle Guild had secured the flame. Among the guild's experts that had fought for the mysterious flame, 2 other super guild's top combatants had been present. That battle had become a classic within God's domain. To put it simply, defeating the Miracle Guild-led Evil Dragon battle team would be extremely difficult for the Asura battle team. As Shi Feng hurried towards the Candlelight Trading Firm, a party of 6 arrived in the teleportation hall in White River City. The instant these players appeared, they became the main focus within the hall. Their equipment was too gorgeous to ignore. Even the lowest quality equipment was dark gold rank. As for these players' levels, that was even more impressive. Of the 6 players, 2 were level 40, while the remaining 4 were level 39. Even in an empire, this group would be a force to be reckoned with, much less White River City. So this is White River City? The standard of the players here is quite high. We're not here to sightsee, focus on the task at hand. Let's head over to Zero Wing to have a look. 913 Intermediate Shop. Chapter 913, Intermediate Shop. After these 6 players conversed among themselves, they left the teleportation hall and stepped onto the busy street as everyone watched. As soon as the group left the building, the leading white-haired middle-aged man carrying a black and white spear summoned a giant snow-white wolf. The wolf was even larger than a lion. An assassin, wearing dark gray leather armor with 2 blood-red daggers hanging from his waist, summoned a black warhorse beside the middle-aged man. The warhorse sported silver armor and looked far more majestic than the horses NPC soldiers used. The instant these 2 mounts appeared, they had immediately attracted the attention of every player on the street. Damn, who are those people? Their mounts are definitely not common rank. You're right, I've never seen any common mounts that look that cool. At the very least, they should be bronze, maybe mysterious, iron mounts. To current players, even common mounts were a luxury, not to mention mounts ranked bronze or above. Hence, when the players on the street saw these mounts, both envy and admiration filled their hearts. Some beautiful female players even sent the white-haired man on the giant wolf flirtatious glances. Nowadays, God's domain was increasingly popular. One frequently saw the game mentioned in the news. Moreover, powerful guilds were offering annual salaries ranging from 500,000 credits to 6,000 credits depending on a player's strength. To ordinary people, this was an astronomical amount of money. Seeing as the white-haired man rode a bronze mount or greater at this stage of the game, his salary must have been in the 7-digit range. Ha ha ha! Boss Blood, I think those beauties are interested in you. An elementalist, who wore a robe embroidered with runic symbols and exuded a refined air, poked fun at the white-haired berserker leading his group. It's a pity that these beauties will never catch Boss Blood's eyes. After all, his heart already belongs to someone. Why won't these beauties look at me instead? A level 39 skinny male swordsman said as he sighed. Masked, you really should learn a thing or two from the boss. If you put more effort into your improvement, you would have already reached level 40 and could amount to woo those beauties. The male assassin on the black mare snorted. How can I possibly compare to Boss Blood? Even now, I have not passed the test or obtained a title, unlike you, Kieran, who obtained your title half a year ago, the swordsman named Masked Angel said enviously. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Focus on our task. I will head to Zero Wing with Kieran. The rest of you, catch up with the carriage, the leading berserker named Bloodsucker ordered sternly. Immediately, everyone fell silent and did as they were told. The 4 level 39s rode an advanced horse carriage and followed Bloodsucker and Kieran towards Zero Wing's guild residence. Although the advanced horse carriage was fast, it was still slightly slower than the Snow White Wolf and Black Warhorse. As a result, the gap between the 2 groups gradually increased. The party caused a commotion everywhere they went. Meanwhile, the Candlelight Trading Firm's entrance was overcrowded. Before anyone knew it, the Candlelight Trading Firm had recruited over 300 lifestyle players. With this number, everyone could see how powerful the firm's foundations were. The other trading firms in Starmoon Kingdom could not compare to this. Guild leader, we've reached our recruitment limits for the moment. Any more and we'll have to send these people to the lifestyle associations, Melancholic Smile reported worriedly as she looked at the numerous files on the newcomers. 1,200 people. This was already beyond what the Candlelight Trading Firm could handle. If they really recruited this many people, they would lose money each day rather than make it. It's fine. Bring all of the information you have on the Candlelight's branch, shops, Shi Feng instructed, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling. In God's domain, shops were officially categorized by star ranks. However, one could also categorize a shop by its size. Players in his previous life had realized his and summarized the differences. There were a total of 4 categories. Basic shop, intermediate shop, advanced shop, and special shop. To begin with, 1-star and 2-star shops fell under the basic shop category. A basic shop could only accommodate a limited number of lifestyle players, and a firm had to rely on numbers to make up for the lack of space. A basic shop's assistance it could provide to lifestyle players was also quite limited. The intermediate shop category included 3-star shops to 5-star shops. In terms of size, intermediate shops were massively different than basic shops. As long as a shop reached 3-star status, it gained far more room than a 2-star shop. Hence, when the various guilds opened their own shops, while it was relatively easy to upgrade a 1-star shop to 2-star status, it was many times more difficult to upgrade a 2-star shop to a 3-star shop. Naturally, upgrading from an intermediate shop to an advanced shop was even more difficult. Meanwhile, the benefits an intermediate shop could provide became more obvious. The basic meditation room was a primary example. After Shi Feng's command, Melancholic Smile compiled all of the information she had on every Candlelight's branch shop and handed the files to Shi Feng. Not only was the compiled information detailed, but it was also easy to understand. So far, the Candlelight trading firm had a total of 25 shops. Among them, 24 were branch shops. These branch shops covered 22 cities. The fact that the firm had expanded so much was partly due to Phoenix Rain's secret assistance. Her help had allowed the Candlelight trading firm to set up shops in the cities of a few neighboring countries. Moreover, she had only sold the shops to Shi Feng at a price slightly higher than the initial cost. Phoenix Rain is certainly dedicated in her work. Shi Feng smiled slightly after reading the information. Among the many shops, 6 were within the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, 5 of these shops were in cities with a player population in the millions. In addition, there were 6 shops in the kingdom's neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. Among them, 4 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. All 4 of these shops were in the top 10 most populated cities in the kingdom. As for the remaining 2 branch shops, they were in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Unfortunately, most of the kingdom had fallen into ruin, and only the capital city remained standing. Shi Feng had to admit that it was beneficial to cooperate with a major power. Without Phoenix Rain's help, Shi Feng would have to exhaust himself to no end to achieve a similar result, and this would have greatly impacted his personal growth. Based on this alone, one could see how frightening the foundations of God's domain's major powers were. Currently, Zero Wing's advantage only lay in the fact that it had a lot of liquid funds. However, this did not mean that the game's major powers were poorer than Zero Wing. Rather, these powers reinvested most of the money they earned into valuable lands. Although Zero Wing had a lot of money on hand, it didn't have anywhere to invest. In terms of capital turnover, the difference between Zero Wing and these major powers was obvious at a glance. I will have to thank Phoenix Rain. I would have had a hard time using up these 5 slots otherwise. Shi Feng then chose 5 branch shops and upgraded them to 2-star shops. When upgrading these shops to 2-star status, he saved far more money by using the special rights of a 3-star shop than when he had used a promotion order. Each shop only cost 600 gold to upgrade. With this, he only needed to spend 3,000 gold to obtain 5 2-star shops. Meanwhile, of the 5 shops Shi Feng chose, 3 were in the Black Dragon Empire, with one of them in Lakeheart City. As for the remaining 2 slots, he used one on a shop in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and the other on the shop in the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. 914 Engineering Locomotive. Chapter 914, Engineering Locomotive. The reconstruction of the 5 branch shops completed fairly quickly. Only 10 minutes after Shi Feng chose to upgrade them, the 5 1-star shops evolved into 2-star shops. Although the number of items that the shop could sell had not changed, it could accommodate far more lifestyle players. The additional space was more than enough for the 1,200 lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm wanted to recruit. God's domain was already developing faster than Shi Feng had expected. When Shi Feng had first obtained the 3-star shop promotion order, he had not intended to recruit so many lifestyle players. At most, he had planned to recruit around 500 or 600 players. However, after the game's 4th evolution, items became more complicated to produce, and this, in turn, would impact production speeds. After the system upgrade, Melancholic Smile had calculated the statistics of everyone's production speed within the trading firm. To put it simply, the more advanced an item was, the more its production speed had been affected. For common items such as whetstones, production speed had experienced roughly a 15% reduction. As for items such as advanced whetstones, their production had slowed by around 20%. In other words, if a lifestyle player was capable of producing 5 advanced whetstones within a certain time before the system upgrade, then now they were only capable of producing 4 advanced whetstones within the same period. As for items that only intermediate forgers or higher could craft, such as the strengthening device, their production speed had decreased by roughly 40%. Before the system upgrade, the Candlelight trading firm had not been able to produce many strengthening devices each day. Now, the item's output was pitifully low. Unfortunately, Shi Feng had already agreed to hand over 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices to the secret pavilion within 5 days, as well as the rest of the items within 12 days after the system update completed. If he failed to do so, not only would he have to return the 10 black cards he had received, but he would also be out of the items he had already paid. Hence, Shi Feng was very short on time. If he wished to increase production speed, he had two options: increase his current workforce's success rates or grow his workforce. As there was a limit to how much he could raise a lifestyle player's success rate, his only viable option was to bolster his workforce. However, Shi Feng did not have much hope of nurturing a large batch of excellent lifestyle players from the new recruits. Rather, he wanted the new advanced apprentices to take on the workload of the firm's basic forgers, while the basic forgers would take on the intermediate forgers' work. In turn, the intermediate forgers would take care of the advanced forgers' workload. This way, he would have a higher chance of completing his task within the allotted time. Following which, Shi Feng explained his plans to Melancholic Smile and had her begin preparations. After all, it would not be easy to sort so many people in a short time. Guild leader, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult to accomplish. Even with the help of the special workshop, Coco, Uncle Ironheart and I only have a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. Even if the firm's intermediate forgers have the help of the special workshop, they will only have, at most, around a 15% success rate. With such a low success rate, we'll be lucky if we break even, let alone make a profit. Melancholic Smile was very familiar with the success rates of the trading firm's forgers as she usually analyzed the trading firm's statistics. Although a 15% forging success rate seemed relatively high, when one started the actual work, they would most likely fail 10 out of 10 tries. Based on her analysis, only with a 20% success rate would a forger have a chance of succeeding once out 10 tries. Only after reaching a 25% success rate would a forger notice a qualitative change. Once a forger reached that milestone, they would generally succeed once or twice out of 10 tries. If they allowed intermediate forgers to produce the strengthening device, they would be pushing their luck. Cream Coco, who stood beside Melancholic Smile, nodded her agreement. After a long period of research and experimentation, she decided that, as long as the system calculated success rate was below 20%, she would give up on making the item. After all, her chances of successfully crafting the item were too low. Even if she did produce the item, the firm would only take a loss. Wasting money was one thing, but wasting resources was another thing altogether. The resources in God's domain were limited. The materials required to produce advanced items were even rarer. It would be foolish to produce an item without guaranteed success. Look at this, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he retrieved a fist-sized aqua blue ingot and placed it on the table. Immediately, Melancholic Smile and Coco were stunned. The mana the ore faintly emitted was actually denser than the mana from the magic crystal. When the two forgers clicked to read the item's introduction, their jaws dropped. Guild leader, where did you get this? Melancholic Smile locked her eyes with Shi Feng's, excitement evident on her face. Do you have a lot of them? Mysterious flames were extremely rare in God's domain. They were so rare that, even after a long investigation, Melancholic Smile had not found any clues leading to a single mysterious flame. She only knew about mysterious flames to begin with because of the ice blue devil flame in the candlelight trading firm's special workshops. Shi Feng had left behind this mysterious flame. However, after one obtained a mysterious flame, they could only place it in up to 3 workshops. If not for the ice blue devil flame, they would not have reached a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. However, the mana source ore was the perfect item to make up for their lack of mysterious flames. The intermediate mana source ore Shi Feng had revealed could grant an ordinary flame the effects of a tier 3 mysterious flame. The only downside was that, unlike true mysterious flames that could be used indefinitely, the ore was only effective for 30 minutes. With the aid of a tier 3 mysterious flame, the intermediate forgers could at least reach a 25% success rate with the strengthening devices. If they had a large stock of intermediate mana source ore, these intermediate forgers could definitely produce the strengthening devices. Currently, the Candlelight Trading Firm had close to 20 intermediate forgers, more than their strengthening device forging designs. If they allowed 3 intermediate forgers with the highest success rates to learn their 3 remaining forging designs, they could double their production team. Meanwhile, if the 3 of them utilized the intermediate mana source ore, their success rate might even exceed 50%. Including the basic meditation room's effects, if they forged strengthening devices non-stop, they might achieve a production volume of more than 700 devices. Rather than suffering a slower production rate due to the system upgrade, they could significantly increase their production. They could absolutely hit the target Shi Feng had requested. Relax, I have enough for your needs. Shi Feng nodded, laughing. He then took out a table-sized design and unfurled it. This was none other than the bronze engineering locomotive design that he had purchased from Sin Heart. Melancholic, you're the most familiar with the trading firm's people. Look for a few trustworthy engineers and alchemists and work with them to produce this item. After glancing at the design and its name, Melancholic Smile was thoroughly stupefied. Cream Coco stared at the design as if she were looking at a priceless treasure, her eyes sparkling brightly. Although the design before them was an engineering design, the manufacturing procedure involved 3 classes: engineers, forgers, and alchemists, the 3 major lifestyle classes. Moreover, the manufacturing procedure required a lot of its crafters. The engineering locomotive was far more difficult to manufacture than the strengthening device. One mistake could lead to failure. 915 Difference. In Mounts Chapter 915, difference in Mounts' importance to players went without saying. Even Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa understood the importance of any mount, not to mention bronze mounts. Currently, God's Domain's elite and expert players moved ever closer to level 40. However, how could common mounts possibly satisfy these experts? Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was easier said than done. Even large guilds could only get their hands on a few, and these mounts were usually reserved for the guild's upper echelons. The other members could only dream of riding one. If it were truly possible to produce bronze mounts, they would sell tens of times better than the strengthening device. However, the engineering locomotive was extremely difficult to manufacture. At the very minimum, they needed an advanced engineer, an advanced forger, and an advanced alchemist to have any possibility of success. Even if they were equipped with a variety of support tools, they'd be lucky if they had even a 30% success rate of producing the locomotive. In addition, manufacturing the engineering locomotive was a tedious process. It would take a very long time just to produce one. Producing one per day would be an impressive feat. Guild leader, this engineering locomotive is too difficult to manufacture. It also requires so many materials. Even if we successfully produce one, the cost will be astounding. Are we really going to make this regardless of the cost? Melancholic Smile's lips twitched slightly as she read the listed materials recorded on the design. The hardest part of crafting the engineering locomotive would be the power unit. The power unit alone required 30 magic crystals. Other components such as alchemy arrays also required magic crystals. After taking all of the miscellaneous components into account, they needed a total of 50 magic crystals to produce one engineering locomotive. In addition, the mount's manufacturing required certain rare materials such as fine steel ingots. A fine steel ingot was the product of refining fine iron with other materials, and one only had a chance of obtaining fine iron from mining hematite ore. On the market, a refined steel ingot cost around 30 silver. That was practically the equivalent of a piece of level 30 bronze equipment. However, there were fewer refined steel ingots available on the market than level 30 bronze equipment. Meanwhile, the engineering locomotive required 20 refined iron ingots, a total cost of 6 gold. Based on market value, producing a single bronze engineering locomotive cost roughly 25 gold. In reality though, as most of the materials could be sourced from their guild, they wouldn't have to spend that much. Even so, the final cost would still be around 20 gold. Based on their current success rate, it could cost anywhere from 100 gold to 160 gold to craft one engineering locomotive. Meanwhile, a single bronze mount currently sold for around 300 gold. It was not nearly as profitable as the strengthening devices. The only advantage the engineering locomotive had was its demand. If they offered the mounts for sale, someone would buy them if the price were reasonable. If they wished to save more money, they would need the help of a master engineer. Although there was only a single rank difference between an advanced engineer and a master engineer, the latter could increase the success rate of producing the engineering locomotive by around 30%. After including the bonuses from various tools, they could achieve a success rate of 60% or higher. With such a high success rate, they could reduce their total cost to 40 gold or lower. They could also produce the mounts much faster. How many advanced engineers do we have right now? Shi Feng realized how high the production cost was. However, he had already signed an agreement with the secret pavilion. They had to manufacture the engineering locomotives regardless of the cost. Moreover, producing the engineering locomotive would allow lifestyle classes to rapidly gain proficiency. We only have 2 people at the moment. There are 3 others who are close to reaching the advanced engineer rank, Melancholic Smile replied. 2? Shi Feng frowned. Based on their current manufacturing speed, producing 10 engineering locomotives in 5 days would be cutting it very close. Have them begin the process. I'll help to produce some of the components as well. I'll contact them right away, Melancholic Smile said. She was momentarily stunned when she heard that Shi Feng would also take part. Hurriedly, she continued, if they find out that our guild leader will be leading this project, they will die from excitement. In Star Moon Kingdom, the majority of players addressed Black Flame by his title as the Sword King. Most had probably forgotten Black Flame's past identity. However, while ordinary players had forgotten his past fame, to lifestyle players, the title of Star Moon Kingdom's Chief Forger still resounded in their ears. Moreover, Melancholic Smile understood one thing very clearly. Shi Feng had been the first to become an advanced forger. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shi Feng and said, Guild leader, 2 people have entered our guild residence. Both are level 40 players. Moreover, their mounts are high quality. They are saying that they have something very important to talk to you about. 2 people with high-ranking mounts? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. Reaching level 40 was still very difficult at this stage of the game, much less obtaining high-ranking mounts. Do you know their identities? I've never met either of them. Moreover, they aren't wearing a guild emblem. Although, it is possible that they purposely removed it, Aqua Rose said as she shook her head. She had seen most of God's Domain's mainstream experts at least once. However, she had zero recollection of the two people that had arrived. Even after sending her subordinates to investigate, she had not obtained any information on these players. This is interesting. Alright, I'll head over right away. Shi Feng could not help his curiosity. After disconnecting the call, he rode the demonic flame tiger back to Zero Wing's residence. In front of Zero Wing's residence, as Zero Wing had announced another mass recruitment, players crowded around the guild's residence. However, there was a clearing within the crowd where players had given two people a wide berth. Two massive mounts rested beside these players. Nobody dared to approach either of them. Who are these people? They look so strong. They aren't here to cause trouble, right? When the players who had come to apply to Zero Wing saw the Berserker Bloodsucker and the assassin Kirin, they were shocked by the two's auras and equipment. The advanced horse carriage is so slow. When will Masked and the others get here? Kirin exclaimed as he looked at the time, paying no attention to the surrounding crowd. As soon as Kirin finished speaking, an advanced horse carriage approached from one end of the street. A moment later, the advanced horse carriage stopped before Zero Wing's residence, and 4 people stepped out. Mysterious. Iron mounts are wonderful. Once I reach level 40, I will have to find one of my own. Masked, don't even think about obtaining a mysterious iron mount. They aren't weeds that sprout up everywhere. Even those with titles in the guild are struggling to get their hands on one, let alone someone like you. The 4 people that had emerged from the carriage chatted merrily amongst themselves. However, when the crowd saw these 4 newcomers, they were flabbergasted. All 4 were level 39. Although the pressure these 4 people gave off was not as strong as the 2 that had already arrived, when these 4 players stood together, they felt like 4 ferocious beasts. A single glance from them was enough to give one shivers. This is Zero Wing's residence. It's quite big, but it's rather shabby. The standard of the guild members isn't much to look at either. Masked Angel gave a rough evaluation after a cursory examination of Zero Wing's residence. The other 3 agreed with Masked Angel. However, the Zero Wing members coming and going were somewhat annoyed when they heard the comment. Zero Wing's residence had cost a lot of gold to build. Even if it did not rank number 1 in Starmoon Kingdom, it ranked near the top. However, these people spoke as if their residence belonged in the slums. These Zero Wing members had intended to argue with these people. However, when they saw a black figure appear at the entrance, they immediately fell silent. Even the independent players lining up outside the residence stared at this figure with admiration. Although the giant, snow-white wolf and pitch-black warhorse in front of the entrance were quite attractive, they were on an entirely different level from the demonic flame tiger that had appeared like lightning. In front of the demonic flame tiger, the wolf and warhorse were practically newborns. 9116 Dark Players. Chapter 916. Dark Players. What rank is that mount? Masked Angel was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the towering, majestic demonic flame tiger. Although he already knew that Zero Wing possessed this mount, after witnessing it personally, he could not help his surprise. Both Bloodsucker's and Kirin's mounts were mysterious, iron mounts. However, when comparing their mounts to the demonic flame tiger, he finally understood something. The difference between their mounts was not just 1 rank. Standing there, he could feel the demonic flame tiger give off a significantly powerful pressure. Generally, he only felt this pressure from chieftain-ranked monsters. Could it be a fine gold mount? This question simultaneously surfaced in Masked Angel and his companions' minds. Even God's Domain's major powers did not have a single fine gold mount. Currently, the best mount they had was of secret silver rank. However, what truly shocked them was Shi Feng's level. Shi Feng was not currently using the demon mask to disguise himself as Black Flame. He did not even bother hiding his level, so if one paid attention, they would discover that Shi Feng had already reached level 42. He was actually 2 levels higher than Bloodsucker and Kirin. There was not a single player with such a high level throughout the various empires. It was hard to imagine that such an expert resided in a kingdom. I am Yi Feng, an honorary elder of Zero Wing. Our guild leader has some urgent matters to attend to, so he can't meet with you right now. I can represent Zero Wing in any matters you wish to discuss. May I know what business you have with Zero Wing? Shi Feng asked, chuckling as he swept a glance over Bloodsucker and the others as he remained on the demonic flame tiger. Even an elementalist like Phoenix Rain had only reached level 39. Yet among these 6 people, not only had 2 surpassed Phoenix Rain, but the other 4 were the same level. Achieving such a high level was impossible without a special method or a powerful team. To Aqua Rose, these players might be strangers. To Shi Feng, however, they were extremely familiar. All 6 players were super red names belonging to the dark guild known as Raven. Raven had appeared in the virtual gaming world in the past. It was an upstart guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. Moreover, even now, Raven was not famous in the least. Dark guilds could not compete against normal guilds in terms of member count. However, the Raven Guild's member count was impressive with less than 1,000 members. Even a decade after God's Domain had launched, the guild had less than 3,000 members. However, nobody in God's Domain dared to underestimate Raven. In the past, Raven had been one of the top 6 dark guilds in God's Domain. The guild was extremely powerful. Even super guilds had avoided provoking it. While the 6 people before him looked like ordinary players, this was only a disguise. Without an advanced identification skill, one could not uncover any of their information. This disguise was similar to the demon mask. It could even hide one's aura. However, under Shi Feng's omniscient eyes, nothing would remain hidden. Such dense blood auras. How many people have they killed already? When Shi Feng used omniscient eyes, he discovered that their names were no longer red. Rather, they were thoroughly black. In God's domain, when one actively killed other players, aside from their IDs changing color, a faint red blood aura would surround their bodies. However, this blood aura was barely visible. Generally, only after one had killed hundreds of players would this blood aura become more evident. Even so, this blood aura would gradually fade with time. However, the blood aura surrounding the 6 before him was powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Currently, their blood auras had thickened into a bloody mist that enveloped a radius of 4 to 5 yards around them. Shi Feng could not even begin to fathom just how many players these 6 people had killed to achieve such a dense blood aura. However, this was still not why their IDs had turned black. In God's domain, only players who had committed unforgivable sins would sport pitch-black IDs. This was a type of curse. This curse could allow players to grow stronger. In return, however, cursed players were restricted to areas controlled by the dark forces. If NPC guards in an ordinary NPC city found them, the consequences would be unimaginably severe. Hello, my name is Bloodsucker. This place isn't suited for our discussion. Why don't we look for somewhere more private to talk? Bloodsucker suggested, smiling faintly as he looked at Shi Feng. All right, follow me. Shi Feng nodded. He then led Bloodsucker and the others into Zero Wing's residence. After Shi Feng entered the guild residence, the crowd outside of the residence grew excited. Their eagerness to join Zero Wing grew. Inside the reception room of Zero Wing's residence, as Shi Feng was about to prepare some refreshments for Bloodsucker and the others, Bloodsucker stopped him. I believe that Elder Ye Feng has already used an advanced identification skill on us, right? Bloodsucker said, smiling. I'm certain that you already know who we are. As you've seen, we are red players, or to put it another way, dark players. Shi Feng nodded without attempting to hide his actions. Now that God's domain had already been operating for so long, most guilds had a few people with advanced identification skills. Hence, there was no point in hiding his actions. We are members of the Dark Guild Raven. You might not have heard of us as our guild has only recently established, but as for Raven's strength, you have seen for yourself. We have come here today seeking to cooperation with Zero Wing, Bloodsucker explained. Cooperation with Zero Wing? How do you wish to cooperate? Shi Feng asked curiously. Generally, dark guilds and adventure guilds minded their own businesses and tended to avoid each other. Moreover, Raven possessed powerful financial backers. The guild did not have that many members either, so it should be very easy for the guild to develop. Raven shouldn't need to cooperate with any other guild. That's right. We've investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. On the surface, while it might look like Zero Wing has a lot of experts, there are only a few true experts in the guild. If Zero Wing wants to progress in the Dark Arena, relying on these few experts is not nearly enough. Even the Asura battle team's victory in the next match is unlikely. Furthermore, since the system upgrade, the various major powers have begun to invest heavily into the Dark Arena. It will be very difficult for Zero Wing to earn money there in the future. You've already seen our strengths for yourself. If Zero Wing has Raven's assistance, your guild will have a fighting chance for the position of the Dark Arena's organizer. Not only can Zero Wing earn an astronomical sum of money each day, but you can also gain various rare materials. With these resources, Zero Wing will be able to expand easily and afford to nurture its lifestyle and expert players. I'm sure you can see the benefits of such an outcome. When Bloodsucker finished his proposal, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, several pieces of Bloodsucker and Kieran's equipment revealed the special glowing effect of epic equipment. Bloodsucker and Kieran's weapons, in particular, were epic weapons. With this array of equipment, they could rank at the peak of God's domain. What do you want in return? Shi Feng asked, somewhat interested. Just as Bloodsucker had said, in the eyes of ordinary players, Zero Wing seemed like a guild full of experts. However, in the Elite Dark Arena, Zero Wing was bland. Currently, only he, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud could reliably win a fight. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose was still a little off the mark. 917 Proof of Strength. Chapter 917, Proof of Strength. The Dark Guild Raven maintained a relatively low profile during the early stages of God's domain. The guild always moved covertly. The guild's desire to maintain a low profile was evident by the lack of guild emblems on Bloodsucker and his companions. If not for Raven trying to display its strength to gain Zero Wing's trust, the group would never act so flamboyantly. Shi Feng had to admit that this was one of the benefits that Zero Wing enjoyed as it moved closer to the top of God's domain. Whenever he had an issue, people would oftentimes take the initiative to offer their cooperation. If Zero Wing were a third-rate guild or an unrated guild, meeting people like Bloodsucker would be impossible, not to mention inspiring these people to find him. Shi Feng's straightforward question had left Bloodsucker slightly stunned. He had initially thought that Shi Feng would play with words, driving him to state his conditions. After all, during negotiations, the side that revealed their terms first would be at a disadvantage. However, he had never imagined that Shi Feng would ask him so blatantly. He wasn't used to this. The guild had sent him, specifically, to negotiate with Zero Wing because he was one of the guild's stronger members. Now, however, all of his subtle arguments he had prepared to persuade Shi Feng and his efforts to show off Kirin and his team's strength had gone to waste. What? You don't have any conditions? Shi Feng chuckled. No, it's just that your straightforwardness surprised me a little. After all, Raven is only a small, unknown guild, Bloodsucker said, shaking his head. Since Elder Yifeng has said as much, I'll tell you Raven's conditions. In return for Raven assisting the Asura battle team, we want 50% of the income you gain from the Dark Arena. You guys sure are ballsy. 50% is too much. I can offer you 20% at most. Shi Feng instantly rejected Bloodsucker's offer. He was already splitting the income from the Dark Arena with Phoenix Rain. If the Raven Guild took another 50%, Zero Wing would be left with nothing. I'm guessing that you don't fully understand Raven's strength. How about we prove ourselves first? We can negotiate afterward. Bloodsucker frowned when he heard Shi Feng's offer. However, he was not surprised by it. Their guild had remained in the shadows. As of now, practically nobody knew how terrifying Raven was. If not for the resources the recently launched Mindspace system required, they would not have sought out Zero Wing for cooperation. In his opinion, Shi Feng had only offered such a low percentage because he didn't know Raven's true power. However, once they showed Shi Feng that, with Raven's assistance, Zero Wing's chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer would improve, he would agree to 50%. After all, this was a sure profit exchange. Proof? Shi Feng understood Bloodsucker's train of thought. However, he really could not afford to lose 50%. As Shi Feng considered rejecting Bloodsucker's offer, he suddenly had a good idea. Previously, his head had ached over the lack of experts. Now that he had a chance to gain the help of 6 top-tier experts, it would be a waste not to put them to good use. Following which, he nodded and smiled, saying, If Raven wants to prove its strength, I just happen to have a very difficult quest that I need some expert help with. If you can show me that you are sufficiently powerful during this quest, there might be room for further negotiations. Of course, I'll pay you for your help. No problem, you can leave this quest to Raven. As for the remuneration, there's no need. Consider this Raven's gift to Zero Wing, Bloodsucker confidently stated. From the beginning, proving Raven's strength had been their goal in coming here. When the time came, they would shock Zero Wing's members. I still need to prepare. It'll take around 3 hours. You should do the same. This quest is very difficult. I just need you to send a party of 6 experts, Shi Feng said. No need. The 6 of us will be enough, Bloodsucker assured. Seeing Bloodsucker's determination, Shi Feng ended the conversation. After leaving the reception room, he contacted Yulan, telling her that they could challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial immediately. Both sides would send 50 experts each, and Zero Wing would lead the team. Yulan agreed upon receiving Shi Feng's message. Her original plan had been to challenge the entrance trial in 3 days. However, the system upgrade had wasted nearly 2 days, so they had no choice but to delay the operation by 2 more. However, after the system upgrade, lifestyle players' production speed had slowed significantly. As a result, the various large guilds now urgently needed a batch of advanced lifestyle players. Naturally, the sooner she got her hands on Titan City slots, the better. After confirming the plan with Yulan, Shi Feng contacted White Knight, having him send 14 of their experts over. Zero Wing's members would fill the remaining 30 slots. Although Shi Feng did not know what kind of experts Yulan would dispatch, he had a true gathering of experts. With these experts' combat power, they had a very high chance of clearing Titan City's trial as long as everyone followed his commands. After 2 hours, 50 players had gathered inside a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. These players consisted of 3 groups, Zero Wing, Raven, and Owl. Needless to say, Raven's members were absurdly strong regarding level and equipment. However, Owl's members had shocked both Zero Wing and Raven. Everyone's jaws hit the floor after Owl's members, led by White Knight, joined them in the restaurant and discarded their cloaks. They were all level 42. One could easily rank among an empire's top 10 players in terms of levels at level 40. Moreover, these top 10 included those who hid their levels. Yet, White Knight and his team were all level 42. Aside from their high levels, every member of White Knight's team wore absurdly powerful equipment. Among them, 4 possessed equipment on par with Bloodsucker and Kirin. As for White Knight, the group's leader, his equipment surpassed Bloodsucker's. The Ranger's aura was also incomparably sharp. Due to this, Bloodsucker felt pressured. Who are these people? Bloodsucker watched White Knight and the others, shock filling his heart. Are they Zero Wing's hidden experts? Kirin and the others also felt immense pressure from Owl's members. Previously, they had felt nervous when they met Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other top-tier experts. Now, an even more frightening group had arrived. Their hearts, which had brimmed with confidence, now faltered. Theoretically, level 40 players should stand at the very forefront of God's domain, yet so many level 42 experts stood before them. They even began to wonder if there had been a flaw in the reports they had received. Shortly after White Knight and the others had arrived, Yulan led a large group of players into the high-class restaurant. 918 Holy City of Titan. Chapter 918 Holy City of Titan. The high-class restaurants in the Nobles District were famed for their luxury. Even large guilds' elite members were reluctant to dine in these restaurants. These players would rather have a few drinks at a bar or eat their fill of ordinary food to get more bang for their buck. Upon joining Shi Feng and the others in the restaurant, Yulan glanced at the various players. Immediately, she was shocked. How does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulan had already thoroughly investigated Zero Wing, so she was very aware of Zero Wing's current combat power. She had never imagined that Zero Wing still had secrets. Owls and Ravens members were the source of her surprise. Even the lowest among them was level 39, with the majority having reached level 42. Zero Wing's team composition overwhelmed the team she had struggled to establish. Among her players, the highest was only level 39, while the others were level 38. Although there was only a difference of 2 or 3 levels, the gap between level 39 and level 40 was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unless one had equipment that could reduce level requirements, otherwise they could only wear level 40 equipment upon reaching level 40. However, such equipment was extremely rare. Generally, only epic items had such an attribute. There was a huge difference in terms of basic attributes between level 35 and level 40 equipment. If they had so many high-level experts working together, clearing Titan City's entrance trial would be much easier. Moreover, Yulan could tell that even if White Knight and Bloodsucker were members of super guilds, they would be considered apex experts. It would be very difficult to find an expert in Underworld that could contend with these two. Big Brother Wolf, do you know that Ranger and Berserker? Yulan asked Werewolf quietly. The pressure she felt from White Knight and Bloodsucker was extremely powerful. They were like beacons in absolute darkness. Even if she fought it, it would be hard not to notice them. Among the information she had on God's Domain's experts, nothing had been recorded on these two individuals. Although she did not know who these two were, Werewolf might know them. After all, Werewolf had once shone brightly in the virtual gaming world. Although he had later stepped away, he knew far more hidden experts than she did. I don't know them. However, I am sure that both of them are martial artists. Extremely powerful ones at that, Werewolf replied, his thoughts a little complex as he examined Shi Feng's team. A few months ago, Zero Wing had merely been an unknown, upstart guild in White River City. Even Zero Wing's experts at that time weren't worth his attention, yet now, the guild had several people on par with him in terms of combat standards. As for White Knight and Bloodsucker, who he had never seen before, even he had to admit that he was weaker than them. Werewolf could not help but wonder what kind of charm an upstart guild like Zero Wing had to attract so many experts. Even first-rate gods weren't capable of this feat. It really makes you wonder just where the guild leader has found so many experts. Overwhelming Smile's members must be scared stiff right about now. Blackie giggled when he saw Yulan and her Overwhelming Smile team's shock. The rest of Zero Wing's members agreed with Blackie. When White Knight's group had arrived, even they were surprised. Shi Feng stepped forward and said, Miss Yulan, now that everyone is here, should we reform the team? All right, everyone, leave your teams. Yulan nodded as she pinned Shi Feng with a penetrating gaze. Although she had already known that Yi Feng would lead the expedition to Titan City, she had been somewhat surprised to receive this news. She thought that Black Flame would lead this expedition. This was not because she doubted Yi Feng's strength. However, Black Flame was far more experienced with commanding a team. It was of the utmost importance that they cleared Titan City's entrance trial. After all, once they could enter the holy city of Titan, they could rapidly nurture advanced lifestyle players. In the future, they would have a greater advantage when competing with other trading firms. I'll start dividing the workload. I want everyone to send me a list of your skills, Shi Feng instructed Yulan and the others after inviting them to his team. That is a guild secret. How can we just reveal that information to an outsider? Overwhelming Smile's members immediately complained. All guilds kept their players' basic attributes and skills secret. It was especially true for guild experts. If others discovered this information, it would be very easy to exploit their weaknesses. Shi Feng then looked towards Yulan and said seriously, I believe you know how difficult Titan City's entrance trial is. If I don't know everyone's abilities, I can't guarantee our success. After giving it some thought, Yulan nodded and said, It's all right, tell him. Titan City's entrance trial was much harder than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. If the team leader did not even know what skills his members possessed, it would be hard for him to issue effective commands. After receiving Yulan's instructions, Overwhelming Smile's members sent their skill lists to Shi Feng, albeit reluctantly. As for the skills Owl's and Raven's members possessed, the two groups had long since notified Shi Feng. Owl's members had not held back in the least. However, Shi Feng was certain that Raven's members had held back some information. Regardless, though, it would not affect the overall situation. After Shi Feng examined the skills of Overwhelming Smile's members, he was a little surprised. 23 of these players wielded berserk skills. Among them, Yulan had learned a large-scale destruction spell and a large-scale buff spell. This would be of great help to the team. Before we enter Titan City, I'll give everyone certain responsibilities. Make sure you understand your tasks. When the time comes, you just need to do your part. Shi Feng then called up his system interface and split everyone into groups. Shi Feng had split the team of 100 players into 5 teams of 20. Among them, one team would serve as the main force while the remaining 4 would serve as support. Raiding Titan City's entrance trial was different from raiding a 100-man team dungeon where players only had to deal with one boss at a time. The entrance trial resembled a field battle. Only, the team would face far more danger. In the entrance trial, one could encounter a powerful boss at any time. It was even possible for multiple bosses to appear at once. It would not come as a surprise if one mistake led to a team wipe. Hence, they needed to prepare before they challenged the trial. There was only one MT on the main team, Cola. This decision confused Yulan and the others. Cola was only level 40, while the Guardian Knight White Knight had brought was level 42. In terms of techniques, the Guardian Knight was also much stronger than Cola. No matter how they looked at it, Cola should not be the main team's MT. Even if Shi Feng placed Cola on the main team, he should include another MT. How was a single MT going to tank a boss? However, Shi Feng did not bother to explain his decision. He had chosen Cola because he had previously passed the epic-ranked Dragon Scale Shield to the MT. With this shield alone, none of the other MTs could compete with Cola. Not to mention, Cola was using the Tier 1 set equipment for Guardian Knights. Comparing basic attributes, he was stronger than Moonlight Knight, Owl's level 42 Guardian Knight by a large margin. He was the best choice to serve as the lead MT. After the various tasks had been distributed, Yulan took out a golden key and began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, a pair of tightly shut black stone doors appeared in the hall. The stone doors towered over 3 meters high, and there were countless magical runes carved into the door's stone. As the thick, heavy doors slowly parted, a terrifying aura surged out, and everyone immediately felt a powerful mental suppression weigh on them. This mental suppression could rival that of Grand Lords. However, every player here was an expert. Even if the mental suppression affected them, the effects were minimal. After everyone calmed their nerves, Shi Feng took the lead and stepped through the doors. One after another, the other players followed him. 99 Titans Legend. Chapter 99 Titans Legend. The holy city of Titan was buried in God's domains underground. Complex terrain surrounded Titan City, forming a natural maze. Players could easily get lost within the maze as they searched for Titan City. Although Titan City was underground, crystals that radiated a bright blue glow covered the cavern's ceiling. Hence, visibility was not an issue. After Shi Feng and the others entered the transfer gate, they had been teleported to this maze's entrance. This place is spectacular. As this was Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other members' first time here, they were captivated. Even experts like White Knight and Bloodsucker found the scene awe-inspiring. Aside from the spectacular scenery, 10 towering statues of Titans loomed at the entrance. All 10 radiated a boundless aura. In front of these statues, players like themselves were no more significant than insects. Although they had known that the quest Shi Feng had called them to help with was not simple, after witnessing this, they grew serious. With their sharp senses, they felt warnings of death from their surroundings the instant they reached this area. It was especially true for the entrance. It felt more like the maw of a gigantic beast. These are just statues, yet they have such powerful auras. Are these statues alive? Aqua Rose's slender brows creased slightly as she swept her gaze over the statues before her. She could feel the surrounding pressure originating from these 10 statues. If they had to fight while bathed in this aura, they would suffer a disadvantage. Relax. Those are just statues. Their purpose is to frighten monsters and prevent them from approaching, Shi Feng explained. These 10 statues were the sculptures of the 10 saints who had founded the holy city of Titan. According to legend, every saint possessed enough strength to rival gods. Before they had died, these 10 saints had used their remaining power to construct Titan armaments. As long as one equipped the Titan armaments, one could rival the gods themselves. However, after several catastrophes struck Titan City, these Titan armaments had been lost. In his previous life, Shi Feng had been fortunate enough to see one of these Titan armaments. Although it had only been a pair of gloves, the gloves were legendary rank. The gloves greatly increased the wearer's strength attribute. Even while using a fragmented legendary weapon, the player that had owned the Titan gloves had fought a player wielding a legendary ranked battle axe to a standstill. Among the equipment in God's domain, weapons provided the most benefits to a player's combat power, yet this pair of gloves had provided enough strength to rival a legendary weapon. One could just imagine how powerful the Titan armaments were. In Shi Feng's opinion, it was possible to rival a god if a player obtained the complete set of Titan armaments. Unfortunately, the Titan armaments were a mystery to players. Even after 10 years, players had only discovered 3 Titan armaments. Moreover, 3 different players had owned them. These players had been the targets of numerous assassination attempts in the past. Alright, let's head inside, Shi Feng said as he clapped his hands. After everyone took up their formation, they officially entered Titan City's entrance trial. After several minutes of traveling down the straight pathway, the team halted. Leader, there are 4 paths ahead. Which one should we take? Aqua Rose asked Shi Feng. Should we send someone to scout ahead? Each path felt equally dangerous to her, so it was impossible to determine which path they should take. Which path did you take last time? Although Shi Feng knew which path they should take, he still asked Yulan. We investigated all 4 paths the last time we were here. Among them, a great lord guards the first path, while the next 2 are littered with traps and ambushing monsters. A large number of mobs guard the last. After we had killed those monsters, we discovered that the path led to another crossroad. In the end, we took the path with the Great Lord. However, after a short distance, 3 Great Lords annihilated us, Yulin explained. Truth be told, they had gathered almost no information before they reached an abrupt end. Hence, Yulan had thought to search for experts to challenge the 3 bosses. When Overwhelming Smiles members recalled the 3 Great Lords that had ganged up on them, a chill ran down their spines. There were not many players who could face a Great Lord, not to mention 3 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, even a 100-man team would be hard-pressed to deal with one Great Lord here because, aside from the Great Lord itself, there were many monsters traveling with the Great Lord. Before they had dealt with the 3 Great Lords, the weaker monsters had swarmed and slaughtered them. So, that's the case. Let's go down the path with the crossroad then, Shi Feng nodded. Generally, the path with a boss, it should be the correct option. Taking the path with the crossroad is a waste of time, Yulin explained. That might be true in other virtual reality games, but in God's domain, it is only half correct, Shi Feng said, chuckling. This is an entrance trial. Our ultimate goal is to pass through the maze, not to defeat the bosses, isn't that right? In reality, all 4 paths led to Titan City. If a team were strong enough, they could choose the most difficult path, which contained various bosses. This path was also the most direct and would save the most time. In contrast, the path with the crossroads, as Yulan had said, would be time-consuming. However, it was the safest path among the 4. Yulan's group had grown comfortable with the mindset of using brute force to resolve issues. Hence, they had chosen to challenge the most difficult path after entering the entrance trial. It was no wonder why they had only traveled a short distance before team-wiping. The first time Shi Feng had come here in his previous life, he had been just as ignorant. He and his team had insisted on taking the most difficult path and killing all of the bosses. In the end, they suffered team wipe after team wipe. Fortunately, unlike Yulan's group, his team was not as simple-minded. When they challenged a boss, they had a cleric stay some distance away from the team to revive everyone in the event that the boss slaughtered them. This way, they could challenge the bosses endlessly. Moreover, as this was an entrance trial, no matter how many times players died here, they would not lose any EXP after reviving, although they would lose some skill proficiency. After Yulan and the others heard Shi Feng's reasoning, realization dawned on them, following which Shi Feng led everyone down the path with the crossroads. As they progressed through the maze, Shi Feng often deliberately took the wrong path, leading the team into difficult situations and traps. However, with the team's abilities, overcoming the traps and level 40 or so elemental beings wasn't an issue. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the team arrived before a large temple. The temple was as big as 5 football fields, and a pair of tightly shut iron doors sealed its entrance. A steel statue with glowing red eyes that stood over 10 meters tall walked back and forth before these iron doors. There were also groups of smaller steel statues patrolling the temple grounds like trained soldiers. Steel Slaughterer, Elemental Being, Grand Lord, Level 44, HP 50,000, 50,000 Steel Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord Level 42, HP 7,000,000, 7,007,000 Steel Watcher, Elemental Being, Elite Level 40, HP 120,000, 720,000, Cola you'll tank the Steel Slaughterer later. The other MTs will each handle 1 Guardian. White, lure those elite monsters to us first. All magical classes will assist to clear out the elites. Go. 920 Epic Shields Effects. Chapter 920, Epic Shields Effects. Sister Yulan, should we go? Why is a Grand Lord here? It's stronger than any of the bosses we faced before. Trying to fight that is suicidal. Shi Feng's commands had left Overwhelming Smiles members speechless. Although Shi Feng's orders sounded simple, carrying them out would be very difficult. Monsters surrounded the temple. There were at least over 400 Steel Watchers. Moreover, there were as many as 6 Steel Guardians. Any 20-man elite team would struggle against a Lord-ranked monster. Just luring a fraction of the Steel Watchers would be a challenge. These monsters stood too close to each other. If they attacked one of these monsters, they would alarm them all. Over 400 Watchers would chase them down. Everyone, get ready. Yulan understood exactly what Shi Feng was trying to do. However, while realizing this plan was difficult, she had committed to Shi Feng's leadership. Since he had not voiced any concerns with his plan, they had to believe in him. A short moment later, everyone fell into formation and prepared. Now, they only had to wait for the Ranger White Knight to lure the monsters. White Knight did not rush in luring the elite monsters. Rather, he stood to one side and waited patiently for the patrolling Steel Watchers to move past before he attacked. However, White Knight did not attack the elite monsters directly. Instead, he set up a trap along the Steel Watchers' path. Rangers were not just adept at ranged attacks. The class was also capable of setting various kinds of traps. White Knight had set a poison trap. When a monster stumbled into it, it would suffer a poison debuff and lose some HP every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Traps were not limited by range, but by time. Even if a player were 100 yards away from their trap, it would still trigger. After setting up a series of traps, White Knight distanced himself from the temple and waited for the patrol of Steel Watchers to return. After another few minutes, the Steel Watchers came back along their previous path. Without any suspense, one of the Steel Watchers triggered White Knight's trap, and its entire body took on a dark green hue. Although the remaining 19 watchers noticed the abnormality, White Knight was outside of their perception range. Hence, the 19 Steel Watchers stood there ignorantly as they searched for the enemy. However, the poisoned Steel Watcher was different. Not only had the trap inflicted damage, but it also now suffered a Do-T debuff. It charged towards White Knight immediately. Traps were like curses. When a monster fell into a trap, it would detect its target after a certain amount of time regardless of how far the target was from it. Only, this period wasn't long. After the time passed, the monster would similarly lose its target if the player were still outside its perception range. However, once the poisoned Steel Watcher had moved 10 yards closer to White Knight and just before the allotted time passed, it triggered another poison trap. As a result, the Steel Watcher confirmed White Knight's whereabouts and continued to charge towards the ranger. In such a way, the Steel Watcher triggered a series of 3 traps, the traps luring it roughly 30 yards away from its companions. When the other Steel Watchers saw this, they cautiously followed the poisoned Watcher. Moreover, because of this Steel Watcher, 4 nearby patrol squads of Steel Watchers also began converging on White Knight's position. However, after a dozen or so yards, they abandoned their advance. After all, these monsters couldn't detect an enemy. Without a clear target, these Steel Watchers could not react properly. As for the Steel Guardians and Steel Slaughterer, they ignored the incident. Damn, that's possible? Minor Wind was stunned upon seeing this method. Minor Wind wasn't the only person present surprised. Yulin and the others also wore shocked expressions. With a single move, White Knight had lured the elite monsters away from the troublesome Lords and Grand Lord. With this, they didn't have to fear pulling the boss's aggro while they wiped out the elite monsters. Dealing with the bosses afterward would be much easier. After moving into the Watcher's perception range, White Knight knocked his arrows and fired 3 frost arrows at the poisoned Steel Watcher. The 3 arrows sped through the air and struck the poisoned elite. 6,618, 6,627, first 20,026, 1,02016. Not only did the poisoned Steel Watcher instantly lose a large portion of its HP, but its movement speed and attack speed had also been reduced. Just before the poisoned Steel Watcher reached White Knight, the ranger had depleted its 120,000 HP, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a loud boom. As for the Steel Watchers following closely behind, at Shi Feng's command, the team's ranged classes bombarded the monsters with AoE attack and control skills. After a moment, every Steel Watcher died without any need for an MT, granting everyone EXP. After dealing with the first wave of Steel Watchers, the following waves became much easier. Once the team had cleared over half of the Steel Watchers around the temple, the Steel Slaughterer and Guardians could no longer remain idle as they charged towards the team. Unlike the low-intelligent Steel Watchers, however, the Grand Lord and Lords immediately targeted the healers. Kola, intercept the Grand Lord. Other MTs, lead the Guardians away, Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. Kola, who resembled a grizzly bear, raised his dragon-scale shield and charged at the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer towered like a mountain. In front of its gigantic stature, Kola was an insignificant ant. Moreover, no player could stand against the power of a Grand Lord's charge. They had to dodge it if they wanted to survive. Contrary to expectations, however, Kola moved straight towards the Steel Slaughterer's feet, raising his shield and bellowing a war cry. Tier 1, Skill, Justice Bash. Immediately, Kola's body released a golden glow as he doubled in size. He then crashed into the Slaughterer's calf. Boom. The powerful impact generated a strong wind that swept over the other players. Kola had only managed to stabilize his body after taking 3 steps back, a damage of more than 6,000 points appearing above his head. To Kola, who had 22,400 HP, the damage was acceptable. After the healers sent him a few heals, Kola's HP instantly recovered to full. As for the Steel Slaughterer, its charge had been abruptly halted, and it trembled slightly. The watching team members were stupefied. He blocked it, just like that? Yulan's mind froze. No MT could even stand against a level 40 Great Lord strength. They needed at least 3 to 5 MTs blocking to stop one of its attacks. But this was a Grand Lord, and even sending 5 MTs would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, Kola had stopped the Steel Slaughterer charge without any help. It was unbelievable. So, Zero Wing has such a powerful MT. I see why Yi Feng said that one person would be enough. White Knight, Bloodsucker, and the others were similarly shocked. Although they had not tested the Steel Slaughtherer's strength personally, they could make an educated guess. Most likely, no other MT on their team could replicate Kola's feat of tanking a Grand Lord by himself. This epic shield is the best. Kola was ecstatic as he looked at the shield in his hand. Initially, he had been prepared to be thrown when he charged at the Steel Slaughterer. In the end, however, he was only forced back by 3 steps. However, Kola quickly regained his focus and proceeded to use Shield of Vengeance against the Steel Slaughtherer's calf, causing 3475 damage. Shield of Vengeance came with a shock effect. Although its damage was not particularly high, the skill felt powerful to others and would draw a monster's attention to the skill's user. In the blink of an eye, the Steel Slaughterer switched focus to Kola. 921 Frightening Team. Chapter 921. Frightening Team with Kola tanking the Steel Slaughterer. The pressure on the team lessened significantly. Cola only needed 3 healers to stabilize his HP, so everyone else could deal with the 6 Steel Guardians and the remaining Steel Watchers without needing to push themselves too much. To ordinary players, the level 42 Lord-ranked Steel Guardians might be a nightmare, but to Shi Feng's team of top-tier experts, they weren't a problem. Any MT on the team could tank a Lord effortlessly on their own. Moreover, they only needed 1 healer to maintain their HPs. After the MTs stabilized their aggro on the bosses, the rest of the team dealt with the remaining 100 or so elite-ranked Steel Watchers. An ordinary expert player could defeat 2 or 3 elite monsters of the same level easily. As for this team, even the weakest among them could hold their own against a chieftain of the same level for a long time. Some were even capable of killing chieftains, or resisting a lord of the same level by themselves. If not for the threat of the Grand Lord, the team would have only needed a dozen or so players to deal with the 100+ elite monsters. At this moment, Yulin finally experienced what it felt like to have a powerful MT on the team. With a powerful MT, even a headache-inducing problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wing's MT is amazing. Even without using a life-saving skill, he only took around 15,000 damage after the Slaughterer skill hit him. Even Boss Wolf might have died instantly if he didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. How high is his defense? His HP is so high, it should be at least over 20,000. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were stunned by Cola's performance. Although Zero Wing is much stronger than we had expected, Raven is more capable than this. Bloodsucker had no intention of letting Zero Wing continue to occupy the spotlight. After all, their goal in coming here was to show Shi Feng their guild's strength. Following which, Bloodsucker led his party to attack a Steel Guardian. Generally, dealing with a Lord-ranked monster required a 20-man team of the same level. However, now that Turtledove single-handedly pinned down the Steel Guardian, Bloodsucker and his group of damage dealers could launch their attacks without holding back. Bloodsucker instantly appeared behind the Steel Guardian and used Chop on the Lord, his spear thrusting into the Lord's leg joint. Fully displaying the boundless strength of Berserkers, Bloodsucker's attack forced the Steel Guardian to one knee, a damage of over 8,000 points appearing above the Lord's head. Bloodsucker's attack had put an end to the Steel Guardian's offensive, following which, the Berserker used Whirlwind Slash, his spear striking the Steel Guardian's other leg joint, dealing over 6,000 damage and causing the Lord to fall, face first, to the ground. Suddenly, a black figure appeared above the Steel Guardian's head. This figure was none other than Raven's Kirin. Kirin's daggers rapidly sliced the Steel Guardian's head as he descended, leaving 6 deep cuts, each causing over 2,000 damage or over 4,000 damage with a critical hit. Once Kirin landed, he spun and used Absolute Strike on the back of the Lord's head. Instantly, a black streak of light pierced through the back of the Steel Guardian's head, exiting between its brows and devouring over 13,000 HP. The other Raven members joined the fray, bombarding the Steel Guardian with attacks. Overall, Raven's Steel Guardian lost HP far faster than the Steel Guardian that Overwhelming Smile dealt with. Moreover, Raven's members disabled the Guardian with every attack. As a result, Turtledove had an easy time tanking the Lord, so much so that she no longer required the help of a healer. However, Owl did not lag behind Raven in the least. The Adventurer team's 14 members fought 2 Steel Guardians simultaneously. White Knight's Steel Guardian in particular lost HP faster than Raven's target. White Knight's normal arrow attacks could deal over 3,000 damage to the Steel Guardian. When he used skills such as Burst Arrow, his attacks easily dealt over 10,000 damage, over 20,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Moreover, his attack speed was on par with an assassin's. With Owl and Raven's members taking action, 3 Steel Guardians were dealt with. As for Zero Wing's members, they focused on the Steel Slaughterer. The situation left Yulon speechless. Shi Feng's side had dealt with 80% of the battle, leaving her side with very little room to display their strength. Her side only needed to deal with 3 Steel Guardians and the remaining Watchers. Yulon even began to suspect that, even if her team of 50 stood idle, Shi Feng's side could finish the battle by themselves. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 Steel Guardians and the 100+ Steel Watchers were dead. In contrast, Shi Feng's entire team was also alive and well. Now, only the Steel Slaughterer remained. As the team began to think that they would easily pass this stage, the Steel Slaughterer stomped its feet. With a loud boom, the ground shattered. The following impact sent everyone flying. Although the players only received between 1,000 and 4,000 damage, they were all thrown 50 yards away from the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer then raised its hands. A gigantic blue magic array formed in the sky, countless arcs of lightning gathering at the Slaughterer's hands. Anything these blue arcs touched instantly turned into ash. As if Armageddon had arrived, the team could feel a deathly aura loom over them. The boss is going to activate a team wipe skill. All MTs, stand at the forefront and activate your life-saving skills. Everyone else, stand behind the MTs. Drink a magic resistance potion. Guardian Knights, activate your magic resistance aura, Shi Feng ordered, showing no signs of panic. After the monsters around the Steel Slaughterer died, the Grand Lord would activate a powerful AoE skill called Thunder Destruction. The skill's range covered the temple and its grounds, so it was impossible to dodge. Their only option was to survive it. On the other hand, if a team focused on the Steel Slaughterer without finishing off the other monsters, when the Grand Lord's HP fell below 70%, it would still use this move. After receiving this skill, the team would either be dead or crippled. Facing the Lords and Elites after that would only end with their deaths. Hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone flew into action. All 10 MTs stood in front of the team and activated either Shield Wall or Protection Blessing. As for the Clerics and Oracles standing at the rear, they cast their respective shields on the MTs. Simultaneously, everyone drank a basic magic resistance potion. Although the potion did not provide much magic resistance, it was better than none at all. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughtherer's fists hammered the ground. Immediately, blue ripples spread out from the Grand Lord. The collision from a single blue ripple forced the MTs back by 5 or 6 steps, shattering the support barriers around them and dealing around 8,000 damage to each. As for the others, the attack sent them flying. However, they received much less damage, only around 4,000. Quickly heal everyone, Shi Feng shouted. The Steel Slaughtherer's attack wouldn't only happen once, but multiple times. As soon as the healers finished casting the first wave of heals, the second shockwave struck, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Only after the sixth shockwave did the Slaughtherer's attack end. However, because of this shockwave attack, nearly half of the team members had died. As for the MTs standing on the front line, only 5 of the 10 were still alive. At this moment, everyone finally realized that they had greatly underestimated Grand Lords. A Grand Lord's AoE skills were far more powerful than an ordinary Great Lord. If not for Shi Feng's quick thinking, they might have team-wiped. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterer split into 2, transforming into a silvery white and a pitch-black Steel Slaughterer. The team was flabbergasted. They now had to face 2 Grand Lords. 922. Splendid Cooperation. Chapter 922. Splendid Cooperation. That's a doppelganger skill. This will be tough. Bloodsucker frowned when the Steel Slaughterer split into 2. He had a bad feeling about this. One of the worst kinds of skills players could come across when fighting bosses were doppelganger skills, particularly doppelgangers like this that did not have weakened attributes. The only saving grace was that such doppelgangers usually shared HP. Overall, however, the boss would be far more difficult to deal with than if it simply gone berserk and gained a huge boost to its attributes. Now that nearly half of their team was dead, their likelihood of defeating the 2 Grand Lords was very low. First of all, they only had half of their MTs. Secondly, the Grand Lord's overall combat power had not simply doubled. If the 2 Grand Lords superimposed their attacks, they would deal double the damage. Against such a powerful attack, even an MT like Kola would die without every healer focused on him. If these Grand Lords use that shockwave move again, we might as well give up. Yulan frowned, her willowy brows meeting, as she looked at the 2 Steel Slaughterers. She had never imagined that this Grand Lord would be so difficult to deal with. Guild leader, what should we do? Should we activate our berserk skills? Aqua Rose sent Shi Feng the whisper. Kola, tank the white one. Turtle Dove, you'll assist him. The other 3 MTs will be responsible for pinning down the black one. Keep them 50 yards away from each other. All healers stand in a triangular position to the 2 bosses and stand as far away as you can to heal the MTs, Shi Feng commanded calmly. The Steel Slaughterer was an important stage boss. The system would not allow players to clear the entrance trial so easily. Moreover, as Yulan had guessed, when the Steel Slaughterer HP fell below 30%, both Grand Lords would still use Thunder Destruction again. The skill wouldn't be any weaker than the previous attack either. In the past, before players had discovered an appropriate countermeasure, many expert teams had fallen to this move. Although nobody knew the reason behind Shi Feng's command, they moved according to his orders without hesitation. After all, it was only thanks to Shi Feng's guidance that they had come this far. Very quickly, everyone fell into position. Kola still had a relatively easy time dealing with the White Steel Slaughterer, receiving only 5,000 or 6,000 damage from each of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Even when a skill struck him, he only lost around 15,000 HP. When he had the buffs from Clerics and Oracle's shields when he received an attack, he received even less damage. On the Black Steel Slaughter side, however, Moonlight Knight, the lead MT for that doppelganger, teetered between life and death. Moonlight Knight lost over 8,000 HP due to a normal attack. Unfortunately, the Guardian Knight only had slightly over 19,000 HP, that was close to 3,000 points less than Kola. If he received one of the Grand Lord's skills without any buffs, he would die instantly. Although Moonlight Knight relied on his techniques and positioning to evade the Black Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the Grand Lord's speed and strength was overwhelming. Moreover, the boss's attacks covered a wide area. It was very difficult to bridge the gap with techniques and positioning alone. After all, the Guardian Knight class did not boast high agility, it was mainly a meat shield. Fortunately, with 3 MTs taking turns tanking the boss, they could, somehow, avoid fatalities. Everyone, focus your attacks on the white boss, Shi Feng shouted. Under Shi Feng's command, the team launched their skills at the White Steel Slaughterer. However, the Grand Lord's defense was quite high. Its innate magic resistance was also high due to it being an elemental being. The majority of the team members only dealt around 2,000 damage, 4,000 with critical hits. Even Bloodsucker and Kieran, powerful DPS players who wielded epic weapons, only dealt around 4,000 to 5,000 damage with their skills. As for White Knight, his overall damage was slightly higher than Bloodsucker. However, compared to White Knight and Bloodsucker, Shi Feng's and Fire Dance's damages were shocking. Epic weapon wielders like White Knight and Bloodsucker already dealt awe-inspiring damage, yet Shi Feng and Fire Dance surpassed them by a large margin. Upon arriving behind the Steel Slaughterer, Shi Feng brandished Killing Ray. Immediately, damages of over 6,000 points appeared above the boss's head, one after another. Moreover, every hit was a critical normal attack. When Shi Feng used a skill, his damage soared to 10 or 20,000. His performance was dazzling. The various players wouldn't be terribly surprised if only Shi Feng's performance were so magnificent, yet Fire Dance, who fought beside him, also resembled a humanoid lord. With an overwhelming lead, these two occupied the first and second place in the boss's damage rankings. Among them, Shi Feng only held first place with a small lead. Although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary weapon Thousand Transformations, Shi Feng's Abyssal Blade and Heavenly Dragon's Breath had both improved. Including the gap between their techniques and skills, Fire Dance had no advantage over Shi Feng. Moreover, they both possessed extremely high strength attributes. When the two of them attacked, they matched their attacks to strike a single location. One person's strength might not cause a significant impact, but with their strengths combined, their attacks affected the Steel Slaughterer. Unfortunately, such combination attacks were difficult to achieve. If both individuals had not reached a certain combat standard, accomplishing such a feat was practically impossible. Overall, Shi Feng and Fire Dance's occasional combination attacks against the Steel Slaughterer's joints had greatly lessened the burden on Cola and Turtledove. The healers could now split their concentration and focus more on the MTs on the other side. How are they accomplishing this? Am I seeing things? They can actually combine their attacks to shake such a powerful Grand Lord. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Shi Feng and Fire Dance's attack rhythms, which closely resembled each other's. They had never imagined that players could use this method to deal with bosses. Although they, as experts, could also match their attack rhythms with others, Shi Feng and Fire Dance's achievement was not that simple. These two were even capable of accurately striking the same position as if they had discussed this beforehand. In addition, they were fought impressively fast, which increased the feat's difficulty exponentially. The intricate control required to combine two sources of strength could easily cause an expert to go mad. This was no longer a lack of techniques. This feat required two people to possess a relatively high synchronization rate with each other. However, what everyone did not know was that during their daytime training sessions in the real world, Shi Feng often sparred with Fire Dance. Hence, they were very familiar with each other's attack patterns. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate this seamlessly. How high are their attributes? Bloodsucker and White Knight had not only noticed the two players' perfect coordination, they were actually more curious about Shi Feng and Fire Dance's basic attributes. Without sufficient strength, even if Shi Feng and Fire Dance could combine their attacks, they would not shake the Steel Slaughterer. Previously, Bloodsucker had thought that Shi Feng and Fire Dance was only slightly stronger than him in terms of attributes. After witnessing this, however, he finally understood just how wide the gap was between them. As for White Knight, he was curious about the guild Zero Wing. After witnessing Black Flame's performance, he had already begun to reevaluate his opinion of the upstart guild. Yet another two monsters had emerged from Zero Wing. Feng Xuanyang has truly doomed Underworld. Yulin's eyes twitched as she watched the team's damage statistics against the boss. Even now, Feng Xuanyang wanted to annihilate Zero Wing and replace it as White River City's overlord. After watching this, however, Yulan realized how foolish the man's actions were. Previously, she had not had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's top experts. Now, she understood. She also realized how wide the gap was between Zero Wing's main force and hers, which she formed with Underworld's connections. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had not feared the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and later dared to offend King's Return. Now, it seemed that Zero Wing's main force was no weaker than the main force of God's Domain's major powers. One would even be hard-pressed to find frightening damage dealers such as Shi Feng and Fire Dance on those teams, not to mention a powerful MT like Cola. With such a composition, they could collect top-tier equipment as fast as those major powers, following which, the Steel Slaughterer HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, its HP fell to 30%. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterers on both sides stomped the ground, forcing the players away. Everyone knew that the battle was over when they saw the Grand Lords prepare to use Thunder Destruction simultaneously. One boss using this skill had already left them standing at death's door. If both bosses used this skill simultaneously, the stack damage would undoubtedly blast them through that door. Everyone, hide beside the white boss. Moonlight, you three hide beside the black boss. You'll be responsible for tanking the boss. Blackie, give Moonlight Knight Guardian of Light. Cola, activate Dragon Scale Body, Shi Feng shouted. Guardian of Light could reduce the damage the target received as well as heal the target. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Body would increase Cola's defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery ability by 500%. After activating Protection Blessing as well, Cola could even survive without any healing. The Black Steel Slaughterer was simply too far away. It was impossible for the other 3 MTs to reach the White Slaughterer in time. Hence, he had to leave the MTs with Moonlight Knight to fend for themselves. Fortunately, they had a skill like Guardian of Light, so they could save at least one of them. Otherwise, without anybody tanking the Black Steel Slaughterer, the 2 Grand Lords would obliterate the team. After Shi Feng issued his orders, everyone burst into action. Shortly after, both Steel Slaughterers activated Thunder Destruction. The power their skills contained was no weaker than the last time. The only difference was that each Steel Slaughterer only launched 3 shockwave attacks instead of 6. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was confused when they noticed that no one had died. They should have received 6 damages. This time, however, they had only suffered 3. Moreover, none of the Black Slaughterer shockwaves had hit them. As for Moonlight Knight's side, all 3 MTs had survived. Did the shockwaves offset each other? Yulin suddenly thought of their positions. They just so happened to be standing in line with the 2 Steel Slaughterers. With this, the shockwaves the Black Slaughterer had released had been offset by the White Slaughterers before any had reached them. They hadn't suffered any damage from the Black Slaughterer's attacks. Yulin wasn't the only one who had realized what had just happened. Bloodsucker and White Knight had reached the same conclusion. They all turned to Shi Feng, who was reorganizing the team's formations. Every one of them wondering just how smart Shi Feng was to think of such a solution so quickly. If they had been in charge, they would have only been able to wait for their deaths. After the Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the 2 Grand Lords did not use any powerful AoE skills. In less than 10 minutes, both bosses died by Shi Feng's hands, granting everyone an abundance of EXP. Even after they shared the EXP, several of Overwhelming Smile's level 38 members rose to level 39. Shi Feng's experience bar had also risen by nearly 6 pers. Compared to killing an ordinary Grand Lord, the Steel Slaughterer provided far more EXP. Meanwhile, due to divine providence, the Steel Slaughterer dropped over a dozen items. 923 Steel Crown, Chapter 923, Steel Crown. As the Steel Slaughterers crumbled into a pile of scrap metal, the temple's locked iron doors opened. It's finally dead. I was nearly out of mana. We won, just like that? This is so awesome. Nobody will believe us when we tell them we defeated a level 44 Grand Lord. This was not the first time Zero Wing's members had faced down a Grand Lord. However, this was the first time for Overwhelming Smile's members. They had even shrunk back in fear even against a level 40 Grand Lord, not to mention a level 44 Grand Lord. Hence, how could they contain their excitement? Currently, very few teams in God's domain were capable of killing a Grand Lord. This is the first time I have killed a Grand Lord so easily. If we had to rely on Raven's main force, we would have lost at least 80% of the team. We might have even suffered multiple team wipes. Masked Angel sighed in amazement as he sat on the ground. Raven's other members nodded their agreement. Although they had killed Grand Lords before, they usually paid a high price to do so. Generally, they suffered multiple team wipes before finally succeeding. Moreover, their team usually only had around a dozen or so people alive at the end of the raid. This was the first time they had killed a Great Lord so easily. Bloodsucker's gaze drifted toward Shi Feng, who was occupied with picking up the loot, and he smiled bitterly. Originally, he had wanted to prove Raven's strength to Zero Wing. In the end, he and Kirin were the only members of their guild to rank within the top 10 on the team's damage stats against the boss. He ranked 6th, while Kirin ranked 10th. As for everyone else in their party of 6, they ranked beyond the 20th place. It was difficult to boast about such results. With his DPS statistics, he could rank within the top 5 among Raven's main force, yet he only ranked 6th on this team, showing that there were 5 people stronger than himself. The most laughable aspect was the massive gap between 2nd and 3rd place. White Knight, who ranked 3rd among the team, had only dealt slightly over half of Fire Dance's total damage. Aside from them, Aqua Rose ranked 4th on the team, while one of Owl's female elementalists named Frozen Dream ranked 5th. With such an outcome, just how was he supposed to negotiate for a better deal with Shi Feng? When fighting the next boss, drink an intermediate boiling blood potion and raise your damage ranks. I don't want to be at a disadvantage during out negotiations, Bloodsucker whispered to his party members. The intermediate blood boiling potion could increase a player's damage by 20% for 10 minutes. It was not available on the market and could only be obtained by killing certain special field bosses. It was extremely rare. Boss Blood, are you sure that you want to use such a precious potion here? Our guild only has a dozen or so of these potions, Kirin asked worriedly. This time, as a precaution, the guild had given each of them a bottle. Even when the guild had raided Grand Lords, they had refused to use it. Do you think we can top the damage charts if we don't use this potion? Bloodsucker retorted, smiling bitterly. Truthfully, he did not want to use the potion either. He had thought that he and Kirin would rank among the top 5 players in terms of damage, while the rest of his party would rank within the top 20, yet they had not, and now their reputation was in ruins. As the healers revived the dead, Shi Feng organized the loot he had collected. Leader, did they drop something good? Cola asked excitedly when he noticed Shi Feng's smile. The other Zero Wing members turned to Shi Feng as well. They all knew Shi Feng's personality. Items that they considered top tier were ordinary in Shi Feng's eyes. Items that could garner Shi Feng's interest were precious first-class items. Not bad. The boss dropped a piece of growth-type equipment. Shi Feng chuckled as he shared the equipment's attributes in the team chat. Steel crown helmet, plate armor, bronze rank level 40, level 90, defense plus 1,374, level 40, strength plus 31, endurance plus 30, agility plus 22, additional passive skill 1, iron wall. After receiving an attack, user has a 5% chance to trigger iron wall, having the next damage received. Additional passive skill 2, King's Resolve, halves mental suppression suffered by wielder and decrease all control effects by 1/3. Additional active skill, Steel Impact, increases strength by 300%, speed by 100%, and causes a powerful impact to a maximum of 3 targets. Impact interrupts targets, knocks them back by 10 yards, and places them in a fainted state for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. This crown was crafted by Titan craftsman Firos. However, the crown's power has been severely weakened due to evil power pollution. To purify this evil power, one needs a large number of magic crystals and EXP, can be purified 5 times. First purification requires 100 magic crystals and 200 mils in EXP. Every member of the team unconsciously gasped when they saw the steel crown's attributes. The crown was a treasure for MTs. The item's 2 passive skills could significantly reduce the burden on MTs when facing bosses. As for the Steel Impact skill, it could be useful during crucial moments to prolong or interrupt a boss's channeling before it executed a powerful skill. With the 300% strength increase, an MT could easily take on a Grand Lord of the same level for a few moments. Furthermore, as the steel crown was growth-type equipment, both the crown's basic attributes and the skills would improve as the crown was purified. This helmet can practically rival epic equipment. Masked Angel drooled as he gazed at the steel crown. The steel crown did not have a class restriction. Any plate-wearing class could use it. However, it was most suited for an MT. This item was fully capable of raising an MT's standards to a whole new level. The team's 10 MTs stared at the steel crown in Shi Feng's hands. However, Shi Feng had already discussed the matter of the boss's loot. Among Zero Wing's side, Raven's members had opted out of the loot. As for Owl's members, as they were returning a favor, Shi Feng would pay them with coins. Beyond that, Shi Feng and Yulin had agreed to take turns choosing items from the loot. The team with the highest damage would choose first. Now that Zero Wing's group had an absolute lead in terms of damage, Shi Feng got the first pick. Overwhelming Smile's members could only watch on with envy. However, Yulin did not find this outcome unfair. After all, they had relied on Zero Wing to kill the Steel Slaughterer. Among the loot, the steel crown was undoubtedly the most precious. However, there were many good items among the loot. 4 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment had dropped. Currently, level 40 dark gold equipment was the best available outside of epic equipment. Tier 2 magic scrolls and rare potions also dropped. Even after splitting the loot, each side would reap a considerable harvest. Turtledove, wear this. Shi Feng handed the steel crown to the female knight Turtledove. Me? Turtledove was somewhat hesitant. Among the guild's MTs, both Kola and Ye Wumian were stronger than her. Logically, one of them should have received the crown. She already wore a pair of epic-ranked boots. If she received another piece of growth-type equipment now, it would be somewhat unfair to Kola and Ye Wumian. Those two are using sets, so they can't wear the crown. Moreover, the steel crown is only bronze rank right now. Although your attributes will decrease slightly after equipping it, you will improve overall. You'll have an easier time dealing with the bosses later on, Shi Feng said, chuckling. That's right, Turtledove, just take it. Both Kola and Ye Wumian nodded in agreement. In reality, Turtledove's techniques were already quite impressive. She was definitely the third-ranking MT in the guild. She just had slightly weaker equipment. If Turtledove improved her equipment, tanking bosses would become much easier. Alright then. After some thought, Turtledove accepted Shi Feng's offer. She was moved as well, and she inwardly swore not to let anyone down. 924. An Extraordinary Item's Hidden Effects. Chapter 924. An Extraordinary Item's Hidden Effects. After Turtledove equipped the steel crown, although her basic attributes had decreased slightly, her aura instantly changed. 5 ocean blue gems adorned the silver crown, which gave Turtledove a royal air. Moreover, Turtledove appeared far more relaxed. Clearly, the mental suppression around the temple released its grip on Turtledove. This crown is amazing. Wearing it actually calmed me down. With this, I don't have to worry about mental suppression against a high-tiered boss anymore. After equipping the steel crown, Turtledove felt a pleasant sensation wash over her body, her mind becoming much clearer than before. However, the greatest change she sensed was her body's flexibility. Her previous helmet could not compare to the steel crown. Growth-type equipment is similar to an extraordinary item. Aside from providing a huge boost to one's basic attributes, it generally provides some hidden effects, Shi Feng explained. God's Domain was a constantly evolving virtual reality game. During the game's initial stages, epic items were only slightly stronger than dark gold items in terms of attributes. However, as God's Domain evolved, epic items' true power would reveal itself, little by little. God's Domain had already undergone its fourth evolution. Certain epic items would start to display extraordinary hidden effects that would allow players to display more of their combat power. After the team rested, Shi Feng led them into the temple. A long, narrow hallway, which led to a plaza, waited beyond the thick iron doors. There were no intersections along the hallway. Various statues decorated the spacious plaza. The plaza also contained swarms of monsters. These monsters were covered in sharp, black scales. They had crescent-shaped heads and no eyes. However, rows of jagged, sharp teeth filled their mouths. Their 4 limbs looked more like daggers than actual limbs, and wherever these monsters passed, they left deep furrows in the ground. Silver versions of these pitch-black monsters also wandered the plaza. In terms of size, however, the silver monsters were nearly 3 times larger than their black brothers. Clearly, they would be more difficult to deal with than their smaller counterparts. Corrosive Beast, Dark Creature, Elite, level 42, HP 150,000. Corrosive Beast King, Dark Creature, Lord, level 43, HP 8,000,000. The plaza seemed to be these corrosive beasts' nest. There were more than 10,000 monsters wandering around. Just looking at them sent a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, a gigantic teleportation magic array occupied the plaza's center. If they wanted to proceed through the trial, the teleportation array was their only option. Why are there so many monsters? Do we have to clear all of them? Yulin frowned as she watched the disgusting corrosive beasts. With a rough glance, she could see over 10,000 monsters in the plaza. Among them, several hundred were silver corrosive beast kings. Taking out these monsters would be a massive undertaking. Yulin wasn't the only one who, with a headache. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen so many lords in one place. These players even suspected that one of these monsters would swarm them the moment they descended the staircase. The thought of facing hundreds of lords made everyone more than a little tense. There was no way they would survive so many. As their team stood there, shocked over the sight of so many powerful monsters, a pair of steel doors on the other end of the plaza opened, and a group of players emerged. "Why are there other people here?" Yulan muttered in surprise as she watched the players from across the plaza. "It seems you're not the only one who obtained a Titan City pass. We need to move faster now." Although Shi Feng found the situation strange, he was not particularly shocked. The Holy City of Titan's entrance trial was not a dungeon. It was just an extremely dangerous special map. In addition, it was categorized by levels, with every 10 levels sharing one map. Players between level 36 and level 45 would share one map, and players between level 46 and level 55 would share a different map. Any player who obtained the pass could venture here. God's Domain was massive, and with so many players, it'd be surprising if no other top-tier players managed to find their own pass. Unfortunately, the other party was clearly a powerful team, based on the fact that they had come this far, and Shi Feng didn't want to benefit another team in the entrance trial. The trial's 4 paths had 3 main stages, with each having a different challenge set for the first stage. However, all 4 paths would converge here for the second stage. The 4 paths also shared the same final challenge. The first team to clear the final stage would gain an additional benefit, reputation for the Holy City of Titan. It was usually extremely difficult to raise one's Titan City reputation, so this was a massive benefit for the first team that cleared the trial. At the same time as Shi Feng and the others discovered those players, that group of players had also discovered Shi Feng's group. "Boss Peerless, there's another team over there. Should we get rid of them?" A level 40, burly assassin suggested, making the gesture of slitting one's throat while he stared at Shi Feng and his team. "Ignore them. We'll decide what to do after we pass through this area. It won't be too late to get rid of them if we meet them later," Peerless, the group's leader, said as he waved his hand at the assassin. "Get ready. We need to clear this area quickly." Understood. As if this were not their first time here, the team burst into action. "Leader, the other team is making its move," Aqua Rose asked softly. "Should we watch them for a moment first?" Naturally, Shi Feng understood Aqua Rose's concern. With their team's strength, taking on 7 or 8 lords at once might be easy, but against several hundred lords, even Shi Feng felt powerless. Hence, their best option was to observe the other group as they cleared this stage. This way, they would increase their chances of clearing the stage as well. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of letting the other side get ahead of him. Titan City's reputation was on the line, and he must have it. Although there were a lot of monsters in the plaza, their numbers weren't the largest cause for his headache. The corrosive beasts had an extremely abominable ability which could rapidly deplete players' durability. With this ability, it was impossible to defeat them all before their equipment broke. "MTs and plate armor classes gather around me," Shi Feng said. He then revealed a large number of strengthening devices. "Each of you take 2 of these strengthening devices. After using them, 30 of you will form a protective circle while the other melees will serve as replacements when needed. All ranged DPS and healers will stand in the middle. We'll charge for the teleportation array." As soon as Shi Feng said so, everyone understood his plan. They didn't actually need to kill all of these monsters. Rather, they needed to reach the teleportation magic array. Unfortunately, while this task might be easy for MTs, it was very difficult for melee classes. There were also countless corrosive beasts. They were all bound to receive some damage. If the healers only had to focus on a few MTs, they could bear it. However, they had to keep as many as 30 people alive. There was also a fairly long distance between the staircase and the plaza's center. If their healing failed to keep up with the damage the melee classes received, everyone would die before reaching the teleportation array. Shi Feng's decision was definitely risky. However, Yulin and the others could not think of a better plan. Hence, they had to put their faith in Shi Feng once more. Moreover, two groups of players were charging into the plaza. This would reduce the number of monsters they had to deal with. If they started moving after the other side had cleared the stage, it would be far more difficult to succeed. By the time everyone finished preparing, Shi Feng had noticed that the other team had begun to move. Immediately, he shouted, "Move out!" 925 King of Corrosion, Chapter 925 King of Corrosion. The instant the team rushed down the staircase, the nearby corrosive beasts noticed them. The monsters turned their heads towards Shi Feng's group one after another, and quickly, they swarmed towards the group like a tidal wave. The corrosive beasts were different from ordinary elite monsters. A layer of corrosive fluid coated their bodies. The corrosive fluid would reduce the durability of anything that touched it, whether it be weapons or equipment. If the equipment were secret silver rank or below, it would be rendered useless after receiving a few of the corrosive beast's hits. Even fine gold equipment would only last a few more hits, and only dark gold rank items could last any length of time. Now that they had entered the plaza, there was no turning back. Against the tidal wave of corrosive beasts, the team's only option was to reach the teleportation array within the shortest time possible. Shortly after the team met the corrosive beast army, although the elite monsters did not break through the team's defensive formation, after several bouts, everyone wore grim expressions. My weapon, my equipment, what are these monsters? Many of the players cried out in shock when they noticed their equipment and weapons' durability. Even after a brief moment of contact with the corrosive beasts, their dark gold weapons' durability had instantly decreased by 1 point. An ordinary dark gold weapon only had around 120 or so durability. Their dark gold equipment fared even worse. After receiving a few hits, their strengthening device's durability decreased by 1 point as well. It was obvious that, without the protection of the strengthening devices, their equipment would only last for a short time. "Leader, look at that team. It seems that they came prepared," Firedance said as she pointed at the other team. As she was not standing in the other ring, attacking with her throwing knives, she could focus on their distant competition. That's a smart move. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he turned to watch the other team. Instead of using a circular defensive formation as they had, the other team employed a V-shaped formation. Their most durable MTs served as the spearhead while the others followed closely behind. When the other team attacked, they would try to push the corrosive beasts standing before them away, forcing these monsters into the corrosive beasts behind them and buying some time. During this short period, the team pulled away from these monsters, with neither side having the opportunity to clash. In addition, the magical classes in the middle of the formation used one Tier 2 magic scroll after another. The magic scrolls they used all contained AoE spells. Whenever a corrosive beast king charged at the team, these magical classes used a series of magic scrolls to knock back the oncoming corrosive beasts and beast kings, allowing the team to move faster. Despite both sides starting towards the teleportation magic array at the same time, the other team was much faster. Boss Peerless, your method is really effective. We'll reach the teleportation array in half the time of our previous attempt. That's right. Boss Peerless is the best. We'll definitely clear the entrance trial. That team is pretty stupid. At this rate, we won't have to worry about them. Ha ha ha, I hope they can clear this stage though. The fact that they reached this stage shows that their weapons and equipment are excellent. We might be able to earn some top-tier equipment. Everyone on Peerless's team chatted cheerfully among themselves. As both teams were fairly far apart, they couldn't tell who the other team was. However, as they had experienced the first stage's difficulty personal, they knew that the other team must possess high-quality weapons and equipment. Otherwise, reaching the second stage would have been impossible. Team leader Ye Feng, we can't continue like this. These corrosive beasts are wearing out our equipment too quickly, Yulan said anxiously after examining the team's situation. Why don't we start using magic scrolls as well? The monster's corrosive ability was much stronger than she had expected. If not for the strengthening devices, their equipment would have long since broken. However, there was still a long distance to the teleportation array. Moreover, more corrosive beast kings approached. In the beginning, they only had to deal with 1 or 2 at a time. Now, over a dozen attacked simultaneously. They weren't even a third of the way, yet so many lords bombarded their team. Soon, they may have to face dozens of corrosive beast kings. The corrosive beast kings were many times stronger than the corrosive beasts. Not only were they stronger in terms of attributes, but their corrosive abilities were also stronger by a large margin. Even Kola, who used an epic shield, was having a difficult time against these lords. Currently, their only way to break through was to utilize the same method as the other team, which employed AoE magic scrolls. Although their team had not prepared to use these scrolls, they had brought some with them. Unfortunately, using large-scale destruction spells would only add to the chaos of their situation. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Even if they cleared out the monsters in an area with the spell, they would have to wait until the spell's effects were over before proceeding. In the end, the monsters they had left behind would catch up while they wasted time. No rush. We'll use them after we reach the halfway point. Shi Feng rejected Yulan's suggestion. Using magic scrolls with impact effects was certainly a method that many teams had employed in Shi Feng's previous life. However, the second stage had another hidden mechanism. When 2 or more teams were halfway to the plaza's center, they would awaken the slumbering king of corrosion, Sailu Tiban. Now that the other team had passed the midway point, Shi Feng did not want to do the same too soon. At the very least, they should wait until the other team completed 2/3 of their journey. This way, the king of corrosion would target that team rather than theirs, which had just entered the king's domain. Hearing Shi Feng's rejection, Yulan was momentarily speechless. However, since Shi Feng's leadership had already proven successful, it would not be wise to oppose his commands now. As time passed, more corrosive beast kings converged on both teams. In the blink of an eye, each team faced over 100 lords. Even Peerless's team began to slow due to the large number of monsters. However, when Peerless's team was a quarter of a distance away from the teleportation array, Shi Feng and the others reached the halfway point. Immediately, a pillar of green light rose from the center of the plaza, releasing a dense green fog. As this fog passed over the area, everything it touched heavily corroded, eroding hundreds and thousands of little holes across the ground. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. What's going on here? Peerless stared at the pillar of light, his expression twisting into something ugly. This was not his first time here. Rather, it was his third visit. The first time he had reached this plaza, his team had only crossed 2/3 of the distance before they fell under the overwhelming sea of monsters. On their second try, while they had forged through this stage after many difficulties, they had not encountered anything like this. As he stared at the pillar of green light, he involuntarily shivered, his mind continuously warning him that it was extremely dangerous to continue forward. As everyone was caught in their stupor, a ferocious monster that stood over 20 meters high emerged from the green light. This monster was nearly 3 times larger than the corrosive beast kings, and green scales covered its entire body. A green liquid seeped from the gaps between its scales. When the liquid touched the ground, it ate through the earth, creating a large hole. A green fog also circled the monster's humongous body. This was none other than the king of corrosion, Sailu Tiban. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily gulped in fear. Why has such a monster appeared? Peerless's complexion paled as he stared Sailu Tiban. 926 Archaic Species. Chapter 926, Archaic Species. The king of corrosion's sudden appearance cast a dark cloud over the 2 teams. Damn it, we must have triggered this monster because there are 2 teams here. Rage flared in Peerless's eyes as he turned to Zero Wing's team on the other side of the plaza, killing intent welling within him. However, it was too late to change anything. He had thought of taking care of Shi Feng and his team after they had reached the 3rd stage, earning some weapons and equipment. However, he now regretted his decision to delay. The King of Corrosion did not give the players any time to consider their situation. After examining its surroundings, it charged towards Peerless's team like a Mack truck. The ground trembled with each of Sailu Tiban's steps. As it moved, the corrosive fluid from its body ate large craters in the ground. Seeing these craters sent shivers down everyone's spines. Sailu Tiban, King of Corrosion, Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 45, HP 80, 1,080,000, Sailu Tiban's massive frame spoke of its immense power. However, after witnessing its exact strength, everyone was shocked. Sailu Tiban's attributes were far higher than the first stage's boss. No matter how they looked at it, the King of Corrosion possessed higher attributes than what any Level 45 Grand Lord should have. Leader, what should we do? Should we continue forward? Aqua Rose began to despair after seeing the massive King of Corrosion. Sailu Tiban was just too strong. It was definitely the strongest boss within the level 40 range that she had ever seen. Is this a joke? Why does this stage have such a powerful boss? Bloodsucker's expression was particularly grim. Among the team, only White Knight and the other members of Owl remained relatively calm. After all, they had faced a dragon not long ago. The King of Corrosion was slightly weaker than the Tier 2 mutated dragon had been. However, they had only defeated the mutated dragon thanks to a monster like Black Flame. Without such a monster, defeating this boss was unlikely. At this time, Shi Feng issued his commands in the team chat. Fire Dance, use the frost grenades to stop the corrosive beasts. Blackie, use Stars of Light to clear a path ahead. Everyone else, if you have AoE attack or control skills, now is the time to use them. While Sailu Tiban might not be a dragon, it was an archaic species. To put it simply, it was the descendant of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were from the same life order as dragons, capable of killing gods. Although the blood of ferocious beasts flowing through Sailu Tiban's veins had been diluted over several generations, making the Grand Lord far weaker than a ferocious beast, ordinary monsters couldn't compete with its power. Tier 1 players could not take this boss down. At the very least, they needed Tier 2 players to have any chance against Silu Taiban. Fortunately, defeating Silu Taiban wasn't necessary to proceed to the next stage. Under Shi Feng's command, the team began to move like a well-oiled machine. Fire Dance and the other melee classes who were not fighting in the defensive ring threw one intermediate grenade after another, freezing the distant lords and elites before them. Blackie then used Stars of Light while Shi Feng used Firestorm. Yulin contributed as well as she used Thunder Beast's Descent. When the 3 large-scale destruction spells struck, light, flame, and lightning descended upon the plaza, looking as if doomsday were upon them. For a time, damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the frozen monsters' heads. In a few short seconds, over 1,000 corrosive beasts died, and a clearing appeared before Shi Feng's team. Everyone's experience bar soared rapidly, a few of the team's level 38 players reaching level 39. Some of Zero Wing's level 39 players rose level 40 as well. Due to the Frost Grenade's freezing effect, the monsters that were fortunate enough to be outside the AoE spell's range remained frozen. For a short time, no other corrosive beasts could fill the new clearing, which allowed Shi Feng and the others to proceed without any resistance. Shortly after, the magical class players began to use magic scrolls to repel the incoming corrosive beasts. Not only did this speed up the team's advance, but it also significantly reduced their weapons and equipment's durability consumption. As Shi Feng's team began to spring, the other team grew desperate. Everyone, prepare for battle. Blade, get ready to use that Tier 3 magic scroll. No matter what, don't let that monster near us. Peerless knew that there was no point in regret now. He needed to deal with the problem before them quickly. If they could hold on until they reached the teleportation array, victory would be theirs. Boss, we had prepared that magic scroll for the 3rd stage. If we use it now, a summoner in his mid-20s voiced his concern. Just use it. Fortunately, it isn't our only trump card for the 3rd stage. Peerless growled as he gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to use the Tier 3 magic scroll either. Just before Silu Titan reached their team, the summoner named Blade used the Tier 3 magic scroll he held. Suddenly, a golden magic array appeared above them. A gigantic beast then descended from the array, knocking away the surrounding corrosive beasts. Blade, use the golden lion to lure the boss away, Peerless ordered. The King of Corrosion was simply too dangerous. Even if it simply stood still and did nothing, the corrosive mist around it could claim their lives. They could only rely on the Tier 3 Great Lord they had summoned to hold it off. The golden lion, which stood over 10 meters tall, then pounced on Silu Taiban. However, before it crashed into the King of Corrosion, Silu Taiban swiped its claws at the lion. The attack sent the lion flying, its massive frame crashing into a crowd of corrosive beasts. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. A single hit had sent a level 55 Tier 3 Great Lord flying. The golden lion was actually 10 levels higher than Silu Taiban. Even if it weren't a match for the level 45 Grand Lord's strength, there should not be too much of a difference. Yet, the one attack had thrown the golden lion over 30 yards. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, the golden lion had attracted Silu Taiban's attention. Rather than stomping towards Peerless's team, the King of Corrosion approached the fallen lion, one step at a time. Seeing the boss change targets, Peerless and his team released a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, they made a mad dash for the teleportation array. Unfortunately, the golden lion wasn't doing well as the King of Corrosion trampled upon its body, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Peerless and his companions shuddered in fear as they watched. As the golden lion's HP plummeted, Peerless's team sped towards the teleportation array. When the golden lion had less than 10% of its HP remaining, Peerless and the others were finally inside the teleportation array. Damn it! Damn this thing! It made me waste a Tier 3 summoning scroll. A cold glint flashed in Peerless's eyes as he glared at the golden lion, which was on its last breath. He had hoped to take the lion with them through the 2nd stage. However, that was no longer possible. This had severely disrupted his plans. He shouted sternly, "Blade, remove the summoning. I want those people to die. Understood." The summoner understood Peerless's intentions. While it was no longer possible to leave with the golden lion, that did not mean they should let others take advantage of it. Immediately, he cancelled the summoning. Shi Feng's team still had to cross another quarter of a distance or so to reach the teleportation array. With the King of Corrosion's strength, that was more than enough time to annihilate the team. Sure enough, the moment the golden lion vanished, Silu Taiban's gaze shifted to Shi Feng and his players. 927 Complete State, Chapter 927 Complete State, we are letting them off too easy. Blade clicked his tongue as he watched Shi Feng's team. Boss Peerless, should we activate the teleportation array now? Wait a moment, I want to watch the King of Corrosion kill them. Peerless shook his head. The entrance trial's 3rd stage was not any easier than the 2nd. It would be far more difficult to proceed without the Tier 3 summoning scroll. He wanted to kill Shi Feng and his companions himself. However, he was satisfied with the knowledge that the King of Corrosion would massacre them. Silu Taiban's corrosive fluid could cause a tremendous amount of damage to one's equipment. It might even destroy the other team's weapons and equipment. This was a better outcome than killing them and taking a single item from each. Hearing Peerless's words, his people turned to watch Shi Feng's team with anticipation. Selu Tiban's movement speed was very high. Before Shi Feng and the others had crossed 100 yards, the King of Corrosion was less than 50 yards away from the team. They couldn't help their panic as the boss approached. The Grand Lord's pummeling of a level 55 Great Lord was still fresh in their minds. If even a Tier 3 Great Lord could not hold off this boss, players such as themselves had no hope. Even if all 10 of their MTs worked together, they couldn't defend against the King of Corrosion's attacks. I'll deal with him. Everyone else, hurry. Shi Feng's lips hooked up into a smile as he watched the incoming Sailu Tiban. Others might not know the King of Corrosion's power, but he did. Although Sailu Tiban was an archaic species, it had a fatal weakness. It couldn't respond to sudden changes very well. Even a slight turn required it to waste roughly 2 seconds. Expert players would have plenty of time to dodge its attacks. However, they first had to draw the King of Corrosion's aggro. Shi Feng instantly appeared before the King of Corrosion. Seeing this, Sailu Tiban swiped its claws at Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng easily evaded its attack using silent steps, instantly appearing behind the King of Corrosion. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a massive white beam bombarded the back of Sailu Tiban's neck. 23,087. So tough. Shi Feng clicked his tongue. Dragon Breath multiplied his damage by 10. Yet, when the skill struck one of the King of Corrosion's vulnerable spots, it only dealt around 20,000 damage. If an ordinary expert attacked the Grand Lord, they would probably only deal a few hundred damage. Shi Feng's attack immediately drew Sailu Tiban's attention, following which, the King of Corrosion tried to turn to attack Shi Feng. However, Sailu Tiban was very slow when turning, shifting its body step by step. This gave Shi Feng ample time to activate Windwalk and leave his current position. As for the Corrosive Beasts and Corrosive Beast Kings blocking his way, they were no threat. You're quite durable. Unfortunately, this Grand Lord isn't that easy to deal with. You're just wasting your time, Peerless sneered as he watched Shi Feng. In the face of absolute power, techniques were useless. Even if Shi Feng bought his team some time, it wouldn't be enough to reach the teleportation array. Roar! Sailu Tiban roared his fury as it chased Shi Feng. In the blink of an eye, the King of Corrosion had moved away from Shi Feng's team, the team sighing in relief. A moment later, however, tension gripped their hearts once more. Sailu Tiban was simply too fast. Even after Shi Feng activated Windwalk, he could not match the King of Corrosion's speed. If he allowed the Grand Lord to catch up to him, he wouldn't have a skill like Silent Steps to help him avoid another attack. After Shi Feng crossed about 20 yards, Sailu Tiban had caught up to him. Sailu Tiban's claws transformed into after images as it swiped at Shi Feng, a sonic boom blasting through the air. Parry, peng, like a bullet, Shi Feng was thrown over 30 yards, his body slamming into the ground. The impact even created a large crater around Shi Feng's body, as expected of an archaic species. Although its strength is lower than the mutated dragon's, it is still stronger than an ordinary Grand Lord. Once Shi Feng stood back up, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to pop out of its socket. His arms were numb after taking the King of Corrosion's hit. If he had not used parry to block the attack, he would have been dead by now. Seeing Shi Feng's HP remain static, Sailu Tiban flew into a rage. Taking 2 steps forward, it instantly arrived before Shi Feng and stomped on the tiny swordsman. Seeing the mountain-sized foot descending towards him, Shi Feng stopped holding back. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Thunder God's Descent. The 2 skills instantly increased Shi Feng's strength attribute by 100%, HP by 500%, defense by 300%, agility by 60%, movement speed and attack speed by 100%, and damage by 50%. He also received a 50% damage reduction. Shi Feng's HP climbed to 122,800. As for his defense, even Cola couldn't match his. After receiving these massive buffs, Shi Feng swung Killing Ray towards the King of Corrosion's feet. Chop. 3 arcs of blue light gathered at a single point, tearing space itself apart. This spatial tear then extended towards Sailu Tiban's feet. Boom! The powerful shockwave from the impact knocked the surrounding corrosive beasts back. Suddenly, there were no monsters within 20 yards of the King of Corrosion. Is he an NPC? When the dust settled, everyone's jaws hit the floor as they stared at the shockwave's epicenter. No one could believe their eyes. Shi Feng had actually blocked the King of Corrosion's powerful attack. Moreover, he had caused Sailu Tiban to shudder slightly. Although Shi Feng was buried up to his knees, he had only received around 7,000 damage from the attack. To Shi Feng's over 120,000 HP, this damage was nothing. The upgraded Heavenly Dragon's Breath is wonderful. I won't even have to activate twofold Berserk at this rate. Shi Feng flexed his muscles, joints popping. Although he felt somewhat stiff, overall, Shi Feng's combat power had not been affected. When he had faced the mutated dragon, he had been suffering a weakened soul state, reducing his attributes by nearly half. He had relied on Dragon's domination to overcome the mutant. Now that his soul had recovered, although his strength was still not a match for the King of Corrosion even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the gap was not as wide as it had been. In addition, with his extremely high skill completion rate, he wouldn't have a problem defending against the Grand Lord's normal attacks. However, his sacred sword, Killing Ray, was the main reason that he could contend with Lu Taiban. Killing Ray increased his damage by 100% against dark creatures. However, just after Shi Feng pulled his legs out of the ground, the enraged King of Corrosion swung its claws at him once more as if it were trying to swat a fly. Just in time. Let's see how you fare against this. Shi Feng did not dodge the attack. Instead, he used his sure kill skill Flame Burst. A miniature sun then collided with Lu Taiban's claws. 928 Holy City's Treasure, Chapter 928 Holy City's Treasure. The instant Lu Taiban's claws met the scorching light, a tear appeared on its originally impenetrable green hand. The corrosive gas that surrounded its body also began to vanish. Boom. As an explosion shook the area, Lu Taiban's attack was repelled. In contrast, Shi Feng only took a step back, not receiving any damage. He blocked it? How is that possible? Neither Peerless's team nor Zero Wing's team could believe their eyes. The King of Corrosion was capable of overwhelming a level 55 Great Lord. Moreover, the last time Shi Feng had blocked the Grand Lord's attack, he had received quite a bit of damage. Now, however, he actually stood there unscathed. They felt as if they had just watched someone block an oncoming train with one hand. Boss Blood, I don't even think Guild Leader Bloodfang is a match for Ye Feng's strength, Kirin said in shock as he stared at Shi Feng. Indeed, purely in terms of strength, he has surpassed our guild leader, Bloodsucker said with a serious glint in his gaze. The strength Zero Wing displayed before them had already surpassed the information they had on the guild. After Shi Feng successfully repelled one of Lu Taiban's attacks, the King of Corrosion launched a series of attacks. Shi Feng used Killing Ray once more to repel the Grand Lord's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Feng blocked every one of Lu Taiban's attacks. The combination of fire and the sacred sword is amazing. Shi Feng smiled. Aside from its slow-turning speed, Lu Taiban had another small weakness. Fire attacks would deal double the damage against the Grand Lord. As a result, the combination of both bonuses allowed Shi Feng to match the King of Corrosion's strength. Unfortunately, Flame Burst's uses were limited. He could not stand against the King of Corrosion for long. However, Shi Feng had no intentions waiting for his death. He had deliberately caused the King of Corrosion to appear. If he had wanted to play it safe, he could have allowed Peerless's team to reach the third stage first. Lu Taiban was the only reason he had not. In the past, many teams had reached the entrance trial's second stage. Many teams often challenged the trial at the same time. Initially, when players encountered the King of Corrosion, they had treated it as if it were undefeatable. They only attempted to shake the boss off and proceed to the next stage. However, as players reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they started to raid the King of Corrosion for its loot. In the end, when a team of players finally killed Lu Taiban, the Grand Lord had dropped a treasure that nobody had expected. The Holy City's emblem. Every guild in God's domain had treasured this item. Even after 10 years, the Holy City of Titan's passes were extremely rare. Countless guilds had sought the pass as players could not enter Titan City without it. However, the Holy City's emblem could also transfer players to Titan City. Unfortunately, it could only transfer 10 players. However, unlike the Titan City Pass, the Holy City's emblem was not a consumable. It could be used indefinitely. Moreover, the emblem could send players to the Holy City directly. They didn't need to challenge the entrance trial. Now that there were 2 teams in the second stage, Shi Feng wouldn't pass up this opportunity. The King of Corrosion was not undefeatable. In the past, through countless teams' experimentation, players finally discovered an effective way to defeat Lu Taiban. With his current team's strength, if they used that method, they could do the same. Following which, Shi Feng activated Wind Rider and flew towards the teleportation magic array. Realizing where Shi Feng was flying to, Lu Taiban also dashed towards the teleportation array. Boss, that person's flying towards us. We need to leave. If that monster charges over here, it'll be difficult to escape, Blade hurriedly advised. Although corrosive beasts would not approach the teleportation array, there was no guarantee that the King of Corrosion would not. On the off chance that it entered the teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. Peerless gnashed his teeth. However, he still gave the command to leave, saying, "Let's go." Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that Shi Feng and his team were far stronger than he had expected. If they clashed, they might fail the trial again. This was their final chance. There was no room for failure. Following which, Peerless and his team activated the teleportation magic array, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing from the plaza. Shortly after Peerless's team left, Shi Feng entered the teleportation array as well. Just as Peerless had guessed, the enraged King of Corrosion ignored the teleportation array and charged onto the platform. However, before Lu Taiban reached the array's center where Shi Feng stood, Shi Feng reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation array. The teleportation array instantly transformed into a magic barrier. The green mist around Lu Taiban began to scatter. Its basic attributes also plummeted. The Grand Lord's HP, which had been 80 million, fell to 60 million. In the past, nobody had thought that the teleportation array in the plaza's center could do such a thing. Everyone had only thought of using brute strength to kill the King of Corrosion. As long as the magic barrier was active, the King of Corrosion could not leave the area. Of course, players couldn't use the teleportation array either. This was the equivalent of sealing off their own path of retreat, and unless they defeated the King of Corrosion, there was no way to proceed to the third stage. Now that the King of Corrosion had been weakened, even without Flame Burst, Shi Feng only received around 3,000 damage from clashing with the Grand Lord. However, Shi Feng no longer faced Sailu Taiban's attacks head-on. Rather, he evaded the boss's normal attacks. After the Heavenly Dragon's power ended, Shi Feng activated the Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60%. He then used the Aura of Water's activatable skill, Life Bloom. With the skill's powerful healing, he could last against the King of Corrosion until his entire team had entered the magic barrier. Cola, activate the Power of Darkness and tank it. Everyone else, add support from the sides. Once Cola's Berserk skill ends, Ye Wumian, activate yours and replace Cola. Turtledove will be next. Shi Feng issued his commands once his team had entered the barrier. Yulan, use your large-scale buff spell. Everyone else, watch the boss's tail. On Shi Feng's command, before they could even catch a breather, they began to move once more. Cola immediately activated the Power of Darkness and used Justice Bash on the King of Corrosion's feet. He followed up with a Shield of Vengeance, drawing Sailu Taiban's aggro. Yulin also utilized her large-scale buff spell, Angel's Blessing. Suddenly, a harp-wielding golden angel appeared in the sky. As the angel began to sing, a golden barrier enveloped every member of the team. Not only did the golden barrier increase everyone's attributes by 20%, but it also gave them a divine shield buff, reducing the damage they took by 20%. Both buffs lasted for 30 minutes. Although everyone's attributes had risen significantly, their damage against the King of Corrosion was still quite low, with most attacks dealing around 1,000 or so damage. Only elementalists could deal almost 3,000 damage with fire-type spells. However, Sailu Taiban had 60 million HP. Its battle recovery alone healed it for 600,000 HP every 5 seconds. Raiding the King of Corrosion was far more difficult than they had imagined. The team members finally realized just how terrifying Shi Feng was to hold off the Grand Lord for as long as he had. 929, clear chapter 929, clear even after Sailu Taiban had been weakened. It dealt over 10,000 damage to Cola despite the Guardian Knight's active Berserk skill. Fortunately, Cola now had 40,000 HP. Without the Berserk skill, the single attack would have dropped his HP to a critical state. If it had been a critical hit, he would have died instantly. Skill incoming. Melee players move back. Cola, focus on your positioning. Shi Feng warned the MT when he saw the King of Corrosion's raised claws release a green glow. Although Shi Feng had warned his team the moment he noticed the Grand Lord prepare the skill, Sailu Taiban didn't need long to launch it. When the Grand Lord's claws descended, many were still within 10 yards of it. Boom, the earth shattered. Everyone within 20 yards was thrown into a fainted state. In addition, green mist surfaced from the affected area. All players within the green mist lost 10,000 HP every second. Although some players had dispelled their fainted debuff immediately, they had failed to escape the area in time. In the blink of an eye, the mist claimed 3 lives. What a powerful skill. Although 5 healers focused on him, Cola only had around 14,000 HP by the time he broke through the green mist. Even the healers couldn't keep up with his diminishing HP. Meanwhile, his strengthening device's durability had fallen by 20 points. The mist's corrosive power was staggering. After Sailu Taiban finished executing its skill, it searched for a new target. Its eyes then fell upon one of the healers standing in the rear. It started to turn and tried to charge towards the healer. The boss is changing targets. MTs, block it, Shi Feng shouted. Every so often, the King of Corrosion would choose a random target within 50 yards to attack, and for 4 seconds it would become immune to aggro-pulling skills such as Mach. During these 4 seconds, players could only do their best to hinder the Grand Lord. Although 4 seconds might seem like a short time, to Sailu Taiban it was more than enough to cross 50 yards. After Shi Feng issued his orders, Turtledove executed Steel Impact and smashed her shield into the King of Corrosion. Pung! After a 300% boost to her strength attribute surpassed even Shi Feng's while the swordsman had Heavenly Dragon's power active. As a result, the attack forced the King of Corrosion back by 2 steps, a damage of over 10,000 points appearing above its head. Shock and admiration filled the team when they saw the Grand Lord stumble back. This move had delayed Sailu Taiban for 2 seconds. After including the 10 MTs as blockade, the team foiled the King of Corrosion's attempt to eliminate one of the healers. Taking this opportunity, everyone bombarded the Grand Lord with attacks. Multiple damages appeared above Sailu Taiban's head. However, the King of Corrosion's defense was simply too high. Even Fire Dance had only dealt around 4,300 damage with each normal attack, while her skills dealt around 3,000 damage. This damage was not nearly as eye-catching as what she had dealt to the Steel Slaughterer. As for Shi Feng, with the Sacred Sword doubling his damage and the effects of Power of Darkness and Angel's Blessing, every attack dealt around 20,000 damage. If he scored a critical hit, he dealt around 20,000 damage. As time passed and Cola's Berserk skill ended, Ye Wumian activated his Power of Darkness and replaced Cola. After Ye Wumian was done, Turtledove took his place. During this time, Sailu Tiban managed to kill another dozen or so players. As for the King of Corrosion itself, its HP had fallen to 30%. A big one is coming. Everyone, stand together. Healers, don't hold back. Heal everyone. Shi Feng ordered a halt to his team's attacks as he gathered them together when he noticed the Grand Lord shrink. When its HP fell to 30%, Sailu Tiban would randomly launch powerful AoE attacks around itself. Every player within range would share the damage from these attacks. If only one person were within a targeted area, the attack would even deal enough damage to kill Shi Feng with Heavenly Dragon's power active. Hence, everyone needed to stand together to receive this attack. After the team had huddled together, pillars of green light began to descend from the sky, one after another. These pillars created large craters when they struck the ground. It was clear that these players would die if they were stuck. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's team received a blast. Everyone lost over 10,000 HP on the spot. Before the healers could restore their HP, another pillar struck the team. The players lost another 10,000 HP. The pillars of light descended for over 20 seconds. Throughout this time, a total of 5 pillars bombarded Shi Feng's team. Many had died part way. In the end, less than 50 people remained. Unfortunately, while Sailu Tiban cast its skill, its HP had recovered, climbing from 30% to 50%. It now had 30 million HP remaining. Despair gripped everyone's hearts. They had fewer than 50 players standing now. Moreover, the surviving members were worse for wear, yet they still needed to burn away 30 million HP from the King of Corrosion. Had they not activated their berserk skills, the Pillars of Light would have killed them. If the King of Corrosion used this move again, their deaths would be imminent. The boss is now weakened, Shi Feng said as he pointed to the King of Corrosion. Sailu Tiban kneeled on the ground, a tired expression on its face. Seeing this renewed everyone's confidence. Immediately, everyone launched a bombardment at the Grand Lord. Sure enough, as Shi Feng had said, everyone's attacks were now dealing 50% more damage to the King of Corrosion. Moreover, both the Grand Lord's strength and speed had decreased by 30%. This significantly reduced the burden on the MTs. Sailu Tiban's HP rapidly fell. In just a few moments, its HP dropped from 50% to 30%. Soon, it fell from 30% to 10%. However, as time passed, the King of Corrosion slowly regained its vigor. Don't hold back. Throw everything you have at it, Shi Feng anxiously shouted. The King of Corrosion was too difficult to deal with. By the time Sailu Tiban had 6% HP remaining, it had recovered from its weakened state. Despite having used their berserk skills, the team had failed to finish off the Grand Lord while it had been weakened. Now that their berserk skills were no longer an option, it was practically impossible to defeat the recovered King of Corrosion. Suddenly, Kola activated Dragon Scale Body and ran in for a final bout. Shi Feng also activated Blade Liberation, his attributes instantly doubling. With the Sacred Sword's effect, each of his attacks dealt over 20,000 damage. The others began to activate all sorts of magic scrolls as well, bombarding the King of Corrosion with various spells. Once Sailu Tiban's HP fell to 5%, it started to attack players randomly. To make things worse, none of their aggro-pulling skills were effective. As a result, the team rapidly lost players. When there were only 20 or so players remaining, Sailu Tiban's HP finally reached 1%. Die. Watching their teammates die, one after another, the survivors grew anxious. However, although everyone used every skill they had against the King of Corrosion, the effects were minimal. They had long since exhausted their options, so their damage was now limited. When there were only 14 players standing, Shi Feng's Flame Burst finished its cooldown. Using silent steps, he arrived behind Sailu Tiban's neck. He then began brandishing Killing Ray. 15 dazzling white lights flared. The King of Corrosion's final 300,000 HP vanished instantly, its massive frame crashing before the team. 930 Siege Tool, Chapter 930. Siege Tool. Seeing the King of Corrosion fall to the ground, the survivors released a sigh of relief. A moment later, everyone burst into cheers. Sailu Tiban's death allowed the survivors' levels to increase rapidly. For example, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, who were level 40, reached level 42. Yulin also climbed from level 39 to level 42. As for Shi Feng, White Knight, and Frozen Dream, they shot from level 42 to level 43. So much EXP. The corners of Bloodsucker's lips twitched slightly when he saw 2 consecutive lights wrap around his body, his level rising to 42. The King of Corrosion had nearly annihilated them. Not a single MT on the team was still alive. Among the healers, only Violet Cloud still stood. Without any life-saving skills, the King of Corrosion could kill a player with each attack. The battle's intensity had left a lingering fear among the survivors. Rest up. Violet, after you recover your mana, revive the other healers, Shi Feng ordered after glancing over everyone. The King of Corrosion's might hadn't particularly surprised him. After all, Sailu Tiban was an archaic species. In fact, this outcome had been excellent since he hadn't used his trunk cards. If they had been any other team, Sailu Tiban's ultimate attack would have annihilated them. They would not have survived until the Grand Lord entered a weakened state. The King of Corrosion didn't drop much after it died. Even after Shi Feng had used Divine Providence, it had only dropped 9 items and some coins. Among the items, 5 were materials. After splitting the coins among the team, each person only obtained around 40 silver. They did not even have enough to pay for their repair fees. However, among the loot, Shi Feng only had eyes for a flashing silver emblem. This was none other than the Holy City's emblem. With this emblem, he didn't have to worry about finding a pass to the Holy City in the future. Of the 3 remaining items, one was a piece of growth-type equipment, one was a piece of epic equipment, and the last was a miniature ballista design. Silovia's blade, two-handed sword, bronze rank, level 40, level 100 equipment requirement, strength 700 attack power, 944, level 40, strength plus 52, endurance plus 61 attack speed plus 3, ignore levels plus 7. When attacking, 20% chance to deal 2.1 times damage and inflict the bleeding debuff on target for 12 seconds. Additional passive skill. Monstrous strength. When attacking, there is a chance to increase strength by 60% for 5 seconds. Additional active skill. Blood of Fury. The lower the wielder's HP is, the higher their damage and attack speed become to a maximum of 70% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 hours. This sword belonged to Titan's Grand Marshal Silovia. However, due to contamination by the power of darkness, purifying the item will require a large number of magic crystals and EXP. First purification requires 200 magic crystals and 400 million PP. This sword, which had once been used by a Grand Marshal of Titan City, caused the team's berserkers to drool. The weapon even tempted Bloodsucker. Although his current weapon was epic rank, when comparing additional skills, Silovia's blade was much suited for berserkers. Silovia's blade was almost tailor-made for the class. Unfortunately, purifying the weapon 5 times would require a lot of magic crystals and EXP. The other epic item also left everyone speechless. Ring of Corrosion, Ring, Epic Rank, Level 40, Level 90, Equipment Requirement, Agility 400, Intelligence 200, Strength plus 38, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 26, Intelligence plus 31, Level 40, Ignore levels plus 10. When equipped, increase all attributes by 10%. Poison Resistance plus 20. Magic Resistance plus 10. Additional passive skill. Corrosion allows wielders' attacks to weaken opponents' defense and magic resistance by 50% and inflicts a poison debuff, causing damage every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. Debuff can stack up to 5 times. Additional active skill, Poisonous Miasma. Release a poisonous mist in a radius of 20 yards, causing damage equal to 500% of wielder's main attribute every second. Enemies within this poisonous mist suffer a 10% defense and magic resistance decrease for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Ornaments were already extremely rare in God's domain, much less an epic ranked ring. A ring that improved a player's DPS was even rarer. Overall, the Ring of Corrosion was even more valuable than Silovia's blade. The instant Shi Feng revealed the Ring of Corrosion's information, the players gasped. After everyone had revived, Shi Feng looked to Yulan and asked, I choose the Holy City's emblem. Which item will you choose? Overwhelming Smiles members wished they could walk away with it all. The 2 items and the miniature ballista were extremely valuable items to a guild. As for the Holy City's emblem, Shi Feng had not shared its attributes. He had specifically exercised his right to choose the first item to avoid revealing its information. Nobody called Shi Feng out on his actions either. After all, they had only won this battle because of Shi Feng's commands. However, Yulan was somewhat hesitant, her gaze shifting back and forth between the 2 items and the miniature ballista. The miniature ballista was a powerful siege tool. Now that players were reaching higher levels, the various guilds had begun to prepare for conquering towns. They had already learned the benefits of mastering a town from the situation in Stoneforest Town. That little town raked in thousands of gold each day for zeroing. Hence, the various large guilds prioritized capturing their own. However, producing the miniature ballista was very difficult. With lifestyle players' current abilities, it was almost impossible to manufacture. In the short term, choosing the 2 pieces of equipment would undoubtedly benefit her team. In the long run, however, the miniature ballista was more advantageous. As Yulan hesitated over her choice, Warwolf whispered to her, Yulan, pick the 2 pieces of equipment. You still lack a powerful foundation. Although the miniature ballista is indeed valuable, it is not particularly useful right now. In the organization known as Underworld, Yulan was not yet an upper echelon. She also did not have a guild of her own. While the miniature ballista might profit a guild immensely, it was not particularly beneficial to an individual. If Yulan wanted to raise her position in the organization, then she needed a powerful team to support her. Hence, choosing Silovia's blade and the Ring of Corrosion was a wiser decision than choosing the miniature ballista. Moreover, if not for Shi Feng's help in the trial, they wouldn't have any of these items. I'll pick the Ring of Corrosion. Yulan felt that Warwolf's opinion was quite reasonable. Although Underworld might be an organization, not everyone within the organization was of a single heart. While she might temporarily raise her position if she presented the miniature ballista, others could replace her at any time. I'll pick the miniature ballista design then, Shi Feng said without hesitation. He had plenty of methods to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment. Although he lacked epic weapons and equipment right now, as players reached higher levels, obtaining them would become easier. However, it was a different story for siege tool designs. These designs would also be difficult to find. They couldn't be obtained by simply killing a few powerful bosses. If he missed on this opportunity, he would definitely regret it. Moreover, Shi Feng now had the Holy City's emblem. He no longer worried about nurturing advanced engineers. He could even nurture master engineers. It wouldn't be long before he could manufacture the miniature ballista. The thought of using the miniature ballista to capture a town excited Shi Feng. After Shi Feng finished distributing the items and everyone had rested, Shi Feng reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation magic array once more. Suddenly, a small golden teleportation magic array appeared a short distance away from the central array. The small teleportation array's golden glow scattered the surrounding corrosive beasts and corrosive beast kings. None of the monsters dared move closer than 300 yards from the teleportation array. What's going on? Shi Feng frowned at the golden array with curiosity. 931 Titan Library. Chapter 931 Titan Library. As far as Shi Feng knew, there should have only been one exit leading to the entrance trial's third stage. The golden teleportation array that had suddenly appeared was much stronger than the array in the center of the plaza. The mana density around each teleportation array made that obvious. With this new development, the team turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Leader, should we go over and take a look?" Previously, they had watched Peerless's team use the central teleportation array to leave the plaza. Now that another had appeared, they didn't know whether or not that teleportation array was a trap. After all, this was their first time here. Could it be a special reward for the first kill? Shi Feng felt that it was highly possible. When he had killed the King of Corrosion in the past, no such phenomenon had occurred. Of course, when he had killed Silu Tiban back then, other teams had raided the Grand Lord many times before. As for the golden teleportation array being a trap, it was unlikely. After all, revealing a trap after players had defeated the stage boss would be too fraudulent. The teleportation array was most likely a reward of some kind. Let's head over to investigate. In the end, Shi Feng decided to examine it. Under Shi Feng's command, the team approached the golden teleportation array. As no monsters dared move near to the array, they had an easy time reaching it. The instant Shi Feng stepped into the teleportation array, his mind felt clearer than ever before. Moreover, a brimming with energy buff had appeared in his status window. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. "System, you have discovered the teleportation magic array to Titan Library." Sure enough, it's the first kill reward. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he heard the system notification. There were two main benefits to visiting Titan City. The first was that lifestyle players could use the Titan workshops to improve their skills. The other was the Titan Library, which all players dreamed of exploring. Generally, for players seeking the Titan Library, they first needed to reach the third stage and then take the path to the library. However, while that path would also eventually lead players to Titan City, it was significantly more difficult than the path that led to Titan City directly. Players usually chose the latter option to ensure their Titan City entrance slots. Shi Feng had never imagined that obtaining the King of Corrosion's first kill would garner such a benefit as well. Following which, Shi Feng walked towards the teleportation array's center and activated it. Everyone instantly transformed into streaks of golden light and vanished. After the team disappeared, the golden teleportation array faded as well, silence returning to the spacious plaza. The entrance trial's third stage consisted of narrow pathways. Barely 3 people could walk, side by side, down the pathways. Meanwhile, bottomless pits lined each pathway on either side. If a player fell off the pathway, it wouldn't even be possible to revive them. They would be instantly disqualified from the entrance trial. Aside from this dangerous pathway, there were large groups of bat monsters flying through the air that frequently screeched soundwave attacks. If players were not careful and failed to avoid these attacks, they may plunge to their deaths. When Peerless's team arrived here, they were immediately thrown into a bitter battle. The weakest bat monsters here were special elites, with many being chieftains. There were even level 45 lord-ranked bat kings. When these bats caught players, they immediately threw them into the abyss. These bat monsters were far more difficult to deal with than the corrosive beasts. The fact that players would be disqualified if they fell off the pathway was particularly harsh. "Use the sound bombs," Peerless shouted when he saw bat monsters gather around them. Against ordinary monsters, the sound bombs weren't particularly effective. The bombs only made some noise to disturb monsters. However, against the bat monsters, the bomb's effect was massive. A single explosion would scare away these monsters, preventing them from approaching for a short time. Peerless had specifically prepared this item to deal with the bat monsters. During his second trial attempt, his team had been utterly helpless against the bat monsters. From time to time, the bat kings would fly past, grabbing and tossing their team members into the abyss. Before they had even reached the halfway point, the entire team had fallen to their deaths. Under Peerless's command, the team members took out their sound bombs and threw them at the clumped bat monsters. The explosions scared the incoming bats away. "Move faster, use the sound bombs sparingly," Peerless shouted hurriedly. Although the sound bombs were impressively effective, they were extremely rare. Even utilizing their guild's strength, they had only managed to procure a small stock. If they did not conserve their bombs, they wouldn't make it through this tortuous abyss. Meanwhile, on the other path leading to Titan City, Shi Feng and the others suddenly appeared before an ancient, towering fortress. The ancient fortress loomed over 1,000 meters high. The building itself looked like a mountain. Level 200 NPC guards stood before the fortress's iron gates. These two NPCs were over 10 meters tall. When these NPCs saw Shi Feng and the others, they blocked the gates with their spears. This is the Great Titan Library. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. One of the NPC guards coldly informed the players as he swept a glance over Shi Feng and the others. If you wish to enter, you need to pass our test. The team members were shocked when they saw the Titan Library. It was, by far, the largest library they had ever seen in God's domain. Players were not strangers to God's domain's libraries. It was especially true for magical class players. All magical class players who wanted to practice and improve their spellcasting techniques or learn new spells generally did so in a library. However, gaining entrance into NPC cities' libraries was a difficult feat. One typically needed to be a noble or a friend of the city's NPC nobles to gain access. Aside from allowing players to learn spells, libraries' greatest purpose was information gathering. In truth, players could find information on many quests in God's domain in libraries. For example, the information Yulon had regarding the holy city of Titan was available in libraries in NPC cities. However, the libraries in God's domain varied in size. Each library also contained different information. Hence, the various large guilds usually created their own intelligence departments specifically to gather information from various libraries and compile their own information databases. This made it easier for their guild members to find information on their quests. As for Shi Feng, who had the Demon Hunter title, he was considered a world noble in God's domain. Hence, utilizing his privilege as a world noble, he had led Zero Wings members into God's domain's various libraries. Unfortunately, the Demon Hunter title only gave him access to libraries in ordinary NPC cities. It did not give him access to kingdoms and imperial capitals' libraries. Players had to rely on their own capabilities to gain entrance. Even so, the information Zero Wing had collected was even more comprehensive than first-rate guilds. "We will accept the test," Shi Feng announced as he stepped forward. "Very well, you only have one chance. If you pass the test, you may learn from our library." 932 Advantage of Tier 1 Players. Chapter 932. Advantage of Tier 1 Players. When the team heard that they could enter the Titan Library if they passed the test, elation colored their expressions. The team's magical classes were particularly eager, their eyes alight as they hungered to enter the library as soon as possible. "Everyone, rest up. Make sure you are in peak condition before you challenge the test," Shi Feng instructed his team. Each person only had one chance to pass the test. If they failed, they would not gain access to the library. They would only find another chance to take the test when they came through the trial again. However, it would be far more difficult to reach the Titan Library next time. While Shi Feng was confident in leading everyone to Titan City, the same could not be said for the Titan Library. In the past, many independent players had chosen to take the library's test whenever they got their hands on a pass. However, since reaching the Titan Library was more difficult than the direct path to Titan City, very few players had passed the test. Even so, everyone wanted to try. This was all because players could learn extremely rare skills in the Titan Library. These rare skills could improve a player's combat power significantly. For example, Shi Feng's Flame Burst was one such rare skill. Moreover, these skills generally did not require proficiency to level, only EXP. Hence, a player could dump a large sum of EXP into leveling these skills during a crucial moment with the hope of turning the situation around. Your test is simple. Because you are all Tier 1 classes, you just need to kill a chieftain of the same level within a certain time. If you fail to defeat your opponent within the given time, you fail the test. After the Titan NPC finished explaining, the spear in his hand trembled. Suddenly, a golden magic array with a 5-yard radius appeared a short distance away. "That is your arena. When you are ready to take the test, simply step into the array," the Titan NPC said as he pointed at the golden magic array. The NPC then fell silent as he resumed guarding the closed gates. As the team members listened to the test rules, they frowned. Ordinary experts could not solo a chieftain of the same level, not to mention doing so within a limited time. Since the system had placed a time limit on the test, it was obvious that players would not have long. "Just enter the array when you're ready," Shi Feng said. He could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw everyone's depressed expressions. In reality, Tier 1 players had a benefit when they came here. When Tier 2 players took the test, they had to solo a High Lord of the same level. That monster was 2 ranks higher. Compared to a High Lord, a chieftain seemed cute. After saying so, Shi Feng entered the magic array. He then transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared. After watching Shi Feng enter the test, the rest of the team stepped into the magic array as well. Even if they were not confident of succeeding, they had to try. After players entered the golden magic array, they were transported to a peculiar space. When Shi Feng opened his eyes, he discovered that he had teleported to a wide, open prairie with no end in sight. Meanwhile, 200 yards away from him lay a flaming rhinoceros that was over 5 meters tall. Crimson Rhinoceros Elemental Being, Chieftain level 43, HP 400,000. The library's test monster had far less HP than an ordinary chieftain. The point of this test was to see if players could face these monsters head-on. As Shi Feng prepared to approach the rhinoceros, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have 10 minutes to complete the battle. If you cannot finish the battle within the allotted time, you will be automatically transferred out of this instance. The system's giving players 10 minutes? It sure is favoring Tier 1 players. Shi Feng could not help but sigh. When Tier 2 players challenged the test, they only had 20 minutes. However, their monster was a High Lord. Wasting no time, Shi Feng walked towards the Crimson Rhinoceros. When Shi Feng was only 70 yards away from the Crimson Rhinoceros, the chieftain discovered his presence. Immediately, it snorted scorching flames from its nostrils and stomped the ground angrily. It then charged at Shi Feng. When it moved, it thundered like a speeding truck. Seeing this, Shi Feng activated Flame Burst. With light steps, he easily evaded the Crimson Rhinoceros's charge and slashed the chieftain's back. Pung! The attack sent the rhinoceros flying over a dozen yards. When it slammed into the ground, it released a pained cry. A damage of 28,167 points appeared above its head. Shi Feng then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Crimson Rhinoceros. He brandished his swords at the chieftain, every slash leaving a deep cut. Suddenly, Shi Feng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect. Combined with Flame Burst's effect, the attack dealt 67,846 damage. Before Shi Feng had used all of Flame Burst's attack counts, the Crimson Rhinoceros burst into flames, disappearing from the prairie and leaving behind a black iron token. The token was the required proof he needed to enter the Titan Library. System, congratulations. You have killed the Crimson Rhinoceros. Time remaining, 9 minutes 52 seconds. System, you will return in 5 seconds. Please prepare. After Shi Feng picked up the token, he quietly waited for his teleportation away from this map. To him, the library's test was not a challenge in the least. He had long since surpassed chieftains of the same level in terms of strength. Even without any special techniques, he could easily kill an ordinary chieftain of the same level, not to mention one with weakened HP. In front of the Titan Library, many members were still preparing themselves mentally. When a figure suddenly appeared in the golden array, they turned to look. What? Someone has finished already? It's only been a few seconds. Did the monster kill them? Those who hadn't taken the test yet grew even more nervous. However, when they Shi Feng emerged, their jaws dropped. Isn't he too fast? None of them doubted that Shi Feng had passed the test. If he couldn't do it, no one could. However, he had cleared the test astonishingly fast. Not even 20 seconds had passed since he had entered the array. That was a chieftain they were talking about, a party dungeon's boss. This wasn't some ordinary monster they usually farmed. Why haven't you guys taken the test yet? Shi Feng glanced over the group before the gates. There were over 24 players who had yet to take the exam, and they were all Yulan's subordinates. He then advised them, relax, the test isn't as difficult as you imagine. Although the monster is indeed a chieftain, its HP has been reduced. Yulan's subordinates were speechless. Even with reduced HP, a chieftain was still a chieftain, yet Shi Feng talked as if it was some random mob that was too easy to slaughter. Shortly after Shi Feng had returned, Fire Dance stepped out of the magic array as well, following which one player after another emerged. Why are there so many people ahead of me? When Bloodsucker returned, he saw a large group already standing before the iron gates. Even Violet Cloud was among them. He was confused. He could accept monster-like damage dealers such as Shi Feng, Fire Dance, and White Knight completing the test faster than him, but Violet Cloud was a cleric. She was a mere healer. 933 Grand Wizard. Chapter 933, Grand Wizard. As more people returned from their tests, the difference between Zero Wing's side and Overwhelming Smile's side became glaringly obvious. In the end, 21 of the 30 Zero Wing members had cleared the test. As for Overwhelming Smile's 50 members, only 15 had passed. All of Owl and Raven's members had cleared the test. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulin was shocked when she saw how many players from Zero Wing's side had passed. Although she knew that there was a huge gap between their teams, she had not realized how massive that gap was. Yulin wasn't the only person caught by surprise. Even an expert like Warwolf was astonished. They had formed their team by poaching experts from various sources. Overall, their team could rival even first-rate guilds' main forces. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only developed in Star Moon Kingdom, yet regarding the quality and quantity of experts, Zero Wing's team was far greatly superior to theirs. Since everyone has finished the test, those who did not pass will wait by the entrance. Those who passed can head inside, Shi Feng said as looked over the team. He had sensed Yulin and her group's confusion. However, he simply smiled at their actions. He then arranged for everyone to enter the library. Naturally, it was impossible for Zero Wing to surpass first-rate guilds in terms of quantity of experts. First-rate guilds had been developing in the virtual gaming world for a long time. In addition, these guilds weren't limited to developing in just one country, but multiple. In terms of member count, they exceeded Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing was no match for them. Zero Wing's only advantage over these guilds was their number of top-tier experts. This was also why Shi Feng wanted to develop in other countries. There were only so many top-tier experts in Star Moon Kingdom. Unless they nurtured their own, they couldn't continue to build their forces of top-tier experts. Furthermore, they needed to recruit far more elite and ordinary expert players. Following which, under Shi Feng's lead, all those who passed their tests began entering the Titan Library one after another. The Titan Library was relatively ancient in God's domain. It was far older than any kingdom or empire's library. Those libraries could not compare to the information it contained. Suddenly, a gray-robed man with a blurred face appeared before the team and said, "Young adventurers, welcome to the Titan Library. I am Warren, the manager here." Warren was not a Titan. He was the same size as an ordinary human. As if he were a robot, he spoke without emotion. However, the instant this man appeared, everyone felt as if they were suffocating. Warren's powerful aura rendered these players helpless. Although they couldn't accurately guess the library manager's strength, they did not doubt that the man could end their lives as easily as blowing out a candle. Shi Feng, however, knew exactly how powerful Warren was. He was a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. Moreover, Warren wasn't an ordinary Tier 5 class. He was a Grand Wizard who had mastered all 4 major elements. A Grand Wizard with mastery over 2 elements was already impressive. Tier 5 players generally only mastered 1 element, and it was exceedingly difficult to master another. In Shi Feng's previous life, disaster had befallen Titan City, and it was only thanks to manager Warren that this disaster had been mitigated. Warren had fought 3 Tier 5 abyssal monsters. Normally, it would take a small army of Tier 5 players to defeat just 1 Tier 5 abyssal monster, yet Warren had single-handedly defeated all 3. The news had spread through God's domain like wildfire. It was also then that players had realized just how frightening a Grand Wizard, who had mastered all 4 major elements, was. Now that you have come this far, you are allowed to search for 1 skill book to learn from. The Titan Library has stood for many years and has collected various skill books from all across God's domain. One can even find legendary Tier 6 skill books on these shelves. However, you only have 3 hours to find a skill book, and you only have 3 opportunities to learn from this library throughout your lifetime. There are also various restrictions in the library. The stronger the skill book is, the stronger the restriction will be. What kind of skill book you obtain will depend on your own abilities. Do not waste time out of greed over a powerful skill, Warren explained slowly. Hearing this, the player's eyes lit up with excitement. In God's domain, a skill's rarity increased with levels and tiers. Currently, even Tier 2 skill books were beyond players, let alone Tier 6. Only someone like Shi Feng understood how precious a Tier 6 skill book was. Its value could even rival that of a fragmented legendary item. Tier 5 skills and spells weren't easy to obtain either. One had to be lucky to find one. Even after reaching Tier 4 and 5, many players in the past had only possessed a few skills or spells of the same tier. Meanwhile, Titan Library just happened to allow players access to these rare skills and spells. Hence, players constantly fought to challenge the Titan Library's test. Unfortunately, very few players had ever come this far. This opportunity to grasp a high-tiered skill or spell was far more valuable than an epic weapon. Warren had vanished after he finished his explanation of the library. Without wasting any time, Shi Feng and the others split up to search for their own skill books. The Titan Library was colossal and had many sections. Finding a suitable high-tiered skill book within 3 hours would not be easy, hence they needed to cherish every second they had, following which Shi Feng dashed towards the section for melee skills. In the Titan Library, skill and spell books were not categorized by class. Rather, they fell into 4 main groups: melee skills, range skills, healing spells, and destruction spells. Melee players like Shi Feng had to head towards the melee skill section. Of course, one could also choose a skill from the range skill section. Once Shi Feng reached the melee skill section, he delved deeper into the section. Every library section was divided further into 4 areas: the outer area, the inner area, the central area, and the core. There were thousands of skill books in the outer area. Shi Feng could waste his 3 hours just skimming through those books. Meanwhile, as one ventured closer to each section's center, they would find fewer and higher quality skill books. However, based on what Shi Feng had heard in his previous life, even the core housed over 100 skill books. The Titan Library's wealth of information would shock any player. As Shi Feng left the outer area and approached the inner area, a barrier appeared, blocking his path. 934 Tier 3, Sure Kill Skill. Chapter 934, Tier 3, Sure Kill Skill. The barrier against Tier 1 classes is stronger than I expected. Shi Feng lifted a hand to the invisible wall. The wall acted like a massive repulsion field that enclosed the 3 innermost areas. Players could not force their way in. This was also why Warren had warned them not to be greedy. There were too many skill and spell books in the Titan Library, and it was very difficult to find a book that suited each player within a limited time. If they focused on breaking through these invisible barriers, they might leave empty-handed. Players could not rely on their strength to break through the library's barriers. They could, however, rely on techniques. Upon reaching the repulsion field, players' every aspect would be suppressed to a certain extent. Even Tier 4 and Tier 5 players were not exempt. Inside the repulsion field, there were countless air currents. These air currents would barrage anyone within the field. If players did not respond appropriately, they would be thrown from the repulsion field. As Shi Feng entered the field, many others also began to move. None of them were interested in the outer area's skill books. However, the moment these people entered the repulsion field, they slowed to a crawl as if they had been submerged in mud. With their speed crippled, several streams of air rushed at them. Failing to dodge in time, these people were expelled from the repulsion field. One of Raven's members, Masked Angel, rushed into the repulsion field. "You think you can stop me with this little trick?" Once Masked Angel stepped into the repulsion field, he sneered as he pushed further into the inner area with long strides. Over 100 yards of repulsion field separated the outer and inner area. Masked Angel quickly crossed over a dozen yards through the field, moving as if the air currents were non-existent. "Amazing!" A few people who had been thrown from the repulsion field exclaimed. When they had entered the repulsion field, they hadn't been able to move normally at all, yet Masked Angel did not seem to have any issues. As a few streams of violent air tore towards Masked Angel, he dodged everyone with a mysterious footwork technique. He then continued forward. What? How are his movements so smooth? Does the suppression's strength depend on the player? That shouldn't be the case. These players watched Masked Angel reach the halfway point with envy. As long as Masked Angel passed through this restricted area, he could search the inner area's skill books. Even a fool could guess the difference between the outer area's skill books and those in the inner area. They had already flipped through a few skill books in the outer area, and all they found were Tier 1 and Tier 2 books. While these skill books were very valuable, they would be of little use in the future. Only the inner area's skill books could give them an edge as they leveled. As expected of an expert of Raven, he discerned the repulsion field's rules as soon as he entered. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised when he saw Masked Angel move through the repulsion field with ease. After all, Masked Angel was a refinement realm expert. The resistance players encountered in the repulsion field was not monotonous. Rather, it changed randomly. Players might encounter weaker resistance in some areas and stronger resistance in others. It was like firing an automatic machine gun from a long distance. One or multiple bullets might cross some areas while others wouldn't see any bullets. If someone attempted to charge through the repulsion field while ignoring this fact, they would quickly be expelled to the outer area. However, if one knew where the bullets would fly, traversing the repulsion field would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, adapting to the various resistances wasn't so simple. Once Masked Angel had ventured over 50 yards through the repulsion field, his expression darkened. He also began to stiffen. More air currents began to assault him simultaneously, going from the initial 3 to 5 to 7 or 8. The repulsion field began to grow more difficult. Finally, when Masked Angel was 70 yards deep, an air current struck him and threw him from the field. The spectating players in the outer area were dumbfounded. Masked Angel had been doing fine up until this point. Why had he been suddenly thrown from the field? Why did the difficulty increase so dramatically? Masked Angel's expression had twisted into something ugly. Do they even want us to pass through this thing? Others might not have realized what had just happened, but he was very aware. The moment he reached the 50-yard mark, the repulsion field rapidly grew stronger, going from strong to weak and weak to strong more quickly. Even Masked Angel found it difficult to cope with the changes. Furthermore, he faced far more attacks, making it more difficult to follow the resistance change. In the end, even after drastic evasive maneuvers, he had been removed from the field. After Masked Angel had been thrown out, Shi Feng entered the repulsion field. To others, it might be difficult to cope with the constantly changing resistance, but to Shi Feng, it was a walk in the park. He didn't even need to employ any techniques to avoid the incoming currents. Impossible. Masked Angel was momentarily stunned. It looked as if Shi Feng strolled casually down a road. Even after the 50-yard mark, Shi Feng continued comfortably. After a short moment, he had left the repulsion field behind and reached the inner area. What Masked Angel did not know, however, was that neither the resistance's strength nor the air current's attacks were effective against Shi Feng's perception. After reaching the inner area, Shi Feng casually browsed a few skill books. He did not hurry towards the central area. The barrier between the inner area and central area was many times stronger than the barrier separating the outer and inner areas. This barrier had even troubled God's Domain's apex experts of the past. Extremely rare Tier 4 skills could be found in abundance in the inner area. Shi Feng could also see plenty of Tier 3 sure kill skills. These sure kill skills were similar to Shi Feng's Flame Burst. Flame Burst was a Tier 2 sure kill skill that players could learn at Tier 0. Meanwhile, the skill could be upgraded by sacrificing EXP. However, it could only reach Tier 2. Even with this limitation, though, its advantages were obvious. Learning Flame Burst did not require a particular tier. It did not require skill proficiency either. Sure kill skills were extremely rare in God's Domain, much less a Tier 3 sure kill skill. In the auction house, it would sell for more than an epic item. After all, many players in God's Domain would hit their limit after reaching Tier 3. It was incredibly difficult to advance. For these players, their Tier 3 sure kill skills would never grow old, allowing them to hold their top ranks among Tier 3 players. However, this would not satisfy Shi Feng. He still had plenty of time. He could attempt to reach the section's central area. God's Domain's Apex experts dreamed of the Titan Library's central area. Not only did the central area house Tier 5 skill books, but it also held Tier 4 sure kill skills. However, as the difficulty of reaching the Titan Library increased as one moved up in tiers, very few Apex experts could make it into the library in the first place, not to mention the central area. Since he was already here, he had to try. If it really were not possible to proceed further, he would simply choose a Tier 3 sure kill skill that was suitable. Following which, Shi Feng arrived before the next barrier. Unlike the inner area, there was no powerful repulsion field preventing him from reaching the central area. Instead, everything before him was shrouded in darkness. He could not see inside the central area whatsoever. Suddenly, someone flew out of the darkness and slammed into the ground. This person was none other than Raven's Bloodsucker. However, Bloodsucker was extremely pale, his face empty of blood. He seemed sapped of all energy. He looked like as if he had just fought through a long, life-or-death battle, completely exhausted. You need to be careful. It's very dangerous in there. Bloodsucker smiled bitterly as Shi Feng walking over. I'll be logging out to rest now. 935 Sword Trajectory. Chapter 935 Sword Trajectory. As soon as Bloodsucker finished speaking, he logged out of the game. Is the mental burden really so heavy? Shi Feng frowned as he watched Bloodsucker vanish. After having observed Bloodsucker for a time, Shi Feng was certain that the man was a Void Realm expert. Even in a super guild, he would be an Apex existence. This was also why Bloodsucker had been so confident when he had promoted his skills. To pass the Titan Library's inner test, a player had to rely on their techniques. Their skills and equipment wouldn't help them in the least. Shi Feng found it hard to imagine how difficult it was to reach the central area for an expert like Bloodsucker to be rendered helpless. When a player overdrew on their mental strength, they generally had to rest for 3 to 5 hours to recover. Even if one used an S-rank nutrient fluid to aid in their recovery, they would need to spend roughly an hour in the real world to recover fully. However, players were only given 3 hours to choose a skill book in the Titan Library. If Bloodsucker rested for an hour in the real world, he would not have enough time to challenge the barrier between the inner and central areas. This test is vicious. Shi Feng clicked his tongue. If he failed once, he would lose a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. Moreover, even after recovering, he would only be able to choose a skill book from the inner area. If he did not rely on the S-rank nutrient fluid to recover, he would lose his opportunity to learn from any of the library's skill books. Only now did Shi Feng understand why so many Apex experts had faltered before reaching the central area. Fortunately, I still have a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Without them, I wouldn't qualify to challenge this test. Once Shi Feng adjusted his mindset, he stepped into the dark barrier. As soon as the darkness swallowed Shi Feng, he sensed something odd. Not only did the barrier rob him of his sight, but it had also rendered him deaf. Any expert's combat power would drop significantly if they lost their sight, not to mention losing both sight and hearing. With both senses suddenly muted, even staying calm would be a problem, not to mention fighting. Moreover, without being able to see or hear, one wouldn't even know what kind of danger they faced. Against the unknown, even an expert player's mental state would crumble. Fortunately, Shi Feng had experienced a similar situation in the battle tower. Although the circumstances hadn't been as severe, they were not that different. Hence, Shi Feng remained calm and in control. Although he had lost his sight and hearing, he still had his sense of touch and smell. Something's coming. After venturing a few steps into the darkness, he felt the air ripple against several areas of his body. However, these ripples were extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, he felt a pricking pain where he had felt the ripples. Something hit him, and he was forced 3 steps back, following which Shi Feng tried to advance once more. In the end, however, he met the same outcome. After a few steps, he felt weak ripples, followed by the pricking pain. Particularly in the areas he had felt the previous pain, this pain doubled. So, that is how this works. It's no wonder why so many experts were helpless against this test. Shi Feng smiled bitterly after a few more attempts. It was too difficult to sense an incoming attack by air currents alone. As a Void Realm expert, he perceived his surroundings by pushing his 5 senses to their very limits. However, if he relied only on his sense of touch, it would be very difficult to predict an attack. Even if he evaded the moment he perceived the needles, he couldn't dodge them. Moreover, the pain he felt each time was frustrating, disrupting his calm. Since I can't dodge them, I'll have to block them. Deciding so, Shi Feng unsheathed his swords and advanced. After the previous attempts, he had a general grasp of the needle's attacks. Aside from powerful techniques and acute senses, the biggest reason why experts could become experts in the first place was their brain's processing speed and their ability to memorize something instantly. Once one strengthened their mind, their memorization and calculation would improve tremendously. They could then run through various simulations in their minds using what limited information they had. In this dark area, the needle attacks were not without a pattern. For each wave of attacks, the needles would target 3 to 5 locations. Based on where Shi Feng had already been struck and how many times, a total of 12 locations on his body were being targeted. Although he could not be certain that the needles would only attack these 12 locations, knowing them was enough. As long as he defended these points, he couldn't be disqualified if he received a hit, even if he were hit elsewhere. At most, he would be forced to take 1 or 2 steps back and defend another location. Following which, Shi Feng continued his advance, using his blades to form a barrier around himself as he repelled the needle attacks. Moreover, as he brandished his swords, Shi Feng refined his sword's trajectories, little by little, gradually reducing his excess movements and strengthening his defense. As Shi Feng had speculated, there were more than 12 targets on his body. 14 areas were being targeted. These 14 points seemed to contain some kind of hidden meaning. As Shi Feng improved his sword trajectories, the defensive range enlarged as well. Right now, he could block roughly 40% of all attacks aimed at him from the front. This sensation astonished Shi Feng. He was also ecstatic over his growth. There were still many flaws in his sword trajectories, and his slashes were not as efficient as they could be. However, now that he could block 40% of the attacks coming from the front, he could theoretically block 20 of 50 targeted attacks launched from in front of him. After Shi Feng had ventured 50 yards into the darkness, 6 to 8 attacks assaulted him simultaneously. The number of targets on his body also rose from 14 to 21. The sudden change disrupted Shi Feng's rhythm, causing him to waver back and forth over the 50-yard mark. As attacks continuously struck his body, his pain grew more intense. The attacks were even painful enough to force a strong-willed person like Shi Feng to grit his teeth. However, although the pain distracted him slightly, Shi Feng's determination grew as he fought. Now that he had to block 21 points, his sword trajectories became more complex. After half an hour of refining his techniques and eliminating unnecessary movement, Shi Feng finally pushed past the 50-yard mark. He could now block all of the needle attacks that assaulted him. When he had ventured past the 80-yard mark, the attack count increased once more, increasing to 14 to 18 attacks at a time. Furthermore, he now had to defend 32 points. Although he only had to block another 11 areas, the necessary sword trajectories multiplied by several times. Even Shi Feng struggled to cope with this qualitative change. Even after refining his movements for over an hour, his technique still had plenty of flaws. However, he could now block 60% of the attacks launched from his front. After several more failed attempts to perfect his sword trajectories, Shi Feng decided to gamble. Rather than trying to block all 32 targeted points, he gave up his defense over a few that did not follow his trajectories. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he then attempted to cross the final 20 yards. In the end, with only 20 minutes of his 3 hours remaining, Shi Feng finally broke through the darkness and reached the Titan Library's central area. 936 Lightning Edge. Chapter 936 Lightning Edge. Unlike the library's inner area, which contained many ancient bookshelves lined with books, the central area had various globes of blue water rotating around a 3-story tall water globe. As soon as Shi Feng set foot into the central area, he felt his consciousness waver. The constant pricking pain he had felt in the darkness had pushed him to his limits. The Titan Library really is a special place. Shi Feng sat down and took several deep breaths. Although he was very tired, he was ecstatic. However, his excitement was not due to his success in reaching the central area. Rather, he was thrilled about what he had gained in the darkness. Never in his dreams had he thought that he would find a secret technique hidden in the darkness. The sword trajectories he had employed to defend the 32 targeted points was profound. It was even more astounding than an advanced combat technique. Shi Feng had realized how frightening this secret technique was as he had continued to improve his sword's trajectories. If he could grasp this sword trajectory, his swordsmanship might even surpass Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. Not bad, young man. It's been a long time since someone's reached this area. Shortly after Shi Feng had sat to rest, a figure appeared before him, praising Shi Feng. Looking up, Shi Feng discovered Warren, the library manager who had disappeared. "Since you've passed the test, follow me," Warren said before turning and walking towards the massive water globe. Hurriedly, Shi Feng rose from the floor and followed the manager. Although dodging the needle attacks had taken its toll, he had not yet exceeded his mental endurance. He didn't need to rest immediately as Bloodsucker had. After reaching the transparent globe, Warren began to recite an incantation. The massive globe slowly descended from the air. Despite standing over a dozen yards away, Shi Feng could feel the daunting mana radiating from the globe. This mana was far purer than that within the 7 Luminaries crystal. Furthermore, the mana that the globe released into the air did not scatter. If the globe exploded, Shi Feng did not doubt that the explosion would obliterate the Titan Library. "Go on. This is where the most precious skills the Titan Library has collected over the years have been contained," Warren urged. "Of course, you may also challenge the library's core, but be warned, throughout the past several hundred years, only 7 have reached the core and left to tell the tale. Lord Warren, I've decided to choose a skill book here," Shi Feng declared without hesitation. He had been lucky to reach the central area. As for whether that luck would carry him to the core, Shi Feng did not even dare to wonder. As far as he knew, only 5 players had entered the Titan Library's core in the past. Every single one of those players had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. With his current strength, his chances were close to, if not, non-existent. In all honesty, Shi Feng had considered trying. Unfortunately, his time was running out. On the off chance that he overextended his mental endurance and was forced to log out to rest, he might even drown in his regrets. A wise decision. Warren nodded pleasantly. The magic barriers inside the Titan Library are the blood and sweat of the 10 Saints. That is especially the case for the magic barrier that protects the core. Without standing in the same realm as the 10 Saints, challengers have no chance of success. Had you attempted to challenge the barrier, you would have been disqualified. Feng! Shi Feng rolled his eyes at the manager. You're only telling me that now? Following which, Shi Feng disappeared into the massive water globe. Upon entering the globe, a list of books appeared before Shi Feng. Every skill book listed was either a Tier 5 skill or a Tier 4 sure kill skill. The list contained hundreds of them. Shi Feng's eyes drifted to the Tier 4 sure kill skills without even glancing at the Tier 5 skill books. Although Tier 5 skills were much stronger than Tier 4 sure kill skills, one could only learn the former after reaching Tier 5. To his present self, a Tier 5 skill book would be as useless as a very expensive paperweight. It was not nearly as practical as a Tier 4 sure kill skill. There were a total of 133 Tier 4 sure kill skill books on the list, and Shi Feng rejoiced at the sight. If he could learn them all, every Tier 4 player would be no more than a punching bag. There was a wide variety of skills to choose from. Some were single-target skills like Flame Burst, while others were AoE skills like Skywheel Sword. There were also control skills like Abyssal Bind and Abyssal Curse. There were even extremely precious Berserk skills and support skills. These skills covered nearly every aspect and were more than enough for players to compensate for their shortcomings. After much contemplation, Shi Feng decided to search through the AoE skills. While single-target skills and Berserk skills could elevate a player's combat power tremendously, AoE skills were far more effective in group battles and grinding. Shi Feng was currently in a rush to reach level 50, and AoE skill was, without a doubt, his best choice. There were a total of 5 AoE attack skills. Some dealt physical damage, while others dealt magical damage. Some even dealt a mix of each. Having both would be the best choice. Shi Feng dismissed the first two varieties. While the pros of a physical or magical skill were obvious, the cons were just as clear. If he encountered a monster that countered either type of damage, the skill would lose its effectiveness. Take Firestorm, for example. If he used the skill against a fire-type monster or an elemental being, the skill wouldn't help him. Rather than risk such a specialized skill, it was safer to pick one that dealt both types of damage. After excluding the specialized skills, Shi Feng was left with 2 books. The first book contained the skill Divine Punishment. When activated, the skill dealt a combination of physical and holy damage to monsters in a targeted area. The skill covered 20 yards in every direction and had a cooldown of 10 minutes. The other skill was Lightning Edge. Upon activation, it would deal a mix of physical and lightning damage to monsters in a cone. The skill had an initial coverage of 30 yards and a cooldown of 15 minutes. Countless players in God's domain dreamed of obtaining both skill books. Shi Feng found himself in a bit of a bind. Holy damage would be twice as effective against dark creatures. In addition to his sacred sword, he would be a nightmare to dark creatures if he chose Divine Punishment. The only downside was the skill's limited range. As for Lightning Edge, it was suitable for kiting monsters. Noticing that he was running out of time, after a moment of hesitation, Shi Feng chose Lightning Edge. He had chosen this to help him level faster, following which Shi Feng clicked to learn Lightning Edge. As soon as he did, a stream of energy emerged from the water around him and surged into his body. System, congratulations, you have learned Lightning Edge. Lightning Edge, action type. Tier 0, Level 1, requires 200,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0, Level 2 channeling time, 0.5 seconds. Deals 300% physical and 300% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 30 yards. Duration, 3 seconds cooldown, 15 minutes, as expected of a Tier 4 Shurikill skill. Its starting damage and required EXP are double that of Flame Bursts. If it reaches Tier 1, it will likely be even stronger than Firestorm. Shi Feng was elated when he saw the skill's information. He immediately decided to upgrade Lightning Edge's level. 937 Team Improves, Chapter 937, Team Improves. Shi Feng was currently level 43. However, even after upgrading Lightning Edge to Tier 1, Level 1, he remained at level 43. However, upon reaching Tier 1, the required EXP to upgrade the skill and the skill's might had undergone a qualitative change. Lightning Edge Action Type Tier 1, Level 1, requires 200 mils in EXP to upgrade to Tier 1. Level 2 Channeling Time, 0.5 seconds, deals 700% physical and 700% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 50 yards. Duration, 5 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes. Shi Feng had intended to upgrade the skill further. Unfortunately, doing so would drop him to level 42, which would, in turn, decrease his overall attributes and affect his performance when they attempted the entrance trial's final stretch. Hence, he decided to hold off for now. After Shi Feng learned Lightning Edge, Warren transported him out of the library, returning him to the entrance. Everyone else from Zero Wing's team who had entered the library had already learned a skill or spell and already returned to the entrance. They all looked ecstatic. The number of skills and spells the Titan library contained was simply mind-blowing, and their rarity was equally staggering. Despite most of the players only being capable of choosing a skill from the outer area, they had still boosted their combat power significantly. Look at how excited you all are. What kind of powerful skills did you guys learn? Shi Feng asked, a soft chuckle escaping from his lips. Leader, did you know that Sister Aqua reached the inner area? She learned a large-scale destruction spell. Violet did as well and learned an AoE healing spell. As for Sister Fire, although she didn't learn an AoE skill from the inner area, she learned a powerful control and weakening skill. Even a boss won't be able to shrug off the skill's effects, Cola enthusiastically explained. The skills one could learn in the outer and inner areas were worlds apart. In the outer area, one could only learn rare Tier 2 skills, while in the inner area, one could learn Tier 3 sure kill skills. There was simply no comparing the two. Furthermore, the skills Aqua Rose and the others had learned in the inner area would be of immense help to their current team. It was especially true for Violet Cloud's AoE healing spell. At present, all skills the various healing classes could learn were single-target healing spells. There was not a single AoE healing spell available for their low tier. Now that Violet Cloud had learned one, she could act as multiple healers. When they raided dungeons in the future, they could afford to bring fewer healers and more damage dealers. Excluding Shi Feng, 14 people had reached the library's inner area. Among them, 3 belonged to Zero Wing, 3 belonged to Raven, 5 belonged to Owl, and 3 belonged to Overwhelming Smile. This outcome stunned Zero Wing's members. While Aqua Rose and the others, more or less, knew the identities of Raven's members, Owl's members were complete strangers, yet among the team of 14 players, 5 had reached the inner area. The small team's strength was astounding. Where did the guild leader meet these people? Aqua Rose was deeply shocked as she watched White Knight and his companions. There were so many experts in just a team of 14 people. After the team's performance in the Titan Library, Aqua Rose finally understood how strong White Knight and the others were. As for Yulan, who rested by the side, her expression suggested that she had finally come to understand the guild known as Zero Wing. She knew how difficult it was to venture from the outer area to the inner area. Even after trying her hardest, she barely broke through the barrier. As for the other 2 players on her team who had reached the inner area, they were Warwolf and Soaring Snake. Everyone else had only made it to the 80-yard mark. Although she did not know how far Shi Feng had progressed, reaching the inner area should have been a walk in the park for him. With this, of Zero Wing's 50 people, 12 had managed to reach the inner area. The team's strength was intimidating. Yulan even suspected that even if she scoured Star Moon Kingdom and combined the strength of every guild within its borders, she wouldn't form a team as powerful as Zero Wing's. Since everyone has gathered, let's proceed to the trial's final stage, Shi Feng declared after confirming that everyone was present. He then led the team to a teleportation array a short distance away from the Titan Library. Be careful. Healers, focus on those who are taking damage. MTs, hold down the monsters. Do not let them get away. Peerless, who ventured through the gray fog, sternly commanded his people through the team chat. Initially, he had thought he would be welcomed by the sight of Titan City's gates upon overcoming the abyssal path. However, he had never imagined that they would escape the wolf's lair only to walk straight into a lion's den. Inside this gray fog, their visibility was reduced to 10 yards. In addition, monsters would randomly assault them from time to time. To make matters worse, the fog did not affect these monsters. Even with 40 yards between them, these monsters discovered them and attacked immediately. These monsters attacked with bows and arrows, and after firing a volley, they would change their positions. Moreover, the monsters always targeted the cloth armor classes. If they did not defeat these archers as quickly as possible, the noise of battle would attract more enemies. Before realizing this, their team had suffered. Moreover, the players whom these monsters killed could not be revived. Their losses in this gray fog were permanent. They only had 89 players remaining now. If they lost any more members, their hopes of reaching the final goal would be dashed. Shortly after Peerless issued his orders, another volley emerged from the fog around them. The arrows were extremely fast. With the low visibility, even the agility-based classes struggled to block or evade the attacks, not to mention the targeted cloth-wearers. Immediately, a white-robed cleric transformed into a hedgehog, his HP plummeting to 0 in an instant. The cleric did not even have a chance to heal himself. Charge! Don't let those monsters get away. Peerless bellowed in rage. Over a dozen melee classes immediately dashed towards the arrow's origin. Shortly after these players vanished, however, the others heard a pained scream. A few of these melee players had died instantly. 3 MTs had even been thrown back to the team, their slamming into the ground before Peerless. All 3 MTs only had a strand of HP. What happened? Peerless demanded through the team chat. The monsters they had previously faced had only been level 45 elites. Every one of these players could easily dispatch one of the monsters with help, yet not only had a few people instantly died, but their heavily armored MTs had also been thrown such a long distance. There was definitely something off here. Boss, it's a boss. One of the swordsmen, who had previously charged forward, stuttered a reply. Wait, there are 3. Before the swordsman could finish his words, his name in the team status window faded to gray, signifying that this player had died. However, the swordsman wasn't the only one dead player. Those who had charged with him had died as well. Before Peerless could respond, 3 tall figures suddenly emerged from the fog accompanied by over 100 bow-wielding, 4-armed demonic monsters. Every player on the team tensed, feeling stifled. Of the 3 bosses before them, one was a Grand Lord, while the other 2 were Great Lords. With this combination before them, the players crumbled in despair. As the 2 sides threw themselves into the battle, a golden radiance suddenly dispersed the dense fog. People then began to appear, one after another. How? Peerless's jaw nearly hit the ground when he saw the distant figures. These figures were none other than the members of Shi Feng's team, who he had seen before. However, unlike their battered players, Shi Feng's team appeared unharmed, every member brimming with energy as they stood on the path towards Titan City. 938 Pantheon, Chapter 938, Pantheon. As the golden light appeared, it returned visibility to the foggy valley. Shi Feng and his team's sudden arrival left Peerless's team speechless. How are they here? This question echoed in everyone's minds. It was an irrefutable fact that they had progressed through the 3rd stage faster and more successful than they had during their previous attempt, yet Shi Feng's team had still managed to get ahead of them. The most infuriating part was that, now that they had aggroed the 3 bosses, Shi Feng's team could simply head up the mountain and reach Titan City without issues. However, before Peerless and his team could figure out what they should do next, the 3 bosses charged at them. 3-headed demonic ape king, dark creature, grand lord, level 45, HP 70,000, 2,000,000, 2-headed, demonic ape, dark creature, great lord, level 45, HP 30,000, 30,000, D million, 30,000. 30 million. Even a team of 1,000 elite players would have no hope against a grand lord and 2 great lords, much less a 100-man team. Realizing how grim their situation was, Peerless clenched his jaw and commanded, "Activate the barrier." Everyone else, follow me. 15 players immediately gathered and began to form a magic barrier that trapped the 3 bosses, preventing the monsters from pursuing the rest of their team. As they did so, Peerless and the other members moved towards Shi Feng. His intentions were obvious. He wanted to drag Shi Feng and his people into the fight, using the opportunity to escape. "Leader, those people are heading towards us. It seems they're trying to drag us down with them." Aqua Rose giggled softly as she watched Peerless's team rush towards them. "Let's get rid of them, lest they hinder us later." Needless to say, Shi Feng also knew what Peerless and his team planned. Wait a minute, that is Peerless, one of Pantheon's elders. Initially, Yulan had agreed with Shi Feng's decision. However, upon taking a closer look and recognizing the other team's leader as Peerless, she hesitated. Pantheon was a super guild. Although Pantheon's headquarters was nowhere near Starmoon Kingdom and it couldn't affect the kingdom's affairs, a few of Underworld's upper echelons had been buttering up the super guild. If they killed Pantheon's members now, a simple inquiry would reveal her as a member of Underworld. When that happened, she would invoke her upper echelon's ire. This was also why she was so desperately trying to strengthen her foundations. With a powerful team, her position in Underworld would not be at risk if she angered a few of the organization's upper echelons. Noticing Yulan's hesitation, Shi Feng, more or less, understood how much influence a super guild had. "It will impact the organization's plans," Yulan replied honestly. Feebly, she continued, "If team leader Yi Feng attacks that team, I'm afraid that my side can't help. That's fine, you guys can stay here and watch." Shi Feng dismissed Yulan's concerns. Following which, Shi Feng led his team to welcome Peerless and the others. Zero Wing sure is ruthless. They don't even hesitate against a super guild. It seems like the rumors of Zero Wing provoking King's return are true. Overwhelming Smile's members watched with admiration. Everyone had been dumbfounded when Zero Wing had provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Afterward, the guild had picked a fight with King's return. Now, Zero Wing's members had, without hesitation, decided to strike against Pantheon's members. If they were any other first-rate guild, they would have already cowered in fear. The Titan City Pass was extremely valuable. Based on how prepared Peerless and the other Pantheon members appeared to be, it was obvious how much the Super Guild valued the holy city of Titan. If Shi Feng and his players killed Peerless's team, Pantheon would undoubtedly hold a grudge against Zero Wing. "Boss Peerless, those people are heading this way. From the looks of it, I think they're trying to block our path." "Perfect. They've ruined my plans once already. Now, I'll teach them to fear Pantheon. When the bosses get here, head up the mountain." Joy fluttered in Peerless's eyes as he watched Shi Feng's team approach. Had Shi Feng led his team up the mountain, he would have escaped the looming disaster of the 3 bosses. However, now that they were coming to him, he could use this chance to relieve some stress. Both teams fell into formation and prepared for battle. "Boss Peerless, I think I've seen those players before. The swordsman leading the charge looks like Ye Feng from the Asura battle team. Those are Zero Wing's members." "Ye Feng? Didn't he defeat that old monster from the Battle Wolves?" When only 100 yards separated the 2 teams, Pantheon's members realized who they were facing. Tension sang through them as they prepared for a gruesome battle, no longer taking this fight so lightly. They also discovered something shocking: Shi Feng and his team's levels. Every player was above level 40, while some had even reached level 43. It was impossible to find such a high-leveled team, even in God's Domain's empires. As the teams grew closer, although Peerless's side had the numerical advantage, his team members' expressions were grim. Previously, as both teams had been too far from each other, they hadn't noticed anything special about Zero Wing's team. However, as they closed the distance, fear began to grip their hearts. Shi Feng, White Knight, Fire Dance, and a few others leading the team, in particular, radiated an even stronger pressure than a lord. Why do they have so many experts? Peerless frowned, shock filling his gaze. Among Zero Wing's 50-man team, at least 9 of them felt threatening. Of the 9, he trembled in fear as the pressure of 4 specific players swept over him. He even began to wonder if he were facing another Super Guild's raid team. Why else would there be so many experts on a single team? I am Peerless, an elder from Pantheon. You must be Elder Ye Feng from Zero Wing, correct? Why don't we work together to defeat the bosses? Peerless shouted his suggestion as he watched Shi Feng. Although he was arrogant, he knew when the odds were against him. His current team stood no chance against Shi Feng's people. If his team were annihilated now, they would lose their 3rd chance of reaching Titan City. There was also no telling when their guild would obtain another pass either. He did not wish to watch his hard-earned opportunity go to waste over a little squabble. Peerless's suggestion surprised Yulin and Overwhelming Smile's members. Am I hearing things? Pantheon's members are actually suggesting that we cooperate? I have heard that Peerless is a particularly arrogant elder in Pantheon. Not only does he lack respect for guild leaders from first-rate guilds, but he has also insulted them publicly. I must have misheard him. A commotion swept over Overwhelming Smile's members. Super guilds were the virtual gaming world's overlords. Normally, people would do everything they could to gain their favor, yet they rarely expressed goodwill. Suggesting cooperation was even more unlikely. Peerless and the others had already prepared to fight. However, they had suddenly suggested that the 2 teams work together. Even if news of this spread, no one would believe it. 939 Unfathomable Zero Wing Chapter 939 Unfathomable Zero Wing. Peerless's sudden suggestion had stunned not only Yulin and her group, but it had also surprised Zero Wing's vice leader Aqua Rose. Aqua Rose had to admit that Peerless's suggestion was tempting. Both Pantheon and Zero Wing's teams would struggle to take down 3 level 45 bosses simultaneously. If not dealt with properly, a team wipe would not be surprising. If the 2 teams joined hands, however, their chances of defeating the 3 bosses would increase tremendously. Although Aqua Rose was not at all familiar with the strength of Pantheon's team, the fact that they had made it this far proved that it should not be underestimated. Peerless also firmly believed that his proposal would interest Shi Feng. After all, the team's ultimate goal was to enter Titan City. Moreover, more than one team could reach the Holy City as long as they cleared the entrance trial. There was no conflict between them in terms of profit. Moreover, befriending a super guild was far more beneficial than creating a new enemy. However, Shi Feng replied with 3 indifferent words. No, thank you. After responding, Shi Feng swung Killing Ray. Lightning Edge. After reaching Tier 1, Lightning Edge's range had extended to a maximum of 50 yards. The damage spread could envelop over half of Peerless's team. Strike after strike of blue lightning arced towards Pantheon's members. Shi Feng's attributes were already exceptional. Even Kola could only endure a few of his normal attacks. In the blink of an eye, the lifeless bodies of over half of Peerless's team members fell to the ground. Even the MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only those who had been outside of Lightning Edge's attack range and those who possessed skills that provided a brief invulnerability had escaped with their lives. However, these players were only a minority of Peerless's team. After Lightning Edge ended, less than 10 players remained standing on Peerless's side. Lightning Edge was in no way weaker than a boss's team wipe skill. What is he doing? Yulin was flabbergasted. Initially, she had agreed with the proposed cooperation. Not only would this eliminate the possibility of earning Pantheon's ire, but they might also have the chance to form a friendship with the Super Guild. Both she and Zero Wing would benefit greatly from an amicable relationship with Pantheon. Furthermore, their chances of clearing the entrance trial would increase. Yet, Shi Feng had rejected the offer. Moreover, he annihilated the majority of Pantheon's members without a second thought. Yulin even began to wonder if Shi Feng had some sort of unresolvable grudge against Pantheon. Shi Feng's actions had even stunned Aqua Rose. Bloodsucker was gobsmacked as well. No matter what was said or done, these people were still Pantheon members, yet Shi Feng had killed them without any hesitation. Shi Feng's decisiveness to kill another player even made a dark player like Bloodsucker involuntarily tremble. He was now even more afraid of Shi Feng than he was of a bloodthirsty killer such as himself. However, Shi Feng did not bother to explain his decision. Or rather, he could not. Only the first team to enter the Holy City of Titan would be awarded reputation. He would not give up the guarantee of gaining the Holy City's reputation just to gain a dispensable partner, not to mention a partner that had initially planned to use his team to distract the bosses. In God's domain, only one strength mattered. Everything else was secondary. I'll butcher you, a vein popped in Peerless's eyes when he saw his dead companions. If hatred were tangible, his would have drowned Shi Feng. These players were the capital he needed to clear the entrance trial. Now, Shi Feng had annihilated them. Peerless then activated his berserk skill. He raised his silver greatsword and charged at Shi Feng. However, before Peerless, whose body had grown slightly, could reach Shi Feng, A figure appeared between them and forcibly stopped the berserker's charge. This person was none other than the guardian knight Turtledove. Scram. Peerless boiled with rage. He swore to himself that he would fight Shi Feng to the end. Without hesitation, he sent a horizontal slash at the guardian knight in his way, intending to take advantage of his enhanced strength to send Turtledove flying. In response to the vicious attack, Turtledove swung her longsword to meet the berserker's blade, activating steel impact before the two weapons collided. Pung! The counterattack sent Peerless flying 10 yards away. It had also forced him into a fainted state. His 26,600 HP dropped by more than 3,000 as well. Turtledove's immense strength stunned Pantheon's members. They all knew just how powerful Peerless was. Although he could not compare to the Battle Wolves' Sirius, he was one of Pantheon's apex experts who had reached the Void Realm. He even wore a piece of epic equipment, while the rest of his gear consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment. In terms of basic attributes, few people were capable of matching the Berserker. The Berserk skill Peerless had activated also boosted his strength, agility, and endurance. In this state, he could even stand against a High Lord of the same level without giving way, yet a tall, slender female guardian knight had sent him flying. Their shock was indescribable. "Boss Peerless, I'll help you." A level 40 burly assassin dashed forward to assist Peerless, who had removed the control effect plaguing him as soon as he had received it. However, before this level 40 assassin could reach the Berserker, numerous arrows flew towards him, forcing him to block the attacks. His actions, however, broke his stealth. "Isn't that Pantheon's 3 tigers? Why is he here?" Yulin was surprised upon seeing the assassin. It seems Pantheon really wants into Titan City. After this incident, Zero Wing and Pantheon will definitely be mortal enemies. The exposed assassin was 3 Tigers, an apex expert from Pantheon. He was also the Super Guild's 5th-ranked assassin. His attacks were famed for their violence. Others often called him the man-slaughtering tiger. However, the instant the man-slaughtering tiger was exposed, he felt death loom over him. Hastily, he used wind steps and threw himself to the ground. Unknown to him, the sharp blade of a short sword had sliced across his back. If not for the brief invulnerability that his skill provided, the blade would have ripped through his body. What is that style of footwork? Even so close, I didn't detect her at all. 3 Tigers felt his body grow cold when his gaze fell on Fire Dance, who had appeared behind him suddenly. If not for his ability to exert his 5 senses to their limits, which allowed him to sense the subtle fluctuations in the air as Fire Dance launched her attack, he would have fallen prey to the female assassin's attack. As expected, my void steps are still rough and crude. Fire Dance inwardly berated herself after 3 Tigers dodged her blade. After evading Fire Dance's ambush, 3 Tigers discovered an incoming volley. White Knight had fired these arrows and did so from the male assassin's blind spot. As a result, 3 Tigers didn't notice them until it was too late. Damn it, why are there so many experts? 3 Tigers instinctively activated Vanish, repelling the arrows and remaining unharmed. He had just been forced to use 2 of his major life-saving skills in a row. 3 Tigers had never experienced a situation like this since he had joined God's domain. However, shortly after 3 Tigers vanished, he discovered that he could not move. Before he realized it, pitch-black walls rose from the ground and surrounding him. This attack was none other than Violet Cloud's Black Coffin, and she had timed the spell to activate just after Vanish's 1.3 seconds of invulnerability had ended. 940 Hell's Gatekeepers. Chapter 940, Hell's Gatekeepers. Despite the fact that 3 Tigers was a top-tier assassin from a super guild, he could not think of an appropriate response to the seamless combination attack. Only when the Black Coffin began to close did 3 Tigers activate a control removal skill. Unfortunately, the half-second delay before he made a decision was more than enough time for Fire Dance to catch up to him, executing Absolute Strike. Suddenly, Fire Dance transformed into a shadowy streak that pierced through the male assassin's body. With little effort, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and White Knight had taken out a Super Guild's top-tier assassin. The surviving Pantheon members were stunned. 3 Tigers was in no way weaker than Peerless. The assassin could move about unhindered even against hundreds of elite players and dozens of experts. In a large-scale war, he could even take the enemy commander's life while surrounded by thousands of enemies. Yet now, the combination attack of 3 people had killed him almost instantly. Their cooperation is seamless. Without skills that provide invulnerability, there is simply no escaping that attack. Warwolf sighed as he watched this scene play out. The difference between the 2 teams' experts is massive. Pantheon doesn't have a chance. As a matter of fact, Warwolf knew that, even without Violet Cloud and White Knight, Fire Dance alone could render 3 Tigers helpless. Although Fire Dance was an assassin, her attributes were outrageous. Moreover, only MTs could block the female assassin's mystifying attacks with their shields. Other classes had no hope of blocking or dodging her attacks. Their only option was to maintain a distance from the assassin. Letting her get close was the equivalent of welcoming death into their homes. Yulin nodded her agreement with Warwolf's evaluation. While it might seem as if Peerless had an advantage after activating his Berserk skill, Zero Wing's people had many of their own, terrifying skills. After all, they had just come from the Titan Library. Yulin also understood just how powerful the skills were in the library's outer and inner areas. Even 5 berserked peerless clones wouldn't be enough to change this battle's outcome, let alone one. As Yulin was lost in her thoughts, Shi Feng joined the battle. The instant Shi Feng stepped forward, he vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Peerless, arcs of blue electricity coursing around his body. He then slashed his blade down on the berserker. Tier 2, taboo skill, instant strike. Die. The instant Shi Feng appeared before him, Peerless sensed the swordsman's presence. A grin appeared on his face as he executed Whirlwind Slash. After watching 3 tigers die almost instantly, he had worried that Zero Wing's experts would pin him down and defeat him before he had the chance to confront Shi Feng. He had never imagined that the detestable swordsman would come to him and without activating a berserk skill. However, before Peerless's greatsword could accelerate, a blue streak of light bloomed from Shi Feng's hand. In the next moment, a critical damage of 27,684 appeared above Peerless's head, the berserker's HP plummeting to 0. Peerless did not even have a chance to realize what had happened before his vision faded to gray. How is this possible? As Peerless slowly fell to the ground, confusion filled his eyes as he stared at his body. A sword wound had appeared across his chest without his notice. The speed at which Shi Feng had drawn his sword had surpassed his perception. When Peerless's body hit the ground, a piece of level 40 dark gold equipment dropped beside him. Shi Feng's attack had dumbfounded the remaining Pantheon members. His sword strike had been way too fast. Aside from a gradually fading blue glow, they saw nothing. That strike may have even killed someone with an invulnerability skill before they could deploy it. After Peerless died, Shi Feng went after the remaining members, too lazy to pick up the equipment the berserker had dropped. By the time Pantheon's members realized what was going on, Shi Feng had darted past them all, and they were already falling to the ground, one after another. Without suspense, Shi Feng had killed everyone. Instant Strike was as strong as a Tier 3 skill. Even if they activated berserk skills that doubled their attributes, current players were nothing against this skill. Pick up the loot and prepare to face the monsters, Shi Feng commanded upon noticing the 3 bosses breaking free from their distant imprisonment. Although one could clear the entrance trial without defeating the 3 stage bosses, Shi Feng had decided that defeating them was necessary. Like the second stage's boss, they might earn an unexpected reward for the first kill of these 3 bosses. As for why he had killed Pantheon's members without a second thought, he had worried that these people would run for the city halfway through the boss battle. Should that have happened, all of the regret in the world wouldn't have given him his Titan City reputation back. Moreover, had they cooperated with Pantheon, they would have had to share the boss's loot equally. Since his team was more than capable of defeating the bosses by themselves, why should they share the bounty? After the 3 bosses had annihilated the Pantheon members that had trapped them, they shifted their gaze towards Shi Feng's team. Roaring angrily, the 3 bosses, followed by over 100 4-armed demonic monsters, charged forward. Kola, Tank the Ape King, Wumian, and Turtledove separate the other 2 apes. The farther the better. The rest of the MTs will pin the demonic monsters down. Don't let them get away. Everyone else, kill the demonic monsters first, Shi Feng shouted. These bosses' powerful auras didn't affect him in the slightest. The team immediately did as Shi Feng had ordered. Yulan cast Angel's Blessing, increasing everyone's attributes slightly and decreasing the damage they received. Shi Feng also summoned the demonic flame tiger and had it cast Battle Roar and Darkness Blessing, increasing everyone's attributes by an additional 10% and reducing the damage they took by another 20%. The team also received a 100-point boost to their magic resistance. These buffs immediately rose the team's strength to a whole new level. When Kola was within range, he executed Justice Bash and attracted the 3-headed demonic ape king's attention. Yi Wumian and Turtledove lured the 2-headed demonic apes away from each other as well. However, the demonic apes had absurdly high strength. This was especially true for the ape king. Although the Grand Lord was not an archaic species, it still dealt over 10,000 damage to Kola despite the Guardian Knight's multiple damage reduction buffs. As for Yewumian and Turtledove, they each took over 6,000 damage when the Great Lords hit them. Generally, players who had reached the 3rd stage avoided fighting the 3 demonic apes. After all, like the 2nd stage's King of Corrosion, killing them wasn't necessary to clear the entrance trial. Teams were simply not willing to take this risk. Moreover, in the past, the 3 demonic apes had been known as Hell's Gatekeepers. Most teams that had reached this far would avoid them as much as possible. This was due to the 3 demonic apes' special ability. In reality, the 3 demonic apes were actually of one body. Although they were neither ferocious beasts nor archaic species, they were still a nightmare for players. When one demonic ape died, its strength would transfer to the remaining demonic apes. When only one demonic ape remained, the gates of hell would truly open. No team could survive the boss's devastating power. Even if Shi Feng activated twofold Berserk, he could do nothing about his impending death. Hence, the only way to defeat the 3 stage bosses was to kill them simultaneously. If the last demonic ape even had 1% HP remaining, it would massacre the entire team. However, a team needed powerful MTs, and healers in particular, if they wanted to kill all 3 demonic apes at the same time. From time to time, the three demonic apes used an AoE skill. Every player on the team would lose HP when they did. These moments would put the team's healers to the test. If too many members died, it would wound their overall damage output. All three demonic apes possessed extremely high HP, so their battle recoveries were not to be trifled with. If the team could not maintain their damage above a certain threshold, a team wipe was inevitable. If not for Violet Cloud's new AoE healing spell, Shi Feng would not have dared to fight the three demonic apes. As the battle raged, time passed quickly. By the time everyone finished dealing with the four-armed demonic monsters, Kola was close to succumbing to the Ape King's might. Although the Guardian Knight could easily deal with the Ape King's ordinary attacks, his roughly 30,000 HP would drop to just over 10,000 when the Grand Lord used its War Stomp. The skill also forced him into a fainted state. If not for a powerful healer like Violet Cloud, the Ape King's next hit would have likely killed him. As Kola wavered, the rest of the team worried. If he died, it would not be long before the rest of them followed him to the grave. As expected, this will be a tough fight without berserk skills. Shi Feng felt somewhat powerless. Previously, to deal with the King of Corrosion, their team had nearly exhausted their berserk skills. Now, the skills were still on cooldown. Fire, it's up to you now. Leave it to me, Firedance said as she playfully licked her lips. She had long since grown impatient and was incredibly eager to test the new Tier 3 Sure Kill skill she had learned in the Titan Library. 941 Complete State, Chapter 941, Complete State. Suddenly, the three-deaded demonic Ape King roared and stomped the ground violently. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, a shockwave spreading from the Grand Lord. Kola currently had less than 20,000 HP. Not wanting to risk his life, he activated Protection Blessing to reduce the AoE skill's damage. Even so, he still received close to 8,000 damage from the attack. Other players who stood within 60 yards of the three bosses also received varying damages, with the farthest players receiving the least amount of damage. Even so, the team's ranged players still received nearly 6,000 damage each. Immediately after using the skill, the Ape King slapped at Kola. The Guardian Knight hurriedly raised his shield to block the attack. The impact forced him back 3 steps before he stabilized himself. His HP dropped by almost another 5,000 points. In the blink of an eye, Kola had less than 5,000 HP remaining. If not for Protection Blessing, he would have died already. However, after the Ape King's attack, several heals blanketed Kola, one after another, raising his HP to just over 20,000. Meanwhile, Firedance had already circled to the Grand Lord's back. She then thrust 1,000 transformations into the dirt. Suddenly, water began to spew from the ground. Go! Firedance smoothly swung 1,000 transformations at the demonic Ape King, water binding. The water that had pooled around the Ape King's feet transformed into a rope, binding the Grand Lord's limbs and body tightly. No matter how many times the Ape King broke the water rope, the latter always reformed around the Grand Lord's body, slowing the boss so much that it couldn't hit Kola properly. Even when the Ape King's attacks struck Kola, it only dealt around 70% of its normal damage due to the watery restrictions. The Ape King was no longer a threat to Kola. What a powerful skill. It can even affect a great lord. Everyone was stunned when they saw the demonic Ape King's combat power decrease significantly. While everyone was still dazed, Firedance executed an even more surprising move. As Firedance swung her short sword through the air, a water whip emerged from the ground and lashed at the Ape King's fist. Boom. Although the whip shattered upon impact, the Ape King's attack had also stopped, following which Firedance swung again, summoning another water whip that lashed at the Ape King's back. A damage of over 10,000 points immediately appeared above the Grand Lord's head, stupefying her teammates. What skill is that? Yulan's mouth twitched involuntarily as she watched Firedance's attacks. Firedance stood still as she swung her 2 blades, yet she had restrained the demonic Ape King without help. Oddly enough, no one on the battlefield was more surprised than Firedance. She had never imagined that the skill she had learned in the Titan Library would be this powerful. She had only upgraded waterbinding to Tier 1, Level 1, yet the skill could already partially subdue a Grand Lord. If the skill were upgraded to Tier 2, it could suppress a Grand Lord completely. Good. Everyone, focus your full power on the Ape King. Shi Feng excitedly ordered after watching Firedance's performance with her new skill. In God's domain, skills generally fell into 3 categories: attack skills, healing skills, and control skills. However, there were also domain skills. However, this type of skill was extremely rare, and players usually only discovered them after reaching Tier 4. This was also one of the reasons that there was such a huge strength gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes. However, the domain skill Firedance had learned also had a glaring flaw. The skill's user could not move while using skill. Moreover, the skill's duration wasn't very long. Based on Shi Feng's guess, it would be a miracle if the skill lasted 10 minutes. Hence, they needed to deplete the Ape King's HP while Firedance was engaged with her skill. With Firedance's assistance, fighting the demonic Ape King became much easier. The Ape King's defense could not compare to the King of Corrosions. It was also a dark creature. As a result, even without activating a berserk skill, Shi Feng's attacks easily dealt around 20,000 to 30,000 damage. When Fire Dance's water binding ended, the demonic Ape King only had 50% of its HP remaining. As the Grand Lord's HP had dropped to 50%, Shi Feng commanded, "All DPS, distance yourselves from the Ape King and attack the other two-headed apes. Healers, focus on your mana. Use a potion as soon as the cooldown is over. Don't try to conserve them." When the demonic Ape King's HP fell to 50%, it would target a random player, executing charge and forcing the player into a fainted state before launching a barrage of rapid attacks. The Grand Lord's charge was far more powerful than a berserker's, and even an MT with an active life-saving skill had little hope of survival against such a vicious assault. Unless the targeted player had a skill such as the Elementalist's Ice Barrier that could grant them a long period of damage immunity, or they managed to dodge the Ape King before it reached them, only death awaited the Grand Lord's victim. However, if players dealt with the two-headed demonic apes first, when the two Great Lords' HPs fell below the 70% threshold while the Grand Lord's HP was above that, the Great Lords would enter a berserk state, their damage and attack speed increasing by 30%. Hence, for safety's sake, after reducing the Ape King's HP to nearly 50%, he shifted the team's attention towards the two-headed apes. Once the two Great Lords were almost dead, they would then return to deal with the Grand Lord. However, to achieve all of this, the team's positioning and coordination needed to be precise. Moreover, as this would be a long battle, the healer's mana usage would be put to the test. As for the three-headed demonic Ape King situation, Shi Feng had 4 other Guardian Knights support Cola. At Tier 1, Level 1, Protection Blessing had a cooldown of 3 minutes, 30 seconds. At higher levels, that cooldown would drop. As every member of the team was an expert, their skill levels were very high. Including Cola, all 5 of the team's Guardian Knight had roughly a 3-minute cooldown on their Protection Blessings. When Cola had taken on the demonic Ape King, Shi Feng had used Life Bloom on the Guardian Knight. Life Bloom had a duration of 40 seconds and a cooldown of 1 minute 30 seconds. After including the healing from 3 healers, Cola had been practically invincible during Life Bloom's duration. Once Life Bloom's cooldown ended, the other 4 Guardian Knights would take turns casting Protection Blessing on Cola. Protection Blessing had a duration of 20 seconds, so Cola only needed 3 to tide him over until Life Bloom was ready once more. With Protection Blessing, even without Shi Feng's Life Bloom, Cola would not die. If necessary, Shi Feng was also prepared to activate a life-saving skill to help Cola survive the Ape King's attacks, reducing the pressure on the Guardian Knight. With this, they formed a solid defensive cycle. Time passed quickly. The 3-headed demonic Ape King had been pinned down during the entire battle. As for the 2 level 45 Great Lords, they weren't a challenge for Shi Feng's team in the least. Very quickly, the 2 Great Lords' HPs had dropped below the 5% threshold. Shi Feng then delegated one party to pin the Great Lords while everyone else attacked the Ape King. When the demonic Ape King's HP fell below 50%, it finally activated its charge. Despite Shi Feng's warning, the Ape King was simply too fast. In the end, the Ape King's targeted assassin had died instantly. During its charge, the Ape King also collided into 3 others, 2 of which died and 1 had been gravely injured. Unfortunately, the injured player was a shield warrior. Chills ran down the player's spines as they received a blow to their morale. As the Ape King's HP gradually decreased, the team lost members. By the time the Ape King had 10% HP remaining, only 64 team members were standing. Fortunately, the survivors familiarized themselves with the Ape King's charge, decreasing the number of fatalities with each subsequent charge. Roar. As these players wondered if victory were within sight, the demonic Ape King hammered on its chest as its entire body turned red. It was entering its berserk state. Its fist then slammed into Cola's shield, instantly burying Cola up to his waist in the ground. Even with Protection Blessing, Cola still received close to 9,000 damage. As a healing beam struck Cola from one side, the Ape King's next punch struck from the other. This time, the rest of Cola's body sunk into the ground, his HP instantly falling below 50%. As everyone thought that the Ape King would punch Cola again, the Grand Lord swung its arms at the nearby players. Immediately, several players transformed into streaks of white light and disappeared. The Ape King's strength left the players dumbfounded. The boss doesn't have a lot of HP left. Give it everything you've got. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Cola. Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. After saying so, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's Power and Thunder God's Descent before attacking the Ape King with everything he had. Fire Dance also used Illusory Power. At this moment, the team went into a frenzy as they desperately fought to kill the demonic Ape King. Many also began to hurl powerful magic scrolls at the Grand Lord. 7%, 5%, 3%. As the Ape King's HP decreased, the team dwindled. Very quickly, only 40 or so players remained standing. When the Grand Lord's HP fell below 1%, the team finished off the 2 Great Lords. However, even with less than 300,000 HP, the demonic Ape Kings might rain despair over the team. Even with Dragon Scale body activated, the Ape King still killed Cola. Kill it. Shi Feng used Flame Burst. However, in its complete state, the demonic Ape King's defense was too high. Both Shi Feng and his doppelganger had only managed to deal a total of 120,000 damage. When the Ape King only had 100,000 HP remaining, there were less than 20 survivors. However, the most their attacks dealt was around 1,000 damage, with a majority of them only dealing hundreds of damage. The Ape King's last 100,000 HP felt like an insurmountable wall. When the Grand Lord only had 50,000 HP, only 10 players were still alive. Even White Knight was beginning to lose hope. Suddenly, the Ape King's gaze fell onto Shi Feng. Without hesitation, Shi Feng activated the aura of Earth's activatable skill, Absolute Defense. The Ape King's sudden punch sent Shi Feng flying over 30 yards away. Even Shi Feng shuddered when he felt the Grand Lord's tremendous strength. Fortunately, the Ape King could not penetrate Absolute Defense. Seeing Shi Feng survive its attack, the Ape King grew furious. It charged at Shi Feng before wailing on the swordsman. However, throughout Absolute Defense's 5-second duration, the Ape King could do nothing to Shi Feng. All its rage-fueled attack did was buy more time for the team's other survivors. Suddenly, Shi Feng retrieved a pitch-black magic scroll from his bag. Sensing the horrific mana radiating from the ancient scroll, the Ape King shrunk back in fear, panic shining in its eyes. It seems that I will have to use this after all. Reluctance flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the black scroll. He had obtained this from the epic treasure chest he got from Phoenix Rain. He had spent a lot of mana stones to open that epic chest, yet it had only contained 2 items. Among them, one had been the black scroll in his hands. 942 Beastmaster's Compendium. Chapter 942 Beastmaster's Compendium. The remaining team members noticed the scroll the moment Shi Feng took it from his bag. What's that? Why is it radiating so much mana? The instant the black scroll appeared, it released a daunting pressure. The flow of mana around them froze under this pressure. If it could display such power before its activation, it was hard to imagine just what kind of magic scroll it was. Even Yulin, Bloodsucker, and White Knight, people who knew a lot about God's domain, had never seen anything like this. In the end, we still have to use it? Aqua Rose sighed, clearly reluctant when she saw the scroll. In Zero Wing, only she and Shi Feng knew what items he had obtained from the epic treasure chest. In God's domain, even fine gold treasure chests were extremely rare. Generally, they were only found in special, hidden locations. As for dark gold treasure chests, it was unlikely for a player to stumble across one even in the most resource-rich hidden locations or ruins. Hence, one could just imagine how precious an epic treasure chest was. A magic scroll from an epic treasure chest would be just as extraordinary. Currently, the strongest known magic scrolls in God's domain were Tier 3 magic scrolls. However, the scroll in Shi Feng's hands was a Tier 4 magic scroll. However, this scroll was not why Shi Feng kept the epic treasure chest and the items he had obtained from it a secret. Rather, he had done so due to the other item the treasure chest had given him, the Beastmaster's Compendium. Although it was an ordinary parchment book, every guild dreamed of having their own. As guild players reached higher levels, their need for mounts would also increase by the day. Hence, the guild mounts' importance was self-evident. However, nurturing guild mounts was more important. Common mounts could not satisfy the members of the various large guilds, yet upgrading a common guild mount was far from easy. Even if the base mount were a 5-star mount, players only had a 70% chance of upgrading it from common to bronze rank, a 30% chance to upgrade it to mysterious iron rank, and a 3% chance to upgrade it to secret silver rank. If the mount a guild captured was a 3-star mount or below, its upgrade chances were even lower. However, with the Beastmaster's Compendium, guilds could craft medicine that increased the promotion success rates. Moreover, the boost was quite high. Even a basic Beastmaster's Potion could increase the success rate of upgrading a mount to bronze rank by 10%, mysterious iron rank by 5%, and secret silver rank by 1%. If others knew that Zero Wing possessed the Beastmaster's Compendium, every guild in God's domain would target them. Furthermore, to produce the basic Beastmaster's Potion, one needed to become a master alchemist at the very least. Hence, they needed to keep the compendium a secret. When Aqua Rose had seen the Beastmaster's Compendium, she had been utterly stupefied. If Phoenix Rain had known that the epic treasure chest she had given away had not contained epic weapons or equipment, but the Beastmaster's Compendium instead, she would have even been content to wait 6 months before she could open it. After a pause, the demonic Ape King started to hammer its fists at Shi Feng in fear, the powerful impacts forming a large crater that was 8 meters deep and 40 meters across. Because of this, the team's survivors were forced to attack the Grand Lord from a distance. It's no wonder why so many teams called it Hell's Gatekeeper. With this horrific strength, even a team of Tier 2 players wouldn't defeat it, Shi Feng muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. However, no matter how hard the Ape King struggled, it was for naught. Shi Feng only needed 1 second to activate the Tier 4 magic scroll, and absolute defense would last for another 2 seconds. The Ape King could not stop Shi Feng. Shi Feng unfurled the scroll and began to chant the recorded incantation. Immediately, everything within 300 yards of Shi Feng froze. Aqua Rose and the others, who stood some distance away, couldn't move at all. Only the demonic Ape King could move. However, the instant the Grand Lord saw Shi Feng unfurl the magic scroll, it turned and fled. Yulan and her companions were flabbergasted. A powerful monster like the demonic Ape King was actually running away from a magic scroll. No one would ever believe this. You want to escape? Shi Feng chuckled at the demonic Ape King, who was already 30 yards away from him. Can you get away, though? With Shi Feng at the spell's epicenter, black fog rose from the ground across 300 yards in every direction. The fog then flowed into every body in the area. As Aqua Rose and the others were allies, they did not feel affected by the black fog. However, as if it had been submerged in a muddy swamp, the fleeing Ape King slowed rapidly until it eventually stopped. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not move an inch. In the next moment, the black fog formed ropes that bound the Grand Lord's limbs and body. Isn't this the domain skill that I used earlier? When Firedance saw the familiar ropes, her water binding skill came to mind. Only, water binding was significantly weaker than this black fog. Moreover, Shi Feng could move the black fog as he wished. The Tier 4 domain skill Dark Madness is superb. Shi Feng controlled the black fog as if it were an extension of himself. In the past, one such Tier 4 domain skill had been precisely the reason he had been forced to let a Tier 4 NPC rob him. Of course, not every Tier 4 class had a domain skill. However, any player, NPC, or monster that managed to grasp one would undoubtedly stand at the peak among Tier 4 classes. Let's test out its power. After activating Divine Providence, Shi Feng waved his hand at the demonic Ape King. Suddenly, 4 black whips appeared around the demonic Ape King. The whips then proceeded to batter the Ape King. The restrained Grand Lord couldn't defend itself against these whips at all. When the first whip struck the Ape King's tough hide, the Grand Lord's skin spit, revealing flesh. The Ape King cried in agony as a damage of over 30,000 appeared above its head. Before the third whip landed, the demonic Ape King's HP dropped to 0, its body falling lifelessly to the ground. So strong, that skill is terrifying. Yulan and the others gaped at the fallen Ape King. Even Bloodsucker and White Knight, who had fought through many large battles, were shocked. Their attacks had only dealt around 1,000 damage. Moreover, that was the damage of a critical hit. However, one black fog whip had dealt over 30,000 damage with a single strike. After the demonic Ape King died, the survivors' levels soared. Shi Feng and his companions rose to level 44 on the spot, with some even closing in on level 45. The demonic Ape King had provided far more EXP than the King of Corrosion. However, the remaining team members were far more interested in the demonic Ape King's loot. Despite Shi Feng's divine providence, the demonic Ape King had dropped fewer items than the King of Corrosion. In total, the Grand Lord had only dropped 5 items and some gold coins. 943 Holy Weapon. Chapter 943 Holy Weapon. After the demonic Ape King died, the sound of a system notification entered the ears of the survivors simultaneously. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the 3-headed demonic Ape King. Rewarding Trials Hero title. This is the reward for getting the demonic Ape King's first kill. This was the first time Shi Feng heard of the title. He then clicked to check its information. Trials Hero title. When title is in use, reputation with the Holy City of Titan increased by 10%. Movement speed and all basic attributes increased by 20% while within the area of Titan City. A pity. Shi Feng could not help but sigh as he swept a glance at the 9 remaining players on the team. Including himself, only 4 of the survivors were Zero Wing members. The third stage of the entrance trial was different from the previous 2. The system directly disqualified any players killed here and sent them out of the trial. Hence, only the survivors received this title. Moreover, this was the reward for getting the first kill of the demonic Ape King. In the future, others wouldn't be able to obtain this title even if they killed the Grand Lord. With this title, they would have a much easier time should they attempt the entrance trial again in the future. A 20% increase in attributes was already equivalent to a mini Berserk skill. Excluding the effects of skills and equipment, even MTs like Yewumian and Turtledove could surpass Cola if they received such a huge boost. Unfortunately, only Firedance, Aqua Rose, and Violet Cloud had managed to reach this point. There were no MTs among the survivors of Zero Wing. Even so, this was still a good outcome. The Trials Hero title increased its user's reputation by 10%. In Titan City, there was nothing that could be better than this reward. Following which, Shi Feng shifted his attention to the loot dropped by the demonic Ape King. As he appraised the items dropped one after another, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. Leader, how is it? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The demonic Ape King in its complete state was definitely the most horrific boss she had ever gone up against. Even the King of Corrosion they faced before was no comparison to it. If not for Shi Feng using the Tier 4 magic scroll in the end, they would have team-wiped for sure. They wouldn't have the luxury of sitting down and resting here right now. Much better than the King of Corrosions. Of the 5 items, 2 are growth-type equipment. Shi Feng chuckled. Life Talisman Necklace, Bronze Rank, Level 40, Level 90 Equipment Requirement, Intelligence 300, Vitality 200, Intelligence plus 21, Vitality plus 27, Endurance plus 22, Level 40, Casting Speed increased by 10%. Healing effects increased by 15%. Additional passive skill, Light of Life, select up to 8 allies within a 30-yard radius and heal them for 30% of player's intelligence once every 3 seconds. Additional active skill, Life Connection, select up to 5 allies, connecting and sharing their HPs. Life-connected targets receive a 20% increase in healing effects. Duration, 30 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. A possession of the Life Priest Irene, the Life Talisman was made using the Stone of Life, which formed from the tears of the Goddess of Life. The Life Talisman contains immense life force. However, due to contamination by the power of darkness, it is greatly weakened. A large amount of magic crystals and EXP is needed to purify it. Can be purified 5 times. The first purification requires 200 magic crystals and 300 million SP, Crimson Moon Greatsword, bronze rank level 40, level 100, equipment requirement, strength 600, agility 400 attack, power plus 975, level 40, strength plus 102, endurance plus 36, ignore levels plus 5 when attacking, has a 30% chance to trigger boiling blood, increasing strength attribute by 500 points for 10 seconds, and a 15% chance to cause 200% damage. Additional passive skill. Blood Domain. Within a radius of 30 yards, the presence of any creatures with less than 50% HP will increase wielder's strength by 100%. One of Titan City's 31 holy weapons, its strength has been greatly weakened due to battle damage. Fortunately, the holy weapon's core remains intact. A large amount of magic crystals and EXP is needed to repair it. Can be repaired 5 times. The first repair requires 1,000 magic crystals and 500 million EXP. Everyone gasped upon reading the statistics of the items. Both pieces of growth-type equipment were clearly far from ordinary, particularly the Greatsword, Crimson Moon. Despite being only bronze rank, the strength attribute it provided surpassed even that of epic weapons. Crimson Moon was an entirely strength-oriented weapon made purely with destruction in mind. Strength-wise, not even Shi Feng's Killing Ray could compete with Crimson Moon. Most likely, only Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations was superior to it. However, the former was a fragmented legendary weapon, while the latter was currently still a bronze weapon. While these two items were indeed shocking, what truly grabbed Shi Feng's attention was a dilapidated crimson crystal ball. Despite its appearance, the crystal radiated faint divine might. Everything in the displayed information of the item was listed as unknown. The result was the same even after Shi Feng used omniscient eyes. However, Shi Feng knew what exactly this crystal was. This was no longer his first time to encounter such an item, God Crystal. This was something even a Tier 4 Sky Knight had died trying to obtain. It was simply not an item that ordinary mortals could control. If not for the God Crystal being damaged, causing it to lose most of its power, he wouldn't even be able to touch the crystal right now. Shi Feng had never imagined that he would encounter yet another God Crystal. The last time the blue crystal ball devoured a God Crystal, it had transformed into the legendary ranked Holy Grail. However, as the Holy Grail had been destroyed by the God of War, it was still in a damaged state right now. Even so, it was still a legendary item. The power it possessed was not something that a fragmented legendary item could compare to. One could see just how amazing a legendary item was from the fact that the current Holy Grail could upgrade an item up to a maximum of fragmented legendary rank. If he obtained this God Crystal, he would be able to repair the Holy Grail further. Obtaining growth-type equipment or an epic item would pale in comparison to being able to upgrade the power of a legendary item. The other 2 items that dropped, aside from the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment and the God Crystal, were extraordinary as well. One was a secret silver-ranked summoning flute, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Currently, even bronze mounts were extremely rare in God's domain, not to mention secret silver mounts. The latter was most likely much more valuable than even an epic item. As for the Tier 3 summoning scroll, even super guilds would only have a few of these things. Its rarity was even greater than epic items. There are a total of 5 items. It won't be possible to split them equally. How about we bid for the last item, Shi Feng suggested to Yulan. Every single one of the 5 items was extremely valuable to a guild. It was natural for neither side to be willing to let the other side get an additional item, hence, bidding for the last item would be the fairest solution. No need. If not for team leader Ye Feng using that precious magic scroll this time, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Ape King. I'll let you choose 3 items first. Our side will be fine with taking the rest. Yulan shook her head, rejecting Shi Feng's goodwill. After witnessing Zero Wing's strength, she put much more importance to forming a friendly relationship with Zero Wing than to gaining these items. 944 Honorary Citizen. Chapter 944. Honorary Citizen. Yulan's determined answer slightly surprised Bloodsucker. Of the 5 items, aside from the unknown dilapidated crystal, the other 4 were priceless. One would be hard-pressed to find these items in Raven. The secret silver mount in particular was extraordinarily rare. Only super guilds or super first-rate guilds had any chance of getting their hands on 1 or 2. He had never imagined that Yulan would actually be so generous as to give Shi Feng first pick of 3 items. While he could understand Yulan's train of thought, If the choice were his, letting Shi Feng choose up to 3 items rather than giving the swordsman the first 3 picks would be the limit of his generosity. Among the 5 items, it went without saying which 3 were the most important. The 3 included the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment and the secret silver mount. They had no information on the dilapidated crystal whatsoever. One could not use it even if they obtained it. As for the Tier 3 summoning scroll, while it was very valuable, there was no guarantee that it could help defeat a boss or to obtain a growth type or epic equipment. At best, it could aid in team battles between guilds or when raiding a town. However, Yulin's decision had not surprised Warwolf, who had also survived the tough battle. Outsiders had no idea about Underworld's internal situation or Yulin's current position within it. However, after witnessing Zero Wing's power, Warwolf was even more certain that they needed to strengthen their relationship with the guild. To elevate their fame and position in Underworld, many upper echelons had spent a lot of effort to curry favor with various superguilds. For example, the numerous Underworld upper echelons were trying to get close to Pantheon. Unfortunately, the guild wouldn't give Underworld the time of day. After all, Underworld was only a coalition of organizations with some influence and capital. It was slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate guild. However, the organization's authority was scattered, and it was much harder to unite its members under one banner than it was in a first-rate guild. Every upper echelon in the organization had their own motives, each trying to nurture their own forces and guilds. Overwhelming Smile was the combined effort of 4 Underworld upper echelons. Although Zero Wing could not compete with Pantheon in terms of background, the same could not be said for its main force. With such a powerful team, they could acquire top-tier weapons and equipment just as fast as any super guild. This was clear based on the equipment Zero Wing's members wore. Moreover, Zero Wing was situated in Starmoon Kingdom. If Overwhelming Smile could improve its relationship with Zero Wing, they might be able to ask Zero Wing's members for some help in the future. Perhaps they could assist each other when raiding monsters that one alone could not handle or trade raid information. After all, weren't Underworld's upper echelons trying to do the same with Pantheon for those very reasons? I'll take you up on that offer. Shi Feng also understood Yulan's intentions. Without hesitation, he chose the God Crystal and the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment. As for the secret silver mount, it wasn't nearly as valuable as the growth-type equipment to Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Beastmaster's Compendium. As long as he had a sufficiently skillful master alchemist, it was only a matter of time before he nurtured the guild mount to secret silver rank. The Tier 3 summoning scroll held even less appeal to him. He had the Bible of Darkness. Once he was promoted to his Tier 2 class, he could easily summon Tier 3 demons. Even now, it was possible to summon a Tier 3 demon with Aqua Rose's Song of Beatrice. Although this Tier 3 demon would be weakened, they could use it as a meat shield. After both sides finished splitting the loot, Shi Feng passed the life talisman to Violet Cloud. Violet Cloud was already a powerful healer, and after equipping the necklace, her healing abilities would rise further. Once the remaining team members had rested, Shi Feng led them up the mountain. Although the group encountered many monsters on their way into Titan City, these monsters were no threat to Shi Feng's team. After only 3 hours, these players arrived at the Holy City's entrance. Titan City's gates were 100 meters tall. The surrounding walls climbed to 300 meters. When Shi Feng's group arrived before the city's entrance, they looked like ants. Many divine runes had been engraved into the massive steel gates. When Shi Feng stepped within 500 yards of the gates, he felt an immense pressure wash over him. It felt as if these gates were the jaws of a gigantic monster. Clouds drifted above the city. However, these clouds were not ordinary. Rather, they consisted of mana. One could imagine just how dense the mana was in the holy city of Titan. The instant Shi Feng's group arrived before the gates, one of the 2 200-meter-tall Titan statues standing guard on either side moved. Outsiders, congratulations on reaching the holy city of Titan. For clearing the entrance trial, you will be awarded 100 entrance tokens. You may use these entrance tokens to teleport to Titan City's teleportation hall without undergoing a trial. Every token will grant you 3 days in Titan City. Use them well. After the Titan statue had spoken, it waved its arm and formed 100 black iron tokens before Shi Feng and the others. If you wish to enter the city now, you may do so using teleportation array to the side without expending an entrance token. After the Titan statue fell silent, the team members heard the sound of 2 system notifications. System, congratulations. For being the first team to clear the entrance trial, you have been awarded 110 Titan City reputation points. System, congratulations. Your Titan City reputation has reached 100 points. Your status in the Holy City has been upgraded to Honorary Citizen. You will now receive the benefits of an Honorary Citizen while in the Holy City. You may now stay up to 5 days with each visit to the Holy City. Why is there a time limit when in Titan City? Yulin frowned. Originally, she had thought that, once she gained the slots to enter the city, her lifestyle players could remain in the city until they became advanced forgers or alchemists. She had not realized that each token only had a duration of 3 short days. It was impossible for an intermediate forger or alchemist to reach advanced rank within such a brief time. This meant that each intermediate lifestyle player would need multiple tokens to reach advanced rank. She had never expected this development. Let's head inside and take a look for now, Shi Feng suggested. The revelation had not surprised him. Yulan and the others had simply hoped for too much. They had thought that, by obtaining the entrance slots to Titan City, they could nurture a small army of advanced lifestyle players without a care in the world. God's domain wasn't that nice. Otherwise, master lifestyle players wouldn't have been so rare in the past, even more exalted than Tier 4 players. This was also why he had prioritized the first clear. Only by becoming an honorary citizen could one prolong their stay by 2 days. If one's reputation rose further, their allotted stays would also be extended. Of course, the benefits of becoming an honorary citizen weren't limited to an extended stay. At Shi Feng's words, Yulan quickly adjusted her mood and nodded before following Shi Feng to the teleportation array. She wanted to know if the team's sacrifices had been worth the rumored benefits of Titan City. 945 Holy Land of Players. Chapter 945 Holy Land of Players. The Holy City of Titan was not like other cities. As soon as Shi Feng and the others emerged from the teleportation hall, they were stunned by what they saw. Buildings that were hundreds of meters tall had been erected all over the city, looking very much like a modern city. Various lifestyle NPCs roamed about the streets. In God's Domain's NPC cities, players did not often encounter master lifestyle NPCs. Here, however, it was hard not to. Yet, the mana density was the most shocking aspect of the city. Just by standing on the street, everyone felt an indescribable serenity. Their minds were astonishingly clear. This is a fantastic place to rest. This is a perfect place to relax and unwind after an exhausting day in the real world, Aqua Rose muttered to herself as she inhaled the pleasant air. Even a dark player like Bloodsucker found himself nodding in agreement. Alright, snap out of it. Let's investigate the Lifestyle Association first, Shi Feng said, chuckling at his companion's reactions. In the past, many people had dreamed of vacationing in Titan City. Unfortunately, very few could afford such a luxury. Following which, the team rode an advanced horse carriage and headed for Titan City's Lifestyle Association. There were 3 buildings that stood out in Titan City, and one was the Lifestyle Association's floating island. Titan City's 10 saints had created this special island and suspended it above the city's western area. Players could take the floating elevator in the spire to reach the island. When Yulan and the others saw the massive island above the 400-meter-tall spire, they fell silent. Yulan had initially assumed that the Lifestyle Association in Titan City would only be slightly better than those in Kingdom's and Empire's capital cities. Now, however, it would seem that there were more differences than she had thought. Calling this Lifestyle Association the Holy Lands for lifestyle players was an exaggeration. Shi Feng could not help but smile at Yulan's shock. In the past, even Grandmaster lifestyle players had dreamed of visiting the Holy City of Titan, and not without reason. Upon entering the spire, Yulan immediately approached an NPC to inquire about this place. "Hello, miss, how may I help you today?" The metal robot, which stood over 3 meters tall, asked from behind the front desk. "I wish to rent a workshop. Can you give me an introduction?" Yulan asked. Immediately, the front desk robot began to explain the various workshops available. However, the NPC robot's introduction was very brief. It conveyed far less information than what Shi Feng knew. Even so, it was shocking enough the first time players heard it. The Lifestyle Association was divided into 3 areas, namely, the lower layer, the middle layer, and the upper layer. The lower layer referred to the spire area. Workshops ranging from basic to special rank were found there. However, unlike the workshops in other NPC cities, the mana density in these was much higher. The special workshop here was even superior to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. Of course, its rental was very expensive. Renting an advanced workshop for 1 day cost 10 gold, while special workshops cost 25 gold per day. This was an astronomical amount to ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, the middle layer referred to the ordinary buildings on the floating island. The island had various research rooms, ranging from basic to advanced rank, but not limited. Research rooms were different from workshops in which they stored large amounts of data that players could use to research and invent their own designs. It was commonly known that, to reach the rank of master, lifestyle players needed to create their own items. Moreover, they needed to create relatively high-ranking items. This was far more difficult than producing an item from an existing design. With these research rooms, advanced lifestyle players would have a much higher chance of becoming a master lifestyle player. It was also precisely this reason that the Holy City of Titan had been known as the Holy Land for lifestyle players. In the past, countless lifestyle players had spent hundreds of gold to get a slot into the Holy City. However, no guild would be foolish enough to sell their slots. Only those top-class adventurer teams would sell entrance tokens. However, the various guilds normally bought these tokens. Independent lifestyle players had no hope of obtaining their own. Of course, with such high benefits, the research room's rent wasn't cheap. A basic research room alone cost 200 gold per day, though players of any status could rent one. As for the intermediate research rooms, each cost 500 gold per day. Moreover, one needed to be an honorary citizen to rent these rooms. Furthermore, loaning the room to others was forbidden. At advanced rank, the research room cost 1,200 gold per day. Only Titan City's nobles were allowed access to these rooms. This was one of the reasons that Shi Feng had been as desperate for the Holy City's reputation points. Without sufficient reputation, he couldn't rent an advanced research room regardless of how much money he had. In reality, even without the reputation requirement, the rental cost was enough to deter most guilds at this stage of the game. However, if one calculated the cost carefully, they would realize how inexpensive the rooms were. If a guild nurtured a master lifestyle player as a result of renting one of these extortionate research rooms, that player could bring the guild far more profit than the rental costs. Above the middle layer area was the sacred tower in the island's center. Only players who were major nobles in Titan City were allowed entry to the tower. As far as Shi Feng knew, the players that had access to the sacred tower had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in the past. Most of them had been Grandmaster lifestyle players, standing at the peak of God's Domain's lifestyle players. As for what the sacred tower contained, even Shi Feng didn't know. As the NPC robot introduced the Lifestyle Association's various benefits, everyone, except for Shi Feng, gasped. NPCs are really skilled thieves. Even Bloodsucker and White Knight, people who had paid no attention to lifestyle classes, were shocked by the research room's prices. Renting an advanced research room for a day cost as much as an epic item. Even super guilds couldn't afford this. Yulin paled upon hearing the NPC robot's explanation. Even the workshop's rent was astonishing. If she calculated the cost of nurturing 20 lifestyle players, each person could spend 6 days in Titan City. If she allowed all 20 to use special workshops, the rent alone would cost 3,000 gold. After factoring in the material costs, the total would even endanger a first-rate guild. Furthermore, she would have to use her own money, and there was still no guarantee that all 20 players would reach advanced rank within those 6 days. 946 Magic Light. Say, Chapter 946, Magic Light Set. While Yulin's head ached over how much it would cost to nurture advanced lifestyle players, Shi Feng wandered to the sales counter. Aside from renting workshops, lifestyle associations also sold designs and recipes for the various lifestyle classes. Titan City's Lifestyle Association was no exception. Moreover, compared to the other lifestyle associations in kingdoms and empires, Titan City's designs were more valuable. Reaching Titan City was not easy. By focusing her attention on nurturing advanced lifestyle players, Yulan missed Titan City's true value. Like Blackwing City, Titan City sold many exclusive items. One could say that these items were Titan City specialties. However, players needed to explore to learn more. Sir, how may I help you? The NPC robot standing behind the counter asked. I wish to purchase forging designs, Shi Feng stated. Understood. Here is the information you've requested, the NPC robot responded before passing Shi Feng the list. It was a list of the available forging designs. Elsewhere, one would be hard-pressed to find an NPC selling secret silver equipment forging designs. Here, however, purchasing one was easy. Meanwhile, Shi Feng eyed the Magic Light Set equipment forging design, which was unique to Titan City. This was one of the top-ranking sets among level 50 set equipment. Due to the system's evolution, level 50 had become a great divide for players. Not only could players begin class changing to their tier 2 classes, but equipment would also receive huge attribute increases. Moreover, level 50 and above monsters had significantly reduced drop rates. Currently, even guild elite players strutted around in the latest fine gold equipment. However, once players reached level 50, this would no longer be possible. Even secret silver equipment would become a luxury, much less fine gold rank. As a result, forger's status would rise exponentially. The Magic Light set could be divided into 3 ranks, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, and Dark Gold. Titan City's Lifestyle Association sold the forging designs for all 3 ranks. This was a benefit that no other lifestyle association offered. Of course, their prices were maddeningly high. The Secret Silver rank forging design cost 300 gold, the Fine Gold design cost 900 gold, and the Dark Gold design cost 3,000 gold. The Dark Gold design cost as much as an epic weapon. Among the 3, any player could purchase the Secret Silver version, while honorary citizens or higher could buy the Fine Gold rank. As for the Dark Gold version, one needed to be a Titan City noble to buy their own. However, there was one detestable fact about the designs and recipes available in Titan City. They could neither be sold or traded to other players once they had been purchased. Hence, even if non-lifestyle players earned sufficient Titan City reputation, they would not be able to profit from the city's designs and recipes. Of course, Shi Feng also had no intention of reselling the Magic Light Set forging design. Even if he could, other forgers would struggle to craft the set. After all, the set's required core material was a mana stone. Even in 100-man large-scale team dungeons, mana stones rarely dropped. Producing weapons or equipment with one was incredibly expensive. Their production volume would also be limited. Furthermore, the set's forging success rate wasn't high. The Magic Light set had 6 set pieces. At Secret Silver rank, forging the set needed a minimum of 6 mana stones, with each set piece requiring 1. At Fine Gold rank, the amount of required mana stones tripled. At the Dark Gold rank, the cost rose to insane heights as the set required a minimum of 60 mana stones. The epic treasure chest that Phoenix Rain had obtained had only needed 88 mana stones to open. Even so, Phoenix Rain had given up on the treasure chest due to how much time and effort it would take to acquire 88 mana stones. As for Shi Feng, even with the Philosopher's Stone, he needed to invest 50 magic crystals to synthesize 1 mana stone. Based on market value, each mana stone cost 10 gold to produce. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Shi Feng. Shi Feng only regretted that he couldn't purchase the dark gold ranked design. If he could equip the plate armor classes of Zero Wing's main force with the level 50 dark gold ranked magic light set, the team would be invincible. Unfortunately, this dream would remain a dream. In his previous life, even after players had reached level 50, first-rate guilds' main forces had been lucky if they wore a few pieces of fine gold equipment. Level 50 fine gold set equipment was nothing more than a dream. Following which, Shi Feng spent 900 gold to purchase the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment forging design. After the team had spent several hours strolling around Titan City, Yulan and Warwolf returned to White River City and started preparing their lifestyle players and required funds. Shi Feng did not linger either, as he also led his team back to White River City. Although Shi Feng had wanted to complete a few reputation quests before he left, the Candlelight Trading Firm could no longer wait. The trading firm desperately needed advanced lifestyle players. They also had to face the issue of manufacturing the bronze mounts. He could not afford to waste much time in the Holy City. While Shi Feng had been gone, many changes had occurred in White River City. Not only had the tension of the Abyss invasion alleviated, but more players had also gathered in the city. Currently, the city streets were packed with players. This looked nothing like a city in decline. Why are there suddenly so many outsiders here? Aqua Rose was slightly surprised by the scene that had greeted her. Although Zero Wing and the Candlelight Trading Firm's recruitment campaigns had attracted quite a few of players to White River City, they hadn't attracted this many. She could even see guild players from other kingdoms and empires. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person surprised by this development. White Knight and Bloodsucker were also stunned. Players generally gathered in a city's center, yet, rather than heading towards the central district, the players arriving through the teleportation hall rushed towards White River City's slums. Regardless of which city, players avoided the slums. Yet, the opposite was occurring in White River City. While players flooded the city, White River City's guilds were in an uproar. They had all believed that White River City had been finished. Even if Zero Wing tried to utilize its recruitment campaign to increase the city's population, no one could change its fate. However, a new building had appeared in the city's slums, and it had changed everything. 947 Mysterious Shop. Chapter 947, Mysterious Shop. The moment Shi Feng left the teleportation hall, he saw dozens of 100-man teams rushing towards the slums. A few among them immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The reason for such attention was these teams' all-female composition. There was not a single man among them. Such situations seldom occurred in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the woman leading these teams was also extraordinary. The woman was dressed in a set of crimson mage robes that gave off a faint impression of scorching flames. In her hand, she held a silvery white crystal staff that constantly drew the ambient mana, causing illusions to appear around it. She was even level 40, a level which could rank her at the very top even in empires. However, compared to her dazzling equipment and level, her appearance and bearing held an even greater attraction for the surrounding players. She carried herself as if she was the empress of this space. One could not help but want to submit oneself to her rule. Huh? Doesn't that guild emblem belong to the 100 Flowers Palace of the Dark Knight Empire? Lucky. I actually got to see the Frost Flame Goddess Cleansed Rue. This trip to White River City was definitely worth the money. When the male players on the street saw Cleansed Rue, they all fell into a reverie. The title of Frost Flame Goddess was not one that Cleansed Rue had long possessed. Cleansed Rue herself was a female player who had become famous in God's domain just recently. However, due to her superb combat power and beautiful appearance, many male players treated her as a goddess. The reason why Cleansed Rue was known as the Frost Flame Goddess was her extreme skill in fire and ice spells, which she had used to defeat over a dozen well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Recently, she had even triumphed over the guild leader of a first-rate guild, her victory instantly solidifying her guild's rule over Silver Pine City, the 7th most populous city in the Dark Knight Empire. After that famous battle, she received the rank of 73rd in the latest update of the God's Domain Experts list. Meanwhile, aside from the 100 Flowers Palace, Shi Feng also spotted many teams belonging to other first-rate guilds. With just a single glance, he already noted 4 first-rate guilds, an impossible sight even in Starmoon City. Guild leader, I'll carry out an investigation right away, Aqua Rose hurriedly whispered to Shi Feng. She too found this situation perplexing. She was prepared to head to the slums personally to find out just what was capable of attracting the interest of so many large guilds. No need, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. But there are so many guilds coming here. Aqua Rose was somewhat surprised that Shi Feng would actually have so little interest in such a huge incident. All of this is part of my plan. Zero Wing's members just need to watch from the sidelines, Shi Feng explained secretly. Don't let others know of this matter. Before he headed to Titan City, he had sent Melancholic Smile to purchase some lands in the slums on the sly. The guilds and players in White River City paid practically no attention to the city's slums, and nearly all of the lands there were still ownerless. Hence, these lands were very cheap and easy to purchase. After purchasing the lands, he had constructed a shop there. He then had Melancholic Smile set up the teleportation magic array inside the shop. The location tied to the magic array was the teleportation point he had previously set up at the Twin Towers Kingdom. After that was done, he had hired a group of high-intelligence NPCs to manage the shop as well as ordered them to keep any information regarding the shop an absolute secret. To outsiders, all information regarding the shop would only appear as unknown, preventing players from finding out if an NPC or a player owned the shop. Afterwards, he had Melancholic Smile spread rumors of a shop that had appeared in the slums of White River City, a shop with a teleportation array that could send players directly to the Twin Towers Kingdom, where players could freely kill low-level abyssal monsters to earn honor points. After that was done, he just needed to wait patiently for things to develop on their own. The ancient abyssal book was simply too dangerous. He absolutely could not allow others to find out he possessed the book. It would be very easy for others to make a connection between the teleportation array and the ancient abyssal book. Although not many should know about the secret of the abyssal book at the moment, Shi Feng did not wish to take any risks. Keeping his identity hidden while earning money through the collection of teleportation fees would be much safer. As an extra precaution, he didn't set up a teleportation shop in just White River City. Cities in the Black Dragon Empire and the Purple Thorns Kingdom also had them. All countries affected by the Abyss invasion had such shops set up in them. Only the teleportation fees charged in these two countries were much higher than White River City's. As a result, ordinary players who could not afford frequent teleportations would choose to come to White River City instead. However, Shi Feng never expected that, in less than a day's time, so many people would have already come to White River City. Moreover, everyone was highly interested in killing the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose was briefly stunned when she heard Shi Feng's explanation. She was very curious about what method Shi Feng had used to attract so many players and guilds. Although she did not investigate, she still managed to catch the gist of the situation from conversations of players on the streets. This sudden development greatly tempted the members of Shi Feng's team. Currently, if one were to point out what the players of God's Domain were most interested in, the first would have to be mounts, while coming in second would be the new class. Although the official game developers had only given a brief introduction of the new class, the strength of this new class was simply unbelievable. It was definitely the top pick for players who loved both melee and ranged battles. Growing impatient, White Knight and his group said their goodbyes to Shi Feng and directly rushed towards the slums. However, before White Knight left, he also sent Shi Feng a friend request. Through this trip to Titan City, Owl's relationship with Zero Wing had deepened further. After White Knight's group left, Bloodsucker's group also grew hesitant. Originally, they had planned to awe Zero Wing with their ability, making Zero Wing aware of the Raven Guild's power, so that they could negotiate from a stronger position later on. However, after seeing Zero Wing's performance today, Bloodsucker's confidence was severely shaken. It would have been fine if their party was inferior to Shi Feng alone, yet the ones that surpassed them in damage dealing were not just 2 or 3 people. After such an unsightly performance, Bloodsucker would find it very difficult to negotiate for a higher price. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to settle for just 20%. If he returned to the guild with such a poor result, the upper echelon would no doubt hold him accountable for it. Had he known that Zero Wing's main force was actually this strong, he never would have chosen to have his party perform alongside Zero Wing's main force. After arriving at the reception room of Zero Wing's residence, the assassin Kieran could not help but look at Bloodsucker and ask, "Boss Blood, what should we do now?" As a member of Raven, he always held the guild in high esteem. He looked down on even super guilds. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's horrific strength, for the first time ever, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Before, they had confidently declared their strength to Shi Feng. Now, however, they were nothing more than jokes. "I don't have any ideas either. Let's just contact the guild leader for now," Bloodsucker replied, shaking his head. If possible, he really wished he could stop his past self from speaking so boldly. At the very least, he wouldn't be at a complete loss for words right now. 948 Rapid Development. Chapter 948, Rapid Development. Due to the presence of the teleportation shop, a large number of players had gathered at White River City. In less than a day, White River City's player population skyrocketed past Star Moon cities, becoming the most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. As soon as Shi Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence, he received the statistics reports made by the guild members. These statistics drew on the latest information gathered from White River City's City Hall. Just recently, White River City's player population broke past 6 million. A large majority of the capital cities of the kingdoms in God's Domain did not even possess such a large population. In reality, though, most of these newcomers had migrated from various cities in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, as a byproduct of the flood of players, the Candlelight Trading Firm's business flourished. Even the quality of the players Zero Wing recruited continued to rise. Originally, the guild had lowered its recruitment criteria significantly in consideration of its expansion plans towards the Black Dragon Empire and the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, with the player population of White River City skyrocketing, Zero Wing had no choice but to gradually raise its recruitment criteria again. Even so, Zero Wing still managed to recruit over 10,000 players in less than a day. Such a number might not be a lot to large guilds, but Zero Wing walked the path of the elite. The overall strength of these 10,000 new recruits could easily surpass the 50,000 new recruits of other guilds. Due to this sudden increase in members, Aqua Rose was swamped with work as soon as she returned to the residence. She needed to arrange these newcomers right away into parties and teams as well as assign them dungeons to raid. Unlike independent players, guild players could not raid dungeons as they wished. Their team members would also change frequently. Generally, Zero Wing's guild teams consisted of a mix of veterans and new members. Such a combination allowed newcomers to get their equipment up to standards and integrate themselves into the guild quickly. Having veteran members guiding newcomers also gave Aqua Rose a better grasp of the strengths and weaknesses of these newcomers. After gaining a sufficient understanding, she would then have to assign them to more appropriate teams. Guild leader, at our current recruitment rate, if we don't move some members to other cities soon, our guild members' levels will lag behind other first-rate guilds before long. Aqua Rose had a huge headache when she looked at the report in her hands. Due to the Abyss invasion, abyssal monsters now occupied many high-resource areas in Star Moon Kingdom. This situation had severely affected the leveling speed of Zero Wing's guild members. The recruitment of so many players meant that leveling speed would become even slower. I understand. Start making the necessary arrangements to send 50,000 members to develop at the Black Dragon Empire's Lakeheart City. During this period, I'll try to have the guild residence at Lakeheart City constructed as quickly as possible. Once it's ready, they can use the guild transfer scroll to teleport there directly. Shi Feng also understood Zero Wing's current predicament. However, he also did not have a better solution. This was the problem with an upstart guild without any foundations. It was especially so for a guild that had developed as rapidly as Zero Wing had. Unlike other guilds that had already existed for several or even dozens of years, Zero Wing did not possess the luxury of starting its development in multiple cities. These long-established guilds could simply split a large and unexpected influx of new members among the various cities under their influence. Upon hearing Shi Feng's decision, Aqua Rose immediately started making the necessary preparations. It was going to be a huge job to decide which teams they would send over to the new branch guild. Seeing how busy Aqua Rose was, Shi Feng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although Zero Wing was gradually moving towards the top of God's domain, management of the entire guild depended mainly on Aqua Rose alone. Moreover, management of the guild involved the core secrets of the guild. He could not assign the job to some random person he did not trust. Although he wanted to help out, he was already bogged down with his own matters. Meanwhile, Firedance needed to manage the guild's main force, while Blackie had to deal with the matters of the workshop. Suddenly, Shi Feng discovered that he had nobody he could put to use. At this moment, the various flaws of an upstart guild were quickly coming to light. It seems that I'll need to find some trustworthy managers. Shi Feng had already considered this matter before. Although he had thought of having some of the core members manage the guild, none of them were particularly suited for the role. Moreover, all of them were busy improving themselves. After all, Zero Wing's internal competition was extremely intense. If one wanted to receive better treatment, they needed to earn it with their own strength. Anyhow, he had already set his sights on a suitable candidate. Liang Jing. During this period, he had occasionally let Liang Jing handle some matters relating to Zero Wing's workshop, and she always dealt with them excellently. She was much more amazing than even Shi Feng himself, someone who had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild for many years. Not only was she knowledgeable, but she was also very efficient. Blackie would even often seek guidance from her on various problems. If he could have Liang Jing manage the guild, she would lighten Aqua Rose's burden as well. At the very least, Aqua Rose would not try to run away as soon as she saw him the way she did right now. However, there was one problem with having Liang Jing manage Zero Wing. Liang Jing was an employee of the Big Dipper Training Center. The guild's manager needed to be someone from Zero Wing. It seems I'll need to find time to have a chat with Liang Jing. When Shi Feng considered the guild's present situation as well as the problems that would crop up in the future, he felt an even greater need to poach Liang Jing. While experts were necessary for a guild to develop, managers were similarly important. Otherwise, it would simply be impossible to operate a guild with so many members. In truth, aside from Liang Jing, he had another candidate in mind. White Knight. White Knight was strong not only in combat, but also leadership capability, if not stronger. When they were fighting against the demonic Ape King, he had led the members of the team as if they were his own arms and legs. Even Shi Feng had no choice but to admit defeat against him in that regard. In the past, under White Knight's management, Owl had gradually grown into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, an existence on par with the Midnight Tea Party. One could see just how capable White Knight was from this feat. If Shi Feng could recruit White Knight into Zero Wing would definitely rise by another level. However, Shi Feng could only take it slowly regarding White Knight's matter. In the past, White Knight had rejected even the offers of super guilds without hesitation. Zero Wing would not fare any better at the moment. After Shi Feng finished dealing with the various guild affairs, he hurried to the reception room of the residence. Sorry for the wait, Shi Feng apologized when he saw Bloodsucker, who had been waiting for him for quite some time now. It's fine. I've also just received instructions from our guild leader, Bloodsucker said. May I know if Elder Yi Feng has some time to spare right now? Time? Shi Feng stared at him, somewhat confused by this question. Before giving a reply, Bloodsucker took in a deep breath. In a very serious tone, he then said, Our guild leader wishes to have a personal chat with you and hopes that you can come meet him. After reporting Zero Wing's information back to the guild, he had been shocked to hear that Raven's guild leader wanted to meet with Shi Feng. Kirin had also been surprised by this news. Less than 10 people in the entire Raven Guild had ever seen the guild leader's appearance before. Even Kirin himself had never personally met the guild leader, his conversations with the man limited to voice calls. However, just the means displayed by the guild leader so far had already inspired a worshipful mentality towards him in everyone in the guild. Hence, Kirin found it truly inconceivable that their guild leader was actually willing to meet personally with Shi Feng. 949 Entrance Token, Chapter 949 Entrance Token right now? Shi Feng asked, feeling somewhat curious as he looked at Bloodsucker. The guild leader of Raven, Bloodfang, was a mysterious existence in God's domain. Even in the past, Shi Feng had only heard of the man's name. He had never seen a picture of the man. Yet now, the high and mighty guild leader Bloodfang had suddenly asked to meet him. If this situation had happened in the past, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. Yes, our guild leader has said that some things cannot be expressed in words. It will be more convincing if you see them with your own eyes, Bloodsucker explained, nodding. Back when Bloodsucker heard guild leader Bloodfang's request to meet, he himself had been shocked. As a top-tier expert of the Raven Guild as well as an upper manager of Raven, he had only ever spoken with the mysterious guild leader of Raven through voice calls. To date, he had never personally met the man. For an outsider like Shi Feng to actually receive an invitation to meet for a discussion, one could see just how much importance the guild leader placed on Zero Wing. This situation made even Bloodsucker envy Shi Feng slightly. Alright then, this reason is indeed tempting. Shi Feng was also very curious as to what Bloodfang wanted to show him. However, I still need to deal with some matters first, before I can follow you all. It'll take me a few hours, roughly, to finish. No problem. Guild leader has already said that he is willing to wait for Elder Yi Feng's visit. Bloodsucker unconsciously breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Shi Feng agreeing to the meeting. The guild leader had already stated that he wanted to meet with Shi Feng no matter what. Moreover, the sooner, the better. It would be best if they could meet before the match between the Asura battle team and the Evil Dragons battle team. Although he did not understand why guild leader Bloodfang was in such a hurry, he did not try to delve into the man's thoughts. Following which, Bloodsucker left Zero Wing's residence, intending to stroll around the city while waiting for Shi Feng to tie up his matters. Meanwhile, at the slums of White River City, the originally desolate streets of the area were currently packed with a sea of players. Well-equipped 100-man teams loitered everywhere, the members of these teams all wearing discontented expressions. Just how long are we supposed to wait? We've already been waiting for over half an hour here already. Half an hour? Our team has already been waiting for nearly an hour already. The various teams gazed helplessly at the simple house in the distance. While this house looked very simple, it contained the teleportation array that could send players straight to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, the number of players this teleportation array could accommodate at a single time was limited, while the number of players wishing to earn honor points was a lot. Before long, the queue to use the teleportation array had already meandered through several streets. Among the teams waiting to use the teleportation array, a beautiful woman riding atop a Black Panther looked towards the level 39 female assassin who had just run up to her and asked, Frozen, what did you manage to find out? This Black Panther was over 2 meters tall and looked just like a large-scale jeep. It was a very eye-catching sight on the street. However, compared to this Black Panther, its owner commanded even more respect. The beauty riding atop the Black Panther was none other than the Vice Guild leader of the 100 Flowers Palace, Cleansed Rue. I've already checked everything. All nearby lands suitable for constructing a guild residence have already been bought by someone. In addition, the few strategic locations that can be used to set up a store have similarly been bought by someone, the assassin named Frozen Pearl reported softly. These people sure move quickly. Have you found out who bought them? Cleansed Rue frowned slightly. After receiving news of this teleportation shop, she had immediately gathered a team and hurried over. She had even prepared a large sum of money to construct a guild residence in White River City. This way, their guild members would not have to waste money on exorbitant teleportation fees and could simply teleport to White River City using the guild transfer scroll. The new class would be very beneficial to their guild in future struggles. Hence, they need to nurture a large number of this new class. Moreover, aside from exchanging for a new class, honor points also had other uses. There were only benefits to be had from grinding abyssal monsters. The only problem was the teleportation fee. The Dark Knight Empire, where their guild was based, was somewhat distant from Star Moon Kingdom. They had spent several hundred gold just to transport 300 players to White River City. If their guild were to send thousands of players over, the expenditure would definitely reach frightening proportions. Nevertheless, if their guild wished to have an advantage at the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was naturally better to send as many members over as possible. Hence, it was imperative for them to establish a guild residence in White River City. I have yet to find out. The buyers have all kept their identities hidden, Frozen Pearl replied, shaking her head. They've hidden their identities? Cleansed Rue smiled. Send some people to these locations to leave a message saying that our Hundred Flowers Palace sincerely wishes to purchase guild residence land and that we hope they can contact us. If there are any movements from those landowners, notify me immediately. Generally speaking, any guild that managed to secure these lands would be more than eager to boast about their successful acquisitions. They definitely would not conceal it. Since the owners of these lands chose to keep their identities a secret, that meant that they had purchased these lands not for personal use but for resale. Their silence also showed that they were still waiting for the right price. Although Cleansed Rue did not know who would possess such great insight to actually discern the value of these lands so quickly, she had no intention of wasting time waiting for these landowners to sell these lands. Currently, the sooner they obtained nearby guild land, the sooner they would be able to dispatch more guild members to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Even if the price was astronomical, she needed to purchase the land as expeditiously as possible. Understood, Frozen Pearl nodded. She then led her subordinates to the nearby lands that were suitable for constructing a guild residence. Inside one of the basic meditation rooms of the Candlelight Trading Firm, all intermediate and advanced lifestyle players of the firm were currently gathered. Several hundred players were present in the room. These players made up a large portion of the intermediate and advanced lifestyle players in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. This was especially true for the advanced lifestyle players. Nowadays, the various large guilds throughout God's domain were placing more and more importance on lifestyle players. Currently, the treatment an advanced lifestyle player received was already on the level of core members. At this moment, however, all these advanced lifestyle players were quietly seated at one side, all of them unconsciously holding their breaths as they looked with yearning at the black iron tokens placed on the table. These tokens were none other than the entrance tokens Shi Feng had obtained from Titan City. 9-5 competition between trading firms. Chapter 9-5 competition between trading firms. I've already explained the purpose of these Titan City entrance tokens, Shi Feng said as he toyed with the entrance token in his hand. He then took a look at the crowd before him, feeling very satisfied with the eagerness they all displayed. So, what will your decisions be? He had sacrificed plenty in order to obtain these entrance tokens. He had used even his most treasured Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, each Titan City entrance token had sold for over 300 gold at auction, the token's price sometimes reaching even 600 gold. It was not something ordinary players could afford. Moreover, even if they managed to obtain it, they still needed sufficient funds for expenditures in Titan City. Otherwise, there would be no point in visiting the Holy City. Generally, large guilds were willing to purchase the entrance tokens for a high price only if they were trying to get an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank or have some lifestyle master produce a new creation. Sending lifestyle players of intermediate rank and below to the Holy City would just be a colossal waste. However, Shi Feng couldn't care less now. It was simply impossible for current lifestyle players to reach the master rank. Even with the aid of the research room, there was no way a forging genius like Cream Coco could become a master forger within a short time. Achieving the master rank required all lifestyle classes to produce original creations. To do so, one needed extensive knowledge of all sorts of materials. The glimmer chestplate Shi Feng had managed to create early on was merely the result of dumb luck. If he had to create a new piece of equipment right now, the likelihood of success was practically nil. Just creating the bronze-ranked glimmer chestplate was already a miracle. Not to mention, the quality of the items one needed to produce to become a master was much higher. To become a master forger, aside from needing a ton of forging proficiency, one also needed to create 3 mysterious iron items and 1 secret silver item. Hence, the number of players who could successfully become a lifestyle master was extremely low, less than 1 out of 100 advanced lifestyle players. It was precisely because of this reason that the Holy City of Titan had become holy ground for lifestyle players in the past. Countless advanced lifestyle players dreamed of entering the Holy City to further their careers. The various large guilds also tried to purchase the entrance tokens at all costs. Anyone who managed to become a lifestyle master would become a core component of the trading firm they belonged to. After all, lifestyle masters could produce items unique to themselves. Moreover, one's success at becoming a master also proved that their research into the various materials related to their class had already reached a certain level. In the future, they would have a much easier time producing new items and thus plenty of opportunities to make money. Hence, the various large guilds had treated master-ranked players with great respect. Well? Melancholic Smile urged in a stern tone as she looked at the lifestyle players before her. Tapping the contract placed on the table, she continued, "If you wish to improve yourselves further, you'll have to sign this contract. Otherwise, the trading firm definitely will not give this precious opportunity to you. But if we sign this contract, it'll be equivalent to us selling ourselves to Candlelight. We won't have any chances to leave Candlelight at all in the future. Moreover, you are even requiring us to go full-time. We need some time to consider this matter properly. A few intermediate lifestyle players voiced their opinions. In their eyes, God's domain was only a game. If they fully dedicated their lives to God's domain, who would guarantee that they wouldn't starve to death in the future? In addition, the conditions listed in the contract were extremely demanding. The contract barred its signatories from working elsewhere within the next decade. They wouldn't even be able to delete their accounts and start all over again. As this was a system-enforced contract, unless they decided to stop playing God's domain altogether, there was no escaping these conditions. Moreover, even if they chose to work elsewhere a decade later, they needed to first delete their accounts before doing so. I won't force you. However, you all must understand that it was extremely difficult to obtain these tokens. If you spend only half a day's time in God's domain, you will simply be wasting these tokens. Not to mention, if you suddenly decide to just up and leave later on, wouldn't all those resources I have invested into you go to waste? You all should know that any resource capable of helping you further advance your skills is priceless in God's domain. There might not be another opportunity after it is used up. The contract already states very clearly that after you go full-time, you will enjoy benefits equivalent to the core members of Zero Wing. Aside from a monthly salary of 10,000 credits, you will also receive commissions for the items you produce. I believe that you all aren't signing this contract just for that little bit of income, right? You should know very well that the treatment offered by Candlelight is also at the very top of the industry. I am a busy person. 10 minutes. I will only give you all 10 minutes to consider. Shi Feng also understood the concerns these people had. Even so, they still had to sign the contract if they wanted to receive the opportunity to visit Titan City. Moreover, he had already presented them with very generous conditions. The offers of other guilds simply could not compare to the resources he could provide. If the advanced lifestyle players of other guilds had a 1% chance of becoming a master, then those on his side had a 5% chance at the very least. In the past, as Shadow was a small guild, it had not placed a lot of restrictive conditions on the advanced lifestyle players it hired. In the end, after investing a large quantity of resources into these people, those who managed to become masters simply up and left for other guilds, and there was nothing Shadow could do to stop them from leaving. There were just too many headhunters in God's domain. As the importance of lifestyle players grew, the conditions offered by these poachers would likewise improve. Nobody could guarantee that these lifestyle players would not fall prey to the temptations. Moreover, based on the investigations he had asked Aqua Rose to carry out, quite a few advanced lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm had already received overtures from headhunters. He did not wish to risk such an important matter on the morality of these lifestyle players. Right. I forgot to mention this before, but not everyone present will be qualified to sign the contract. You'll have to look for melancholic and take a test first, Shi Feng said as he looked at the silent advanced lifestyle players. Also, you lot aren't the only ones allowed to take the test. Melancholic, notify everyone in the trading firm. Tell them that, as long as they pass the test and sign the contract, they will have the qualifications to use the meditation room in the future. Other guilds might have difficulty nurturing advanced lifestyle players, but to the Candlelight trading firm, this was an easy feat to accomplish. Other guilds might find advanced lifestyle players rare, but not him. The intermediate lifestyle players of other guilds would have long since reached the advanced rank had they joined the Candlelight trading firm. After all, the Candlelight trading firm was the first to possess special workshops. The trading firm also had a large number of rare designs. If these people weren't willing to sign the contract, he would rather place his resources on lower-ranked lifestyle players. Chapter 951, Super First-Rate Forger. While Shi Feng was holding a meeting with the lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm, Heaven's Burial was also having a meeting at Star Moon City. Among the participants of the meeting were several middle-aged people dressed in plain clothing, aside from a large group of well-equipped expert players. The levels of these middle-aged people were only in the low 30s. The aura that combat experts usually exuded was also absent from these people. On the contrary, they gave off a dull and strict feeling. However, nobody present in the venue looked down on these people. Rather, everyone looked at them with deep reverence. Uncle Seven, you are simply too amazing. I never thought that you would actually manage to recruit these people, the cleric Flameblood said in admiration as he looked at the middle-aged man named Seven Treasures. With this, our guild will definitely rise rapidly. You're giving me too much credit. I simply followed the guild leader's orders to bring them here. Seven Treasures chuckled as he waved his hand. It was guild leader who managed to persuade them? I heard that these people had rejected even the invitations of super guilds, Flameblood said, a look of surprise appearing on his face. While he had known that Singular Burial had been secretly trying to poach the advanced lifestyle players of various guilds before, he had considered it a futile effort. Currently, advanced lifestyle players were like treasures to any guild. Not only did they receive excellent benefits, but they were also subject to a series of restrictive conditions binding them to their respective guilds. These players would not easily defect to Heaven's Burial. However, after seeing these few middle-aged men and women sitting before him, he now realized he had assumed wrong. The virtual gaming world had developed for over 100 years already. Aside from well-known experts and super guilds leaving their names behind in the annals of history, there were also plenty of amazing lifestyle players. These people had relied on lifestyle classes to become famous in the virtual gaming world, and their fame was not one bit inferior to that of top-tier experts. Although there would be some differences between the lifestyle classes of different virtual reality games, those capable of domination in a virtual reality game would perform mainly the same even if they switched to a different game. Aside from that, the middle-aged men and women present were among the best lifestyle players in multiple virtual reality games, and any professional gamer who walked the path of lifestyle classes would know of them. Now that lifestyle classes were becoming increasingly important in God's domain, these several masters had become even more difficult to hire than top-tier experts, yet Heaven's Burial had managed to recruit these people. With them aboard, Flameblood was certain of one thing: from today onwards things were going to change in Star Moon Kingdom. The Candlelight Trading Firm, which had remained the dominant trading firm within the kingdom all this time, would soon be history. Heaven's Burial had an abundance of capital. In addition, they also had a steady source of magic crystals. Just the number of cities the Heavenly Trading Firm covered right now already surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firms greatly. Currently, it was only lacking in advanced lifestyle players and popular exclusive products when compared to Candlelight. Once the Heavenly Trading Firm dealt with these problems, becoming the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom would be a piece of cake. Daybreak, how is the progress of the quest on your side? Asked Singular Burial, who was seated on the guild leader's throne. We're almost done. At most, we'll need another 2 days' time to obtain the shop promotion order, Daybreak Fog said confidently. Good. As long as we obtain this promotion order, the Heavenly Trading Firm will be able to secure its foothold in Star Moon Kingdom. When the time comes, we'll be relying on you several masters, Singular Burial said, turning to look at the middle-aged men and women seated at a corner. As long as you accomplish what you've promised, we naturally won't disappoint you, the bespectacled middle-aged man seated in the lead of the group said very casually. At that time, not only will the Heavenly Trading Firm become the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom, but it will also become the #1 in the Black Dragon Empire and the surrounding countries. Although the words of the man sounded very arrogant, nobody present doubted his words. After all, this man was the super first-rate forger, Lavaheart, someone known as the forging lecturer in the virtual gaming world. In the real world, he was even a famous blacksmith who specialized in producing all sorts of weapons and defensive equipment for bigwigs and martial arts masters. Please rest assured on this point. I am a man of my word, Singular Burial laughed. Inside the Candlelight Trading Firm, after Shi Feng was done stating his demands, the intermediate lifestyle players who had initially been hesitant to make a decision started applying to take the test one after another. The basic meditation room was simply too tempting. Despite having entered the meditation room for only a short time, they could already clearly feel the benefits it provided. The mana released into the room allowed them to maintain their calm. Their concentration while inside this room was significantly better. Any player that produced items would know just how important concentration was. After the 4th evolution of God's domain, the procedures to manufacture items had become increasingly complex. The lack of fine control over one's movements when producing an item would easily result in failure. Meanwhile, having high concentration could allow players to carry out these fine movements with ease. The meditation room would definitely be able to help them further improve themselves. Are you guys really going to agree to these conditions? An advanced alchemist named Flying Fish could not help but ask as he looked at his fellow advanced lifestyle players. I believe that you guys should have received invitations from Heaven's Burial as well. The conditions they are offering are triple those of Candlelight's. Moreover, they've also promised to assign an exclusive special workshop to each of us in the future. We'll even get priority over choosing rare designs and recipes. We'll have a much better time there than at Candlelight. Why don't we all just move to Heaven's Burial's Heavenly Trading Firm? Although the treatment Heaven's Burial is offering is indeed good, we get to learn extremely rare designs at the Candlelight Trading Firm. Moreover, there's even the basic meditation room available now. Not to mention, if we move to the Heavenly Trading Firm, we'll have to start over from scratch, an advanced lifestyle player replied worriedly. What's there to worry about? Even if we start a new account, the technical skills we've accumulated will stay with us. Moreover, rare designs and recipes are becoming increasingly abundant. We'll be able to regain our lost development very quickly. Also, you shouldn't forget that the Heavenly Trading Firm also has those several masters. Compared to fumbling around in the dark, our chances of reaching the master rank will improve significantly if we follow in their footsteps, Flying Fish said, yearning stirring in his heart when he mentioned those masters. The only reason the Candlelight Trading Firm could become as strong as it was now was the rare designs it had managed to obtain early on. However, after the 4th evolution of God's domain, the difficulty of making items had increased significantly. It would be very difficult for them to improve further by relying on external factors. If they could receive the guidance of those several masters hired by the Heavenly Trading Firm, their chances of becoming true lifestyle masters would be much higher than if they continued staying at the Candlelight Trading Firm. Burning, why don't you follow me as well? With those masters guiding us, I believe that you'll be able to become a lifestyle master very quickly. At that time, you might even get to join the upper echelons of Heaven's Burial, Flying Fish urged the tall and thin youth standing beside him. Burning Abyss had entered the Candlelight Trading Firm just recently. Back then, he had only been an advanced apprentice. However, due to his great talent, he quickly managed to become an advanced engineer. In contrast, Flying Fish became an advanced alchemist only after striving for a long time. However, Burning Abyss shook his head in reply. Usually, aside from making items inside his workshop, the thing he liked doing the most was reading in libraries. In addition, he would also take a look at the information gathered by Zero Wing. From reading the gathered information, he had obtained many secrets that others did not know about, which was also one of the reasons why he had managed to improve so quickly in engineering. Previously, when he saw Shi Feng take out the Titan City entrance tokens, his legs had nearly gone limp from shock. Although Shi Feng had kept his explanation of the function of the entrance tokens brief, only stating that those who use it would get to train in special workshops as well as learn some rare designs and recipes, Burning Abyss knew exactly what kind of place the Holy City of Titan was. That was a place known as the Holy Land. Titan City even had the research rooms that all lifestyle masters dreamed of entering. The help the research materials there could provide was many times more accurate and detailed than any guidance from a bunch of players. Are you really planning to defect to the Heavenly Trading Firm? Burning Abyss asked seriously as he looked at Flying Fish. Of course, Flying Fish replied in a determined tone. At Flying Fish's reply, Burning Abyss could not help but sigh as he said, I advise you not to go. If you defect to the Heavenly Trading Firm, you will definitely regret your decision today. 952 Immense Wealth. Chapter 952 Immense Wealth. Burning, you sure know how to joke. Burning, you can't be reluctant to part with the meditation room, right? Although the basic meditation room is indeed good, there are too many advanced lifestyle players in the trading firm. We'll have to wait for a long time before our turn to use it comes. Not to mention, the meditation room simply provides very little assistance in getting us promoted to the master rank compared to the guidance provided by those top-tier lifestyle experts. Also, rather than the current situation where super guilds look down on us, once we become masters, super guilds will beg us to join them. When the surrounding lifestyle players heard Burning Abyss's words, they could not help but start laughing. Lifestyle classes were different from combat classes. The aid that external factors could provide lifestyle players was limited. One had to rely mainly on their own techniques and experience to perform well. Meanwhile, these things required frequent practice. During the early stages of the game, the external conditions provided by the Candlelight Trading Firm were indeed much better compared to those of super guilds. However, the aid from these external factors stopped when a player reached the advanced rank. This was also the reason why super guilds thought little of advanced lifestyle players. After all, players relied on an abundance of resources to obtain that rank. It was a different story for lifestyle players who had reached the master rank, which was not achievable through resources alone. Burning, if you don't want to leave, so be it. Is there a need to try and scare us into staying as well? Flying Fish's expression darkened. Although he did not think that Burning Abyss's words would come true, he still felt displeased after hearing them. Regret leaving the Candlelight Trading Firm? He refused to believe that the basic meditation room could compete with guidance from those several masters. Moreover, he would receive much more attention and better treatment at the Heavenly Trading Firm. With those several masters present, it was only a matter of time before the Heavenly Trading Firm became the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. Suit yourself. After saying so, Burning Abyss walked towards Melancholic Smile to apply for the test. The only reason he had cautioned Flying Fish was the good relationship they usually had. The Titan City entrance tokens were extremely limited. In order to nurture talents, the guild would no doubt prioritize sending intermediate lifestyle players to Titan City. The number of slots reserved for advanced lifestyle players would definitely be very few. If Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players left, he would have a much better chance of getting selected to visit the Holy City. Guild leader, just like you speculated, 4 advanced classes and over 20 intermediate classes are requesting the termination of their contracts with us, Melancholic Smile said as she handed a stack of withdrawal applications to Shi Feng. Frowning slightly, she asked, Guild leader, are we really going to let them go? Currently, the Candlelight Trading Firm had a dearth of advanced lifestyle players. If they let these people go now, it would only serve to undermine the trading firm's competitiveness. Don't worry about it. Candlelight's future has no need for these people. Shi Feng chuckled. If they wish to terminate their contracts and gift us money, I very much welcome them to do so. Zero Wing's workshop had recently recruited a large number of people and required money urgently. Since other guilds were willing to pay to poach these lifestyle players, he was more than happy to oblige them. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Melancholic Smile could not help but fall speechless. Other trading firms were selling products to earn money, yet Shi Feng was actually selling lifestyle players to earn money. However, this was also a good outcome. To begin with, those lifestyle players never had any intention of staying at Candlelight over the long run. Now, not only could they rid themselves of these leeches, but they could also make a huge profit off the termination fee while they were at it. Right, how are things on the teleportation house's side? Shi Feng asked quietly. Based on the test I conducted, each individual needs roughly 1/5 of a magic crystal's energy to teleport from White River City to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Hence, I set the teleportation fee for White River City at 20 silver per person. The profits we've made so far already exceeds what the entire candlelight trading firm makes in a day by a considerable margin, Melancholic Smile answered, great joy brightening her face when she spoke about the teleportation house. The candlelight trading firm was the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. The coins it earned in a day could make even first-rate guilds drool. Even so, the trading firm's income still paled significantly in comparison to that of the teleportation house. Deducting the daily management fees of the several NPCs as well as the cost of the magic crystals used to fuel the teleportation array, the teleportation house had already earned over 2,000 gold after just a few hours of operation. Unfortunately, the amount of magic crystals they could obtain through the guild and purchasing from others was limited. They couldn't provide players with unrestricted use of the teleportation array. Even so, based on Melancholic Smile's calculations, they could still make a clean profit of around 5,000 gold every day. This was several times the income of the candlelight trading firm. If super guilds were to learn of Zero Wing's daily income, they would definitely take action against Zero Wing regardless of the cost. After hearing Melancholic Smile's report, even Shi Feng was surprised. Although he had expected the teleportation house to be extremely profitable, he never thought it would be this profitable. If not for the limited supply of magic crystals, this amount would most likely be several times higher. It was no wonder so many people had gone crazy over the ancient abyssal books in the past. It seems magic crystals will always remain a problem. The amount we can obtain by relying on just Stone Forest Town and purchases is simply too little. Shi Feng started pondering methods to earn large amounts of magic crystals in God's domain. As players progressed further into the game, the amount of magic crystals they required would also increase. However, the sources of magic crystals in God's domain were just too few. Currently, aside from dungeons and certain hidden locations, the only other method to obtain a large amount of magic crystals was through mining magic crystal veins. However, the standard of current God's Domain players made it utterly impossible for them to go to that kind of place. Sometime later, the results of those who applied to take the test inside the meditation room came out. Based on the ranks of each class, Shi Feng chose 50 players with the highest production success rates. Among these 50 players, only 5 were advanced lifestyle players, while 20 were intermediate lifestyle players, and 25 were basic lifestyle players. The reason he had decided on such a distribution was his wish to nurture a large number of advanced lifestyle players. He had no plans of having the advanced players strive for the master rank at the moment. Moreover, even if Shi Feng wanted to, the current advanced lifestyle players were simply incapable of doing so. As for Cream Coco's group of advanced classes, who wielded the core secrets of the guild, Shi Feng would use the Holy City's emblem to transport them over. If he had them working in the special workshops of Titan City, they would be able to produce the mounts and strengthening devices slightly faster. The Holy City's emblem could open a transfer gate to Titan City and allow up to 10 people to pass through it. However, the emblem had a cooldown of 7 days. Although it was not as convenient as the entrance tokens, which did not possess a cooldown, it was valuable in the fact that it was reusable. It could continuously send the lifestyle players of the candlelight trading firm to Titan City. After everyone had teleported to Titan City, Shi Feng silently departed the trading firm. This is the Holy City of Titan? Originally, everyone had been extremely excited over the fact that they were going to get to have their own exclusive special workshop, as well as learn rare designs and recipes. However, upon entering Titan City, they were utterly shocked by the scenery of Titan City. 953 Holy Space. Chapter 953, Holy Space. Inside Heaven's Burial's residence in Star Moon City, Guild Leader, I've just been notified that those 4 advanced lifestyle players from Candlelight have agreed to our conditions. Moreover, Candlelight isn't forcing them to stay. As long as we send the money, they'll let those 4 go, Flameblood reported excitedly upon receiving the news. Advanced lifestyle players were currently a rare commodity to any guild. They were precious resources for guilds in the war over market dominance. Hence, the various guilds held on to their lifestyle players tightly, preventing other guilds from poaching. If a guild wanted advanced lifestyle players, it would have to start by nurturing complete novices. However, doing so was time-consuming, and it would be very hard for a trading firm to gain a competitive edge in a short time. Hence, Singular Burial had used those several masters and offered irresistible benefits. Flameblood had not expected Singular Burial's strategy to be effective enough to poach 4 advanced lifestyle players. This would significantly weaken the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, even though these advanced lifestyle players' proficiency had been reset and they had lost the designs and recipes they had learned, they still retained their experience and technical skills. With Heaven's Burial's resources, it would not take long for these players to recover the losses. This was far more cost-efficient than simply nurturing advanced lifestyle players from scratch. Black Flame really is quite interesting. While other guilds are keeping a tight leash on their advanced lifestyle players, he generously allowed 4 to walk away. It seems he is relatively confident in the Candlelight trading firm. The corners of Singular Burial's mouth twitched when he heard this news, and he could not help but admire Shi Feng. They were talking about 4 advanced lifestyle players. After investing plenty of resources into its trading firm, Heaven's Burial had only nurtured 5 advanced lifestyle players thus far. Among them, 3 had only recently achieved their promotion. Yet, the Candlelight Trading Firm had abandoned 4 such individuals without hesitation. Guild leader, will these players be a problem? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly from the side. I spoke with all of them in secret earlier. Their item production techniques and success rates are genuine, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, since Candlelight is so generous, we don't need to be courteous with them. Uncle Seven, deal with this matter right away. We can't let another guild steal these people from us. With these 4 advanced lifestyle players and the 5 masters in the Heavenly Trading Firm, it wouldn't be long before the position of Star Moon Kingdom's top trading firm switched owners. Once the Heavenly Trading Firm surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firm, Heaven's Burial would have a stable source of income. At that time, Heaven's Burial could officially begin its conquest of Star Moon Kingdom. Guild leader, rest assured, I'll head over right away, Seven Treasures said. He immediately departed the meeting room and dashed towards Star Moon City's teleportation hall. On the streets of Titan City, the city's dense mana intoxicated Melancholic Smile and her companions. The mana density in this city is even higher than the basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile grew breathless when she felt the city's mana. Although the difference in mana between the basic meditation room and the special workshop seemed small, it was precisely this small difference that made it far easier for intermediate lifestyle players to reach the advanced rank. Lifestyle players gained proficiency in a slightly different way from combat players who only needed to gain EXP by killing monsters. Take intermediate forgers who were trying to become advanced forgers, for example. When their forging proficiency reached a certain degree, even if they only produced ordinary items befitting their rank, they would not gain any forging proficiency. They would have to produce rare items befitting their rank to raise their proficiency. Soon, even rare items would not provide any proficiency, at which point, intermediate forgers would have to produce items that were 1 rank higher to improve. One could just imagine how abysmal an intermediate forger's success rate with producing advanced items would be. If one could not complete the forging procedures flawlessly, they would waste an astonishing amount of materials. Moreover, intermediate forgers would be producing advanced merchandise, which required rare materials. Even super guilds would not waste their rare materials so recklessly. Guilds mainly nurtured lifestyle players to make money. Although they would have to invest, this investment was not limitless. There was definitely a cap. In the Candlelight Trading Firm, rare materials were extremely limited. The trading firm did not have the leeway for everyone to produce higher rank merchandise limitlessly. Hence, the trading firm would conduct a quality check every now and then, using the opportunity to determine how many rare materials to allocate to each person. Those with high production success rates received a larger supply of rare materials. This way, they could gain more proficiency each day, increasing their promotion speed. This was precisely the reason that the basic meditation room's mana density was extremely important. The dense mana in the air could allow players to maintain a calm mind and high concentration. This way, they wouldn't make errors as easily when crafting. If they could cut down on unnecessary mistakes, their production success rate would increase. Their promotion speed would also increase. This was why the various large guilds were more willing to pay a huge price to poach advanced lifestyle players rather than nurture their own. Following which, Melancholic Smile led everyone to the Titan Lifestyle Association. As Shi Feng had requested, she rented special workshops for everyone for 3 days. Including the cost to purchase designs and recipes, she had spent over 4,000 gold. This expenditure dumbfounded Cream Coco and the others. Even first-rate guilds would be hard-pressed to collect more than 4,000 gold. None of them had ever imagined that the trading firm would spend so much on them. They finally understood why the trading firm had required them to sign such a strict contract. In fact, if not for the money earned through the teleportation house, even Melancholic Smile's heart would have stopped by now. Coming here to raise one's proficiency in techniques was the epitome of luxury. However, upon entering the Lifestyle Association's special workshop, her opinion changed. Although the workshop here was only half the size of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special workshops, the mana density was 3 times that of the outside world. Inside this room, she experienced a mental clarity like never before. Moreover, aside from its high mana density, there was a large amount of research materials available inside this special workshop. After a cursory search for information on the strengthening device, Melancholic Smile compiled a few dozen pages of information. Among them were production videos from master forgers and key crafting points. Master-ranked production videos? Melancholic Smile clicked on the video out of curiosity. 954 New World, Chapter 954, New World. The moment Melancholic Smile clicked on one of the master's production videos, a tall, robust figure appeared inside the room, which was the size of a basketball court. The man had tanned skin and a long beard. What? This is a hologram? Melancholic Smile was shocked when she saw the bearded man. While there were production videos of many capable individuals on God's Domain's official forums, one could only watch them on a flat screen. At the end of the day, one could not experience their production process. Moreover, compared to this holographic master forger's techniques, every forging player throughout God's Domain was practically garbage. A master forger is impressive. So, I can use this method to forge the strengthening devices as well. After watching the holographic video once, Melancholic Smile was aware of her flaws. Particularly, her rune drawing techniques needed work. The bearded man's rune looked natural on the strengthening device. Moreover, he completed the rune with one smooth motion. The original strengthening device design only offered a simple introduction and a few basic demonstrations. It did not contain any forging techniques to speak of. Melancholic Smile had no choice but to experiment. After watching the Master Forger's video, Melancholic Smile felt as if doors to a whole new world had opened for her. If this is what the videos are like, what are the key production points? After calming herself, Melancholic Smile shifted her attention towards the key points of production, clicking on one of the several available links. As soon as Melancholic Smile clicked on it, she heard a system notification. System. Production annotation mode activated. Energy is required to activate this mode. Magic crystals. One magic crystal will last 1 hour. Do you wish to continue? It even needs magic crystals? Melancholic Smile could not help her surprise. The Master Forger's holographic video had not required any payment. Seeing as energy was required to annotate the key points of production, this function should be far more valuable than the videos. Melancholic Smile did not take long to consider her options. As she had come to produce strengthening devices, she had plenty of magic crystals on hand. Wasting one wouldn't matter. Following which, Melancholic Smile clicked Accept, and a single magic crystal disappeared from her bag. System. Production annotation mode activated. Loading strengthening device template number 017. You may now produce the strengthening device. That's it? Melancholic Smile had not noticed anything different about herself, and nothing new had appeared in the room. However, since the system had said as much, she decided to start forging the strengthening device. In any case, Shi Feng had stated that they needed to produce a large quantity of strengthening devices as quickly as possible. As Melancholic Smile took out the necessary materials and prepared to smelt them, various images and data appeared before her. The information consisted of semi-transparent holograms and wouldn't affect her production directly. When Melancholic Smile looked through the images and data, she was shocked. After all, this information guided her through producing the strengthening device. All she needed to do was overlay her actions with the holographic images and observe the smelting process. The data displayed also provided specific hints for carrying out these actions. The production annotation mode was like a copybook that provided ideal forging procedures, and all she needed to do was familiarize herself with these procedures. Learning how to forge the strengthening device this way was many times more effective than simply watching a master forger at work. As Melancholic Smile forged the strengthening devices according to the hints provided, her forging success rate and speed steadily rose. Originally, Melancholic Smile's success rate with the strengthening device had been around 40%. After using the intermediate mana source ore, her success rate increased to roughly 50%. However, she rarely achieved a 50% success rate when actually crafting them. Before arriving in Titan City, she usually succeeded 4 of 10 tries, and sometimes less. After an hour inside the special workshop, however, she could now stabilize her output to 4 or more out of 10 tries. Many of her uncertainties when forging the strengthening device had also vanished, and now her actions were more decisive. This resulted in a faster forging speed. She was practically as fast as she had been before God's Domain's 4th evolution. She was overjoyed. With the videos of the Master Forgers and the key production points, her forging techniques improved with each second she spent in the room. Her growth was at least 10 times faster than when she had been in the Candlelight Trading Firm's basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile felt that the 4,000 plus gold they spent was worth it. After such a short time here, she was confident of trying for the master rank. As for the firm's other lifestyle players, rising from basic or intermediate rank to advanced would be a piece of cake. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only one excited about Titan City's special workshops. All those who experienced the special workshops instantly fell in love. Everyone felt that if they could stay here, they could easily become masters. Unfortunately, this was only a misconception. After all, techniques and high success rates were not the only requirements to become a master. One also needed extensive knowledge of materials. Without sufficient knowledge, creating an item of their own would be impossible. If Flying Fish and the others knew about this, they'd go mad. Burning Abyss, who resided in his own special workshop, could not help but sigh when he thought of Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players. Before coming to Titan City, although he had known that the city was the holy land for lifestyle players, he had not expected it to be this amazing. Titan City definitely deserved to be called a holy land. It now seemed that, in his search of a shortcut to become a master, Flying Fish had suffered a huge setback. Even if those several masters were extremely skilled in other virtual reality games, at the end of the day, those games were not God's domain. How could those masters' guidance possibly compare to God's domain's true masters? Furthermore, there were the research rooms. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City's teleportation hall. Due to the new teleportation house, large groups of players flooded into White River City. Among them, a majority consisted of guild players. Only a small minority were independent players. After Shi Feng finished sorting out his matters, he arranged to meet with Bloodsucker and the others at the teleportation hall. When Shi Feng discovered Bloodsucker among the crowd, he also noticed an unfamiliar man beside Bloodsucker. The other party noticed him as well. Although this man hid his appearance with a black cloak, Shi Feng felt his piercing gaze. It was the gaze of a predator. Shi Feng was not comfortable being its target. Meanwhile, Bloodsucker and the others obviously treated this man with great respect. Kirin and Masked Angel, who stood beside the man, did not even dare to breathe loudly. "You must be Ye Feng, right?" the unfamiliar man said after looking at Shi Feng. Coldly he continued, "Before you meet our guild leader, the guild leader has said that he wants to show you something." "Show me what?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "Strength," the man laughed. 955 Raven's Background. Chapter 955, Raven's Background. After the unfamiliar man spoke, he shifted his gaze towards Bloodsucker. "Blood, follow me. Everyone else, return to the guild." Kirin and the others nodded to the man's commanding tone, reverence filling their eyes when looked at him. This surprised Shi Feng. During the entrance trial, Shi Feng had discovered that Kirin was a Void Realm expert. Throughout Zero Wing, only he could trump over the assassin. Both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were still weaker than him in terms of combat standards, though if it came to an actual fight, Fire Dance would defeat Kirin easily as the difference between their equipment was massive. Regardless, with Kirin's combat standards, he would be an apex expert in any guild. Yet the unfamiliar man had clearly expressed that they were heading somewhere where an expert of Kirin's caliber wasn't qualified to be. Among the party, only Bloodsucker was allowed to accompany them. "Brother Blood, where are we going?" Shi Feng sent Bloodsucker a private message. He was very curious about their destination. "I don't know. This is only my third time meeting one of the guild leader's dark guards. Although he was a part of Raven's upper management, he was not qualified to meddle with Raven's core. In addition, Raven's internal affairs were kept hidden. As a dark guild, Raven did not prioritize killing monsters or developing cities. Instead, dark guilds killed players and plundered cities for a living, and everything they did demanded secrecy. After all, NPCs desperately wanted to eliminate them. Hence, even an upper manager like Bloodsucker knew very little about the Raven Guild. He was only responsible for managing his area's bounties. As for the guild's core secrets, he knew nothing. The Dark Guards were the guild leader's trusted aides. Everyone possessed extremely high combat standards. Even he admired them. The guild leader almost never revealed himself during his various tasks. He even left crucial matters for his Dark Guards to handle. A Dark Guard? Shi Feng glanced at the cloaked man, shocked. He had heard about Raven's Dark Guards before. Raven had become one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain due to its Dark Guards. These Dark Guards possessed inhuman combat standards. There were also many of them. Moreover, as they constantly covered themselves with black cloaks, nobody outside of Raven knew of their identities. Initially, many people had wondered if a super guild had established Raven. However, facts had proven that Raven was not related to any super guild in God's domain. Every super guild in God's domain had been under the care of Raven's Dark Guards at some point. Despite the Dark Guards robbing them of many riches, none of these super guilds had any real method of dealing with the Dark Guild. This was because Raven had no fewer top-tier experts than a super guild. Meanwhile, Shi Feng could clearly feel that the Dark Guard before him was even more impressive than Bloodsucker. Of course, impressive did not refer to combat techniques. Rather, it was the Dark Guard's aura that impressed him. He felt more like a machine, cold and emotionless, than a human. Bloodsucker was a dark player. He could build a mountain with the corpses of the players he had killed, yet he could not feel as intimidating as this Dark Guard. Like a soulless robot, this Dark Guard revealed neither joy nor sadness. After Kirin and the others had departed, this indifferent Dark Guard led Shi Feng and Bloodsucker through numerous teleportations, traveling far from Starmoon Kingdom and arriving in a remote town in the Dawn Empire. Following which, the trio rode their mounts for several hours before finally arriving in a seemingly uninhabited town. Unlike NPC towns, this town had plenty of NPC guards patrolling its borders. A captured town? After seeing the town's situation, Shi Feng could not help but admire Raven. Various large guilds hungered to capture their own town. However, capturing a town was easier said than done. He had only managed to capture Stone Forest Town because the town was slightly unique. He had also been able to use hundreds of thousands of players as bait. Although players had reached higher levels and their attributes had increased significantly, capturing a town was still very difficult. Even super guilds needed to plan long-term to do so. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. There was even less need to mention other guilds. On his way here, Shi Feng had noticed that the surrounding monsters were all above level 40. With this, the town's original NPCs should have been level 60 at least. It was no longer possible to capture a town by relying on player strength. One needed powerful external assistance such as Tier 3 summoning scrolls or a small army of personal guards. They could also use siege weapons. However, without any of that, capturing a town of this level was impossible. As for Bloodsucker, who was a member of Raven, he wore a dumbfounded expression. He could not believe his eyes. Despite being one of the guild's upper echelons, he had no clue that his guild had its own town. "Is this the strength guild leader Bloodfang wants me to see?" Shi Feng asked the Dark Guard leading them. Currently, among God's domain's various powers, those capable of capturing a town of this caliber could be counted with one's fingers. However, after entering the town, Shi Feng realized something. The town was extremely poor. Aside from a guild residence, the only other buildings were a hotel and a smithy. There was nothing else. Although the town was extremely poor, the several hundred players in the town were far from ordinary. Not only were they all level 38 or above, but they felt like ferocious beasts. The chill in their eyes was similar to the Dark Guards. There was not a shred of emotion in their gaze. They seemed even less human than high-intelligence NPCs. If not for the green diamond marker above their heads, Shi Feng would have wondered if these players were the town's NPCs. When Shi Feng arrived before the town's only hotel, 3 cloaked men emerged from the dilapidated building. The auras around these men were the same as the Dark Guard who had led them here, and they felt just as dangerous to Shi Feng. Guild leader has said that only Yi Feng may enter. Bloodsucker, wait outside. After hearing the Dark Guard's command, Bloodsucker had no choice but to wait. As for Shi Feng, he boldly waltzed into the hotel. He was very eager to learn just what kind of person Raven's guild leader was. 956 Priceless Town. Chapter 956 Priceless Town. Inside the tattered hotel, aside from a man dressed and cloaked in black sitting on a windowsill and the 2 Dark Guards standing beside him, there were no players inside the establishment. There were only 2 NPCs inside the hotel, a bartender and a waiter. It was difficult to call this establishment a hotel. From the moment he entered to the moment he stopped before the black-cloaked man, the 2 Dark Guards watched Shi Feng's every movement. If he made any sudden movements, they would eliminate Shi Feng immediately. They both felt like well-trained bodyguards. This is their hotel. Why are they so nervous? The Dark Guards' behavior confused Shi Feng. Their behavior furthered his interest in the man named Bloodfang. In his previous life, Bloodfang had never once revealed his true appearance to the world. He had been a complete mystery, even more secretive than the legendary Flower of 7 Sins. Although many people had looked into Bloodfang's background, no one ever learned anything. Bloodfang's identity was so obscured that nobody even knew whether he was a man or a woman. After all, there were many items in God's domain that could disguise a player. Moreover, Bloodfang wore a black cloak constantly. Even if one used an advanced identification skill, they would learn nothing. The only thing everyone knew was that Raven's members referred to their guild leader as Bloodfang. Care for a drink? Bloodfang asked after Shi Feng sat. The beverages here are very good. Unlike the Dark Guards, Bloodfang's voice was not void of emotion, only his tone was somewhat gravely. No need, just tell me what you want. You didn't invite me all this way just for a drink, right? Shi Feng declined, shaking his head. Indeed, just as Bloodsucker had said, you really are straightforward. Bloodfang chuckled. Pointing to the town outside the window, he continued, I'll just get straight to the point. What do you think of this town? It is very shabby. However, the fact that your guild has captured this town shows that there must be something of great interest to your guild here, Shi Feng said honestly. The Dawn Empire was very far from Star Moon Kingdom. Teleporting from Star Moon Kingdom to the Dawn Empire cost 4 gold, 24 silver. Even current expert players would be reluctant to pay this price. In the past, Shi Feng's activity had always remained centered in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, other than knowing their general location, Shi Feng did not know much about distant kingdoms and empires. Of course, he still had some knowledge of major incidents. Although he had never personally visited these countries, the secret pavilion often reported major incidents that occurred in God's domain's various kingdoms and empires. However, as far as he could remember, nothing significant had occurred in the Dawn Empire at this stage of the game. Your senses are sharp. Indeed, as you said, this town is quite shabby. However, Raven has paid a huge price to capture it. We've almost invested everything we've accumulated since joining God's domain to do so, Bloodfang said, sighing. I'm ashamed to say this, but although Raven has accumulated a lot of resources so far, constructing this town is too expensive. Shi Feng revealed a surprised expression as Bloodfang explained the situation. He was very familiar with the town's construction. The construction's early stages required a hefty investment. However, to a power like Raven, it should not pose a problem. I don't expect you to believe me. However, I am not lying. This town is somewhat special. Although it looks like this now, this town was initially flourishing. What you're seeing is our second reconstruction. Helplessness tinged Bloodfang's voice as he spoke. The second time, had the town been destroyed, Shi Feng's shock grew. It was common knowledge that a newly constructed city could hire NPC guards to protect it for 15 days. To current players, level 150 NPC guards were invincible. Even if the surrounding level 40+ monsters sought to cause trouble, Raven could take care of them easily. This town was indestructible. That's right, this town has been destroyed once before. Even after hiring so many guards, in the end, we failed to defend it. Raven has invested too much into this town during its early stages. As a result, we can't afford the reconstruction. Hence, I sought to cooperate with Zero Wing, hoping to convince your guild to invest into this town and develop it with us, Bloodfang said, nodding sternly. Confidently, he continued, no other guild knows about the town's true value. I only discovered it after reading through an ancient document. If Zero Wing invests 100,000 gold, your guild will receive 20% of the town's income. Guild leader Bloodfang, you're talking about 100,000 gold, not 100,000 copper. With that kind of money, you can rebuild this town 6 or 7 times over or construct 6 or 7 other towns, yet you're only offering 20% of this town's earnings. Even if there were a literal gold mine here, this town would never be worth that much money, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. After hearing Bloodfang mentioning the words ancient document, Shi Feng more or less understood that this town was different. However, he could construct a city's basic structure with 100,000 gold, much less a town. Even if this place had a gold mine, harvesting the ore would require tons of resources and manpower. Furthermore, they would have to smelt the ore into actual gold before they could sell it. Even if the harvest were high, if he only got 20% of the profits, who knew how long he would have to wait just to earn back his initial investment? He could not afford to throw what coins he currently possessed at this town. Elder Yifeng, don't reject the offer so quickly. I have yet to explain why this town is so special. Shi Feng's refusal did not seem to surprise Bloodfang. Special? What's special about this place? Shi Feng asked. There is a manatite vein here. One can also obtain magic crystals alongside the manatite ore. Although the vein does not yield much, I believe that it does yield more than Stone Forest Town's daily income. This could certainly benefit the Candlelight Trading Firm, Bloodfang said, chuckling. How about it? Do you think my offer is worth consideration now? It's no wonder why Guild Leader Bloodfang is so confident. However, why Zero Wing? Wouldn't it be better to work with super guilds? With the financial strength and manpower of a super guild, you would have more than enough to develop the town, Shi Feng said. He had to admit that the offer was tempting. Manatite was one of God's domain's particularly rare minerals. As manatite ore contained dense mana, magic crystals formed as a byproduct in a manatite vein. Although one could collect more mana crystals by grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was one benefit to harvesting magic crystals from a mine, the absence of danger. As long as they had a sufficient mining level, any player could mine magic crystals. Moreover, the higher their mining level was, the greater their chances were of obtaining magic crystals. 957 Defense Turret, Chapter 957, Defense Turret. In God's domain, many players used mining and herb gathering to get rich. Ordinary players had very few income options. Generally, players relied on quest rewards as common monsters rarely dropped coins. Only elite rank and higher monsters had any chance of dropping money. Even so, the chances were only around 2 or 3%. Moreover, they dropped copper coins. As for monsters dropping materials, the chances were even lower. After first joining God's domain, players could mostly afford their repair fees with their earnings from grinding common monsters. However, as their levels increased and the quality of their equipment rose, the money they earned from common monsters wouldn't be enough to maintain their items. Usually, they had to grind elite monsters to cover their costs. If they were lucky and obtained a bronze weapon or piece of equipment, not only could they afford a day's worth of repair fees, but they might also have something to save. Unfortunately, that had only been the case after God's domain had first launched. Every time God's domain evolved, the main God system lowered weapon and equipment drop rates. Now that the game had undergone its 4th evolution, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze weapons and equipment. One usually had to obtain such items from field bosses or dungeons. It was precisely this reason that lifestyle classes had become popular. Meanwhile, the lifestyle class's development relied on various materials. As players moved through maps, they usually paid attention to their surroundings. However, they were not only doing so to avoid player or monster ambushes, but to find ores and herbs. A gathering player who was familiar with the environment could earn more money by selling the raw materials they gathered than what guild elite members could earn from fighting monsters. In the past, Shi Feng had frequently heard about gathering players obtaining excellent weapons and equipment solely by gathering ores and herbs. Many guilds and trading firms had signed contracts with expert gathering players. As long as these players fulfilled their monthly quota, not only could they sell their materials at market price, but they would also gain bonus credits. Hence, for players in God's domain, both mining and herb gathering were usually very high-leveled. If there truly were a manatite vein beneath this town, they only needed to hire players with high-level mining skills. They could certainly earn far more magic crystals than Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town only earned magic crystals from players' repair and hotel fees. The town didn't earn nearly as much as players did in the Stoneclaw Mountains. My initial plan was to earn a large sum in the Dark Arena. However, Zero Wing's abilities have surpassed my expectations. While I have considered cooperating with super guilds before, they are simply too powerful. They might just take the town from Raven. Moreover, even if we form a partnership, with super guilds' appetite, Raven won't obtain much. Although there are a few more powers aside from super guilds that we could approach, these powers cannot provide as many coins as Zero Wing. How about it? By cooperating with Raven, not only would Zero Wing not lack magic crystals, but the Candlelight Trading Firm would also have plenty of manatite ore. You will certainly earn more than 100,000 gold. Bloodfang believed that the conditions he had proposed were quite generous. There was simply no reason for an upstart guild like Zero Wing to reject his offer. Currently, Zero Wing did not have many assets in God's domain. However, it was extremely difficult to invest in the real estate in other kingdoms and empires. The local guilds had long since claimed the available lands. As for kingdom and empire's main cities, although some golden lands were still available, without sufficient reputation in those cities, purchasing those lands was impossible. By the time someone from Zero Wing obtained the required reputation, others would have claimed those lands. In other words, Zero Wing should have a lot of money lying around right now, yet it could not effectively utilize the coins, spending money to make money. However, this could not be helped. After all, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. Its income couldn't even compare to a veteran second-rate guild, much less a super first-rate or super guild. If Zero Wing continued to hold on to its funds, it would eventually depreciate. This was also why, despite earning boatloads of gold, super guilds had very little liquid funds. This was because these super guilds had long since invested the money into something more valuable, particularly various cities' lands with high potential. If Zero Wing invested its excess coins into Raven, it could kill two birds with one stone. Guild leader Bloodfang, as I've said before, 100,000 gold coins are not 100,000 copper coins. Even super guilds can't hand over such a large amount, not to mention Zero Wing, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. And again, you're only offering 20%. It will take ages to earn back our initial investment. God's domain changes each day. Zero Wing cannot make such a huge gamble. Why don't we change our method of cooperation? Bloodfang shook his head, responding, if you wish to invest manpower, forget it. Current players cannot defend this town. With the number and level of monsters attacking this town, we can only rely on NPCs to defend it. In fact, we need a small army. We also need to construct extremely powerful magical arrays and defense turrets before the 15-day protection period is over, all of which requires a large sum of coins. If not for his urgent need for money, he wouldn't have considered cooperating with Zero Wing at all. He very much preferred to have the town's profits to himself. There was not a single power in God's domain that would complain about having too much money, not to mention an essential item like the magic crystal. As expected, these monsters must be unusual. Hearing Bloodfang's words, Shi Feng could faintly discern the true reason the town had been destroyed, and he could not help the corners of his lips curing up. In the past, towns with rare mineral and herb fields nearby were often harassed by the local monsters. Needless to say, a town with manatite would be assaulted once every few days. During God's domain's early stages, the various large guilds had headaches over these towns. After all, most of the money they earned had to be spent on the town's defense, with some towns needing additional investment. As Bloodfang had said, constructing one Tier 3 defensive magic array to defend a town would cost 32,000 gold. Although the magic array would block any monsters below Tier 4, level 200, it required a lot of mana to operate. As for the defense turret, each one cost 7,000 gold to construct. Generally, monsters would come from all directions when raiding a town. Even if they placed only one defense turret at each of the 4 cardinal points, they needed at least 4 defense turrets. Moreover, the turret's artillery shells were very expensive. At market price, each shell cost 5 gold, with higher quality ones costing dozens. Furthermore, a single defense turret at each corner wasn't nearly enough. They would need at least 2. With this, the total cost was around 88,000 gold. It was no wonder why Bloodfang wanted a 100,000 gold investment. However, players' wisdom was infinite. In the past, after the various large guilds had experimented countless times, they had finally found a method to not only save on the high construction cost, but also resist against the swarms of invading monsters. 958 Inconceivable Zero Wing. Chapter 958 Inconceivable Zero Wing. If you can't make a decision right now, you can return after discussing it with your guild leader. However, I can only give you a day to consider. Bloodfang did not believe that there was another option for cooperation. He believed that Zero Wing could not afford to hand over that much money in such a short time. 100,000 gold is no small amount. I do not believe that Zero Wing can collect that much money in so little time either. You can pay 40,000 gold up front and the remaining 60,000 in the next 5 days. Raven was currently broke. They had used almost all of their money to reconstruct the town and hire the necessary NPC guards. However, these NPC guards were still not capable of standing against all those monsters. If they wanted to defend the town, they needed to construct the defensive magic array. With the magic array and the NPC guards, they should survive through the 15-day protection period. As long as they constructed the defense turrets during the protection period, they could begin mining the manatite vein without issues. Guild leader Bloodfang, 100,000 gold is just too much. Even Zero Wing can't spend that much money. Shi Feng again rejected Bloodfang's offer. Why don't we try a different method of cooperation? Zero Wing will be responsible for protecting the town. However, you will pay us 30% of the vein's income. He still needed a large sum to construct his own city. How could he possibly give Raven his coins? Moreover, even without the defensive magic array and NPC guards, it was possible to prevent monsters from trampling the town. He could simply head to Blackwing City and purchase a monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll was an item that could disperse monsters within a certain area, preventing low-intelligence monsters from actively approaching. Although the effect was temporary, the scroll was very cheap. Each scroll only cost 5 gold. It was much more cost-effective than constructing a defensive magic array or defense turrets. In God's domain, the defensive magic array and defense turrets were mainly used during monster raids. When dealing with players, however, they were not as effective as NPC guards, yet they cost far more. Rather than wasting money on that particular plan, Shi Feng would be better off investing his money into his own guild or somewhere else. Generally, the monsters that raided towns and cities possessed very low intelligence, so the monster repellent scroll could chase them away. As for using the scroll against the abyss invasion, very few abyssal monsters possessed low intelligence. Hence, the scroll wouldn't be as effective. Let Zero Wing defend the town? Bloodfang could not help but laugh at Shi Feng's proposal. It's not that I am looking down on Zero Wing, but rather, these monsters are over level 100. There are thousands of them. With players' current strength, it is impossible to defend against such an onslaught. And even if you succeed, why should I give you 30% for defending the town when I can ensure its safety for 100,000 gold? Wouldn't that be more of a loss? If this is your offer, I would rather contact several other major powers. I believe that they will be more than willing to cooperate. Zero Wing was not Bloodfang's only option. The only problem was that none of the major powers could afford a 100,000 gold investment. However, he did not necessarily need 100,000 gold. As long as he had the initial 40,000 gold, he could construct a sufficient number of hotels during the 15-day protection period. With a place to replenish their stamina in, his subordinates could mine for magic crystals continuously. He could earn enough money to construct the required defense turrets before the protection period ended. However, Raven would have to be particularly frugal during this period. If so, I have another suggestion. For each monster raid Zero Wing stops, Raven will pay 6,000 magic crystals. What do you think of that? Shi Feng casually suggested. Are you serious? Bloodfang asked in surprise. If they utilized this method, the town's income would belong to Raven fully. As long as they could begin their mining operation, Raven wouldn't have any financial problems. They could quickly construct a powerful defense. Only, the initial period would be the most difficult. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to be interested in such an exchange. Had Shi Feng simply handed over 100,000 gold, he could have received 20% of the town's income. As time passed, he would earn far more than 100,000 gold, yet for short-term profit, he had given up on a future gold mine. Bloodfang found it hard to believe that a large guild's upper echelon would make such a rash decision. Of course, I'm serious. I've already discussed this with my guild leader, and he has approved. Now, it is up to you whether or not to accept this condition. Shi Feng chuckled. All right, I agree to work with Zero Wing. I just hope that you don't regret this decision, Bloodfang said. Even after watching Shi Feng for a long time, he did not understand the man's thoughts. He could not figure out what Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, was thinking either. The only reason he had agreed to offer Zero Wing a share of the town was because he had worried the guild would not be willing to fork over the money. That Zero Wing had refused the shares, only asking for some magic crystals, was good news for Raven. The monster raids did not occur every day. Generally, they only attacked every other night. Even if Zero Wing defended the town from 10 attacks, he would only spend 60,000 magic crystals. When the town's defenses were complete, he would not need Zero Wing's assistance. Based on the current market price, each magic crystal was worth 25 silver. Even if Zero Wing defended the town for 20 days, he would only spend 15,000 gold. No matter how he looked at it, he would profit from this trade. Following which, Shi Feng signed a contract with Bloodfang. As long as Zero Wing helped Raven defend against a monster raid, Raven would pay 6,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the payment could only be made in magic crystals. If Raven could not pay up, it would have to pay 5 times the value of the magic crystals with coins or other products. Aside from that, Raven must also allow Zero Wing to construct a guild residence in the town so that Zero Wing's members could travel here easily. Of course, if Zero Wing failed to defend the town, it would have to pay Raven a reconstruction fee of 30,000 gold. It is highly likely that the next raid will happen tomorrow night, but I can't say for sure. I hope that you will be prepared before then. Although Bloodfang had signed the contract with Shi Feng, he was still worried. Could Zero Wing really defend against that many monsters? Rest assured. Once Zero Wing's residence has been constructed, you won't have to worry about monsters, Shi Feng replied confidently. Now that they had signed the contract, he was in a great mood. Although it seemed as if Raven had just secured Zero Wing's help, dealing with the Dark Guild's biggest concern, Zero Wing would gain far more than 20% of the town's income. However, Bloodfang didn't know this. While the monster repellent scroll was very convenient, it also had a huge flaw. The scroll could only chase monsters away, not exterminate them. As they fled, the monster army would grow. When players stopped using the monster repellent scroll, the subsequent raid would be intense, even horrific. As long as the army grew 4 or 5 times, the town would fall even if they had 30 turrets. 959 Spirit Seal, Chapter 959, Spirit Seal Shi Feng, had no intention of telling Bloodfang about the monster repellent scroll's flaws. They were collaborators, not friends. They were simply obtaining what they needed from each other. Whether or not Raven could fend off the monster army was none of his concern. After all, he only needed to pay a small price for Raven to endure through the early phases of the town's construction. Moreover, it would be a waste if he did not rip off a magic crystal tycoon like Raven. White River City's teleportation house urgently needed magic crystals. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could turn them into coins. Once Zero Wing had its first city, it would have a safeguard of its own. As the main god system had administered the contract between them, both parties felt reassured. Shi Feng had initially planned to leave using a return scroll. However, Bloodfang suddenly stopped him. A moment. Bloodfang held Shi Feng back. Smiling, he continued, I still have information that I think will be of use to Zero Wing. Saying so, Bloodfang took out a black envelope and passed it to Shi Feng. Shi Feng raised his brows when he saw the envelope. Although the envelope looked normal, it was actually an encrypted message. No one would be able to read the message aside from the intended player. Moreover, after the message was read, it would self-destruct. Even recording the message would not be possible. A video message? After opening the envelope, the message came in the form of a video file, following which Shi Feng clicked to open the file. When he finished watching the video, however, he was shocked. In the video displayed numerous players encircling a one-horned humanoid creature that loomed over 3 meters tall and wore a black robe. Numerous crimson runes, resembling flames, decorated this humanoid creature's body. Moreover, the humanoid creature exuded black fog from its body, and players shuddered when its crimson eyes turned towards them. Aside from this monster's level and HP, the video showed nothing about it. Neither the monster's level nor its HP was very high at level 40 with just over 1,000,000 HP. With a rough guess, Shi Feng surmised that the monster was only chieftain rank, yet even it had massacred several hundred elite players. However, rather than the deaths of several hundred level 35+ elite players, the one-horned monster's extraordinary actions were the key points of the video. The monster's combat style was similar to a player's. Moreover, whenever this monster killed a player, not only did it recover some HP, but its attributes also rose slightly. Most importantly, Shi Feng noticed something familiar on the monster's body. The spirit seal used to absorb immortal souls. Charlin had only marked the spirit seal on the back of his hand so that he could complete his quest, and this spirit seal would only shine silver when absorbing an immortal soul. The same spirit seal had been imprinted on the humanoid monster's chest. Every time the monster killed a player, the spirit seal radiated a faint silver glow. From an outsider's point of view, the glowing spirit seal throbbed like the monster's heartbeat. A passing expert assassin had recorded this video. As this assassin had maintained his distance from the battlefield and stayed in stealth, they had been hard to detect, hence this video was a record of the entire battle. After the one-horned monster finished killing the elite players, something even more astonishing happened. Usually, monsters didn't pay attention to the items players dropped when they died unless they were quest-related items, yet after killing the players, the one-horned monster looted the drops. Before the monster left the area, several other figures appeared. Among these figures, a few looked like the monster. Not only were they tall, but a single horn also grew from their foreheads. Surprisingly, a player stood among them. However, as this scene had been recorded from far away and due to the player's black cloak and mask, Shi Feng could not even discern the player's gender, much less their identity. Yet, Shi Feng was certain that it was a player due to the green diamond marker about their head. The marker was unique to players. The assassin expert had tried to follow the monsters, however, he had been discovered. Although the level 38 assassin expert tried, with all his might, to flee, in the end, he failed to escape the one-horned monsters. How can there be such monsters? Shi Feng inwardly shuddered as he watched the monsters kill the assassin. In terms of combat techniques, the assassin could reach the trial tower's 6th floor with his standards. He would be a considerably powerful expert even in a first-rate guild. After all, the general public recognized players as experts once they had reached the 4th floor. Yet, the monster's combat standards were stronger than the assassin's. Unfortunately, due to a lack of combat footage, Shi Feng could not discern the one-horned monster's true capabilities. Even so, Shi Feng roughly guessed them to be near the half-step refinement realm at the very least. If they had been NPCs, Shi Feng would not be surprised if they had reached this standard. After all, he had encountered NPCs with much higher combat standards than that. However, for God's Domain's monsters to fight like this, their intelligence must be extremely high. Even great lords didn't fight like this. The assassin who recorded this video is a red player and a slightly famous one at that. It had been 2 days since he had died, but even now, he cannot log into God's Domain, Bloodfang informed Shi Feng. Very few people know about this. From what this player has said, these monsters are extremely powerful. Before these monsters dealt with that elite team, they were roaming the area, killing field bosses. These monsters were also capable of increasing their attributes by killing both monsters and players. Moreover, their intelligence is very high. The assassin reported that, when he had faced those one-horned monsters, it had felt as if he had been fighting expert players. They were so intelligent that they could easily predict his movements and implement the appropriate countermeasures. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Shi Feng asked. Although he agreed that these monsters were extraordinary, there were many bizarre situations in God's domain. It might be some sort of in-game event. Furthermore, he was already swamped with his own matters. He did not have the time to concern himself with someone else's business. This video was taken in Star Moon Kingdom, only a short distance from Stone Forest Town. Although these monsters are not yet a threat to the NPCs protecting the town, I believe that the town's safety will be a problem once the protection period ends. After all, nobody can say for sure just how powerful those monsters can become, Bloodfang said, chuckling. 960 Evil God Appears. Chapter 960 Evil God Appears. They are near Stone Forest Town? Shi Feng fell quiet as he pondered the situation. He could not remember such monsters in Star Moon Kingdom in his previous life. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. If they were mutants, they wouldn't let any creature live, players especially. They were somewhat similar to mutants in that they could grow stronger by killing other monsters and players. Indeed, just as Bloodfang had said, while there was nothing to worry about right now, as the monsters grew stronger, they would become very dangerous. Before I sent Bloodsucker to negotiate with you, I sent him to investigate. Based on Bloodsucker's report, not only was every field boss in the area dead, but he couldn't find a single common monster either. Moreover, he discovered a similar situation in the nearby level 60 map, Bloodfang said. He then shared several pictures with Shi Feng. Bloodsucker took these images in the level 60 area. With the monster's growth rate, it won't be long before they're a threat to Stone Forest Town or NPC towns. When Shi Feng saw one of the pictures, he could not believe his eyes. The originally lush forest had become a scorched land pocketed with craters. Bloodsucker had also captured the corpse of a level 63 Great Lord that had been over 30 meters tall. The corpse had withered like a mummy. What was more frightening was that common monsters stopped spawning in the locations the one-horn monsters had visited. This was the equivalent of crippling an entire map. Although the effects were barely noticeable right now, if this continued, there wouldn't be any leveling spots left in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for your information, Guild Leader Bloodfang. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Shi Feng frowned deeply as he finished looking through the pictures. After saying his goodbyes, he retrieved a return scroll and activated it. After Shi Feng transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared, Bloodfang turned towards one of the dark guards beside him and commanded, "Tell Bloodsucker to pull out our men from Star Moon Kingdom and relocate them in the Black Dragon Empire temporarily. Guild Leader, our business is doing relatively well in Star Moon Kingdom. If we pull out of the kingdom now, we will lose a significant amount of income. Moreover, those monsters are only around Star Moon City right now. Do we need to be this cautious?" the Dark Guard asked in surprise. "Do you really think those monsters are that simple?" Bloodfang eyed the Dark Guard. "There's one thing that I didn't mention to Zero Wing. I recently received a report from the Thorn Shadow team stating that they've discovered the one-horned monster's whereabouts. Do you know what else they discovered?" The Dark Guard shook his head. "Those monsters are currently based in an NPC town in a level 50 map. They have nested in the town. The previous reports counted less than 10 monsters, yet now there are hundreds. Moreover, the lowest level among them is level 50, while the highest are over level 80. With their development speed, something is bound to happen in Star Moon Kingdom sooner or later. It is best if we bow out now. Don't forget that every player that those monsters had killed still can't log into God's domain," Bloodfang said. Chuckling, he continued, "Moreover, I've received news that the bastards from the Blackwater Corporation have decided to make their move in Star Moon Kingdom. It is best that we avoid them for now." "What? Blackwater Corporation has finally joined God's domain? Why are they starting with Star Moon Kingdom?" When the Dark Guard heard Bloodfang mention the Blackwater Corporation, his indifferent expression changed as fear flashed in his eyes. "I'm not sure. However, my guess is that it is likely due to this new class. After all, throughout God's domain, it is the easiest for players to obtain the new class through Star Moon Kingdom. A batch of players with this new class would benefit their development in the game," Bloodfang said, shaking his head. "Among the many major corporations, I hate Blackwater the most. They always use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, and they never follow the rules. Zero Wing will have to rely on its own power to weather this coming storm." Shortly after Bloodfang issued his command, although the command confused Bloodsucker, he began to move the several hundred Raven members hidden throughout Star Moon Kingdom, shifting their operations to the Black Dragon Empire. As for Shi Feng, rather than traveling to Blackwing City to purchase the monster repellent scrolls, he visited Star Moon City instead. Star Moon City had visibly changed over the past few days. Many of the players roaming the streets were from other kingdoms and empires, all hawking their weapons and equipment. The city had also experienced an increase of their non-combat players. These players were relatively low-leveled, with some even below level 20. However, they were all very rich. These people were merchant players. In cities, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain their own shops. There were also fixed times when players could set up stalls in the free market. As for using the auction house, the handling fees were too high for ordinary merchant players. Hence, these players generally peddled their items on the streets. If they found an interested buyer, they would conduct a trade. Although doing so was somewhat time-consuming and strenuous, every coin an ordinary player earned counted. Merchant players who dealt weapons and equipment in particular could earn a nice income. After reaching level 10, merchant players roamed between various cities and countries, purchasing items from players in one city and reselling those items elsewhere. After all, every city and country's prices were different. Merchants could earn a lot of money due to this difference. As these players had chosen the merchant class, they received a discount on teleportation fees as they traveled across God's domain. Moreover, like lifestyle classes, merchants were divided into ranks. The higher their rank, the higher their discounts were on teleportation fees. In the past, many players had earned enough capital from their travels to construct shops in NPC cities. Otherwise, if one relied on an ordinary combat player's income, they could never afford a plot of land, even after a lifetime of saving. Following which, Shi Feng followed the main street to Grand Duke Heartfield's mansion. The NPCs guarding the mansion didn't stop Shi Feng, allowing him to enter the Grand Duke's home. However, Shi Feng had not come here for the Twilight treasure chest this time, but for the one-horned monsters. Shi Feng had not initially recognized the one-horned monster's origin. However, from what he had learned from the pictures in Bloodfang, he was certain of one thing. Those one-horned monsters were somehow related to the evil god's temple. Across the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters weren't the only threat to humans. There were other dark powers at play. Among these dark powers, the most dangerous was the evil god's temple. Unlike the war god's temple, which specialized in resisting abyss invasions, the evil god's temple focused on destroying God's domain. Moreover, the temple thirsted for the destruction of all life, unlike the abyssal monsters, who only aimed to conquer. 961 Sword Emperor Ryan, Chapter 961, Sword Emperor Ryan in the garden-like mansion. Shi Feng followed the level 150 NPC steward to the mansion's observation deck. As Star Moon Kingdom's only Grand Duke, Heartfield's status was only beneath the king's. Naturally, his mansion was astonishing. The observation deck was awe-inspiring. Not only did it float high in the air, but its floating elevator had also been crafted from 7 luminaries crystals. Even Star Moon Restaurant's rooftop view could not compare to the view from this observation deck. Furthermore, only the palace and Star Moon auction house were higher up than the Grand Duke's observation deck. Shi Feng felt as if he were standing atop the clouds as he looked out. He had an unobstructed view of Star Moon City. The gentle breeze touching his face relaxed him. Despite the relatively normal mana density, he felt utterly carefree. Enjoying a meal here would be the epitome of luxury. In the past, many major guilds had attempted to construct similar observation decks in their own cities, not excluding Shadow. However, only after the attempt did people realize how expensive it was. The floating deck required incomparably precious materials. Although they were not as rare as the 7 luminaries crystals, the floating stones were rare throughout God's domain. On the market, a fist-sized floating stone would sell for dozens of gold. One could imagine just how much it would cost to construct an observation deck the size of a basketball court. Crafting the necessary floating elevator also required 7 luminaries crystals. Those crystals were the core components of mind spaces, and players were more than reluctant to part with them. Very few people could afford to use them to craft a floating elevator. Moreover, the moment the floating elevator was complete, other players would likely attempt to steal it. Next to the level 200 Tier 3 Grand Duke Heartfield stood a middle-aged man in silver armor. A white mantle had been draped over the man's back, and a sword with a gem-encrusted hilt hung from his waist. Golden divine runes had been engraved on the sword's scabbard, giving it both a sacred and magnificent appearance. Seeing this treasured sword, Shi Feng had no doubt that, when this man walked down the street with that blade, he attracted a lot of attention. Countless female players and sword enthusiasts would hover around him like flies. Oddly enough, Shi Feng recognized this man. The man's name was Ryan Ryder, and he was the captain of Star Moon Kingdom's Royal Guard. He was also a level 200, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. He was even stronger than White River City's powerhouse, Weissman, and was known for being the closest person to becoming a Sword Saint in Star Moon Kingdom. Although there were Tier 5 NPCs in Star Moon Kingdom, none of these NPCs were affiliated with the kingdom. They originated from the several major NPC organizations in God's domain. Eucharis, the Temple Lord of Star Moon Kingdom's War God's Temple, was one such example. Even the king had to show Eucharis respect. There was also the incomparably mysterious Charlene. Although Shi Feng did not know which NPC organization Charlene belonged to, he was certain that she did not belong to Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, aside from the Grand Marshal Adolphe Surette, one could say that Ryan Reeder was the strongest NPC in Star Moon Kingdom. In front of the Grand Duke and the Royal Guard captain standing side by side, any ordinary player would be petrified. Surprisingly, Shi Feng approached them casually. The NPC steward respectfully moved to the side. 2 of Star Moon Kingdom's VIPs are here together. It seems that something serious is really happening in the kingdom. Seeing the 2 NPCs before him, Shi Feng was more confident of his assumptions. The appearance of the evil god's temple hinted that something major would happen soon. This was practically a natural law in God's domain. Shi Feng could remember that nearly half of Lion's Heart Empire had been destroyed in the past due to the evil god's temple's appearance. Even the ruling super guild in the Lion's Heart Empire had suffered severe losses, not to mention the empire's smaller guilds. This incident had shocked all of God's domain. No one had expected an NPC dark organization to be so powerful. After that incident, players exploded into action to remove the evil god's temple the moment any related issues occurred. Even so, every country in which the temple appeared suffered heavy damages. After all, when the evil god's temple appeared, all life and land were forfeit. Even after the threat was eliminated, the area took a long time to recover. Such situations' impact on local players and guilds was massive, hence Shi Feng had hurried here. It was very difficult to gain entry into Starmoon Palace. Meeting with Grand Duke Heartfield, however, was easier. Everything would be fine as long as he reported the matter regarding the evil god's temple to Heartfield. The Grand Duke could then travel to the palace and inform the king. With the power of the kingdom's army, eliminating the one-horned monsters should be easy. Young adventurer, we meet again, Grand Duke Heartfield greeted Shi Feng as he approached. Caressing his goatee, Heartfield chuckled lightly before continuing. Weissman has told me much about you. I would never have imagined that, despite being so young, you were capable of helping Lady Charlene with various matters. If my two sons were as outstanding as you, I could retire without worry. As Heartfield finished his praise, Ryan Ryder could not help but look at Shi Feng. This made Shi Feng feel somewhat strange. He had not expected his fame to spread to NPCs. Moreover, these two influential characters in Starmoon Kingdom had heard of him. Lord Heartfield, I have come with an urgent message that must reach His Majesty the King. However, I cannot enter the palace, so I was hoping that you might transmit the message for me, Shi Feng requested respectfully. All right then, if your news is as important as you say, I will pass on the message. Heartfield nodded, sternly agreeing to Shi Feng's request. I have found traces of the evil god's temple in the Starfield forest. The forest is currently devoid of life. If we don't stop the evil god's temple in time, it will quickly become a threat to the capital, Shi Feng said after considering his words. As for the validity of my claim, Lord Heartfield simply needs to send someone to investigate Starfield Forest. High-ranking NPCs in God's domain were incredibly intelligent. Oftentimes, players were not required to present proof when reporting an incident. The NPC would take action as long as they reported the facts, initiating their own investigations. Once the report was verified, players would receive a reward. If the report were proven false, players would be punished. However, players needed to earn these NPCs' trust before they could report various issues. If a player lacked credibility, NPCs wouldn't bother to investigate the situations even if the player told the truth. Previously, Shi Feng had gained some favorability with the Grand Duke. His words alone could prompt an investigation. If he were dealing with any other NPC, however, they wouldn't even give him the light of day. The Evil God's Temple? The Evil God's Temple has appeared so close to the capital. When Heartfield heard Evil God's Temple, he tensed. The energy around him also changed. Captain Ryan, like the report you've recently received, it seems that those damnable evil cultists are on the move again, Heartfield said, anger filling his eyes. After their failed attempt 15 years ago, they are going after that item again. This time, I will erase them from Starmoon Kingdom. After the Grand Duke's statement, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears, with Starmoon Kingdom's system announcement following closely. 962 Legendary Necromancer. Chapter 962. Legendary Necromancer System. Congratulations. You have accepted the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Evil God's Birth. Quest content, exterminate the evil god's believers in the Starmoon Kingdom. If you fail to exterminate the evil god's believers before they summon the evil god, Starmoon Kingdom will fall into ruin. As the system was notification repeated 3 times, Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. He had only been the messenger, yet he had triggered an epic-ranked main storyline quest in Starmoon Kingdom. This was not good news for Zero Wing. Shortly after the system notifications, the system announcements followed. Starmoon Kingdom system announcement, new expansion pack, Disaster of the Evil God, has been activated. Starmoon Kingdom system announcement, ruins of the Evil God's Temple has been discovered in the Undead Gorge. Ashura Mode Regional Dungeon, the Undead Gorge, has been activated. Players level 35 and above may enter the dungeon. The system announcement also repeated 3 times, creating a stir in Starmoon Kingdom. Awesome. Who triggered the new expansion pack? An Asura Mode Regional Dungeon? The loot will be amazing. It's actually an Asura Mode Regional Dungeon. I bet the dungeon's monsters will drop magic crystals. I won't have to continue fighting for kills in the Stoneclaw Mountains. The majority of the kingdom's players were incredibly interested in the new regional dungeon. Originally, the only regional dungeon that offered magic crystals was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, it had become a haunt for Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Even though the area provided abundant resources, ordinary players' share was very small. Moreover, the competition for those resources grew with each day. The new Asura Mode Regional Dungeon's appearance was definitely a cause to celebrate for the majority of Starmoon Kingdom's players. At the very least, there was now another area in which they could obtain magic crystals. Moreover, the Undead Gorge was much closer to Starmoon City than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Only a single map separated the gorge and the capital. The only problem was that the monsters in said map were somewhat high-leveled, all above level 50. If one crossed the map without being strong enough, the risk of death would be quite high. However, this could also help disqualify some players, reducing the competition in the regional dungeon. The only downside was equipment repairs. Unlike in the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the Undead Gorge's adjacent maps had a town. It would take 4 hours to run there from the nearest teleportation point. While this was a huge problem for independent players, the various large guilds found this acceptable. At the very least, they wouldn't have to pay Zero Wing with magic crystals if they grinded in the Undead Gorge. Moreover, once their guild members obtained mounts, they could save time when traveling. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds began to prepare to garrison troops in the Undead Gorge. A new regional dungeon hinted that there would be undiscovered resources. If they entered the Undead Gorge immediately, they could obtain more than their competition. "Young adventurer, I would like you to help me with something," Hartfield sternly told Shi Feng. "Now that the evil god's believers have appeared, I suspect that Byrne, the legendary necromancer from 15 years ago, is up to something new. I want you to locate him for me. If Byrne is trying to hold a summoning ritual, he will need to slaughter many to gather enough power to summon the evil god's doppelganger. I have a tracking crystal that has recorded the evil god's power. It will help you search for the evil god's power within an area. If Byrne is absorbing the power of the area's creatures, the tracking crystal will detect him. Once you discover their nest, all you need to do is report back. However, be careful in your search. Byrne is a legendary necromancer, and with the aid of the evil god's power, he can summon extremely powerful monsters. Summoning the evil god's doppelganger will require a lot of power, so he will have certainly nurtured many powerful monsters to help him gather what he needs. If you want to deal with these monsters, you should head to the remains of the evil god's temple in the Undead Gorge. You might find some method of dealing with them. Once Hartfield finished speaking, he passed Shi Feng a blue crystal block. Tracking crystal, when activated, will scan 5,000 yards in every direction for the evil god's power. Each use consumes 1 magic crystal. Cooldown, 30 minutes. What an inconvenient item. Shi Feng said nothing as he stared at the crystal block in his hand. Fortunately, it would require time to gather the necessary power to summon the evil god. The one-horned monsters would continue to massacre everything in their path. He would, sooner or later, find them. Then, he only needed to follow them back to their nest. Following which, Shi Feng left the Grand Duke's mansion with the tracking crystal in hand. He notified Aqua Rose to send some men to search the maps near Stone Forest Town for clues about the one-horned monsters. After completing that task, he teleported to Blackwing City. Meanwhile, inside Ouroboros' guild residence in Starmoon Kingdom, a meeting was being held. Usually, only the guild's upper echelons were invited to such meetings. This meeting, however, included 3 outsiders. Guild leader Snow, there are many benefits to becoming one of the Blackwater Corporation's subordinate guilds. Won't you consider it? The gloomy, short-haired youth who headed the group of outsiders asked, smiling at Gentle Snow. Many benefits? Zhao Yuuru repeated from beside Gentle Snow, anger tinging her words. You're asking for management of Ouroboros and 90% of its shares, yet you're offering us less than 1/10 of the market price. These are your so-called benefits? Oh, don't put it like that. With Blackwater Corporation's fame and influence, I am sure that you know how much our management will benefit Ouroboros. The guild will become immensely strong, the short-haired youth said, chuckling. Joining the Blackwater Corporation now is your best choice. Otherwise, you'll run into a dead end in the future. You won't get anything at all. Are you threatening me? Gentle Snow frowned. It is not a threat. I am simply offering a suggestion. I doubt that your investors will want to make an enemy of Blackwater, the youth said. He then turned to Ouroboros' elders, saying, Your guild elders are aware of this. Did they not tell you yet? What is going on? Gentle Snow shifted her gaze towards the several guild elders beside her. Each elder represented one of Ouroboros' investors. Their words were the investors' will. Our companies have already reached a consensus and decided to join the Blackwater Corporation. Snow, please don't blame us. We don't have a choice. Blackwater has been putting pressure on our companies as of late, so our profits are in jeopardy. If this continues, our companies may go bankrupt. We had to compromise, an elder explained softly. 963. 3 days, chapter 963. 3 days. The Blackwater Corporation employs impressive tactics. Gentle Snow glanced at the short-haired youth sitting opposite of her, listening to several elders' explanations. In the virtual gaming world, third-rate or greater guilds typically split their shares among multiple shareholders. Zero Wing was unique in this, as guilds were rarely under the control of a single entity, much less first-rate guilds. Although a first-rate guild was the equivalent of a corporation and capable of earning its own money, when a guild of such caliber joined a large-scale virtual reality game, it needed a lot of capital to begin developing. God's Domain was peculiar among large-scale virtual reality games. Even with a first-rate guild's financial strength, investments from various companies were needed for a guild to spread its influence throughout God's Domain as it attempted to dominate one or multiple kingdoms. This was precisely the reason that multiple companies held the majority of Ouroboros' shares. If these companies came to an agreement, even she, the guild leader, was forced to accept the decision. However, Gentle Snow had never imagined Blackwater to be despicable enough to force Ouroboros into submission. Generally, major international corporations disdained such tactics, as doing so would only make them a laughingstock. Guild Leader Snow, what is your decision? The short-haired youth ignored the Snow Goddess's ridicule. On the contrary, he sneered and said, I know this is a very difficult decision to make. How about this? We'll give you 3 days to consider your options. If you insist on rejecting our offer in 3 days, we'll be forced to put someone else in the guild leader's seat. After making his threat, the short-haired youth left the meeting room. The 2 level 39 expert players followed him closely. Big Brother Wave, why don't we just get rid of Gentle Snow? It would make it easier to take over Ouroboros. Now that you've given her 3 more days, she might persuade those on the fence or purchase their shares. If she does, it'll be harder to occupy the guild. The 2 robust men asked the gloomy, short-haired youth. The Blackwater Corporation's goal from the very beginning was to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. After turning Starmoon Kingdom into the corporation's playground, they would use it as a stepping stone to dominate the Black Dragon Empire. Even if Gentle Snow agreed to their conditions, they would not let Ouroboros survive. Rather, Blackwater would establish its own guild and absorb Ouroboros, gaining complete control. Hence, they did not need Gentle Snow's consent. Do you really think I will give her 3 days to make a decision? The short-haired youth clicked his tongue. Sneering, he continued, I am just giving Ouroboros' members time to adapt. If I remove Gentle Snow from her position suddenly, it will cause quite a stir in the guild. Not only will it decrease the guild's morale, but I will also have a lot of trouble rectifying the problem. Now that I am giving Gentle Snow 3 days, however, news of this matter will spread throughout the guild. We'll encounter less resistance when we take over the guild's management. Most importantly, young Master Jing has not yet sent me enough experts to take Ouroboros over. In 3 days, we should have enough personnel to assume control. At that time, we will gain control of Starmoon City, and it won't be long before we possess all of Starmoon Kingdom. Big Brother Wave, what about Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing? Are we not negotiating with them? I've heard that Zero Wing is particularly stubborn, and the guild leader alone controls the guild. It will be more difficult to take over. We won't need to worry about that. Young Master Jing has other plans for Zero Wing, the youth named Abandoned Wave responded nonchalantly. How are the people that young Master Jing sent adapting? Big Brother Wave, rest assured, with our guidance, they're improving each day. I believe they will adapt to God's Domain's combat style very quickly with the help of the battle videos we procured and the Trail Tower. As long as their levels are brought up to speed, they will be the guild's greatest trump card, one of the robust men reported excitedly. The Blackwater Corporation was not like other corporations. It could actually fit quite well in God's Domain. After all, Blackwater was an international corporation that dealt with fighting competitions. The corporation's dojos spanned the globe. Moreover, the corporation was also one of the world fighting competition's main hosts. With the amateur fighters in God's Domain, it would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to dominate the game. If not for the recent launch of the Mind Space system, the Blackwater Corporation wouldn't have harbored the slightest thought of investing in God's Domain. Once Abandoned Wave's group left, pandemonium swept through Ouroboros. The guild was no longer focused on the new regional dungeon. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had arrived in Blackwing City's magic district. Unlike ordinary NPC cities, which were generally divided into the Noble District and the Commoner District, the NPCs and players that reached Blackwing City were extraordinary. Moreover, even if other kingdoms and empires' nobles ventured to this city, they were ordinary here. In the Magic District, NPC-owned magic shops were everywhere. There were at least 100 such shops in the district. Not only did these shops sell all kinds of daily-use magic items, but they also sold magic scrolls. Some even sold rare magic scrolls that could not be found in ordinary NPC cities. The Monster Repellent Scroll was one such magic scroll. Initially, players had assumed that the Monster Repellent Scroll had no particular value. After all, it was only capable of driving off low-intelligence monsters. Moreover, as players reached higher levels and explored higher-leveled maps, they encountered fewer low-intelligence monsters. Hence, there was rarely a need for the Monster Repellent Scroll. Furthermore, the scroll was expensive. The Monster Repellent Scroll had only gained popularity after players discovered its ability to protect towns. However, as one of the rare magic scrolls sold in Blackwing City, the Monster Repellent Scroll was not infinitely available. Only a limited quantity could be purchased each day. Moreover, only one magic shop sold the scroll, so it wasn't easy to obtain. Overall, only 20 Monster Repellent Scrolls were available in Blackwing City each day. When Shi Feng entered the magic shop that sold the Monster Repellent Scrolls, he discovered numerous waiting players. These players turned towards Shi Feng. Why are people from the Sacred Temple here? Shi Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw these players. 964 Extraordinary. Nobody. Chapter 964. Extraordinary Nobody. Connor's magic shop was an unassuming shop in Blackwing City. The shop was hidden deep in an alley, making it difficult to spot. Moreover, the goods sold in the luxurious magic shops lining the Magic District's main street were already more than enough to satisfy players' needs. Hence, very few went out of their way to look for Connor's magic shop. Shi Feng had never expected to meet members of the Super Guild Sacred Temple here. Aside from the glaring Sacred Temple members, a familiar woman chatted with the NPC shopkeeper. Sister Melody, should we chase this player away? A male summoner wearing light blue mage robes asked quietly. This male summoner looked relatively young, around 20 years old, yet he was already at level 39. The aura of strength and arrogance he exuded revealed him as more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, his staff was a Tier 1 weapon unique to summoners, the Illusion Staff. Tier 1 weapons were the most suitable for Tier 1 classes, aside from epic weapons. They could maximize a Tier 1 player's combat power, which even the best dark gold weapons could not accomplish. At the moment, even first-rate guild only had 1 or 2 epic items, some had none at all. Although super guilds were slightly better off in this regard, they could not arm every one of their apex experts with epic items. Generally, these experts only used dark gold items. Wielding a Tier 1 weapon in the Sacred Temple spoke volumes of the youth's combat standards. No need. It just so happens that I have a reason to seek him out. Since he has presented himself, things couldn't be better. When Quiet Melody saw Shi Feng, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful, charming face, her smile mesmerizing several of the Sacred Temple members. Seek him out? The summoner youth was slightly stunned. Doubtful, he turned to look at Shi Feng as he wondered, who is he? Quiet Melody was the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master. She was also one of the guild's apex experts. Very few in the virtual gaming world could attract her attention. Seeing the summoner's confusion, Quiet Melody chuckled as she explained. Fantasy, you might not know of him since you've recently graduated from the newcomer's training, but he is none other than Zero Wings Ye Feng. So, you're the Ye Feng that defeated Sirius. The youth named Lonely Fantasy addressed Shi Feng, envy blooming in his heart. However, rather than envying Shi Feng's strength, he was jealous of the attention Quiet Melody gave Shi Feng. He was a genius that had been nurtured by the Sacred Temple. Of the many newcomers who had recently graduated from the temple's training program and become internal members, he ranked within the top 5. The Sacred Temple was a super guild, and it chose the newcomers it nurtured from the guild's elite members. Those who stood out among these elites were the cream of the crop. In any first-rate guild, these individuals could easily become the strongest combatants. These individuals were the virtual gaming world's blue blood experts. Yet, a low-born individual like Shi Feng had defeated one of the Battle Wolves Guild's old monsters. Moreover, Shi Feng received Quiet Melody's attention, whom he admired. Why wouldn't he be jealous? Unknowingly, a hunger for battle filled Lonely Fantasy's gaze as he watched Shi Feng. Ye Feng, we meet again. Quiet Melody took the initiative to greet Shi Feng. If not for your loan to Hidden Cloud, I might have been unlucky. During the last Blackwing auction, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's Hidden Cloud had beaten her in the auction for the Golden Tablet. In the end, however, a mysterious NPC had assassinated him for that tablet. Moreover, Hidden Cloud had not been able to log into God's domain for a long period after that incident. He had become a laughingstock among the super guilds. Even now, Quiet Melody broke out in a cold sweat whenever she thought back to how she had fought so hard for the secret technique tablet. Losing money was one thing. Losing time was crucial. Every minute and second counted to the various guilds' experts. If they could, these experts would spend every minute in the game. If they couldn't log into God's domain for several days, their progress would be wounded. The damage might be less severe for someone like herself, who had lost interest in the battle for the guild leader's seat and was content as a Vice Temple Master and holding some shares of the guild. However, for an ambitious person like Hidden Cloud, who vied to become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's first Hall Master, the damage was tremendous. You must be here for some rare scrolls, right? Quiet Melody said, her gaze shifting towards the magic scrolls filling the display cabinets. Smiling faintly, she continued, Unfortunately, I have purchased all of the rare scrolls here. If you wish to buy some, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Temple Master Melody is quite impressive. I'm surprised that you found this place, Shi Feng said as he swept a glance over the display cabinets. Indeed, just as Quiet Melody had said, the rare scrolls were gone. Even the monster repellent scrolls, which had no apparent use at this stage of the game, were sold out. It's nothing. I just stumbled upon this shop, Quiet Melody replied casually. She then revealed a few of the rare scrolls she had purchased. Looking at Shi Feng, she said softly, Which scroll are you looking for? If you are in a hurry, I can sell a few to you at cost. The Sacred Temple members were shocked. They thought that they were hallucinating. Quiet Melody was the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master. Even if one disregarded her status, her appearance was enough to make countless men and women swoon. Aside from the required respect for the guild leader and the guild's older generation, she almost never expressed goodwill towards anyone. Yet, she was doing exactly that for Shi Feng. Even if Shi Feng was a particularly skilled fighter with astonishing strength, that shouldn't warrant Quiet Melody's warmth. After all, they belonged to different guilds. Moreover, their guild possessed many experts who were stronger than Shi Feng. Sister Melody, we need these scrolls urgently. If we sell them to someone else, Lonely Fantasy quickly interjected, it's fine. We purchased a few extra as a precaution. Quiet Melody smiled, responding to the summoner youth's advice with indifference. However, Lonely Fantasy knew that these rare magic scrolls were crucial to complete their quest. On the off chance that they ran out during the quest, they may fall on the very edge of success. If that happened, their previous efforts would go to waste. He could not understand why Quiet Melody wanted to befriend Shi Feng. What was so good about this swordsman? Many thanks. I only need 4 monster repellent scrolls, Shi Feng stated, not beating around the bush. His agreement with Bloodfang was extremely important. If the monsters raided the town before he was prepared, without the monster repellent scroll, he would have to pay 30,000 gold. Moreover, a person of Quiet Melody's status had no reason to trick him and no need to use this opportunity to learn why he had come to this shop. Since the woman wanted to befriend him and there was no enmity between him and the sacred temple, he saw no reason to reject her offer. Afterward, Quiet Melody gave Shi Feng 4 monster repellent scrolls in exchange for 20 gold. After receiving the scrolls, Shi Feng turned to look at Quiet Melody, who had been smiling all this time. Sighing, he said, Temple Master Melody, just state your business. I'm assuming that you didn't waste so much time talking to a nobody like me just to sell a few unprofitable scrolls. 965 Super Guild's attention. Chapter 965, Super Guild's attention. It's nothing major. I just wish to purchase an item from Zero Wing. Quiet Melody chuckled at Shi Feng's question. What item are you interested in? Shi Feng began to grow curious. Generally, any items that Zero Wing sold could be purchased from the Candlelight Trading Firm. With the Sacred Temple's capabilities, Quiet Melody could even easily afford the limited intermediate mana armor kits. Rather than seeking him out personally, she could simply issue a command, and her subordinates would fetch the items and deliver them to her doorstep. The slots to the Holy City, Quiet Melody responded seriously. How do you know about that? Shi Feng's expression immediately darkened. Very few people knew of his acquisition of the Titan City entrance tokens. He highly doubted that Yuan's people would have leaked anything. However, based on Quiet Melody's tone, it was clear that she was certain that he had the entrance tokens. There's no need for surprise. In reality, this news has spread throughout the various super guilds. Quiet Melody smiled. I believe you remember Peerless, right? As a result of his major loss at your hands, Peerless advertised your deeds. He even revealed the secret about Titan City. Moreover, he is very certain that you obtained slots to the Holy City. Before this incident, I never knew that God's domain had such a holy land. Many super guilds are now watching Zero Wing. It is only a matter of time before they contact your guild. I had intended to visit White River City after I had finished shopping here. However, it seems that won't be necessary. Hearing Quiet Melody's explanation, the Sacred Temple members were stunned. Even Lonely Fantasy wondered if he had heard wrong. They had never imagined that Shi Feng was actually responsible for the Pantheon Elders' suffering. Even newbies knew about Pantheon's Peerless. He was a big shot on the same level as Quiet Melody, yet Shi Feng had killed such a powerful character. It was unbelievable. Field battles were different from the PvP battles in the Dark Arena. Although Peerless was not as powerful as Sirius, one could use various tools in a field battle. Many powerful experts had also accompanied Peerless, making it even more difficult to kill him. Moreover, from listening to Quiet Melody's words, the item in Shi Feng's hands was even tempting to the various super guilds, so much so that a Vice Temple Master like Quiet Melody deemed it necessary to make a personal visit. This was a first in Sacred Temple's history. Generally, when dealing with a guild like Zero Wing, it was a miracle if the Sacred Temple even sent someone from middle management, yet the guild had delegated the negotiations with Zero Wing to a core upper echelon. Lonely Fantasy was confused. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild in God's domain, yet it warranted treatment that first-rate guilds dreamed of. How did it manage this? So, he's the one who let it leak. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as a realization struck him. It seems that had been his final chance. He now, more or less, understood Peerless's actions during the entrance trial. It was no wonder why the high and mighty Peerless of Pantheon had tried to negotiate halfway through the battle. Without a doubt, that had been his last chance to challenge the entrance trial. After losing that chance, he would have to wait a long time before he could try to enter the Holy City again. He might not even get another chance. Since he had lost this opportunity, he wouldn't let the culprit behind his failure get off scot-free. Hence, he had spread the news and pointed the various super guilds towards Zero Wing. Our Sacred Temple also knows how valuable the slots are, so we won't ask for too many. 10 will be enough. I believe that with how many slots Zero Wing obtained, trading 10 shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, we are more than willing to pay a sufficient fee in either money or items, Quiet Melody unhurriedly explained her offer. In an ordinary guild, the Holy City slots would, at most, add a few advanced lifestyle players. However, it was a different story for super guilds. Super guilds like the Sacred Temple had many lifestyle players who were masters in other virtual reality games. Unfortunately, as these masters were still unfamiliar with God's domain's lifestyle classes, they could only utilize a small fraction of their true abilities. However, with access to the Holy City of Titan, these past masters would rapidly become true lifestyle masters in God's domain. Once these masters could exert their true abilities, rather than just generating limited profits, the Sacred Temple's network of shops could finally be put to good use. Hence, to obtain the slots to the Holy City, the Sacred Temple was willing to pay a massive price. If Zero Wing is willing to sell the slots, the Sacred Temple is willing to trade epic items or golden lands in major cities for them. Since Shi Feng had remained silent, Quiet Melody decided to use the Sacred Temple's trump card. One needed more than just money to afford epic items and major cities' golden lands. It was especially true for the lands. Even a fool knew that these lands' value had room to grow. If not for how important lifestyle masters were to the sacred temple, the temple would never have considered these bargaining chips. Although I want to agree to your offer, the Holy City slots are too precious. I believe that you know just how important they are. Moreover, to tell you the truth, Zero Wing has already used many of our slots. Even if I wanted to trade them to you, Zero Wing doesn't have many left. If you wish to buy them, I'll have to discuss your offer with my guild leader. Shi Feng did not openly reject Quiet Melody's request. After all, the Sacred Temple offered an impressive price. Moreover, based on Quiet Melody had said, it seemed that multiple super guilds were very interested in the Holy City's entrance tokens. Even if he told the truth and claimed that Zero Wing had used all of its slots, none of the super guilds would believe him. At which point, Zero Wing would have earned many new enemies for no reason at all. This was all a part of Peerless's sinister plan. I understand. I'll have to request that you speak with guild leader Black Flame then. If he is willing to trade, our offer will not disappoint. Quiet Melody nodded, not surprised in the least about this outcome. In her opinion, Shi Feng was merely one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, and the Holy City slots could decide the fate of a trading firm. Naturally, such an important decision fell to the guild's leader. As for whether or not Black Flame would agree to the Sacred Temple's offer, she was unsure. However, she didn't believe that it was likely that he would refuse the offer. After all, golden lands in major cities were too valuable. They were also something that Zero Wing needed urgently. There simply was no reason for Black Flame to refuse. 966 Candlelight Auction. Chapter 966, Candlelight Auction. After Shi Feng finished his conversation with Quiet Melody, he pretended to contact Black Flame. In reality, though, he contacted Fire Dance. After all, he was Black Flame. How could he possibly contact himself? He had only said something about it to hide his identity. Had he made the decision as Yi Feng, he would have roused Quiet Melody's suspicions. Shi Feng had to admit that the Sacred Temple's offer was tempting. At the same time, it served as a reminder. Zero Wing's number of lands couldn't even compare to a first-rate guild's, not to mention super guilds. It had fewer than an ordinary second-rate guild. However, this could not be helped. These guilds had far stronger foundations than Zero Wing. These guilds had joined God's domain with plenty of starting capital. Their members also spanned across many cities. Moreover, these guilds had invested almost all of the coins they earned from their money farming teams into purchasing various cities' lands. Now, players had been developing in God's domain for quite some time. These guilds' advantages were beginning to manifest. In stark contrast to these guilds, Zero Wing had started in God's domain with absolutely nothing. Its possession of lands in so many cities was already impressive. Now that God's domain had been operating for so long, even if Zero Wing had a lot of money, the various large guilds had already bought out the lands in the various NPC cities. These guilds treated their lands like their babies. It was practically impossible for Zero Wing to purchase these lands at a reasonable price without presenting something that these guilds hungered for. The Holy City slots provided a golden opportunity. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had only spread its influence to a few major cities. By the time the lifestyle players in Titan City reached the advanced rank, the firm's small corner of the market wouldn't be enough to display its true prowess. If the trading firm obtained a few plots of land in Empire's top 10 major cities, it would secure a far larger customer base. If he took into account the strengthening device and the designs unique to Titan City, Candlelight Trading Firm's profits would make the income from Stone Forest Town look pitiful. At the moment, however, Shi Feng did not have any Titan City entrance tokens on hand. Even if he did, he had no intentions of selling them to Quiet Melody right now. Since there were so many super guilds craving their own slots to the Holy City, he had to auction them and obtain the best price. Moreover, by doing so, he wouldn't invoke these super guilds' ire, preventing Peerless's plans from coming to fruition. Currently, his only method of entering Titan City was the Holy City's emblem. However, the emblem had a 7-day cooldown. He had used the emblem recently, so if he wanted to enter the Holy City, he'd have to wait. He could use these 7 days to prepare. After all, purchasing lands was a significant expenditure. Even if the Holy City slots were more valuable, he could not trade a single slot for a major city's golden land unless the Super Guild had lost its mind. In the past, a single Holy City slot only sold for several hundred gold. Even if it sold for more than that at the moment, the most anyone would pay was roughly 1,000 gold. On the other hand, major cities' golden lands were worth over 10,000 gold. With the slots he had on hand, he could afford, at most, 1 plot of land. This was not the desired outcome. He planned to trade the Holy City slots for lands in major cities, offering 1 slot and coins to make up the cost difference. This way, he could purchase 10 plots of lands by selling 10 slots. Hence, collecting enough coins was now a priority. Fire, prepare the main force and both the Dark God's Legion's official members and reserve members to advance on the Undead Gorge. Halt all other quests and activities temporarily, Shi Feng instructed. Don't forget to collect extra strengthening devices and magic scrolls from Candlelight as well. Although the Undead Gorge is an Ashura mode regional dungeon, its monsters are much stronger than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Don't carelessly lose your lives in there. Shi Feng had never heard of the Undead Gorge before. However, as it was related to the new expansion pack, it was definitely not an ordinary regional dungeon. It should offer an abundance of resources, particularly magic crystals. Currently, there were too many players in the Stoneclaw Mountains. There weren't enough monsters to go around. On the other hand, not only was the Undead Gorge a new regional dungeon, but it also required more to enter than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Guilds wouldn't be able to dispatch as many members to the dungeon. With this, Zero Wing could farm magic crystals far more efficiently. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could use the teleportation house to turn them into mountains of glittering gold coins. With this, he could earn what he needed to purchase lands during the next 7 days. Understood. Firedance nodded. After Shi Feng finished issuing his orders, he smiled as he turned back to Quiet Melody. Communication between players could be set to private mode. This way, unrelated parties would not overhear the conversation. Naturally, the surrounding Sacred Temple members had heard nothing Shi Feng had said, so these people assumed that he had been speaking with Black Flame. Temple Master Melody, I have told our guild leader about your offer. Our guild leader has considered this problem, hence he has already prepared and decided to auction off the slots. In 7 days, the Candlelight Trading Firm will hold its first auction. Not only will the Holy City slots be available, but many other unimaginable items will also be for sale, Shi Feng said. To participate in the Candlelight auction, you will need to hold at least one deed to a major city's golden land. These lands will be used to bid for the Holy City slots. Of course, Zero Wing will supplement the cost for each land with coins. However, Zero Wing will only announce the auction to the public in 3 days. This is all I can say for the moment. As for who obtains the Holy City slots, that will depend on the strength and capital of the various guilds attending. The moment Shi Feng finished talking, Lonely Fantasy, who stood beside Quiet Melody, flew into a rage, growling, "What do you guys take those Holy City slots for? Do you really think our sacred temple can't obtain our own?" "Fantasy, that's enough," Quiet Melody reproached her subordinate. Although Lonely Fantasy tried to continue, when he saw the fury in Quiet Melody's eyes, he snapped his mouth closed. "Since Zero Wing intends to sell the Holy City slots, we are lucky. The Sacred Temple will certainly attend the auction," Quiet Melody said, her eyes carrying a silent apology. She then departed from the shop with Lonely Fantasy and the others. Lonely Fantasy still wanted to say something after leaving the shop, but Quiet Melody's glare silenced him. "Fantasy, you have just officially joined the Sacred Temple, so there is much about God's domain that you do not know. Zero Wing is not as simple as you think. It was bold enough to provoke the super first-rate Guild Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion, and the Super Guild King's return. Do you really think Zero Wing will think much of the Sacred Temple's threats?" Quiet Melody scolded Lonely Fantasy, shaking her head ruefully. "While we wait, rather than following me around, head to the intelligence department and learn about the game's various guilds. God's domain is not the shallow game you think it is." Lonely Fantasy was taken aback by Quiet Melody's words. He had not realized that Zero Wing was powerful enough to provoke King's return. Just what kind of guild was it? As for Shi Feng, after obtaining the monster repellent scrolls, he returned to White River City. As soon as he returned, he headed for his warehouse in the bank. Previously, too many things had demanded his attention. He hadn't yet had a chance to use the damaged god crystal he had obtained during the entrance trial. The Holy Grail already possessed immense power. If he could upgrade it further, the thought alone excited him. 967 Damaged God Crystal, Chapter 967, Damaged God Crystal. At White River City's bank, before Shi Feng had arrived, a crowd of players had formed in front of the building's entrance, selling raw materials in bulk, a stack of frostgrass for only 15 silver, a stack of flame flowers for 21 silver, first come, first served. Urgently selling attribute gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones for 7 silver each, Tier 2 for 75 silver each, limited stock available. Players were selling all sorts of items near the bank's entrance. Level 30 dark gold equipment was even available for purchase. Current mainstream players were only level 33, while elite players were generally level 36. Even guild elite players dreamed of owning level 30 dark gold equipment. Very few people were willing to sell these items on the market. Generally, only players from small but powerful workshops sold equipment of such caliber. After all, ordinary teams could not obtain dark gold equipment. However, rather than sell dark gold equipment for in-game currency, these small-scale workshops generally sold their items to guilds for credits, which they used to maintain their workshops' operations. After all, such workshops usually didn't have the financial support of a corporation. "These are so cheap. I want 3 Tier 1 Strength gemstones and 1 Tier 2 Agility gemstone. Get lost. I want 2 Tier 2 Strength gemstones. I want 3 stacks of flame flowers." Aside from the group of peddling players, another crowd fought desperately to purchase the items for sale. A majority of these players were merchant players and guild logistic members. Are these people insane? Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he heard the various prices. Regardless of the herbs and ores, the gemstone prices alone were astounding. The current market value for Tier 1 gemstones was 9 silver, which was slightly lower than its initial price. He could easily turn a profit of 2 silver if he bought them for 7 silver. As for the Tier 2 gemstone, its prices had not fallen but had risen instead. Currently, each sold for between 95 silver and 1 gold on the market. Moreover, Tier 2 gemstones were still in high demand. Even after many players had obtained their Tier 2 classes in the past, the majority of their gemstones had been Tier 1. Only guild members or wealthy experts could afford a full set of Tier 2 gemstones at this stage of the game. Moreover, many of the herbs and ores sold were relatively rare. They were still extremely difficult to purchase from the market, yet so many players hawked them here. Shi Feng even wondered if some large guild had lost its mind. Regardless, Shi Feng had no intentions of missing this rare opportunity. He might have just walked away if only the attribute gemstones were available for a low price. After all, he could obtain much cheaper attribute gemstones from the Dark Den. Moreover, he normally sold these gemstones through the Candlelight trading firm. However, it was a different story for rare herbs and ores. He had no shortcuts to obtain these items. He had to rely on his guild members to collect them gradually. Now that someone sold them for 20% below market price, he would be doing the Candlelight trading firm a disservice if he didn't purchase them all. Hence, Shi Feng joined the line of customers. Most of the players in the queue only purchased 1 or 2 stacks of materials. Only merchant players and guild players could afford a little more. However, these players focused on hard currencies such as the attribute gemstone. Although they would require some time to resell, they were certain to make a profit with such a low cost. How many rare herbs and ores do you have? When it was finally Shi Feng's turn, he examined the middle-aged vendor. The man was only a little over level 10. He was obviously a guild player, as only guilds had such logistic players, yet neither the man nor the players helping him wore a guild emblem. Dear guest, let me assure you that we have an abundant supply. We have as much as you could possibly want. The middle-aged man revealed a businessman's smile as he glanced at the cloaked Shi Feng. I see. All right then. I want 3,000 stacks of ice dew flour, 3,000 stacks of moonlight grass. Shi Feng listed various herbs and ores, requesting 3,000 stacks of each. Ice dew flowers and moonlight grass were both main materials for producing the ice resistance potion. In addition, Shi Feng had asked for the main materials necessary to craft the fire resistance potion. As long as he had these materials, he could produce ice resistance and fire resistance potions in bulk. By the time White River City grew and the city's players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, these 2 potions would sell like hotcakes. Shi Feng clearly remembered that, shortly after the flying ship feature launched, these potions' prices had skyrocketed. The raw materials also became incredibly popular. White River City's current development speed far outstripped that of the past. Based on Shi Feng's estimation, it wouldn't be long before the flying ships were available in White River City. If he stockpiled ice resistance and fire resistance potions now, by the time players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, he would make a fortune. Dear customer, are you sure you want so many materials? Shock lit up the middle-aged man's face as he listened to Shi Feng's request. The bag space of 1 or 2 people won't be enough to hold so many. If you really want them, we'll need some time to transfer the materials over from other cities. Even if he emptied his warehouse in White River City, he wouldn't come close to fulfilling Shi Feng's order. Sure, I can wait, Shi Feng said, looking nonchalant. In any case, he had something to do in the bank. If there was money to be made, he could be patient. Hearing Shi Feng's confidence, the middle-aged man smiled brightly. Hurriedly, he said in a respectful tone, please wait here for an hour. I'll send my men to fetch the materials. However, we don't have enough stock of some of the materials you have requested. Do you still wish to purchase them? He could make as much money selling Shi Feng these materials as he had made from all of his previous customers. So be it. In any case, bring as many of the materials I listed as you can. I'll buy everything. As a precaution, let's sign a contract. I'll return in an hour to find you. If you prepare the items early, you can meet me in the bank's main hall, Shi Feng said. He then produced a contract and handed it to the middle-aged man. Please rest assured, I'll have my men bring the materials immediately. After the middle-aged man read through the contract, he signed it without hesitation. He then began to contact his subordinates. As for Shi Feng, he entered the bank's main hall. Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today? The female NPC behind the front counter smiled as she asked Shi Feng politely. I want to enter my personal warehouse. Here is the key, Shi Feng said. He then passed a bronze key to the female NPC. Please follow me, sir. After the NPC received the key, her attitude towards Shi Feng shifted, showing more respect. The key Shi Feng had produced was paired to a large private warehouse. This made him one of the bank's VIP guests. No player could steal information about a private warehouse's contents. This was the reason that Shi Feng had rented one for himself. Upon arrival, Shi Feng carefully opened one of the warehouse's safes. The instant the safe opened, the air in the private warehouse grew heavy as a powerful aura surged from within the safe. The safe contained none other than the legendary ranked Holy Grail. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to retrieve the damaged God Crystal from his bag. However, as if this God Crystal had been summoned, it flew from his bag without his involvement. As the God Crystal hovered before Shi Feng, it radiated a faint, golden glow. The God Crystal, which should have lost its power, seemed resurrected. It radiated a powerful divine might that prevented Shi Feng from moving. 968 Evolving. The Emblem. Chapter 968 Evolving the Emblem. How is this divine might be so powerful? Shi Feng could only look at the damaged god crystal. He could not even move a finger. The powerful divine might could even overpower tier 5 NPCs. It was hard to imagine that this was merely a damaged god crystal. Even the complete god crystal he had previously snatched from a tier 4 monster had not been as powerful as this. If he weren't in his private warehouse, the god crystal's divine might be enough to paralyze every player in the bank, causing a commotion in White River City. Although this damaged god crystal was quite powerful, in front of the Holy Grail, it was a sheep for the slaughter. It could only wait for its death. The Holy Grail then radiated a purple aura that spread throughout the warehouse. This purple aura ate away at the divine might rapidly, and Shi Feng's private warehouse was soon void of divine magic. As for the damaged god crystal, it could barely stay afloat while it struggled desperately against the Holy Grail's aura. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. System, do you wish to allow the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core? This is a Titan core? The sudden revelation surprised Shi Feng. He used omniscient eyes once more to check the damaged god crystal. Titan core, the 10 great saints of Titan's greatest masterpiece. The Titan core is capable of supplying a near infinite amount of energy. It originally served as the Titan Fortress's power core. However, it had been heavily damaged during the war between gods. When Shi Feng finished reading the description, he was thunderstruck. He had heard of this item before. It could be used to construct a war fortress's power core, which was also the most important component in a war fortress. A war fortress was far more difficult to construct than a city, as it was a machine meant for slaughter. Even tier 5 NPCs would flee from a war fortress, as a single random strike was enough to end their lives. However, moving a powerful war fortress required an astronomical amount of energy. Hence, one needed a very powerful power source. Among the available materials in God's domain, the Titan core was the best option. Speaking of war fortresses, Shi Feng had seen one in the Fizzy's Canyon. He had also accepted the unique quest, Steel Fortress Barusha. He had nearly lost his life attempting to power the Steel Fortress Barusha with the Titan's heart. However, although the Titan's heart could also be used as a power core, it was far weaker than the Titan core. The Titan core possessed divine might, while the Titan's heart only possessed power. If the Titan's heart were powerful enough to threaten tier 5 classes, the Titan core was powerful enough to invoke God's fear. Moreover, unlike the Titan core, the Titan's heart's energy was limited. Even 100 Titan's hearts were not as valuable as one Titan core. Do I absorb it? Shi Feng hesitated. To a guild, the Titan core was leagues more important than a legendary item. Of the many components needed to construct a war fortress, the power core was the most difficult to obtain. In the past, this had caused many headaches for many of God's domain's major powers. Moreover, even if they obtained a power source, they would not mobilize their war fortress due to the immense energy consumption. However, there was no denying a war fortress's extreme power. If a tier 5 player could defend a town with a player population over 1 million, a war fortress could defend nearly half of a kingdom's territory. Moreover, that was with a limited energy source when it could not be moved casually. Obtaining or producing another power source was immensely difficult. If he could equip a war fortress with the Titan core, the war fortress would have no problems defending an entire kingdom. Even the super guilds in the past had not had such a weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, powering a war fortress was only one of the Titan core's functions. The Titan core could also be used in a player-constructed city to emulate the holy city of Titan. According to legend, 18 Titan cores powered Titan City, granting it infinite energy. In the distant past, a large group of tier 6 gods had attacked the holy city. In the end, however, these gods had failed. Titan City's dense mana and its floating lifestyle association were due to its endless amount of energy. One could just imagine how precious a Titan core was. If he allowed the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core now, it would be nigh impossible to obtain another in the future. After all, Titan City's 10 saints were long gone. There was no one around who was capable of producing another Titan core. In the end, after giving it some thought, Shi Feng decided to withhold the Titan core from the Holy Grail. Although the Titan core was damaged and could not be used, there was hope of repairing it. After all, he had the Holy City's emblem. He could enter Titan City anytime he wanted. As the Titan Core's birthplace, he should be able to learn how to repair it in Titan City. To stop the Holy Grail from craving the Titan Core, Shi Feng stored the core in another safe. No one was allowed to open the safes in a private warehouse without the user's approval. The items in these safes would also be disconnected from the outside world. Sure enough, after Shi Feng stored the Titan core inside a safe, the Holy Grail receded its aura and fell dormant. It seems I'll have to look for other god crystals to restore the Holy Grail. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the Holy Grail, which emitted a purple hue. He suddenly had a realization. Since the Grail can evolve an item, I wonder if it can evolve the Holy City's emblem? Although there was no indication of the Holy City's emblem having a rank, the Titan City entrance tokens were divided into ranks. His black iron entrance tokens allowed wielders to enter the Holy City for 3 days. If players possessed sufficient reputation, they could extend their stay. Silver was the next rank. Wielders of the silver entrance token could stay in the Holy City for 6 days. Similarly, they could extend their stay with sufficient reputation. The highest ranking entrance token was the gold entrance token. It allowed players to stay in the Holy City for up to 10 days. Which token players acquired depended on which difficulty they chose when challenging the entrance trial. Titan City's entrance trial was not limited to one difficulty setting. Only as Shi Feng's team was still too low level and only consisted of Tier 1 players, they had not had any other options. When the team had Tier 2 players, the entrance trial would provide a hard mode difficulty. As long as players cleared the hard mode trial, they could obtain silver tokens. When Tier 3 players were present in the team, Hell mode would be made available, from which players could obtain the golden tokens. The normal mode of Titan City's entrance trial was already as difficult, or more, as the Hell mode difficulty of a 100-man large-scale team dungeon, not to mention hard mode and Hell mode. Even in the past, Shi Feng had never heard of a team obtaining the gold tokens, and extremely few teams had managed to obtain the silver tokens. Most had settled for black iron. Since the entrance tokens were divided by ranks, the Holy City's emblem should have ranks as well. After all, he had obtained his Holy City's emblem from normal mode. What about those obtained from hard mode and Hell mode? Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng could not help but click on the Holy Grail and select its Power of Evolution skill. He chose the Holy City's emblem as the evolution's target. 969 Evolved Effects. Chapter 969 Evolved Effects. I should be able to evolve it, right? Although Shi Feng had chosen to evolve the Holy City's emblem, he still wasn't sure that his plan was feasible. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, the Holy City's emblem did not have a rank to differentiate it from others. Suddenly, a strand of purple mist flowed from the light blue Holy Grail, gently wrapping around the flashing silver emblem in Shi Feng's hand as if scanning it. 3 seconds later, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, do you wish to sacrifice 1000 HP permanently to evolve the Holy City's emblem? Sure enough, a legendary item is amazing. Excitement lit up Shi Feng's face. Although losing 1000 HP stung, the return was worth the cost. As long as the evolution succeeded, this item would be far more valuable than an epic item. Shi Feng agreed to the evolution. Shi Feng's maximum HP then fell by 1,000, from 26,300 to 25,300. However, despite the loss, Shi Feng's HP was still much higher than Cola's. If Shi Feng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's aura of Earth, he could even become a sturdier MT than Cola. As Shi Feng's HP decreased, streams of green liquid flowed from his body and into the Holy Grail. In turn, the Holy Grail radiated a dazzling purple glow that gradually melded with the Holy City's emblem. Suddenly, the emblem radiated a dazzling golden glow that enveloped the warehouse. Was it a success? Shi Feng stared at the Holy City's emblem, tension tightening his features. If the evolution were a success, the Candlelight Trading Firm's future would be limitless. While other guilds were expending effort and resources to nurture advanced lifestyle players, he could easily nurture one batch after another, giving the Candlelight Trading Firm a massive advantage over other trading firms. At that time, even if Candlelight lacked shops, it could easily overwhelm its rivals with a large stock of advanced products. If they could nurture a master-rank player, they could earn staggering amounts of money. If the evolution failed, though, he would have to wait another 10 days before he could try again. He would also have to sacrifice another 1,000 HP. The thought soured Shi Feng's mood. However, as depressing as it was, he would gladly sacrifice another 1,000 HP. After all, Titan City held the key to the Candlelight Trading Firm's future. After the golden glow dissipated, the originally silver Holy City's emblem shone a pale gold. Moreover, tiny divine runes had been carved on the emblem, which gathered surrounding mana. It almost seemed like a faint mist had wrapped around the emblem, giving it an aura of mystery. Following which, Shi Feng inspected the Holy City's emblem statistics. Holy City's emblem opens a transfer gate to Titan City. A maximum of 20 people may pass through the gate. Each time the wielder of the Holy City's emblem enters the Holy City of Titan, they can extend their stay by up to 2 days. Cooldown, 7 days. After Shi Feng finished reading the introduction, he was ecstatic. Although the evolved emblem did not extend a player's stay like the higher-ranked entrance tokens, it now allowed 20 people to enter Titan City rather than 10. Moreover, the wielder could stay in the Holy City 2 days more than everyone else. Now, the Holy City's emblem was practically a permanent residence permit for Shi Feng. Generally, ordinary players could only stay in Titan City for 3 days, while Shi Feng, as one of the city's honorary citizens, could stay up to 5 days. Including the emblem's new effects, he could extend his stay in the Holy City to 7 days, which was exactly how long the cooldown lasted. With this, even if Shi Feng did not raise his reputation, he could stay in Titan City as long as he wanted. Titan City was heavenly for both lifestyle players and combat players. Not bad. With this, I won't have to worry about time constraints when I'm questing in Titan City. Shi Feng smiled at the pale gold emblem in his hand. Titan City was a holy land to both lifestyle players and combat players. Only, as the slots to enter the city were extremely valuable, most guilds that possessed them only used them on lifestyle players who could contribute more to the guild than combat players. However, as more players reached Titan City, combat players would discover the Holy City's benefits. They would also discover that they would enjoy just as many benefits as lifestyle players. Only, the various guilds had only discovered late in the game. By then, Titan City's benefits were no longer useful to Apex experts. Star Moon City, Ouroboros' guild residence, due to the Blackwater Corporation's visit, the entire guild was a mess. Many of the players lounged around the guild residence's main hall, not in the mood to level up. Instead, they chatted among themselves about the guild's situation. At the same time, an argument raged in the residence's meeting room. Do your companies really intend to side with the Blackwater Corporation? Have you never considered the fact that Blackwater is simply trying to annex Ouroboros and turn it into one of its toys? At that time, your companies won't have anything to do with Ouroboros at all, Zhao Yueru bellowed, furious as she glared at the several guild elders beside her. Won't you reconsider this? The guild elders not affiliated with the company nodded, showing their support for Zhao Yueru's words. The Blackwater Corporation was ruthless and cruel. Before it had even obtained Ouroboros, it was asking its guild leader to step down and relinquish full management rights. One could only imagine what Blackwater would do once it truly secured the guild. Ouroboros' name would vanish from the virtual gaming world. After the Blackwater Corporation obtained 90% of Ouroboros' shares, it would only be a matter of time before it obtained the remaining 10% and devoured Ouroboros. Aside from the compensation fees, these companies would have nothing left. Currently, God's Domain's popularity was rising rapidly due to the Mindspace system's launch. Even a fool could tell what would become of God's Domain in the future. Otherwise, so many companies from around the world wouldn't be investing in the game. As a first-rate guild, Ouroboros had a significant advantage. It had already amassed plenty of lands. However, if they allowed Blackwater to take everything, these companies would never be able to establish another guild as powerful as Ouroboros, no matter how much money they spent. By giving in to the Blackwater Corporation, these companies were ignoring long-term profits for short-term gains. Regarding the problem of your funds, I have begun to sell the materials in the guild's warehouse to collect more, including the funds I have, and based on my estimations, we should be able to fund your company's resistance against Blackwater for some time. Ouroboros can use this time to capture a few towns. With the income from these towns, the guild will be able to sustain itself. It will no longer have to purchase coins from others or hire money farming teams. Meanwhile, you will retain your shares of Ouroboros. What do you think? Gentle Snow proposed her plan calmly as she shifted her gaze towards the several elders representing various companies. Although her plan was effectively cutting off Ouroboros' means of retreat, this was the guild's best option. 970 Greatest Advantage. Chapter 970 Greatest Advantage. The company representative elders fell silent after Gentle Snow's proposal. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would take such decisive action, sacrificing the materials their guild had struggled to accumulate. This would damage Ouroboros immensely and be robbing Peter to pay Paul. In reality, she had not solved the fundamental problem. However, if they gathered enough capital to cover their company's sudden shortage of funds and endure this difficult period, their companies could make a comeback and slap the Blackwater Corporation in the face. Moreover, as Gentle Snow had said, if Ouroboros could obtain a few towns within a short time and maintain Ouroboros' profitable state, their companies would hold on to Ouroboros tightly, rather than surrender their shares to Blackwater. In God's Domain, captured towns were different from NPC cities. Unlike in NPC cities where players were under many restrictions, players could build as they wished in their own town. Moreover, constructing a house in a town was far cheaper. Most importantly, players wouldn't be limited in what items they could sell. In the shops in NPC cities, players were only allowed to sell items that were native to God's Domain. In a player-owned town, however, players could sell foreign products such as cosmetic items. Unlike weapons and equipment, cosmetic items did not possess attributes. At the same time, cosmetic items could only be worn within player-owned territory. They could not be worn in the fields or NPC cities. Moreover, designing cosmetic items in the game was not an easy task. Although it was not as troublesome and meticulous as weaving, leather making, or forging attributed equipment, and crafting required an advanced lifestyle player's skills, cosmetic items could only be crafted using native materials in God's Domain. As a result, players were required to look for suitable materials to create pleasant-looking cosmetic items, which was not easy. Furthermore, more than one form of currency could be used. In player-owned towns, shops had the option of selling their items for either credits or coins, which was convenient for both players and shops. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. As the first town to be captured in Star Moon Kingdom, it had grown considerably. Stone Forest Town's residential player population also increased by the dam. A lack of safety was the only issue as the area was home to high-level monsters. This prevented low-leveled players who only sought entertainment from visiting. Even so, many companies eagerly wanted to cooperate with Zero Wing. It was especially true for companies in the clothing industry. They all wanted to drown Zero Wing in credits. However, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing had turned these companies down. Instead, it constructed hotels, smithies, bars, and other establishments. The town was nearly out of space already, eyeing the large numbers of players swarming to Stone Forest Town. Many companies had cursed Zero-Wing as insane. The guild was ignoring a golden opportunity to earn a fortune. We'll contact our superiors immediately. However, we cannot guarantee that they will be willing to take this risk. The several elders representing companies nodded before logging out of God's domain. Hearing the several elders' answer, the other upper echelons relaxed slightly. Inside Star Moon Kingdom's Divine Colosseum, a large group of players ranging between level 10 and level 20 wandered in and out of Trial Tower. Although these players were not very high-leveled and their equipment was subpar at best, others were shocked by how many floors they were clearing. Of these players, the weakest among them had even reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Brother Wave, the people that young Master Jing sent are incredible. Their improvement speeds are astounding. It won't even be long before they surpass me, a tall level 39 ranger who sat beside Abandoned Wave said, smiling bitterly. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. This time, he had been specially hired to train a group of newcomers who had recently joined the virtual gaming world. He had initially thought that this would be a simple job. However, the moment he met these newcomers, he sensed the dense killing intent and hostility. Their auras were nothing like an ordinary player's, and he could instantly tell that these experts had been well tempered in life combat. Among these newcomers, a few even felt stifling. These newcomers had already surpassed him and reached the realm he had always dreamed of. This is all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grasped God's domain's combat basics so quickly. When more newcomers arrive, I'll have to trouble you again. Abandoned Wave was quite satisfied as he watched the new group enter the Trial Tower. As long as he raised these people's levels, it would only be a matter of time before Blackwater took over Star Moon Kingdom. Before he had joined the game, he would never have imagined that combat in God's domain was as realistic as real-world combat. The only differences were players' skills and superhuman physiques. To the Blackwater Corporation, the game's realistic combat was its greatest advantage. After all, Blackwater was a giant in the fighting world. No one had more combat experts or method of nurturing experts than Blackwater. Unlike other companies, which struggled to nurture their own gaming experts in God's domain, it was a simple task for the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater only needed to assist players in adapting to God's domain's combat style. Suddenly, a bald, robust man rushed up to Abandoned Wave and whispered, "Big Brother Wave, a message has arrived from Ouroboros. It seems that Gentle Snow is trying to use the guild's collected materials to compensate the companies for their missing funds. Moreover, someone in White River City has already agreed to purchase all of Ouroboros' rare herbs and ores. Should we do something to stop her?" Ha ha ha. Interesting. It seems that Gentle Snow is good for more than just her pretty face. She is a daring beauty. It makes me somewhat reluctant to let her go. Abandoned Wave could not help but roar with laughter. It's a pity that her efforts are pointless. She doesn't understand Blackwater's power. She doesn't know these companies' true intentions either. Gentle Snow has a considerable amount of Ouroboros' shares. Even if those companies pressure her, they can't stop her from selling the materials. However, I can't let her have her way. Notify Gale and the others and have them warn the buyer. I don't want Ouroboros to have a raw material shortage when I take control. Understood. After Abandoned Wave finished issuing his instructions, the bald man left the Divine Colosseum. 971 White River City's Transformation. Chapter 971, White River City's Transformation Star, Moon City, Ouroboros' guild residence. Bursting into the meeting room, the tall, robust Berserker Fierce Snake hurried to Gentle Snow's side and quietly reported, "Guild leader, good news. You've been worried that we wouldn't be able to sell the materials fast enough, right? A while ago, we found someone willing to purchase all of our rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the attribute gemstones sales in the various major cities are going quite well. We'll collect the necessary funds in no time." All right. Gentle Snow's expression, which had been tense until now, finally relaxed. Assemble the materials in the various warehouses immediately. Selling all of the materials Ouroboros had, even at 80% market value, in such a short time would be a daunting task. After all, there was a limit to how much the market could digest. If they could not gather the required funds in time, her proposal would have been nothing but talk. Now that someone wanted to spend the coins to purchase their stock, they had helped her considerably. When Gentle Snow finished instructing Fierce Snake, the several company representative elders came back online. "How did you manage to get an answer so quickly?" Gentle Snow felt something off when she saw the several elders. Such an important decision wasn't easy to make. At the very least, these companies would have had to hold an emergency meeting with their directors before making a decision, yet these elders had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. "Have you decided to submit to Blackwater in the end?" Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had only recently chased away Chao Chenhua after much difficulty and snatched back control of the guild, which had originally belonged to her elder brother. She had never expected several of Ouroboros' investors to abandon them just as she was starting to push the guild onto the right track. With just her family's company, she could not stand against these major companies when they worked together. "Guild leader Snow, please understand that this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Our companies simply cannot stand against the Blackwater Corporation. Please prepare to hand over the position of Ouroboros' guild leader. We also hope that you will support the new guild leader. As for the White Clan Group shares, we will buy them back in 3 days. After the company representative elders gave their answer, they sighed powerlessly as they logged out of the game. Although they were only the representatives of their respective companies, they knew that their companies had already signed a private agreement with the Blackwater Corporation. They no longer intended to play with the White Clan Group as they had found a new playmate. Despicable. How could they do something like this? We were blind to think we actually accepted these companies' investments in the guild. The dozen or so elders who had fought long and hard with Ouroboros started to bash the investors. To them, Ouroboros was their home. They had worked for Ouroboros for over 20 years. Now that someone else was taking over their guild, why wouldn't they be angry? Snow, Zhao Yuru, didn't know how to console her friend. The White Clan Group had made its fortune in the virtual gaming world. It had established Ouroboros and gradually developed the guild, taking over a dozen years to elevate it from a third-rate guild to a first-rate guild. Afterward, Ouroboros had dominated over a dozen virtual reality games, yet now it was crumbling in Gentle Snow's hands. Zhao Yueru did not know what to say. "I'm fine," Gentle Snow waved her hand. However, she was extremely pale. After a few minutes of silence, she took a deep breath and said, "Those companies and the Blackwater Corporation are underestimating me. Since Ouroboros cannot be salvaged, the White Clan Group will start a new Ouroboros." Although the investing companies had secured Ouroboros' management, and thus the guild's shops, gaming experts were the true key to a guild's power. Due to Cao Qinghua's mutiny, the White Clan Group controlled Ouroboros' god-slaying army. It did not belong to the guild. As a preventive measure against Cao Qinghua, Gentle Snow had purchased over a dozen plots of land in Star Moon City and several other high-population cities under her name. However, she hadn't expected those preventative measures to come into play now. "Fierce, you don't have to deliver the goods anymore. I'll meet with the buyer personally," Gentle Snow said. Although the Blackwater Corporation now owned Ouroboros, she was still the guild leader. She also possessed a significant portion of the guild's shares, so she still had the authority to transfer a considerable amount of resources. Since she was going to leave Ouroboros, she needed to take some things with her. She wouldn't allow Blackwater to get its hands on the resources under the White Clan Group's management. Although she couldn't transfer the guild's resources in bulk, coins were much easier to move. Moreover, upstart guilds lacked money the most. With the money from selling the materials, she could easily build a sturdy foundation for her new guild, following which, Gentle Snow left the meeting room. At the same time, Zhao Yuru began to mobilize the god-slaying army and other guild members. When the time came, she would take as many people with her as possible. Although they could not leave Ouroboros an empty husk, they could at least cause the Blackwater Corporation to pop a vein or two when it took over the guild's management. In front of White River City's bank, guild leader, the buyer is inside the bank. The middle-aged man, who sold items in front of the bank, rushed up to greet Gentle Snow when she arrived. On her way to the bank, Gentle Snow was greatly surprised by White River City's atmosphere. Despite Star Moon City being the kingdom's capital, the vibe in White River City felt as if should be the capital instead. As she traveled through the city, she saw many teams from various first-rate guilds. There were more and higher-quality players in White River City than in Star Moon City. She had even seen a few players riding through the city atop mounts. One wouldn't see this in Star Moon City, yet it seemed that White River City's players were already used to these sights. One would even be hard-pressed to find such happenings in imperial capitals. When Gentle Snow entered the bank, the middle-aged man guided her to a corner of the main hall. Shi Feng sat there alone, a black cloak covering his body. However, even though Gentle Snow could not see Shi Feng's appearance, this man felt familiar. Gentle Snow? Why is she here? Is Ouroboros the guild selling the materials? Shi Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Gentle Snow walking towards him. Could something big have happened to the guild? With Ouroboros' financial strength, the guild shouldn't need to do something so damaging to gather funds. As Gentle Snow stopped before Shi Feng and the middle-aged man was about to introduce her, 6 tall, burly men radiating hostility cut past Gentle Snow's group and surrounded Shi Feng. "Oh, Guild Leader Snow, I'm sorry, but the Blackwater Corporation has some business with this gentleman. Would you give us a moment?" The leading level 39 berserker named Lethal Gale subtly demanded, smiling coldly. 972 Test of Strength, Chapter 9722, Test of Strength. As Gentle Snow was pushed aside, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to speak up. However, before he could do so, Lethal Gale shot him a penetrating glare. With the one look, the middle-aged man froze. Even though the middle-aged man knew that players wouldn't dare attack another in a place like this, Lethal Gale's sharp gaze had left him petrified. The dense killing intent within that gaze felt as if a blade had been pressed against the middle-aged man's throat, and if he moved, his head would leave his body. This is killing intent. Gentle Snow could also feel the frightening pressure that Lethal Gale exuded, and she could not help but stare at the berserker. To put it simply, killing intent was a kind of mental suppression. Although killing intent couldn't be seen or touched, the human mind could sense the threat of danger. As a person could not perceive the danger with their 5 senses, The mind employed a self-preservation mechanism, halting the body from making any sudden movements. It was the same mechanism that was responsible for small animals freezing when surprised. There was a saying in the real world that looks could kill. Although it sounded like a joke, a person's gaze could indeed transmit certain signals. Take wild animals, for example. When two wild animals faced off against one another, if one of the wild animals received a ferocious glare from the other, the former would hesitate. Wild animals were born with much keener senses than humans, so they could pick up on these signals easier. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary players. However, for experts who had experienced many life-or-death situations, their will and instincts had already been hardened and sharpened. Hence, they could transmit more powerful signals, which even ordinary people could pick up on. Lethal Gale was one such expert. However, Gentle Snow had not focused on Lethal Gale due to his killing intent, but rather because his was somewhat different from other gaming experts. His killing intent was much colder and sharper. Unlike the killing intent other experts radiated, which only served as a warning signal, the killing intent Gentle Snow felt from Lethal Gale showed that the Berserker truly wanted to murder his target. More importantly, the Berserker wore a calm and natural expression while he radiated such killing intent. The fact that Lethal Gale could do this told her that his hands were stained with real-world blood. One should always act on a first-come, first-served basis. Do the Blackwater Corporation's people not respect this rule? Gentle Snow asked as she pulled her subordinate away and glanced at Lethal Gale. Sneering, she continued, "Or do you need me to teach you a lesson in manners?" Although Gentle Snow's tone was soft and not particularly loud, everyone who heard her trembled involuntarily. It seems the rumored snow goddess isn't just a pushover, Lethal Gale thought, surprised by Gentle Snow's aura. In his eyes, virtual gaming experts did not know what it truly meant to fight and kill. These people were nothing to them, people who had seen hell and walked the boundaries of life and death. However, the aura Gentle Snow radiated showed that she was not one bit weaker than him. He had not expected this revelation. "Sure, since Guild Leader Snow made the offer, I'm interested to see just how tough you really are. If you can defeat me, my men and I will leave. If I win, however, you will have to wait for us to finish our chat with this gentleman." Although Gentle Snow's aura had surprised him, that was all. In an actual fight, one could only rely on their own skill. He refused to believe that his skills, which he had honed in true battle, would lose to someone like Gentle Snow, was all style and no substance. Moreover, if he beat Gentle Snow, Abandoned Wave would have an easier time taking over Ouroboros. Lethal Gale's companions wore mocking smiles as they watched Gentle Snow. He was absurdly strong. He had even defeated a famous expert from the Dark Knight Empire who ranked 354th on the God's Domain experts list. As for Gentle Snow, in the latest update of the experts list, she only ranked within the top 900. Defeating her would be a piece of cake for Lethal Gale. "Okay, I want to see just what kind of experts the Blackwater Corporation has nurtured," Gentle Snow said. She then turned to Shi Feng, and in an apologetic tone she said, "Excuse me, sir, but will you wait for a little while longer? I'll finish this match very quickly. We can proceed with the trade once I'm done." Blackwater's people had not initially been looking to cause Shi Feng any trouble. It was only because of her that these ruffians had done so. Hence, it was only right that she deal with this matter. Trying his best to hold back a chuckle, Shi Feng said in a deep tone, "It's fine. I am more than happy to watch a good show." He had to admit that the black cloak was an excellent item for hiding one's identity. Even as he stood before Gentle Snow, she didn't recognize him at all. Right now, all she could discern was his gender. In reality, Shi Feng could have revealed his identity and put an end to this match. However, he was curious to see how strong Gentle Snow was. Both Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale were level 39 berserkers. Both wore equipment of similar standards, with both wearing level 40 dark gold equipment. It was obvious that they both possessed top-tier equipment that could reduce item level requirements. Their weapons were the only difference between them. Although Shi Feng did not know the quality of Gentle Snow's silver greatsword, seeing the greatsword gather traces of mana from the area, it was definitely stronger than a dark gold weapon. On the other hand, Lethal Gale's greatsword was slightly weaker. Even so, it was a top-tier dark gold weapon. With almost a negligible difference between them, this match would come down to their combat techniques. Shi Feng had already been observing Lethal Gale. Although he was a berserker, a class famed for violence, his actions felt light and gentle. It was obvious that his physical control had already reached a very high standard. It was highly possible that he had reached the refinement realm. Refinement realm experts were considered apex experts in first-rate guilds. After all, unless one had the benefit of a simulation training system or some miracle, it was extremely difficult to reach the refinement realm. Hence, it was quite impressive if a first-rate guild had a few such experts. As for experts of higher combat standards, that depended on luck. It was similar to some unrated guilds' luck as they saw a refinement realm expert arise from among their members. Unfortunately, the probability of such at this stage of the game was extremely small unless the player was also an extremely powerful martial artist in the real world. As for Gentle Snow, Shi Feng did not notice any sign that she had reached the refinement realm. In that case, where was her confidence coming from? Of course, it was also possible that Gentle Snow intentionally hid the subtle signs. If so, even Shi Feng would not be able to determine her combat standard. He could only confirm his doubts by watching an intense battle. Once Gentle Snow agreed to the match, they all headed for the Divine Coliseum above White River City. 973 Match of the Century, Chapter 973, Match of the Century. Inside the Divine Coliseum, players came and went. It was even more lively than White River City's auction house. The Divine Coliseum had become the most populated location in the city. Sitting along the rest bar, many players chatted as they watched battle videos on the screens hovering in the main hall. The drinks here are awesome. It's a pity that they're so expensive. Unlike everywhere else where we can pay with copper and silver coins, can only buy drinks here with magic crystals or the points we accumulated in the Divine Battlefield. Each bottle costs 100 points. I need to win at least 3 team battles to earn that many. I'll never afford more drinks at this rate. That's nothing. A few days ago, someone spent 3,000 battle points to buy 1 bottle of Icefire Spirit. I heard that not only is it calming, but its effects last for 5 hours. Its calming effects are far better than the Trial Towers. It also tastes magnificent. What? I could drink for half a month with 3,000 points. The Icefire Spirit isn't the best alcohol available. I heard that if one reached the Trial Tower's 8th floor, they can purchase the Witch's Tier. One costs 5,000 points. Some time ago, I heard that a player from another kingdom bought one. I wonder what it tastes like. Stop dreaming. Only God's Domain's Apex experts can reach the 8th floor. Getting past the 4th floor is difficult enough for us, much less the 8th floor. As the Divine Coliseum became a larger factor in players' lives, players grew stronger. Players also used the Trial Tower's results as a way to judge someone's true abilities. As for tycoons who used their equipment to suppress others, they weren't experts, just rich. Hence, guilds and independent teams now recruited members using the Trial Tower's results as a benchmark. Players who could reach the 5th floor were considered ordinary experts. Players who reached the 6th floor, even in a large guild, were experts of the next level. Players who could reach the 7th floor were of the more powerful experts, even in first-rate guilds. As for those who managed to reach the second half of the 7th floor, they were top-ranking experts in a first-rate guild. One would be hard-pressed to find players in a first-rate guild who could reach the 8th floor. While the players in the main hall chatted amongst themselves, Lethal Gale and the others who had just arrived immediately attracted everyone's attention. People in their way moved aside as they felt these players' shocking aura. Shortly after, however, everyone noticed Gentle Snow. Her saint-like beauty even enthralled a few new players. That beauty is hot. Damn, is this your first day playing a virtual reality game? You don't even know about the Snow Goddess? She is the guild leader of the first-rate guild Ouroboros. Be careful with what you say. I heard that many wealthy young masters have tried to harass her in the past. In the end, these people had been killed to level 0 and forced to delete their accounts and start all over. Hearing the veteran player's story, the players new to White River City shut their mouths immediately. To them, even joining a third-rate guild would earn them bragging rights among their friends for days. They looked up to players in first-rate guilds. They were also aware of the massive differences between third-rate and first-rate guilds. In the current God's Domain, unrated guilds were forced to develop in smaller NPC towns. There was no place for a small guild in a city. Only those acknowledged as third-rate guilds barely survived in NPC cities. Meanwhile, first-rate guilds ruled over several, or even over a dozen, major cities. With a word from Gentle Snow, other guild leaders would make their lives hell in God's Domain without hesitation. With their standards, their only option would be to start a new account. What are they trying to do? Why is Ouroboros' guild leader in White River City's Divine Coliseum? Huh? That man, Lethal Gale, recently defeated the 354th ranked expert from the God's Domain's experts list. I heard that he even broke the Trial Tower's record in Hot Sand City and reached the 8th floor. Why is he here? Can this be? When everyone saw Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow enter the same combat room, the main hall fell silent. They couldn't help but stare at the combat room's closed door, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. An 8th floor expert was going to fight Ouroboros' guild leader. I need to notify my team leader and the others. This is the match of the century. Hopefully they'll broadcast the fight. I'll even be willing to pay for this show. Look, they didn't turn private mode on. We can watch the battle on the main screen. Hurry, select this battle. Pandemonium swept through the main hall. Every player quickly called up the Divine Coliseum system interface and clicked to watch Gentle Snow's battle against Lethal Gale. In the Divine Coliseum, the videos on the main hall screens depended on the number of viewers. If enough players wanted to watch the fight, the system would automatically display said fight on the main screen, following which everyone in the main hall stared the main screen in rapture. At the same time, many players fervently contacted their companions and guilds, telling everyone they knew about this shocking development. Before the battle between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale began, news of their fight had spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leaders and upper echelons of the kingdom's various guilds received the news at almost the same time. Has Gentle Snow lost her mind? She agreed to such a challenge? The Star Alliance's Purple Eye was surprised when she heard the news. Lethal Gale is a refinement realm expert. Although Gentle Snow is strong, she had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Doesn't she care about Ouroboros' reputation anymore? Purple Eye knew just how powerful refinement realm experts were from her experience in the secret pavilion simulation training system. Although there only appeared to be a thin line separating a half-step refinement realm expert from a true refinement realm expert with equal levels and equipment, the disparity between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although Gentle Snow had a slight advantage with her equipment due to her status as the leader of a first-rate guild, she could never close the gap with such a small lead in attributes. No, she is no fool. I also heard about Blackwater purchasing Ouroboros. From what I learned from the secret pavilion, that Lethal Gale fellow is an expert that Blackwater has secretly nurtured, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. A realization struck Purple Eye. This was no longer a simple competition of strength. It was a competition between Ouroboros and the Blackwater Corporation. Both of their reputations were on the line. Purple, notify our people in White River City immediately and have them record the battle. We must not miss this opportunity, Galaxy Pass commanded. Other guilds also burst into action. Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale's battle had attracted the attention of Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds. 974 War Goddess. Chapter 974 War Goddess. A bald, robust man suddenly burst into an exquisitely decorated room, tension written all over his face. Boss Wave, something has happened with Gale, the bald man reported hurriedly. Raising his brows, Abandoned Wave asked, what happened? I don't know what Gale was thinking, but he's about to duel Gentle Snow. News of the fight has already spread throughout the kingdom, the bald man said. Gale is dueling Gentle Snow? The news surprised Abandoned Wave somewhat. A moment later, however, he started laughing before he said, good, very good. Gale's performance this time is excellent. Who would have imagined that, just as I was struggling to think of a way to take over Ouroboros, Gentle Snow delivered herself to my doorstep. Send someone immediately to livestream Gale's battle. I want to see the look of despair on Gentle Snow's face. Although he was not certain of Gentle Snow's true strength, he knew how powerful Lethal Gale was. It was common knowledge that, although Lethal Gale had beaten the 354th ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list, it had been a hard-fought battle. Hence, in the public's opinion, that must have been the limit to Lethal Gale's strength. In reality, however, Lethal Gale had held back. After all, he was a member of the battle team that the Blackwater Corporation was nurturing. How could he afford to expose his true strength to the public? He needed to save that trump card to deal other battle teams a critical blow. Although Abandoned Wave had no idea how much strength Gentle Snow had hidden, she was 100 years too early if she thought she could defeat Lethal Gale. Inside White River City's Divine Coliseum, every player in the main hall watched the main screen as if hypnotized. It's finally starting. Sitting at a corner of the rest bar, Shi Feng looked at the timer displayed on the screen, his heart thumping with anticipation. In the past, the strength Gentle Snow displayed during the early stages of the game had been extremely frightening. Many experts had considered her disappearance from God's Domain a shame, as they all believed that she had the potential to become a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Her abilities were clear for all to see just from how she had managed to nurture the cleric god Violet Cloud. The main screen currently displayed a dense forest, which was the perfect environment for assassins and rangers. However, it was an entirely different story for Berserkers. Berserkers were the epitome of strength. The Berserker class was a class that solved all problems with overwhelming strength. Unlike a duel between other classes, the one between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale would undoubtedly be a short battle. Either Gentle Snow would quickly defeat Lethal Gale or the other way around. There was no third possibility. Hence, everyone in the main hall paid close attention to the screen, afraid of missing out on any details of the battle. Let me properly experience the strength of Ouroboros' guild leader. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me too much. As soon as Lethal Gale let out a low shout, a bone-chilling glint flashed across his eyes as he unsheathed the gigantic greatsword slung over his back and entered a fighting stance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not use charge straight away and rush at Gentle Snow. Instead, he slowly closed in on the female berserker step by step. However, with each step Lethal Gale took, the surrounding air grew heavier. Even the players watching in the main hall could feel the frightening pressure the male berserker radiated. As for Gentle Snow, she unsheathed her silver greatsword and pointed it directly at the approaching Lethal Gale. Her actions were as if victory was already in her grasp. Her calm appearance made her look just like the war goddess of a battlefield. When only 12 yards separated the two berserkers, everyone suddenly saw a shocking scene. Gentle Snow's entire body started releasing a silver glow. In the next moment, 3 pairs of silver metallic wings sprouted from her back. The equipment she wore also underwent a transformation. Her original silver armor turned into a set of pure white robes. In the blink of an eye, Gentle Snow had changed from a plate armor class to a cloth armor class. This sudden development made it seem as if an angel had suddenly descended onto the battlefield. In the next moment, golden divine runes manifested on her robes and even on her unblemished cheeks, adding a few hints of holiness to the war goddess. Meanwhile, the silver greatsword in her hands had also transformed into 2 thin, sharp blades. Golden arcs of electricity were faintly visible, wrapping around the blades of the one-handed swords. Before anyone even reacted, Gentle Snow dashed straight towards Lethal Gale. What? What just happened? Is she really a berserker? Gentle Snow's sudden transfiguration riveted everyone in the main hall. None of them had expected her to undergo such a change. She's so fast. At this moment, even Shi Feng was surprised. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow had hidden her strength so deeply. Gentle Snow's current speed was already above his. Watching through the large screen, everyone only saw Gentle Snow leaving behind an afterimage in her original position before appearing right before Lethal Gale. Ha! Come. Lethal Gale laughed as he activated his berserk skill beastification, his skin suddenly turning a deep red. Both his strength and speed also soared. Immediately, he sent a cross-slash at Gentle Snow. In response, Gentle Snow swung the sword in her right hand, the blade transforming into an arc of light as it struck at Lethal Gale's greatsword. What a fool. Gale has already activated beastification. Although the skill's duration is very short, it increases his strength attribute by 140%. In addition, cross-slash is a tier 1 sure kill skill. Even great lords won't be able to block this attack, yet Gentle Snow actually dares to receive it directly? Could she have abandoned herself to despair because of losing Ouroboros? Abandon Wave's lips curled into a smile as he watched Gentle Snow's actions. He could already see the scene of Lethal Gale heavily injuring the female berserker. Has Gentle Snow really lost her mind? She actually made such a rash counter. Purple Eye looked at Gentle Snow with eyes filled with worry. Gentle Snow was a rival of hers. She did not wish to see her losing to anyone but herself. At this moment, Purple Eye was wondering whether Gentle Snow truly understood just how powerful a Refinement Realm expert who had activated a berserk skill was. As for Shi Feng, he simply chuckled at this scene. Among everyone present in the Divine Colosseum, most likely nobody, aside from himself, knew what kind of state Gentle Snow was in at present. If one were to say that Lethal Gale was in a berserk mode right now, then the current Gentle Snow was in a twofold berserk mode. The reason for Gentle Snow's transfiguration was her obtaining the Holy Warrior class, one of the 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom. The 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom. Not to mention completing them, just being able to accept the quest for these legacies showed that one was a favored child of the main god system. In the past, only Gentle Snow in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had managed to complete this quest. Shi Feng had never imagined that she would actually succeed in class, changing into a holy warrior ahead of time. The 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. The legacy skills that Gentle Snow learned were naturally extraordinary. At this moment, the skill that Gentle Snow had used was one unique to the holy warrior class, the legacy berserk skill Starlight Saint. Not only did the skill increase her attributes significantly, but it also altered the external appearances of her weapons and equipment at the same time. Currently, although it might seem as though Gentle Snow was equipped in cloth armor, in reality it was holy armor. The soft white robes she was wearing were tougher than even adamantite. The defensive capabilities of those robes far surpassed those of plate armor. 975 Taboo Skill Life Return. Chapter 975 Taboo Skill Life Return. Although twofold Berserk could give players the strength to combat existences of a higher tier, it also had a glaring weakness. Legacy Berserk skills all shared the same problem, and that was the side effects. Unlike ordinary Berserk skills, all Legacy Berserk skills would place its user into a weakened state once their durations ended. Moreover, the duration of twofold Berserk was very short. Even Shi Feng, who possessed one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies, could maintain it for only 20 seconds. Once twofold Berserk ended, he would fall into a weakened state for several hours. However, it was also precisely because of such a drawback that the system allowed the use of twofold Berserk. Based on Shi Feng's estimates, Gentle Snow's Starlight Saint should have a shorter duration than his Blade Liberation. If she could not finish off Lethal Gale within this period, once her Berserk skill ended, she would lose without a doubt. One could say that Gentle Snow was taking a gamble. Boom, the collision of the two weapons created a shockwave. The ground under both fighters instantly collapsed as the clear sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surrounding forest. Pung! Half a second later, Lethal Blade's entire person went flying out of the crater, his body breaking several large trees before slamming heavily into the ground. His HP instantly decreased by over 1,800 as well. The difference in strength between both sides was clear for all to see. He flew. How is she so strong? Is this the guild leader of Ouroboros? This scene staggered everyone inside the main hall. The players who had previously entertained unscrupulous thoughts about Gentle Snow now had shivers running down their backs. Lethal Gale, who had defeated the 354th ranker on the God's Domain experts list, actually got sent flying with a single hit. If it were them in the male berserker's place, they would have gotten killed instantly by Gentle Snow's lightning-quick attack. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave's countenance turned grim when he saw Lethal Gale repulsed. To him, Lethal Gale losing in a contest of strength even after activating beastification was simply inconceivable. This was equivalent to Gentle Snow sending a great lord of the same level flying. How was her strength so high? After standing back up, Lethal Gale looked at the rapidly approaching war goddess in shock. After activating beastification, his strength attribute could already rival that of a great lord of the same level. Coupling it with his cross slash, even a great lord would be pushed back, not to mention a player. Despite that, Gentle Snow had managed to send him flying with a single strike without using any skills. His mind just could not figure out how this was possible. However, Lethal Gale did not have the luxury of pondering this. If he did not cope with Gentle Snow's next attack properly, he might very well lose directly. In a flash, Gentle Snow appeared before Lethal Gale once again. This time, he no longer dared to clash weapons with the female berserker. Instead, he chose to take a large step backwards before defending himself with his greatsword. Pung! Lethal Gale was forced back once more. This time, however, he only received 400 damage or so. Moreover, the impact of the attack allowed him to pull away from Gentle Snow. Suddenly, a cat-and-mouse game commenced on the battlefield. Every time the two fighters clashed, Lethal Gale would manage to buy himself some time by sacrificing a small amount of HP. Lethal Gale was no fool. He knew that Gentle Snow's current equipment was only slightly better than his. The fact that there was still such a huge disparity between them pointed to just one thing, a difference in skills. God's domain was fair in all things. Such a powerful skill definitely could not have a very long duration. Hence, all he needed to do right now was drag out the battle. If he managed to last until Gentle Snow's skill ended, victory would be his. He could tell that Gentle Snow had yet to reach the refinement realm, and was only at the half-step refinement realm. She did not possess perfect control over her own body. Moreover, she was clearly not used to this sudden increase in power, since she would expose plenty of weaknesses when she attacked. This was the reason why he could deflect the trajectory of her attacks, dampening the collision of the attacks significantly and taking only a small amount of damage each time. This Lethal Gale fellow really is something. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at Lethal Gale successfully deflecting Gentle Snow's attacks one after another. Rather than the refinement realm, the combat standard the male berserker was displaying right now already approached the flowing water realm. One could say that he had reached the half-step flowing water realm. Players at the refinement realm would have precise control over their own bodies. Even in high-speed combat, they would be capable of impromptu changes. However, just having such a combat standard would not be enough for one to deflect Gentle Snow's attacks. One also needed to understand the Holy Warrior's every action and predict her attack trajectories in advance. Only with this would one be able to keep up with Gentle Snow's superior attack speed and turn aside her attacks. Although it sounded straightforward, experts at the refinement realm would find such a feat extremely difficult to achieve. Had Gentle Snow not activated twofold Berserk, she really wouldn't have any chance of victory against Lethal Gale. The seconds ticked by quickly. 10 seconds after the battle began, over half of the terrain of the combat room lay ravaged. At this moment, Lethal Gale was in a very miserable state and only a quarter of his HP remained. Gentle Snow would need just a few more seconds to defeat the male berserker. I have to admit, you are by far the strongest opponent I have faced in battle since I entered God's domain. However, I believe your skill's duration should be almost up. Originally, I did not intend to use this move. However, I acknowledge that your strength indeed deserves my going all out, Lethal Gale said excitedly. Lethal Gale's HP began recovering rapidly. At the same time, the aura he exuded also strengthened apace. Not good. That's the Tier 1 taboo skill Life Return. Shi Feng immediately recognized the skill Lethal Gale used when he noticed a green mist circling the male berserker's body along with his growing aura. As a Tier 1 taboo skill, Life Return was very powerful. When activated, the skill completely recovered its user's HP within a short period. Moreover, the more HP the user lost previously, the more bonus strength and agility attributes the user would gain, up to a maximum of 600 strength and 600 agility. 600 strength was practically equal to the total strength of a well-equipped level 40 berserker. With such a massive increase in strength, even if Lethal Gale's strength attribute was still not a match for Gentle Snow's, there would no longer be such a great disparity as before. With Lethal Gale's standards, it would be enough for him to defeat Gentle Snow. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's twofold berserk was already nearing its end. Ha ha ha, Gentle Snow, I admit that you are amazing. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent to go up against. Abandoned Wave could not help but guffaw when he saw the gloomy expression on Gentle Snow's face. Although Lethal Blade had used his final trump card, which would probably impact his future performance in the Dark Arena, being able to thoroughly defeat Gentle Snow now was also a good thing. Immediately, Lethal Gale used Charge and took the initiative to dash towards Gentle Snow. 976 Sudden Kill, Chapter 976, Sudden Kill after using the Taboo skill, Lethal Gale's attributes and speed both increased by a large margin. With the inclusion of the speed boost from Charge, everyone only saw the male berserker leaving behind an afterimage as he crossed over a dozen yards and arrived before Gentle Snow instantly. Die, Lethal Gale shouted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his eyes. Without even waiting for the fainted effect of his charge to settle in, he raised his greatsword and used Beheaded. Although he took less than a breath's time to complete this entire process, Gentle Snow still managed to activate a control removal skill and counter the male berserker's attack with Chop. Boom! Dazzling sparks flew as the clangor of metal resounded throughout the entire forest. Unlike before, however, Lethal Gale was not sent airborne this time. Instead, he had to retreat just a single step. The impact of the collision also cost him only around 100 HP. To Lethal Gale, who had recovered back to full HP, this loss was barely a scratch. Although his attack had failed to finish off Gentle Snow, Lethal Gale did not mind one little bit. He had long since figured out how powerful Gentle Snow's current attributes were. This first attack of his was merely to gauge how much of a difference there remained between their strength attributes. In a quick follow-up to his attack, Lethal Gale's body flashed, then he appeared beside Gentle Snow and abruptly swung his greatsword upwards, the massive weapon slashing straight at her blind spot. As Gentle Snow was still unaccustomed to her greater strength, the clash with Lethal Gale had thrown her stance off. Hence, her defense was full of holes right now. Had Gentle Snow reached the refinement realm, even with the suddenness of the increase in strength, she would have been able to control it skillfully. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Lethal Gale's greatsword suddenly split into 4 afterimages, each one striking at one of Gentle Snow's weak points. Caught off guard, Gentle Snow no longer had the time to adjust her stance to defend against Lethal Gale's attacks. In the end, she forcefully used Whirlwind Slash. In the next moment, a silver whirlwind suddenly formed around her. When the 4 afterimages of Lethal Gale's greatsword collided against the silver whirlwind, they immediately got dispelled into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale himself had to take a step back, giving Gentle Snow a chance to catch a breather. What a terrifying expert. After Gentle Snow retreated to a safe distance, she could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when she thought back to Lethal Gale's previous attack. The difference between their combat standards was clear for all to see. Despite her advantage in strength, Lethal Gale always managed to maintain his stance after receiving her attacks. Moreover, even after his attributes had increased significantly, he was still able to receive all her attacks without fail, as well as launch attacks from various positions. On the other hand, it was taking her all just to handle her sudden increase in strength, which made it very difficult to maintain her stance after a direct clash. Unlike ordinary computer games, fights in virtual reality games were no different from fights in the real world. In many cases, an attack that one could easily block while in a proper stance would become very difficult to handle if one lost their stance. This was true even with a very normal attack. Fights between experts were all high-speed battles. Deciding the outcome took only an instant. Losing one's stance in battle was a fatal matter. Although Gentle Snow had repelled Lethal Gale, the latter had no intention of letting up on his attacks. He immediately charged at her once more and let loose a barrage of violent strikes. In the main hall, all anyone could see between the clashes of Gentle Snow's one-handed swords and Lethal Gale's greatsword were afterimages. Is this a battle between true experts? For a time, the players in the main hall even stopped blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the moment where victory and defeat were decided. If it were any other player going up against either of the two fighters right now, most likely, they would have already fallen numerous times to either Gentle Snow's or Lethal Gale's attacks before they could even react. Inside the combat room, although Gentle Snow seemed to hold the advantage in both speed and strength, in reality, she was actually at a disadvantage. In order to maintain her combat stance, Gentle Snow kept having to retreat. Otherwise, she would create an opening that Lethal Gale could exploit. The seconds ticked by slowly. When Lethal Gale noticed the 3 pairs of silver metallic wings behind Gentle Snow starting to fade away, one after another, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could sense that her strength and speed were both starting to wane. Will I be able to make it? Gentle Snow looked at the last remaining pair of wings on her back. The outcome of this battle was already plenty obvious. With Lethal Gale's combat techniques, even if she did not enter a weakened state after Starlight Saint ended, she would still end up losing the battle. However, she was not willing to simply give up. From the moment Lethal Gale activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return, she already knew just how powerful the Berserker was. The only reason she had fought desperately up until this point was for this final strike. When the 3 pairs of metallic wings generated by Starlight Saint started disappearing, it was not a warning to the user that their bonus attributes were about to expire. Instead, the moment all 3 pairs of wings disappeared, the skill would at last display its true power, releasing its final brilliance. However, this final power only lasted for one attack. If Lethal Gale managed to deflect or dodge her attack, her fate would be sealed. Hence, if Gentle Snow wanted to win, she needed to stay calm like never before. She needed far more precise control over her own body. She also had to push her mental concentration to its very limits. Thus, when her wings began fading, Gentle Snow had deliberately repressed her own strength to the point where she could control it perfectly. Meanwhile, from Lethal Gale's perspective, it seemed as if Gentle Snow's strength was continuously deteriorating. Upon seeing the final pair of metallic wings disappear, Lethal Gale immediately used the Tier 1 skill Energy Slash. Energy Slash not only increased the power of an attack, but also extended the attack range by 5 yards. 6 ultimate flashes. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had forsaken all her excess power and concentrated the remainder into one final attack. The collision of swords and greatsword generated a blinding glare, followed by a thundering boom. Pung, 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 as the glare dissipated. The shrill of metallic armor being pierced echoed throughout the entire forest, as well as the entire main hall of the Divine Colosseum. 5 penetrating cuts appeared on Lethal Gale's armor. His HP had also instantly fallen to 0. As for the victor of this battle, Gentle Snow, her complexion looked somewhat pale right now. The extraordinary concentration she displayed at the final moment depleted her mental strength, so much so that she was on the brink of collapse. With the side effects of the Starlight Saint kicking in, she appeared extremely frail. The players in the main hall of the Divine Colosseum, however, clamored at this scene. It's over? What happened in that instant? I didn't even manage to see anything. Gentle Snow won, just like that? This is a lie, right? All hail the goddess. Everyone simply could not figure out what had happened in that final moment. Lethal Gale clearly had the upper hand just then and was about to finish her off, yet such a shocking reversal had actually taken place. The tables had turned so suddenly that even Lethal Gale himself did not know how she had defeated him. With the end of the duel, Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale both walked out of the combat room. Due to their previous agreement, even if Lethal Gale was reluctant, he no longer had the face to look for trouble with Shi Feng at the moment. He could only watch as Gentle Snow slowly walked over to Shi Feng. Defeated? Gale was actually defeated? He even lost while every guild in Starmoon Kingdom was watching? When Abandoned Wave saw the outcome of the match, he threw the bottle of Witch's Tear, which was worth 5,000 battle points, to the floor. Immediately notify Gale and the others. Since they've embarrassed the Blackwater Corporation, they need to make up for their actions. Have them think of a way to get rid of Gentle Snow within White River City. Currently, Gentle Snow's complexion was pale, and she looked extremely weak. She was clearly suffering the backlash of using that powerful skill from before. With her in such a weak state, even with the deterrence of the city guards, killing her would be child's play for Lethal Gale's party of 6. As long as the Blackwater Corporation killed Gentle Snow inside White River City, they would be able to regain the reputation they lost before in one fell swoop. As for Lethal Gale's party members getting jailed by the NPC guards, that was irrelevant to Abandoned Wave. Understood. Lethal Gale accepted to the instructions he received without hesitation. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shifted his gaze towards Shi Feng and Gentle Snow, who were chatting with each other. 977 Shi Feng takes action. Chapter 9777, Shi Feng takes action. Following the Gentle Snow's battle, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an uproar. Gentle Snow's valiant and heroic bearing captivated many male players, all of which considered applying for Ouroboros to get closer to the Snow Goddess. She won, just like that? Purple Eye was stunned as she watched Gentle Snow's victory on the screen. With only a small difference in attributes, Gentle Snow had actually defeated a Refinement Realm expert. It seems the Blackwater Corporation has greatly embarrassed itself this time. If the news of Blackwater chasing Gentle Snow away in order to annex Ouroboros spreads, it will be very hard for Blackwater to mingle in Starmoon Kingdom. Although Gentle Snow is an enemy, I have to thank her. The strength Gentle Snow had displayed had also surprised Galaxy Past. Things will be more interesting in the kingdom for a time. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were old rivals. Galaxy Past had initially thought that Cao Chenghua's mutiny would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the Star Alliance to surpass Ouroboros once and for all. Yet, due to Ouroboros' alliance with Zero Wing, not only did the Star Alliance fail to surpass Ouroboros, but it had also been left in the dust. With the Blackwater Corporation purchasing Ouroboros, he had not expected Gentle Snow to make such a daring play. It might be possible that they would see a new Ouroboros emerge sometime soon. Starmoon Kingdom was more lively than ever. Aside from the Blackwater Corporation, the recently flourishing Heaven's Burial showed faint signs of stealing the position of Starmoon City's #1 guild. If not for the Star Alliance having agreed to the Secret Pavilion's investment, surviving in Starmoon City would have been impossible. Boss Gale, are we going to attack here? A level 39 ranger beside Lethal Gale asked worriedly as he surveyed their surroundings. Even the weakest NPC guards in the Divine Colosseum were level 200, Tier 2 classes, not to mention the roaming Tier 3 NPCs. If they made a move among so many NPC guards, these NPCs would kill them instantly. Although someone had successfully killed one of King's Return's upper echelons in the Divine Colosseum, not just anyone could replicate that. Even now, that person was a legend among players and had the nickname Frost Eye. Quite a few super guilds had attempted to contact this Frost Eye to hire him to assassinate other major powers' upper echelons. God's Domain's super guilds had no lack of experts. Theoretically, they should be capable of dispatching their own men for such assassinations, yet in the end, they wanted to hire Frost Eye. Why? It was precisely because these super guilds weren't capable of doing so, which was why they were willing to pay such a high price. Although they, Blackwater's people, were experts, they could not contend with God's Domain's apex experts. If they attempted to kill another player in the Divine Colosseum, there was over an 80% chance that the guards would kill them before they could finish off Gentle Snow. We can't make a move here. Fortunately, it won't be too late for us to take care of her after they leave the Divine Colosseum. Lethal Gale immediately dismissed the notion of attacking now after noticing the party of guards stationed a short distance away from Gentle Snow. When we strike later, Stone and Tooth, you two coordinate with me to take Gentle Snow down. The rest will hold the NPCs off as long as possible. With Gentle Snow's current state, the three of us should be able to finish her off in 1 or 2 moves. Lethal Gale's party members nodded. They then began to simulate the assassination in their minds. Stone and Shattered Tooth were both level 39 assassins. The assassin class specialized in ambush. If an assassin successfully ambushed a berserker, there was over a 60% chance that said berserker would lose over half of their HP instantly. If 2 assassins worked together, a berserker of the same level would die instantly. With this lineup and a berserker like Lethal Gale acting as a distraction, Gentle Snow's fate was sealed. Furthermore, both Stone and Shattered Tooth were relatively powerful assassins. Even in the Blackwater Corporation, both had already reached the refinement realm. Only, they had slightly fewer achievements than Lethal Gale. They could even defeat Gentle Snow in a one-on-one fight if they had the same weakened attributes that she did right now. Killing Gentle Snow would be child's play if these 3 worked together. Guild Leader Snow is as amazing as expected. I had not expected you to reveal such a trump card in the end. Lethal Gale has defeated the 354th ranking expert on God's Domain's experts list. With this, your rank will rise significantly, Shi Feng praised the woman as he watched the snow goddess approach. Now, he more or less understood why so many experts had suffered defeat against Gentle Snow in the past. Others might not have seen what had happened in that last moment, but he had. In the final moment, Gentle Snow displayed the physical control of a refinement realm expert. Hence, she had managed to control the 6 vicious sword strikes perfectly, finishing Lethal Gale off. Otherwise, with Lethal Gale's skills, he would have been dodged at least half of the strikes. Had that happened, the battle's victor would have been rewritten. Gentle Snow had only joined God's Domain a short time ago. Moreover, she even had to manage the massive guild that was Ouroboros. Yet, without any guidance, Gentle Snow had reached the refinement realm. She was devilishly talented. Shi Feng had only reached his current realm after experiencing 10 years of fights in God's Domain and the many miraculous encounters he had chanced upon. Even Violet Cloud, whom he had taught carefully, had only recently reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose still had not done so. I was just lucky. Gentle Snow shook her head. There was not a hint of joy on her face. Rather, more worry than before gripped her heart. The Blackwater Corporation had yet to join God's Domain officially, yet it had already dispatched an expert like Lethal Gale to take her out. Now that she had confirmed that the corporation would start its conquest in Starmoon Kingdom, it would not be as easy for her and her companions to start a new guild as she had expected. I assume that Guild Leader Snow hasn't sought me out just to trade the small stock of herbs and ores, right? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. Indeed, as you say, I would like to discuss some other with you. However, this is not a place for such a conversation. Why don't we continue our chat in the high-class restaurant below? Gentle Snow nodded. She did not try to hide the reason for her visit. She had many more resources on hand that she could sell. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find someone who could afford so many resources in a short time. In her opinion, if Shi Feng could afford her stock of herbs and ores, he should be able to purchase her other resources as well. Let's go then. Shi Feng agreed with Gentle Snow's sentiment. With so many eyes on them right now, this was an inappropriate place for their chat. Following which, as Shi Feng and Gentle Snow left the Divine Coliseum, Lethal Gale's party followed closely behind. Although guards patrolled White River City streets, the patrols were sparse. Moreover, the city guards were much lower level than the Divine Coliseum's guards. Once they found an opportune moment, Lethal Gale's party approached Gentle Snow silently. As for Stone and Shattered Tooth, they had long since gone into stealth. When there were only 30 yards separating Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow, the former used charge. Guild Leader Snow, I am sorry for this, but you must die today, Lethal Gale sneered. He then executed cross-slash against the weakened female berserker. Simultaneously, 2 black figures appeared on either side of Gentle Snow, 4 snow-white daggers thrusting towards the female berserker's blind spots. Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had not imagined that Lethal Gale would go to such insane lengths. The punishment for attacking another player in the city was no laughing matter. Unfortunately, even though Gentle Snow could see Lethal Gale rapidly approach, she could do nothing about it. In her weakened state, all her attributes had dropped by 80%. Moreover, the debuff lasted 5 hours. With only 20% of her attributes, she could not survive against Lethal Gale. Not to mention, she had just sensed 2 assassin experts. As the greatsword and the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Gentle Snow's body, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. The almighty Blackwater Corporation is really a sore loser. Are you in such a hurry to restore your wounded reputation? As his voice faded, 5 streaks of blue light surrounded Gentle Snow. Peng, 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 the clang of metal colliding echoed down the street 5 times. Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins were then thrown over 5 yards back. Who are you? You dare to stick your nose in Blackwater's business? Lethal Gale glared at the cloaked swordsman. However, his eyes contained a hint of fear. When experts fought, one clash was enough to gauge the opponent's strength. Lethal Gale could tell that the swordsman was stronger than him. The fact that the swordsman had repelled all 3 of their attacks told him that this man was more than an ordinary expert. Who am I? This is White River City. You dare to make a move in my territory and still ask who I am. Shi Feng sneered as he glanced at Lethal Gale and the two assassins. Chuckling, he took off his black cloak. Gentle Snow was shocked when she saw who had hidden beneath the black cloak. Although the man had felt familiar, that did not help her to identify him. After all, he could be any random person she had met before. Now that she knew her mysterious buyer's identity, her previous questions had been answered. Who could possibly be richer than Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom? You're Zero Wing's Ye Feng. This is between the Blackwater Corporation and Ouroboros. I advise you to stay out of it. If you don't, you will regret it. Lethal Gale's face twisted into an ugly expression when he heard this man's name. To the Dark Arena's participants, Yi Feng was a familiar name. Even with Stone and Shattered Tooth's help, beating Yi Feng was impossible. He had no choice but to use the Blackwater Corporation as a threat. With this, he might still have a chance to finish off Gentle Snow. 978 Great Trees Are Good for Shade. Chapter 978 Great Trees Are Good for Shade. After Lethal Gale's group launched their attack, a commotion erupted among the players on the street. Have they lost their minds? They are attacking someone in White River City. Are they not aware of the severe punishments for assaulting people inside a city? Amazing. Who are they? How long has it been since someone tried to kill another player in a Star Moon Kingdom city? The players stopped to watch the show. NPC cities were different from NPC towns. In cities, even if one only attacked another player, not killing them, the NPC guards would attack. Afterward, they would be imprisoned in the city's jail for 1 or 2 days. For successful murders, however, that punishment was more severe. Every second in God's domain counted for expert players and the various large guilds. If an expert player were imprisoned for several days, they would fall behind. Because of that, very few player attacks beyond newbies to NPC cities occurred. After issuing his threat, the Berserker's 3 other party members joined the ambush on Gentle Snow. Their task was one of no return. Moreover, the nearby NPC guards had discovered their transgress and were heading their way. If they could not kill Gentle Snow before these NPC guards arrived, it would be much harder to kill her later. I've already stated that this is Zero Wing's territory. Guild Leader Snow is an ally. Do you really believe that I'll just sit by while you kill my ally? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Lethal Gale. Or do you think you can use the Blackwater Corporation's name to frighten Zero Wing? Do you really intend to make Blackwater an enemy? Shi Feng's response caught Lethal Gale off guard. Shi Feng acted as if he had never heard of the Blackwater Corporation. However, time waited for no one. With no other choice, Lethal Gale ground his teeth as he growled in the party chat, I'll deal with Yi Feng. Stone and Tooth assist me. Everyone else, kill Gentle Snow as quickly as possible. Leave it to us, boss. We had just been a little careless. Stone and Shattered Tooth promptly used their vanish skills and circled to Shi Feng's sides. The most powerful aspect about assassins was their ability to appear and disappear like ghosts to deal lethal blows to their enemy. Previously, they had focused on attacking Gentle Snow. Even after they had exposed themselves, they paid no attention to Shi Feng, and this, in turn, gave the swordsman an opportunity to exploit. If they were in stealth, however, they were confident that even Apex experts wouldn't detect their presence. I'll create an opening for you. Don't worry about hitting me in the process. After Lethal Gale calmed himself, he lifted his greatsword and charged toward Shi Feng. He was very familiar with Stone and Shattered Tooth's strengths. He had also watched Shi Feng's fight in the Dark Arena. In terms of combat techniques, he was weaker than Shi Feng. However, live combat was different from a competition. Many factors could affect a battle's outcome. The cooperation of several experts, in particular, would raise their combat power exponentially. Even he would find himself in trouble when Stone and Shattered Tooth worked together. Their psychedelic footwork allowed them to move silent, only revealing themselves, barely, as they struck. Although Shi Feng was strong, if 2 assassins that he could not perceive attacked him, his mental state would suffer an immense pressure. Even if he tried to ignore it, his subconscious would constantly search for the sudden appearance of enemies, and this would affect his focus. He could use this opportunity to kill Shi Feng. If he killed both Ouroboros' guild leader and Zero Wing's Yi Feng, even if the NPC guards imprisoned him, the fight would be worth the loss. Yi Feng, you need to be careful. Those 2 assassins are strong. Gentle Snow warned the swordsman as Stone and Shattered Tooth disappeared. Although she was in a weakened state, her perception had not dulled. On the contrary, her duel with Lethal Gale had heightened her senses. Even so, she had only detected the 2 assassins after they had exposed themselves. As Gentle Snow finished speaking, Lethal Gale's 3 other party members moved into range and began to launch their ranged attacks. Over a dozen arrows and fireballs rushed at Gentle Snow, sealing her paths of retreat. If the Snow Goddess were at her peak, dodging and blocking these attacks wouldn't be difficult. She could even afford to be hit. However, with her attributes reduced by 80%, one of these players' normal attacks was unbearable. At the same time, Lethal Gale slashed at Shi Feng with precise timing. You dare to look down on the Blackwater Corporation? Do you really believe that you can protect Gentle Snow? If Shi Feng blocked his attack, the swordsman would not be able to protect Gentle Snow. On the other hand, if Shi Feng defended Gentle Snow, the swordsman would receive his merciless blow. Moreover, he still had Stone and Shattered Tooth's assistance. If Shi Feng slipped up, they could very well take his life in one fell swoop. Once the hindrance was gone, it would be much easier to kill Gentle Snow. Suddenly, Shi Feng madly brandished his sword, tracing one trajectory after another in the air. This move was none other than the combat technique he had inadvertently learned in the Titan Library Sword's orbit. By tracing the 32 sword trajectories with his blades, Shi Feng formed an impenetrable defense around him. Although a swordsman did not have a long attack range, his attacks could cover a 5-yard stretch in front of him, which just so happened to envelop Gentle Snow, who stood roughly 3 yards from him. While Shi Feng had yet to master the sophisticated sword's orbit, his combat techniques were more than enough to block Lethal Gale and his people's attacks. As the incoming arrows, fireballs, and Lethal Gale's beheaded skill came within 5 yards of Shi Feng, he blocked them. None of the attacks struck Gentle Snow or Shi Feng. A skill? Lethal Gale's heart pounded as he watched Shi Feng block all of the attacks. From his prior attack, he knew when his greatsword was within 5 yards of Shi Feng, and it felt as if he had struck a protective barrier. He hadn't been able to push his greatsword an inch further. On the contrary, a powerful force had repelled his blade, preventing him from launching further attacks. As for Gentle Snow, who had stood frozen this entire time, she stared at Shi Feng with an odd gaze. Unlike Lethal Gale, however, she did not think Shi Feng had used a skill. When she stood within Sword's orbit's protective field, she could feel that Shi Feng's every swing was a normal attack. Yet, this combination of strikes looked like an in-game skill. The technique was divine. How did he do it? Gentle Snow was baffled. Despite only executing normal sword attacks, as if following some sort of rule, he managed to block the attacks that came at him from all directions. As Shi Feng fended off a wave of attacks, Stone and Shattered Tooth took the opportunity when he withdrew his swords to use shadow steps. After appearing behind Shi Feng, both assassins stabbed their daggers towards the back of the swordsman's neck viciously. The process was complete within an instant. However, when the daggers were an inch away from Shi Feng's neck, all 4 weapons stopped abruptly. No matter how much strength the 2 assassins employed, they were unable to push their daggers any further. Your footwork is impressive. Shi Feng glanced at the 2 assassins in admiration. Unfortunately, you tried to take me on. Due to their footwork technique, even Shi Feng found it hard to notice them. If not for omniscient eyes, he might have fallen prey to their sneak attack. He would not have had the time to activate Defensive Blade to defend himself. Knowing that Shi Feng had activated a life-saving skill, Stone and Shattered Tooth began to launch rapid attacks in hopes of depleting his Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. However, Shi Feng did not give them the chance as he used Sword's orbit once more. Suddenly, with Shi Feng as the center, a storm raged. Due to Defensive Blade increasing his attack range, not only did his attacks envelop both Stone and Shattered Tooth, but also Lethal Gale. After learning Sword's orbit, Shi Feng discovered that this combat technique was both an effective defense as well as a powerful offense. By the time he finished the 32 sword trajectories, Stone and Shattered Tooth's bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale, who stood some distance away from Shi Feng, had less than 10% of his HP remaining. His body was marred with cuts, fresh blood flowing from his wounds freely. The gruesome scene caused many of the surrounding spectators to shudder involuntarily. 979 Strength Gap, Chapter 979, Strength Gap. What happened? How did those assassins die? The spectating players on the street were dumbfounded by what had just happened. Shi Feng's sword drawing speed was incredibly fast. They hadn't even seen an afterimage of Shi Feng's swords. They had barely seen Shi Feng's arms move, and in the blink of an eye, not only had the assassins died, but even the distant berserker was left in a critical condition. Is this the strength of Zero Wings Yi Feng? So awesome. He's too strong. Experts from other guilds who had come to White River City to grind for reputation stood among the spectators. Ordinary players might not realize what Shi Feng had done and would assume that he had simply used a system-learned skill, but as experts they knew that Shi Feng's attack was no such thing. When Shi Feng first used this skill, they had been uncertain. This time, however, they had watched its execution carefully. No matter what stance a player used to execute a learned skill, they all had the same starting motions. Moreover, the closer a player's movements were to the required actions the system had determined, the higher their skill completion rate would be. However, Shi Feng's initial motions the second time he executed the skill were different from the first. Furthermore, how could such a powerful skill be used twice within 1 second? The skill had also been more powerful during its second use. No matter how they thought about it, this was out of line with God's domain's rules. The only explanation was that this was a combat technique. The various guild experts couldn't help but shudder. Unlike system skills, combat techniques were not limited by cooldowns or other restrictions. Even while silenced, they could use their combat techniques with normal attacks. The only downside was the burden on a player's stamina and concentration. Those who attack using special combat techniques knew that the more powerful a technique was, the more of a burden it had on stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, of the two assassin experts Shi Feng had defeated, both were level 39. Both could easily rank among the top of any kingdom's ranking list. As for the berserker Lethal Gale, they were even more familiar with him. After all, he was the berserker who had dueled Gentle Snow just some moments ago. With Lethal Gale's combat standards, he could rank highly even among Super Guilds' experts. Yet, even when all three players had worked together, they had been beaten so badly, however, among the watching players, no one was more shocked than Gentle Snow. Is this really the Yi Feng I know? She had personally experienced Lethal Gale's power. If not for her peak legacy, there was no way in hell she would have defeated the male berserker. In spite of that, Shi Feng had ended the battle in 3 moves. Gentle Snow was even under the false impression that Lethal Gale and his assassins were, in fact, quite weak. She knew that wasn't true. Shi Feng was just that strong. Despite such fierce attacks, not only had Shi Feng nullified the attacks, but he had also dealt Lethal Gale and his companions such a devastating blow. Before this, Gentle Snow had never seen Shi Feng's true strength. Now, she finally understood that they were no longer on the same level. Focus your attacks on Gentle Snow. Lethal Gale, who looked pitiful, hurriedly commanded as he retreated from Shi Feng. He then took an ancient black magic scroll from his bag. To think I would be forced to waste this. Although it seemed as though both sides had been fighting for a long time, their exchange had only lasted a moment. The NPC guards were still quite a distance away from them. He still had time to use his precious Tier 3 magic scroll, Life Seizure. Life Seizure was a single-target attack, spell that could even severely wound a Tier 3 class. It would be a small matter to instant kill a Tier 1 player. As Lethal Gale unfurled the magic scroll and began to activate it, a violent vortex of mana appeared above them. Even a fool could tell that this magic scroll was extraordinary. Lethal Gale's 3 remaining companions launched their attacks once more. Die. This time, their attacks were more vicious. All 3 hurled over 20 attacks at Gentle Snow. However, their attacks focused on quantity over quality. After all, even a low damage skill like Ice Spear could deal frightening amounts of damage to Gentle Snow. In addition, the increased number of attacks would also make it more difficult for Shi Feng to guard Gentle Snow. Despicable. The bystanders cursed at Lethal Gale's group as they watched. If this were a fair and proper battle, Lethal Gale's group would be no match for Shi Feng. However, if Shi Feng were forced to remain by Gentle Snow's side, the incoming Tier 3 spell would no doubt kill him. Suddenly, however, Shi Feng appeared beside Lethal Gale, arcs of blue electricity circling his body faintly. Shi Feng then sent a slash at the berserker who was invoking the magic scroll. What's going on? Lethal Gale had not predicted that Shi Feng would leave Gentle Snow to the wolves to come for him. However, as he glanced at Gentle Snow, he discovered Shi Feng standing beside the female berserker. Lethal Gale wasn't the only one seeing this. Every other player on the street stared in wonder as well. There are 2 of him? How can there be 2 of him? Is it a doppelganger skill? As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Lethal Gale's vision started to fade to gray. Before the shocked berserker realized it, his HP had fallen to 0. Such a fast attack. When Shi Feng had appeared beside him, Lethal Gale saw a blue flash leave the swordsman's hand just before he activated Whirlwind Slash to fend off the attack. In the next moment, his body stopped responding to his commands. As his vision dimmed into darkness, he noticed the Shi Feng before him dissipate into nothing. It was as if the attack hadn't happened, as if this had all been a bad dream. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, another Shi Feng had appeared behind Gentle Snow. Even more surprisingly, this new version of Shi Feng blocked all 20+ attacks aimed at the Snow Goddess. Moreover, when he executed Sword's Orbit again, it was even more powerful than before. He struck down every spell and arrow before they had come within 10 yards of Gentle Snow. How did he do that? Everyone was shocked. Even the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires were speechless. Shi Feng was like a ghost, appearing wherever he wanted. In reality, however, Shi Feng had pushed himself to his very limits to execute this phantasmal attack. First, he had used Instant Strike to finish off Lethal Gale. He then activated Silent Steps to appear behind Gentle Snow. He had completed these 2 moves almost at the same time. Later, he executed Sword's Orbit. Although Shi Feng appeared calm, he had exhausted most of his concentration. His head was starting to ache. You guys have had your fun. It's my turn now. Looking at the 3 ranged members of Lethal Gale's party, Shi Feng raised Killing Ray high before swinging it forward violently. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, streaks of blue lightning arced across the 50 yards ahead of him. Not only did the arcs of lightning devour the players' attacks, but the lightning also devoured the players. All 3 players transformed into particles of light, leaving behind only 3 items. Not even their corpses remained. 980 Ye Feng's Deterrent Force, Chapter 980, Ye Feng's Deterrent Force. Every spectator was shocked as they watched Shi Feng instantly kill 3 level 39 expert players. What a powerful AoE attack skill. Is this Zero Wing strength? After seeing this, the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires began to fear Zero Wing. If Shi Feng decided to ambush their guild's elite teams in the field with such a powerful skill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was practically a human cannon. Although he didn't wield as many AoE skills as elementalists, his versatility and mobility surpassed the latter by leaps and bounds. Currently, due to the emergence of the new class, many guilds had dispatched their top teams to grind for merits. As the top combatants of large guilds, they had their own pride. Due to that, they didn't pay any attention to White River City's ruler, Zero Wing. After all, they were not grinding around White River City, they were simply using the teleportation array within the city. Once they reached the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing would lose the home ground advantage. If Zero Wing wanted any level of authority in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it would have to rely on its team's strength. However, the strength Shi Feng displayed a moment ago was beyond terrifying. He was fully capable of threatening their progress in the Twin Towers Kingdom. From now on, if they accidentally provoked Zero Wing, they would have to take into account the possibility of Zero Wing's teams annihilating them. Immediately, the various large guilds' top teams reined in their arrogance and re-evaluated their opinion of Zero Wing. They had notified their teams in the Twin Towers Kingdom, warning them to avoid conflict with Zero Wing's teams as much as possible. Although they had their own experts, fighting Zero Wing would gain them nothing. Moreover, Zero Wing had another major advantage over the other large guilds. The teleportation house was located in White River City. Their foreign guilds did not have a residence here. They had to foot the additional fee of teleporting from their respective cities to White River City. Of course, it was a different story for wealthy tyrants like super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Super guilds and super first-rate guilds had far more powerful backgrounds than first-rate guilds. It was especially true for their connections. These guilds could set up a residence in any city in God's domain, after which they could dispatch their guild members en masse. Unlike first-rate guilds, these superpowers didn't need to struggle to obtain land. This was why the various large guilds feared super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Not only could these major powers dispatch apex experts to assassinate their guild's upper echelons, but they could also send swarms of elite players to obliterate the guild members. After Lethal Gale's party had been annihilated, the NPC guards who had been rushing to the scene stopped and resumed their patrols. It was as if the surprise attack had never happened. As for Lethal Gale's party, who had initiated an attack within the city limits, they would not escape the system's punishment just because Shi Feng had killed them. Once they revived in half an hour, the NPCs would arrest them in the Resurrection Temple. After taking care of Lethal Gale's party, Shi Feng collected his spoils of war. Although the weapons and equipment Lethal Gale's party had dropped were useless to him, they could still enrich Zero Wing's guild warehouse. After Shi Feng finished with the loot, he caught an advanced horse carriage with gentle snow and proceeded towards a high-class restaurant in the nobles' district. From beginning to end, not a single player had dared to step forward to snatch Shi Feng's loot. Only after Shi Feng was truly out of sight did these players launch into heated discussions. What? Zero Wing's Yi Feng wiped out Gale's party? How is that possible? Abandoned Wave was dumbfounded as he listened to his subordinate's report. He could not believe his ears. He then asked, "What about Gentle Snow? Did she die?" Lethal Gale's people were one of the top-ranking parties among those under his control. Usually, he tasked the party with assassinations and dealing with experts that made themselves a hindrance. Until now, they had never failed a job. They had always triumphed, even against a Void Realm expert. Field battles were different from PvP competitions. There were many factors that could affect a player's combat power, not to mention the combat power of a group. Thus, it had been easier to send Lethal Gale to warn away Gentle Snow's mysterious buyer. If words could not sway the buyer, Lethal Gale's party would convince the buyer to submit by force. However, after giving it some thought, this task had been quite dangerous. If he had help from the NPC guards, it wouldn't be impossible for Yi Feng to annihilate Lethal Gale and his companions. Gentle Snow did not die. Gale's party couldn't even lay a finger on her before Yi Feng slaughtered them, the bald middle-aged man said as he nervously played a recording for Abandoned Wave. The video clip showed the entire process of Shi Feng wiping out Lethal Gale's party. Many curious spectators had recorded the entire battle. This video was already a popular topic on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Not only had this incident boosted the fame of Zero Wing's Yi Feng, but it also made a mockery of the Blackwater Corporation. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he watched the video. The dense killing intent he radiated could be felt over 30 yards away. Sensing this killing intent, several strong and talented youths rushed over, asking, "Big Brother Wave, what happened? What has you so riled up?" Although these youths' levels were not high, they were greatly admired by the Divine Coliseum's regulars. "It's nothing." Abandoned Wave closed the video, enraged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "I've had to make some minor adjustments to my plans. Although young Master Jing has told me that there is no need to bother with Zero Wing, if I don't teach the guild a lesson, be it Black Flame or Yi Feng, neither will acknowledge the Blackwater Corporation's power. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, has quite a grudge against Zero Wing and has been eager to teach Zero Wing a lesson. You travel to the Black Dragon Empire and tell Qin Muyun this. If Nine Dragons Emperor wants to deal with Zero Wing, I will lend him a hand. Also, dispatch 3 parties to trail Gentle Snow. If there is an opportunity, kill her." Understood. After receiving his instructions, the bald man rushed out of the VIP room. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City's Nobles District, Zero Wing's elite members filled the restaurant. Furthermore, several of Zero Wing's core members surveyed the area from the establishment's main hall. The high-class restaurant had become an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and Gentle Snow chatted with each other on the top floor. The Blackwater Corporation is quite eager to take your life, Shi Feng commented as he gazed out the French windows. From his position, he could see at least 8 people stalking the restaurant. While there was a chance that he had earned his own stalkers, it was far easier to believe that these players were hunting Gentle Snow. After all, the Blackwater Corporation had ambushed her once before. Moreover, Gentle Snow was still weakened. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried another 3 or 4 assaults. 981 Difference Between Guilds. Chapter 981, Difference Between Guilds, as expected of the Blackwater Corporation. Despite paying so little attention to God's Domain when it launched, it has so many powerful experts, Shi Feng commented. Prompted by Shi Feng's remark, Gentle Snow followed his gaze out the window. What she saw, however, surprised her. White River City was even more prosperous than Star Moon City. Even in the costly Nobles District, she could see plenty of players going about their business. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of what these players were doing, and very quickly, several players caught her attention. Although these players seemed to be chatting among themselves, they occasionally turned to look at the room Shi and Shi Feng occupied. These were not low-level players either. The lowest among them was level 38, while the rest were level 39. Among these experts, a few neglected to hide their auras. Hence, she could feel just how much of a threat these people posed. If she left the building, needless to say, she wouldn't leave White River City alive. The Blackwater Corporation had not prepared overmuch for the first ambush. Shi Feng's presence must have also been unexpected. However, the corporation would prepare from here on out. Relax. As long as you're in here, they can't touch you. If you stay here until you recover from your weakened state, they will eventually give up and leave, Shi Feng assured Gentle Snow. On his way here, he had purchased the latest information regarding Ouroboros from the secret pavilion. Although the purchase had cost him a pretty penny, he had learned both bad and good news. He discovered that the Blackwater Corporation now focused fully on God's Domain. In fact, it had already dealt with the companies that had backed Ouroboros. To put it simply, Blackwater now owned Ouroboros, although it had not yet declared so publicly. The good news was that he could finally recruit Gentle Snow. The bad news was that the Blackwater Corporation was not to be trifled with. Among the various international corporations, Blackwater was relatively overbearing. Moreover, the corporation had a powerful affinity for a game like God's Domain. Compared to veteran gamers, fighting experts a much higher starting point when they joined God's Domain. Their lack of familiarity with God's Domain's superhuman combat style was the only thing that held them back. However, once they were comfortable with this combat style, they would quickly become experts in God's Domain with the combat techniques they had learned in the real world. The Blackwater Corporation had a perfected system to nurture fighting experts. Moreover, after many years of development, it had various dojos around the globe. Given enough time, even super guilds would be no match for the Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, shortly after the Mindspace system had launched, the Blackwater Corporation had forced itself into God's Domain. Although Blackwater had started later than everyone else, it was one of the first corporations to upgrade its own established guild into a super guild. In contrast, corporations like Open Source could only invest in super guilds and super first-rate guilds to establish themselves in God's Domain. It was simply too difficult to nurture their own expert players, much less Apex experts. By the time they did so, their competition would have left them in the dust. When Blackwater had begun to focus on developing in God's Domain, the game had been operating for over a year. After all, nobody would have imagined that the game would be more popular than fighting competitions, so much so that it had ushered in a new era. In reality, God's Domain had not only impacted the fighting industry, the various other industries had been affected as well. By then, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in people's lives. It was similar to humanity's introduction to the internet several hundred years ago. After learning about the benefits of God's Domain, people couldn't live without it. Meanwhile, among the affected industries, the fighting industry had suffered the most. When the Blackwater Corporation had officially shifted its focus to God's Domain, it had been significantly weakened. It wasn't even half as powerful as it has been during its peak. Even so, it lorded over God's Domain a decade later. Currently, Blackwater was still at its peak, yet it had already shifted its gaze to God's Domain. With its frightening financial strength and many experts, the corporation was akin to a natural disaster for Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing. If Zero Wing failed to cope with this disaster properly, it would be nothing more than a stepping stone for the Blackwater Corporation. I roughly understand Ouroboros' current situation. May I ask what you have planned? Is there anything I can with? Shi Feng asked quietly as he turned to the somewhat dispirited Gentle Snow. Blackwater has already obtained the majority of Ouroboros' shares. Even my White Clan group cannot change that fact. The only thing I can do now is take as many people with me as I leave Ouroboros and start all over again elsewhere. Would Zero Wing be interested in purchasing any other materials? I can sell them to you at a 40% discount, Gentle Snow offered as she smiled bitterly. I also have a few plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom that I want to sell, although I am not sure if Zero Wing can stomach so much at once. She still intended to continue her development in another city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, she understood Starmoon Kingdom's situation. However, after witnessing the Blackwater Corporation's strength, once it secured Ouroboros, she would seal her fate if she remained in this kingdom. Her only choice was to restart somewhere far from here. As for the shops and lands she owned in Starmoon Kingdom, there was no point in keeping them. The Blackwater Corporation would see to it that these lands became worthless. Hence, she might as well sell them to fund her relocation. Which lands you are trying to sell? Shi Feng could not help but ask. If they were high-potential lands of a major city, they would become more valuable by the day. He would definitely profit if he purchased them. Most of the commercial lands I possess are in Starmoon Kingdom's top 10 major cities. I have a total of 11 plots. I also have 3 plots in the Black Dragon Empire and 2 in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Gentle Snow said as she handed Shi Feng a list. Here is a list of the lands, cities, and locations, as well as my quoted prices. After Shi Feng took a look through the list, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing was no match for a first-rate guild. If these were only the lands under Gentle Snow's name, one could just imagine how many lands Ouroboros controlled. On the other hand, despite having so much money right now, Zero Wing struggled to purchase any lands in major cities. He was even forced to using the Holy City slots to purchase lands from super guilds. Based on the current market price, the cheapest land on the Snow Goddess's list was worth around 3,000 gold, while the most expensive were worth over 8,000. These lands had long since doubled their original selling prices. Based on Gentle Snow's quoted prices, he would need around 80,000 gold to purchase all 16 plots. Even Zero Wing could not fork over so much money at a moment's notice. Moreover, the prices were very reasonable. If anyone else were selling these lands, he might have to pay an additional 20,000 to 30,000 gold. Even then, he would have to fight many others to purchase them. 982. The Tip of the Iceberg. Chapter 982. The Tip of the Iceberg. Even to super guilds, 80,000 gold was a considerable amount of money. They couldn't collect so much money within a short period, much less the smaller guilds. Gentle Snow had little hope that anyone could afford to purchase all of her lands. She would just sell as many plots as she could. Once she collected enough coins, she could proceed with the next part of her plan more smoothly. While Shi Feng carefully inspected the commercial lands, Gentle Snow received a call from Zhao Yueru. Snow, the guild has called an emergency elder meeting and has officially announced that Abandoned Wave will be replacing you as the guild leader. Aside from the raw materials you have, Abandoned Wave has frozen the guild's assets. Furthermore, many of the God-slaying army's members have reported ambushes in the fields and outside of dungeons. They've suffered grievous damages, Zhao Yueru reported, shaking with rage. The Blackwater Corporation was too vicious. The God-slaying army was their asset as they left Ouroboros. The guild had spent many years nurturing these experts. If these experts came them and they had enough funding, the new Ouroboros could quickly establish a firm foothold in another kingdom. Initially, hiding the locations of the army's members had not been an issue. After all, every member was an expert. With their equipment, killing these players would not be easy. Now, however, the Blackwater Corporation had somehow recruited an army of its own experts and slaughtered the God-slaying army scattered throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The loss of a single level might have been fine, but the lost weapons and equipment was horrendous. When Blackwater's experts killed them, the Legion members would drop at least 2 pieces of equipment. Some would even drop 3 items. The God-slaying army had been equipped with the best items available in Ouroboros. If several hundred members lost an item each, it would severely wound the army, much less if they lost 2 or 3 items. They would need a lot of time to recover from the loss. Normally, the God-slaying army could simply replenish their equipment from the guild's warehouse. However, the Blackwater Corporation had already limited their authority. Now, they could not even take a piece of common equipment from the warehouse. With the God-slaying army suffering such a blow, rising in another kingdom in a short time would be impossible. I understand. For now, have the army's members be extra careful. Gentle Snow's frown deepened after receiving a more detailed report. Even Ouroboros' old rival, the Star Alliance, couldn't kill so many of the God-slaying army's members so quickly. Guild Leader Snow, you don't look too well. Has something happened? Shi Feng asked curiously when he noticed Gentle Snow's troubled expression. I've just received news that Blackwater has already begun to exact its revenge. The God-slaying army that I command has suffered over 700 deaths. Although reports say that they've been ambushed by groups of cloaked players, I'm sure that these players are experts from Blackwater, Gentle Snow helplessly explained, not bothering to hide this fact from Shi Feng. Moreover, it was impossible to keep a tight lid on such a major incident. It was only a matter of time before the truth revealed itself. It seems that your victory over Lethal Gale has made the Blackwater Corporation anxious. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to make such an excessive move. The news surprised Shi Feng. No matter what was said or done, the Blackwater Corporation had already purchased Ouroboros. One could even go so far as to say that Ouroboros was the Blackwater Corporation. If news spread of mysterious players slaughtering Ouroboros' strongest legion on its own turf, it would damage the guild's reputation. Since Blackwater has already gone to such lengths, I'm betting that even if you leave Star Moon Kingdom, they will find some way to crush you, Shi Feng said seriously. How about this? Invest in Zero Wing and become one of its shareholders. With Zero Wing's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom, the fledgling Blackwater Corporation should hesitate before declaring all-out war. This, Gentle Snow, was taken aback upon hearing Shi Feng's proposal. The symbol of Ouroboros, which the White Clan group had created, was incredibly important to her. If possible, she wanted to establish a new Ouroboros. However, if she joined Zero Wing with Ouroboros' top players, the Blackwater Corporation would shift its focus to Zero Wing. If you're worried about the percentage of shares that you control or how your subordinates would be treated, relax. I can give you 15% of Zero Wing shares. I'll also give you 50 core member slots and the power to form the Ouroboros Legion, which will be under your full control. What do you think? Shi Feng suggested. Are you not afraid of the backlash from Blackwater? Gentle Snow asked Shi Feng seriously. With Zero Wing's strength and potential, don't you think that you'd be suffering a loss by offering me 15% of the guild's shares for the little manpower and resources in my possession? Zero Wing was no longer the upstart guild it had been. Not only did Zero Wing control Stone Forest Town, but it also owned Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Zero Wing was the publicly acknowledged #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Even first-rate guilds were no match for it. There were also many companies and corporations chomping at the bit to invest in Zero Wing. Some major corporations were offering enough to tempt super guilds for as little as 50% of Zero Wing's shares. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had declined every offer, yet Shi Feng had offered 15% of the guild's shares to recruit her and her people. No one would believe this if she told them. In response to Gentle Snow's query, Shi Feng shook his head and confidently stated, "You are worth it." Shi Feng's answer confused Gentle Snow. Even she didn't believe that she was worth this price, yet Shi Feng sounded strangely confident. Moreover, the look in Shi Feng's eyes told her that he was not lying. Gentle Snow also felt a little moved. After so many years in Ouroboros, her trust had long since ceased to exist, yet she trusted Shi Feng despite so few meetings with him. Yet, despite only coming into contact with Shi Feng several times before, the man had somehow managed to fill her with trust. She didn't know what to say. If Shi Feng were a fool, Zero Wing wouldn't have had so much success. An indistinct feeling made Gentle Snow even more curious about the guild known as Zero Wing. After taking a deep breath, Gentle Snow looked at Shi Feng and replied, "All right then. I agree to your conditions. However, you have to promise me one thing." 983 Gentle Snow's Condition, Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition, Guild Leader Snow, feel free to state any concerns, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Many of Ouroboros' elite and expert players followed Gentle Snow. If he recruited all of them, it would raise Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Although Zero Wing's member count still wouldn't compare to a first-rate guild's, it would have far more elites than its competition. There was also Gentle Snow's potential to consider. If he could give Gentle Snow access to the secret pavilion simulation training system, with her talent and his other training resources, it wouldn't be long before she became a true Apex expert. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him either. What guild wouldn't want such an expert? Moreover, Gentle Snow was different from Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, who lacked management experience. Regarding management capabilities, only Aqua Rose might be a match for Gentle Snow. Before joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had only managed her own subordinates in Twilight Echo. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had managed Ouroboros. Moreover, her previous guild had continuously improved. The guild had even shown signs of surpassing the Star Alliance. Even if Gentle Snow listed 3 or 4 conditions, Shi Feng would likely agree. Only Shi Feng knew exactly how valuable an expert capable of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked player was to a guild. After so many years of development, Ouroboros has formed its own perfect expert training system. This was the reason that Ouroboros had ranked near the top among first-rate guilds. Unlike other guilds, we could produce our own experts without recruiting or poaching players. However, the perfected expert training system had cost my White Clan group too much. Although I can bring the God-slaying army with me, I can't take the training center. The White Clan group only owns 40% of the training center's shares, while the other companies own the remaining 60%. I want Zero Wing to purchase the training center. Gentle Snow's condition stunned Shi Feng for a moment. For any guild in God's domain, constructing their own training center was of the utmost importance. This was also why second-rate guilds couldn't compete with first-rate guilds. The initial cost of constructing an expert training center was already more than what the companies supporting second-rate guilds could handle. Moreover, even if a second-rate guild had a training center and established a perfect training system, the upkeep would be astronomically expensive. Unless a guild could earn enough to maintain this training system, no guild or company would be crazy enough to invest in something that would hemorrhage money. Shi Feng had been contemplating his own training center as well. The Big Dipper training center was simply not enough to meet his requirements. The training center did not even have a simple simulation training system. However, as constructing a training center was immensely expensive, he had to tackle this problem gradually. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow would ask him to purchase Ouroboros' training center. He would have been lying if he had said he wasn't pleased. With Ouroboros' training center, Zero Wing could save several years of effort. Unfortunately, there was one big problem. He didn't have enough money. Shi Feng had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. He had been personally involved in establishing and constructing Shadow's training center. It had happened shortly after Shadow had officially become a second-rate guild. Hence, he knew just how much money a training center's construction required. If not for several major companies in Jinhai City working together, Shadow's training center would never have come into fruition. The cost of the site and machinery was one thing. However, the various simulation facilities and the required energy to maintain them were a different story. Take the fruit of the Secret Pavilion's research, their simulation training system, for example. Only energy of the highest grade could power this kind of system. Even an inferior simulation system's daily maintenance cost was enough to quickly bankrupt multiple large companies. With Zero Wing's current financial strength, affording its maintenance was impossible, not to mention purchasing it. Guild Leader Snow, you must be joking. Zero Wing can't even afford to operate a training center, not to mention purchasing a perfected one. Even if we could afford it, I doubt that the other companies would willingly sell it. After all, that is Ouroboros' foundation. As long as the training center exists, the guild can produce more experts, Shi Feng said, smiling bitterly. Zero Wing had started with nothing. It didn't have the support of any companies. The Zero Wing workshop in the real world relied on the guild's daily income. Moreover, Shi Feng also did not dare to convert in-game resources into credits casually. More major companies were joining God's domain by the day, and the competition was becoming more intense. The resources in God's domain were also becoming more valuable. Converting coins into credits would be a devastatingly foolish move. I understand that I am being somewhat unreasonable, but now is the best opportunity to buy it. Gentle Snow was also aware of how expensive it was to purchase a training center. Although Blackwater has purchased Ouroboros, Ouroboros' training center is nothing to the corporation. Meanwhile, the training center's daily operation is a huge burden to those companies. They will try to get rid of it as quickly as possible. If we don't buy it now, another corporation that wants to nurture its own experts will. If Zero Wing is willing to buy it, I can try to lower the price as much as possible. I understand. Please wait a moment. I have to contact the guild leader about this first, Shi Feng said, creating an excuse to leave the room. It would be much more convenient to purchase a training center than establishing his own. If he purchased it now, he could save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Zero Wing would not have to risk stagnation as Shadow had in the past due to a lack of experts. With the training center, he could nurture a large number of experts rapidly, sending them out afterward to capture and defend towns. He could then use the money and resources these towns generated to sustain the training center. However, Zero Wing couldn't gather so much money in such a short time span. Forget it. Let's give it a try. After Shi Feng left the room, he contacted Aqua Rose. 984 Qualifications for Cooperation. Chapter 984, Qualifications for Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, her family owned its own large business. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild with an even longer history than Ouroboros. Aqua Rose's family was one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders. In the past, Shi Feng had learned that Aqua Rose's family owned the Sun and Moon Group. In 10 years' time, the Sun and Moon Group would join the Fortune 500 list. Of course, Aqua Rose had been the main contributor to the company's success. The Sun and Moon Group and the Open Source Corporation were both involved in the energy industry. Hence, Aqua Rose's family had been afraid of the Open Source Corporation when they had threatened the family to persuade Aqua Rose. Open Source was one of the industry's giants. On the other hand, Sun and Moon struggled within the middle ranks. If the Open Source Corporation wanted to, it could easily squash the Sun and Moon Group. However, although the Sun and Moon Group only ranked in the mid-range in the energy industry, it wielded an extraordinary amount of funds. After all, the most profitable resource in the world was energy, as it was used in nearly every aspect of life. It was also precisely this reason that Twilight Echo's members had treated Aqua Rose like a treasure, even making her the guild's honorary elder. Not only was the Sun and Moon Group one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, but it was also the guild's biggest shareholder. Without the company's supply of energy, the other shareholders would choke on the daily cost of maintaining the guild's training center. Guild leader, has something happened? Aqua Rose asked. Aqua Rose was still dealing with the list of members they intended to send to other countries as well as various other tasks. She was so busy that her brain was about to short-circuit. Her helpers also rushed about the office, contacting guild members and dealing with the letters of intent from guild members who were willing to move to the branch guild. Now that Zero Wing planned to expand to other countries, many players wanted to apply to the branch guilds. Although the branch guilds were as safe as the headquarters in White River City, where they didn't have to worry about other guilds provoking Zero Wing, they would have more opportunities for promotion in the branch guilds. In White River City, there were only so many slots available for the guild's main force. Becoming a reserve member was nearly impossible, not to mention becoming an official member of the main force. However, once the branch guilds were established, the guild would establish new main forces, and the main force members enjoyed far more benefits than elite members. Aside from having priority over equipment, just the amount of magic crystals each main force member received was enough to make a player drool. Main force members also had the opportunity to obtain the rumored 100-berry wine. According to rumors, the 100-berry wine was even more effective than the Divine Colosseum's Icefire Spirit. It could help players improve their skill completion rates. Currently, not one bottle was available on the market. No one knew how to obtain their own. Only official members of Zero Wing's main force qualified to compete for the 100-berry wine. Since members of the branch guild's main forces would receive similar benefits, why wouldn't Zero Wing's elite members be tempted? When Aqua Rose had announced the news, many elite members frantically applied to join the branch guilds. Although Aqua Rose looked battered, inwardly, she was elated. She dreamed of helping Zero Wing grow stronger. Because of Zero Wing's extraordinary performance, her family now saw her in a different light. In fact, they even canceled her engagement to Brilliant War God. As Zero Wing's performance reached new heights, her status in her household rose. Many large companies had secretly sent upper echelons to ask her family members to contact her, desperately wanting to invest in Zero Wing and offering many impressive perks. As a result, every time she visited home, her parents instantly pushed for her to meet with the company's representatives. She was even busier than the Star and Moon Group's CEO. It's nothing major. Didn't you say that your family has wanted to invest in Zero Wing? And that other companies frequently pester you to negotiation or cooperation? Shi Feng asked. More representatives have been showing up lately as well. My family is also constantly on my case. I swear they are even more diligent now than when I had been forced into the engagement with Brilliant War God. They almost annoy me to death these days. Do you have a plan to deal with them, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked. Just discussing this topic made her head ache. She knew where Shi Feng stood on the matter. Thus, she always rejected the offers. To avoid these people, she had no choice but to hide in her virtual gaming cabin. Only in God's domain would her family leave her alone. I have a method. It also isn't a solution to always have uncle and auntie pressing you for an answer. I can offer them an opportunity to work together, Shi Feng said, chuckling. As for whether or not they want to cooperate with us, that will be up to them. Aqua Rose froze, surprised by Shi Feng's declaration. She couldn't believe this was true. Zero Wing was very famous in God's domain. This was because it had rejected countless investment offers. Other guilds dreamed of having their own investors, yet Zero Wing turned them away. Zero Wing was already known as one of the most difficult guilds to work with. Yes, I intend to rent some plots of land, so I would like you to find a few partners. However, each company must first invest 1 billion credits. I will choose a total of 10 partners. Gentle Snow had already given Shi Feng a rough estimate of the cost. If he wanted to take over Ouroboros' training center, he needed at least 7 or 8 billion credits. Moreover, this was only the initial estimate. After all, Ouroboros' training center was massive. It even had its own independent research team. The training center was also located in a top-tier city. Considering Gentle Snow's price was exceedingly low. Guild leader, are you talking about Stone Forest Town's lands? Aqua Rose was so shocked that she had to ask for confirmation. Shi Feng nodded, replying seriously, that's right. Guild leader, although the player traffic in Stone Forest Town is high, as expensive as the town's lands are, they will never be worth as much as the golden lands in kingdoms and imperial capitals. Moreover, even those golden lands aren't worth that much money. Only a sucker would accept your offer. No one will agree to that, Aqua Rose said helplessly. For some reason, Aqua Rose constantly had the feeling that Shi Feng lived in a different world. She was clearly the rich heiress here, yet when Shi Feng talked about 1 billion credits, it sounded as if he were talking about chunk change. That was 1 billion credits they were talking about. While the Sun and Moon Group could collect that much money, the other companies would likely hesitate. What if I have this item? Shi Feng laughed as he retrieved an old parchment from his bag. This parchment was none other than the Star Moon Kingdom city building order. With this, he could claim one unassigned location within Star Moon Kingdom and construct a city. 985 Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 985, Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. This is, Aqua Rose was astonished when she took a closer look at the old parchment's information on the screen. A city building order. This item was far more valuable than any captured town. Yet, while super guilds were investing time and effort into capturing towns, Shi Feng had procured a city building order. Aqua Rose rubbed her eyes. She was sure that they were playing tricks on her. What was a Star Moon Kingdom city building order? That was proof that one had the rights to construct a player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, player towns in God's domain generally accommodated 30 to 50,000 people. However, none of the guilds that had captured various towns aloud had built houses in their towns. They had all built hotels. This way, the towns would accommodate more mobile players, which would, in turn, generate more income. Aside from guild members, players had practically no options to become permanent residents. Even so, a player town could only handle a limited amount of traffic. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Stone Forest Town was very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Because most of God's Domain's players had already reached level 30, the town's traffic grew with each passing day, giving it an even livelier atmosphere than White River City. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to limit the amount of time each player could reside in Stone Forest Town's hotels. This was also why many companies desperately wanted to work with Zero Wing. However, a town had its limits. Not only was the area around Stone Forest Town small, but the local environment also posed a huge problem. It was not suitable for players seeking entertainment, which greatly limited the benefits a real-world company could reap from setting up a virtual shop. A city, on the other hand, was many times larger than a town. Generally, a town could house over 200,000 resident players, not including mobile players. If they chose an appropriate location, they could easily attract many entertainment seekers who disliked adventuring and fighting to live in the city. You've seen the city building order for yourself. Companies that cooperate with Zero Wing will be given priority when purchasing a large plot of land in the city. As for the 1 billion credits, that is only a deposit. However, before you let them in on this secret, find companies that truly intend to cooperate. Moreover, they must sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want news of this to leak, attracting everyone's attention, Shi Feng explained. In truth, he did not want to sell any of the city's lands because of how much more valuable they would become in the future. If he nurtured his city to have a population in the millions, he could drown Zero Wing in money each day with the profits from renting the city's lands. Unfortunately, he had no avenues to earn so much money in such a short time. I understand. I will see to the necessary arrangements right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. Currently, the value of Stone Forest Town's lands could rival those with high potential in major cities. However, if they chose a strategic location to set up their city, the city's lands would easily surpass Stone Forest Town's by several, or even over 10 times. If she advertised this news, many corporations would be eager to work with them. How many days do you need to get this done? Shi Feng asked. I'm in somewhat of a hurry for the money right now. Roughly 3 to 5 days. After all, most major companies would be hard-pressed to collect so much money on such short notice. After giving it some thought, Aqua Rose suggested, if you are in a rush for money, I can have my family pay for you first, or offer them a few more plots of land in the new city. I believe they will be more than willing. Although the new city had yet to be built, if a company could enter the city and construct its own virtual shop immediately, it would massively benefit the company's development in God's Domain. After all, once the new city was complete, plenty of entertainment seekers were bound to visit the city. If a company could leave a deep impression on these players, more people would recognize them as they started shops in other cities. This would create brand awareness. All right, I await your good news, Shi Feng said. As long as he gathered the necessary 10 billion credits, he was satisfied, following which Aqua Rose logged out of the game and hastened to make the necessary arrangements. As for Shi Feng, he went back into the room. Guild Leader Snow, Zero Wing, agrees to your conditions. However, we'll need some time to collect the required credits. It is unlikely that we can do so in 1 or 2 days, Shi Feng explained. That won't be a problem. In any case, the training center won't sell quickly. That will also give me more time to drive down the price, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Initially, she had expected Zero Wing to reject her condition. Either that, or the guild would need a very long time to gather the required funds. She hadn't expected the guild to raise the money so quickly. As she experienced more, she realized how little she truly knew about the guild. Following which, Shi Feng and Gentle Snow discussed the details of their contract. First, Gentle Snow would join Zero Wing with the elites and experts under her command. At the same time, Gentle Snow would transfer all lands in her control to Zero Wing. In return, Gentle Snow would receive 15% of Zero Wing shares and become one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Simultaneously, she would serve as the captain of the Ouroboros Legion and manage all of the Legion's affairs. After both parties signed the contract, Gentle Snow logged out of the game and to initiate her plan to purchase Ouroboros. Shi Feng, on the other hand, headed to White River City's City Hall and took ownership of the 16 plots of land Gentle Snow had owned. Afterward, he simply needed to construct the Candlelight trading firm on these 16 commercial lands. With the additional coverage, the Candlelight trading firm's income would increase significantly. Gentle Snow's insight is impressive. Of the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire, 1 is in Emerald City. I won't have to hunt for an emerald source. After Shi Feng visited the 11 plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom, he could not stifle his grin as he looked at the deeds for the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire. Emerald City was one of the Empire's top 10 major cities. It was in no way less prosperous than White River City. Players could find many ores around Emerald City, and emeralds were the most common, hence the name, Emerald City. Emeralds were generally used as raw materials to produce ornaments as the ore possessed relatively good mana-storing capabilities. It was rarely ever used to produce other items. However, aside from requiring mana stones, Titan City's magic light set equipment needed plenty of emeralds. With a shop in Emerald City, he could purchase emeralds long-term. His guild members wouldn't need to travel back and forth from the city constantly. Following which, Shi Feng traveled to the Black Dragon Empire via Starmoon City's teleportation hall. Shortly after Shi Feng left, a shock tore through Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds. What did you say? Zero Wing now owns Gentle Snow's lands. How can this be? Abandoned Wave was flabbergasted when he received the news. 986 War of First-Rate Guilds. Chapter 986, War of First-Rate Guilds, Boss Wave. There's no mistaking it. If you don't believe me, take a look at these pictures. Our shops in these locations are now owned by the Candlelight Trading Firm, the bald, middle-aged man reported as he displayed the pictures his subordinates had taken. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he looked through the images. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave slammed his palm on the wooden table. The impact shook the wine glass and bottle of Witch's Tear, nearly sending them to the ground. He had never imagined that, as soon as he forced Gentle Snow out of her position and killed her subordinates, the woman would counter with such a move. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy his victory. In reality, Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person that Gentle Snow's actions had infuriated. The upper echelons from Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds wore twisted expressions when they heard the news. What, exactly, is Gentle Snow trying to do? Has she lost her mind? She actually sold so many high-potential lands to Zero Wing. The various guilds loathed Gentle Snow's latest decision. They would rather pay double the price to purchase Gentle Snow's lands and let them rot in their hands than let them fall into the Candlelight Trading Firm's hands. These lands had originally housed Ouroboros' New Moon Trading Firm. Now, however, they housed the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the storefronts were the cheapest variations, curious players had already crowded the shop's entrances, interested in the sudden change in purchasing items. It was very easy to transfer a shop's ownership to another player in God's domain. One simply needed to visit a city hall and follow the necessary procedures. If one didn't intend to modify the shop, only changing the name, they could immediately have NPCs do so free of charge. The Candlelight Trading Firm had always been known for its light stones and armor kits. The intermediate armor kits, in particular, usually sold out the instant they were restocked. If not for its low production volume, the Candlelight Trading Firm would have long since dominated Starmoon Kingdom's market. Even so, Candlelight had still become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Moreover, due to the Candlelight Trading Firm's lack of background, it had only purchased a limited number of high-potential lands, despite all of its efforts. As for major cities' golden lands, first, the trading firm could not afford them. After all, one golden land was worth around 3 or 4 high-potential lands in the same city. Unless Zero Wing intended to set up a particular city as its main headquarters or went on a spending spree, it would not purchase a city's golden lands. Second, Zero Wing's members did not have the required reputation to purchase golden lands in other cities. Therefore, the Candlelight Trading Firm's development in Starmoon Kingdom was limited. On the other hand, to avoid competition with the Candlelight Trading Firm, Gentle Snow's high-potential lands had been purchased in cities that lacked Candlelight's presence or were located far from Candlelight shops. By selling these lands to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had just compensated for the Candlelight Trading Firm's shortcomings. Moreover, the Candlelight Trading Firm had recently recruited a large number of lifestyle players. Once the trading firm nurtured these lifestyle players, it would be a disaster for their guilds, who were already limited to a small corner of the market. However, they could not do anything to oppress the Candlelight Trading Firm in Starmoon Kingdom. While Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds tried to think of a solution to cope with the Candlelight Trading Firm's new strength, Shi Feng had teleported to Emerald City from the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Black Dragon City. As soon as Shi Feng exited the teleportation hall, he found just as many players in Emerald City as there were in White River City. Only the players' levels and equipment was slightly inferior to those in his home city. Currently, due to the teleportation house, one could easily find level 37 or level 38 players roaming about White River City's streets. Prior to that, level 39 experts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Emerald City, however, was different. Shi Feng rarely saw level 36 players roaming the streets, much less those who had reached level 37 or higher. However, unlike kingdoms, second- or first-tier cities with populations ranging in the tens of millions were designated to God's domain's empires. It was easy to find many gaming workshops and guilds based in these cities. With Emerald City being one of the top 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire, Shi Feng saw members from no less than 10 different guilds going about their business. Such a sight was rare in Starmoon Kingdom. Generally, only 3 or 4 large guilds contested over its major cities. Emerald City, on the other hand, had more than 10, and even the weakest among them were second-rate guilds. As for first-rate guilds, Shi Feng counted 3 from where he stood. Emerald City already had as many first-rate guilds as Starmoon Kingdom. I recall that the Undefeated Dynasty had been Emerald City's ruling guild in the past. Among the many first-rate guilds, Undefeated Dynasty was relatively tolerant. I shouldn't need to worry about any trouble if I set a shop up here. Shi Feng secretly assessed the city's situation as he rode an advanced horse carriage. Based on what he could see, a large number of the guild players roaming the streets belonged to Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty. The other first-rate guild was World Dominators, which Shi Feng was familiar with. Ever since Zero Wing had become White River City's overlord, World Dominators had withdrawn from Starmoon Kingdom, shifting its focus to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms. Mountain ranges surrounded Emerald City, and it produced rare ores and emeralds. It was considered a strategic city in the Black Dragon Empire. There were only so many guilds in the city right now because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid little attention to them. After Shi Feng alighted from the horse carriage, he saw over a dozen independent players leaving the New Moon trading firm. These players had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 36 and the rest being level 37. In a large guild, they would be elite members. As for their combat standards, at this stage of the game, it was very difficult for independent players who hadn't reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor to reach level 37. Moreover, these players were well equipped. Even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was a level 35 secret silver rank. In the eyes of ordinary players, they would definitely be considered experts. Damn it, to think that intermediate regeneration potions and intermediate mana recovery potions would sell out so quickly. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stockpiled. Now, I won't be able to earn a little bounty reward no matter how much I try. Who would have expected Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty to start a war against each other in Emerald City? They are even placing bounties on each other's members. Really though, what is up with these guilds? Why did they suddenly declare war on each other? Haven't they tolerated each other pretty well until now? Based on some insider information I obtained, it seems that the two guilds have discovered a town above a mithril vein. If the town is captured, players can mine the vein freely. A mithril vein? Won't they be rich if they capture the town? I know, right? However, the NPCs guarding that town are extraordinary. Capturing the town will be very difficult. If one guild ambushes the other, the latter's efforts will go to waste. That's why both sides are trying to chase each other out of Emerald City. Large guild members sure have it easy. While independent players like us are exhausting ourselves just to find ordinary ores, they get to mine mithril ore in the safety of a town. As these players spoke of the mithril vein, they nearly drooled. Although mithril ore was not particularly valuable, it was frequently used to forge weapons and equipment. Generally, selling the mithril ore one had was very easy. If they could harvest a steady supply of the ore, they could earn more money than they could imagine. A mithril vein? Shi Feng's lips curled into a smile as he watched the departing independent players. 987 Branch Residence. Chapter 987, Branch Residence. After the dozen or so independent players left the New Moon trading firm, Shi Feng entered the shop. Mithril veins were one of the more common mineral veins in God's domain. Large guilds also fought over them fiercely. As the producer of ores and emeralds in the Black Dragon Empire, there was more than one mineral vein in Emerald City's vicinity. This was also why Undefeated Dynasty, Emerald City's ruler in the past, had amassed a fortune. Meanwhile, the only mithril vein Emerald City's players knew of was beneath Whitebone Town. Whitebone Town had been relatively famous in the past because the mineral vein beneath it was a rich vein, and players could reach it easily to mine mithril ore. Although one could not make as much money as they could from the manatite vein under Raven's control, if developed, the profits would still be considerably shocking. However, current players were not yet strong enough to capture Whitebone Town. The NPCs guarding Whitebone Town were not humans, but undead. Their levels were all above 50. Moreover, any player that entered the mine would be cursed, causing them to lose 10% of their HP every 3 seconds. The curse also lasted for an hour. In addition, several level 70 Grand Lords lurked within the mine's depths. With players' current strength, even an army of several 100,000 elites would not be enough to defeat these monsters. However, this reminded Shi Feng of something. The basic Holy Spirit Potion. This item would give players temporary immunity to curses. However, as the potion was only basic rank, its effects were limited. Fortunately, the potion could offer immunity to Whitebone Town's curse. Due to the richness of Whitebone Town's mithril vein, many players would take the risk to mine there. The money these players earned from a single day of mining the mithril ore and its byproducts was even more than those who grinded monsters in the fields or raided team dungeons. Because of that, the basic Holy Spirit Potion had been extremely popular in Emerald City in the past. The potion had not been particularly expensive. Initially, each bottle only sold for 2 silver. Even ordinary players could afford that. The potion's effects only lasted for half an hour. In that time, one could easily earn more than 2 silver while mining underneath the town. Although Whitebone Town's monsters were very high-leveled, the mine's entrance was located in the town's outskirts. Not many monsters ventured there, so as long as one lured the monsters away, other players could enter the mine freely. The mine was massive, and its terrain was complicated. Very few monsters patrolled the mine as well. As long as one didn't explore too deep, they would not find any significant danger. When a player finished their mining, they simply needed to use a return scroll to leave safely. Hence, many players had taken the risk to mine there. As more players headed to the mithril mine, the basic Holy Spirit Potion's price quickly rose to 5 silver. Later, it had even reached 10 silver per bottle. Alchemist players had been overjoyed. The basic Holy Spirit Potion's recipe was not particularly difficult to obtain. Level 30 and above team dungeons had a chance of dropping it. Unfortunately, the drop rate was very low, which resulted in few copies on the market. The potion's materials were also relatively common. Crafting the potion's main requirement was a Holy Spirit flower, which was considered a rare herb. Making the potion didn't even cost 1 silver. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng burst into action. This was a valuable opportunity to make a fortune. Emerald City's player population was in the millions. Once players discovered the method of mining in Whitebone Town, swarms of players would flock to the mithril vein. One could just imagine how large the market would be for the basic Holy Spirit potion. Following which, Shi Feng changed the New Moon Trading Firm's name to the Candlelight Trading Firm and removed the lifestyle players and products in the shop. He then made a trip to the city hall and spent 1,000 gold to upgrade the shopfront to the highest ranking available. He also hired NPCs to purchase various kinds of ores, herbs, and emeralds. As for the Candlelight products that would be sold in this shop and the shop's personnel, Shi Feng passed the responsibility to the Candlelight Trading Firm's management team. Meanwhile, he visited the auction houses in the Black Dragon Empire's various cities to purchase the basic Holy Spirit potion recipe and Holy Spirit flowers. After spending most of the day like this, Shi Feng finally bought all the recipes on the Black Dragon Empire's market. He had managed to collect a total of 776 recipes. Although the method to obtain the recipe was easy, its drop rate was painfully low. The recipe's current market price wasn't high. Shi Feng only spent around 35 to 40 silver coins for each copy. Overall, he had not even spent 300 gold to buy all of the copies. The low price was mainly due to players not having a major use for the basic Holy Spirit potion. It simply wasn't one of Alchemist's hot items. If he were looking for the intermediate regeneration potion and the intermediate mana recovery potions recipes, however, they would be much more expensive. With so many recipes, even after every alchemist in the Candlelight Trading Firm learned it, he would still have plenty to spare. Shi Feng had also bought over 6,500 stacks of Holy Spirit flowers, with 20 flowers per stack. Currently, each stack sold for around 12 to 13 silver. In total, Shi Feng had spent over 800 gold on the Holy Spirit flowers. For a while, I'll have Candlelight purchase Holy Spirit flowers. Shi Feng was mostly satisfied with how many Holy Spirit flowers he had procured. At the end of the day, the Holy Spirit flower was a rare herb. Rather than sell it, most guilds usually opted to store the flowers in their guild warehouses. Only independent players sold the herb, thus the limited supply on the market. If he turned these 6,500 plus stacks of Holy Spirit flower into basic Holy Spirit potions, he would have enough to last Emerald City's players for quite some time. As long as the Candlelight Trading Firm's acquisition of Holy Spirit flowers could keep up with the potion's demand, Emerald City would become a stable source of income for the trading firm for a relatively long time. Shi Feng had also spent 3,000 gold to construct an advanced guild hall in Lakeheart City. Although the land he bought from Phoenix Rain could not compare to Zero Wing's main guild residence, the towering advanced guild hall was still impressive enough to shock Lakeheart City's players. Wow, this guild has style. I wonder which guild this is, to think that anyone would want to develop in this backwater city. It shouldn't be a large guild, right? Maybe it's some third-rate guild. I guess you're right. There is no way a large guild would fancy our Lakeheart City. There were not many players residing in Lakeheart City due to its location on an island. There were not many good leveling spots around either. The city's current population was slightly over 100,000. No first-rate guild would waste their efforts on a desolate city like this. As a result, only a second-rate guild ruled over Lakeheart City. Moreover, its main headquarters wasn't located in the city. Rather, it was based in a major city with a player population of over 500,000. Furthermore, the guild residences in Lakeheart City. They were a far cry from Zero Wing's magnificent advanced guild hall. Huh? Wait a minute. Look at the emblem on that guild flag. Doesn't that look like Zero Wing's six-winged emblem? 988, The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Chapter 988, The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Upon hearing Zero Wing's name, the players on the street turned to look at the flag flying from the guild hall's roof. It really is a six-winged emblem. What? Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild is actually starting a branch guild here. Many people felt chills crawl down their spines, excitement overwhelming them as they stared at the guild flag. None of them could believe their eyes. Although Lakeheart City was in the Black Dragon Empire, the empire neighbored Starmoon Kingdom. They were up to date about the nearby kingdoms. They also frequently purchased a copy of the God's Domain Experts list. Everybody knew about Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had suffered at Zero Wing's hands. With such a powerful guild appearing in Lakeheart City, how could they contain their excitement? Since Zero Wing is coming here, does this mean we'll have a chance to join Zero Wing? I guess so. When a guild develops in a new city, it normally recruits some of the local players to expand gradually. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers are awesome. They are even better than what first-rate guilds offer. In other guilds, I heard that only core members get to use the guild hall's private rooms. On the other hand, one only needs to be an elite member in Zero Wing to rent a private room and accumulate the double EXP buff. I've always wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it costs too much to teleport from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City. Now, though, I don't have to worry about teleportation fees. Anticipation filled these independent players' hearts as they ogled Zero Wing's new guild residence. To ordinary players, traveling to other countries was too expensive. Even if they spent their entire fortune traveling to White River City, there was no guarantee that they would be accepted into the guild. Furthermore, they had long since familiarized themselves with Lakeheart City and its surroundings. If they started developing in an unknown city, their leveling speed and daily income would decrease drastically. In addition, unlike in Lakeheart City, they wouldn't have companions to rely on in White River City. Now, however, times had changed. Shortly after Zero Wing's branch guild had appeared, news of this matter quickly spread throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others grew worried. To independent players, Zero Wing's appearance was good news. To the local guilds, however, nothing was good about this development. When the Crimson Castle Guild, the second-rate guild ruling over Lakeheart City, received the news, it had held an emergency meeting among its upper echelons. Why has Zero Wing suddenly shown up in a backwater city like Lakeheart City? If Zero Wing really intends on developing here, they will target the high-resource areas we usually occupy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Zero Wing is powerful in Starmoon Kingdom, this is Lakeheart City. This is our territory. We are far more familiar with the city's surroundings than Zero Wing. Even if a war breaks out between our guilds, the winner isn't set in stone. Crimson Castle's upper echelons discussed the situation heatedly. Although the leveling areas around Lakeheart City were not particularly beneficial, once players familiarized themselves with the area, their leveling speed would increase. Moreover, unlike other cities, there were very few guilds in Lakeheart City. This allowed Crimson Castle to obtain plenty of raw materials very easily. There is no need to get too worked up about this. I have heard that the situation in Starmoon Kingdom isn't very stable. Zero Wing won't focus too much on conquering Lakeheart City. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a grudge against Zero Wing. If we report Zero Wing's arrival to the pavilion will seek vengeance. The dignified, middle-aged man in the guild leader's seat said as he watched the arguing players before him. In a deep tone he said, "During this period, keep an eye on Zero Wing's members. Report everything to the pavilion." Hearing their guild leader's order, the Crimson Castle's upper echelons fell silent and nodded in agreement. As their guild leader had said, Zero Wing had used the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a stepping stone to become famous, leaving the pavilion's prestige in tatters. After that incident, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor declared that he would not let the matter rest. Although dealing with Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was a different story in the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the pavilion's territory. It would be child's play to take care of a measly branch guild. While Crimson Castle hashed out a plan to deal with Zero Wing, Shi Feng spent 300 gold to bind the guild transfer scroll's coordinates. Afterward, Zero Wing's members in White River City could simply purchase Lakeheart City's guild transfer scrolls to travel to the city directly. The guild transfer scroll was one of a guild's greatest benefits. Unlike NPC City's teleportation halls, which charged a steep teleportation fee, players only needed to purchase the corresponding guild transfer scroll to reach their desired guild residence. However, such a major benefit came with restrictions. Players were only allowed to carry one guild transfer scroll at a time. Moreover, the scroll had a very long cooldown. The transfer scrolls' prices also varied depending on the distance between the destination and where it was purchased. Regardless, it was still cheaper than using the teleportation halls. If a guild had enough guild residences, it could easily replace teleportation halls. When Shi Feng finished binding the coordinates, he looked at the time. Glancing up at the already dark sky, he called up his system interface, intending to log off for the day and rest. Now that he had established Lakeheart City's branch guild, he needed Aqua Rose to transfer the batches of selected members. As for Raven's monster-repelling issue, Shi Feng had already instructed Flying Shadow to handle it. Originally, he had intended Fire Dance to carry out the task. However, Fire Dance was currently busy leading Zero Wing's members in raiding the Undead Gorge and did not have time to spare. So, he used his next best option, Flying Shadow. Flying Shadow was Zero Wing's second best assassin. Not only was his movement speed quite high, but he could also move about rather secretively. He wasn't easy to detect. When it was time to repel the monster invasion, Flying Shadow could use the monster repellent scroll without anyone noticing, which would reduce the chances of Raven discovering the scroll. Although the monster repellent scroll was very rare and few people knew about it, seeing as Quiet Melody, the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, had purchased so many in Blackwing City, Shi Feng deemed it wise to use the scrolls discreetly, hiding the scroll's function. In any case, Zero Wing only needed to repel the invasions. It was not obligated to reveal its means of doing so. After clicking the logout button, while Shi Feng waited on the logout timer, he habitually used the Golden Stigmata's detect skill. The quest to find the 7 treasures was truly sinister. With God's domain being so massive, how was he supposed to locate them? Fortunately, he had been given a very long time limit to complete the quest. Hence, Shi Feng routinely used the detect skill once a day. If not for the skill's one-day cooldown, his search for the 7 treasures would have proceeded much faster. After using the detect skill, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, the golden stigmata has detected the 7 treasures' energy waves. Do you wish to track the energy waves? Why would the 7 treasures be here? Shi Feng instantly tensed. He had never imagined that he would come across the 7 treasures' energy waves in Lakeheart City. 989 Special Set Equipment. Chapter 989, Special Set Equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Shi Feng immediately stopped the logout process and chose to track the energy waves. The golden stigmata's detect had a 50,000-yard range, which was not particularly large. The skill just managed to cover Lakeheart City as well as the surrounding forest and fields. There should not be any monsters within that range, and it was even less likely for there to be any relics. Otherwise, someone would have long since discovered them. After all, it was impossible for an NPC city to be constructed above a relic. Yet, the 7 treasures, which had been lost for many years, had appeared in the middle of nowhere. It was inconceivable. As expected, it is inside the city. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the perceived location on his map. This should be in the Nobles District. Although Shi Feng knew that the 7 treasures could be anywhere, who could have thought that he would find the legendary 7 treasures in Lakeheart City's Nobles District? If the War God's Temple knew that the 7 treasures were in the Black Dragon Empire, they would have turned the Empire over in their search, not to mention the insignificant Lakeheart City. After checking the general location, Shi Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger and charged towards the Nobles District. A monster. A monster has appeared in the city. Crap, that's a mount. What kind of mount is that? It's so cool. When the players on the street saw the demonic flame tiger charge out of Zero Wing's residence, they were stupefied. A city like Lakeheart City didn't even have one level 40 player, much less a mount. Hence, when these players saw the majestic, towering demonic flame tiger, they grew more enthusiastic to join Zero Wing. Black Dragon Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence, entering the guild leader's office, a beautiful tall female summoner reported respectfully, Vice Guild Leader, the Crimson Castle's guild leader requests a meeting with you. He claims that it is related to Zero Wing. It seems that quite a few people are displeased with Zero Wing today. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild said, chuckling. Ghost, bring him in. The female summoner, Beautiful Ghost, nodded. She left the office to guide Crimson Castle's guild leader. Inside the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's reception room, a robust man, standing about 2 meters tall, waited patiently. This man was none other than the Crimson Castle's guild leader, Crimson Fox. Why haven't they met with me yet? Crimson Fox was frustrated as he stared beyond the window pane at the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's members going about their business. Sure enough, the pavilion deserved to be called a super first-rate guild. Despite only being a branch guild's residence, he saw plenty of experts moving about the hall, with many of them radiating a significant pressure. Among these experts, he envied a few players' equipment. The Crimson Castle could never compare to a guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Crimson Fox had originally intended to send one of the guild's upper echelons to the pavilion. However, when he thought about the violent and arrogant temper of the pavilion's vice guild leader, Blood Dragon, he felt that it would be safer if he visited the guild personally. Once he reached the pavilion's guild residence, he firmly believed that he had made the right decision. His guild's representative would never have been allowed through the pavilion's gates. Moreover, not long ago, he received another message from his subordinate stating that Zero Wing's demonic flame tiger had appeared in Lakeheart City. The upper echelons of God's Domain's various guilds were no strangers to the demonic tiger. After all, the demonic tiger was known as the best mount in God's Domain. Many even suspected that it might be a fine gold mount. Besides, this powerful mount's owner was none other than Zero Wing's Shi Feng. Those who understood Zero Wing knew that Shi Feng's position in the guild was definitely among the top 3. He might even be second only to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Such an important figure in Lakeheart City stressed Crimson Fox. Anyone capable of leading a large guild was no idiot. With a figure like Shi Feng visiting the city, it was clear how important Lakeheart City was to Zero Wing. If they did not remove Zero Wing as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before Crimson Castle fell from the position of the city's ruler. While Crimson Fox occupied himself with these thoughts, the reception room's wooden doors swung open. A tall beauty then entered the room. This woman was the female summoner Beautiful Ghost, who had reported to Blood Dragon. When Crimson Fox's eyes met Beautiful Ghost's, he shuddered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him to be careful of the woman standing before him. "You're Crimson Fox?" "Follow me," Beautiful Ghost said. After sparing Crimson Fox a glance, she turned and left the reception room with an air of indifference. Her eyes hadn't contained a hint of respect when she looked at Crimson Fox. Rather, they held contempt, as if she'd been watching an ant. If not for Blood Dragon's orders, she would not have paid any attention to the man at all. Although Crimson Fox wanted to respond, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth. Aside from the fact that he was on foreign soil, this female summoner was already stronger than him. Not only was she level 39, but her equipment also radiated the unique glow of dark gold items. Moreover, the red-blue robes, headwear, and other equipment were clearly pieces of a set. In other words, Beautiful Ghost wore a dark gold set equipment. In comparison, he only had individual pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. A level 35 dark gold set equipment? As expected of a super first-rate guild. Crimson Fox smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to endure this woman's contemptuous look. After all, she had more than earned her arrogance. However, Crimson Fox did not know that Beautiful Ghost's dark gold set equipment was not a level 35 set. If Shi Feng were present, he would have instantly recognized the equipment. This was the level 40 dark gold set equipment, Life Summons. Only level 40 and above Field Great Lords had a chance of dropping these set pieces. Initially, only level 40 summoners could equip the Life Summon set. However, this equipment was somewhat special. If one had all 5 pieces of the set, the level requirement would drop by 5 levels. Under Beautiful Ghost's lead, Crimson Fox quickly arrived before the guild leader's office on the 3rd floor. On his way, Crimson Fox had seen many level 50 NPC guards. Without someone of relevance as a guide, even the guild's elite members would not be allowed near the guild leader's office. Upon entering the office, Crimson Fox involuntarily shuddered. He felt an immense pressure, almost as if a boss monster were in the room with him. Moreover, it didn't feel like any ordinary boss monster. At the very least, it felt like a lord boss or stronger. How is this possible? Crimson Fox stared at Blood Dragon, who leaned against his office chair while enjoying a glass of wine, shock filling his heart. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's vice guild leader? At this moment, Crimson Fox struggled to breathe. Compared to Blood Dragon, the pressure he felt from Beautiful Ghost before was a joke. Against Beautiful Ghost, he could, more or less, move unaffected. However, when faced with Blood Dragon, his movements were somewhat sluggish. In battle, this pressure would greatly impact his combat power. However, the scene inside the office was even more shocking. Seated opposite of Blood Dragon was a gorgeous woman who, despite the powerful mental oppression in the room, seemed utterly unaffected. 990 Empire's Overlord. Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord, who is she? Crimson Fox's attention unconsciously drifted to the leisurely woman. Currently, Blood Dragon was level 40, and only a handful of players throughout the Black Dragon Empire had reached this level. Level 40 players were much stronger than level 39 players in terms of attributes, as they could equip level 40 equipment. If even he, someone who wore a full collection of level 35 dark gold equipment, felt such immense pressure from Blood Dragon, one could just imagine how intense of a pressure a level 20 player would feel in Blood Dragon's aura. Yet, the mysterious woman before him treated Blood Dragon's undisguised aura as if it were a spring breeze. In addition, the mysterious woman herself exuded a noble and graceful aura that coaxed one into submission. Sit, Blood Dragon told Crimson Fox as he pointed to one of the wooden chairs on the other side of his desk. Let me introduce you. This beauty is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, ch901. Like you, she is here for Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Crimson Fox was taken aback. Everyone had heard of the Blackwater Corporation. It was a Fortune 500 company. Meanwhile, the young woman before him had been chosen to represent such a major corporation. Guild Leader Crimson, if you have any information regarding Zero Wing that you wish to share, please tell us. I believe that Miss Muyun is also interested to hear it, Blood Dragon said, chuckling. Crimson Fox nodded nervously. He then relayed everything about Zero Wing's development in Lakeheart City. Vice Guild Leader Blood, you've seen Zero Wing's ambition for yourself. If we let Zero Wing develop any further, no one will be able to guarantee that Zero Wing won't set its sights on the Black Dragon Empire. If we don't take measures to contain the guild, with its development speed thus far, it won't be long before it grows so big that even you will be helpless against it, ch901 said, smiling. You should consider my earlier proposal. ch901 had the voice of a siren. Her words were intoxicating. Even an expert like Crimson Fox was not completely unaffected. Initially, ch901 had worried that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would reject their offer of cooperation. Now, however, her worries had been resolved. Before this, Zero Wing's operations had been limited to Star Moon Kingdom. No matter how strong it became, it wouldn't impact the pavilion's operations in the Black Dragon Empire. However, she had never imagined that, of all places, Zero Wing would choose to expand into the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. For the sake of its reputation, the pavilion couldn't let Zero Wing enjoy itself here. Otherwise, Nine Dragons Emperor's prior declaration would be nothing more than his own disgrace. Since Miss Muyun has already said as much, I agree to provide support in resources, products, coins, and experts to help you defeat Zero Wing. Once the deed is done, however, the pavilion wants full authority over Stone Forest Town. Please rest assured. As long as the pavilion helps us from the sidelines, the Blackwater Corporation will deal with the rest. ch901 smiled. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I must leave to report the good news to my superiors. Blood Dragon nodded before sending ch901 off with his gaze. Vice Guild Leader Blood, what about Lakeheart City? Crimson Fox asked anxiously. Lakeheart City was an important source of income for the Crimson Castle. Without it, the guild's development would deteriorate significantly. Relax. Since Zero Wing dares to enter the Black Dragon Empire, the pavilion won't let the guild off the hook. I will send the Blood Legion to assist the Crimson Castle. We'll make sure that Zero Wing regrets ever setting foot in the Black Dragon Empire. Blood Dragon could not help but chuckle. Turning to Crimson Fox, he spoke in a domineering tone. I'll appoint my aide, Beautiful Ghost, to command the operation. I believe that you do not have any arguments, right? Of course, Crimson Fox said excitedly. The Blood Legion was a legion of expert assassins that everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew about. Not only did these experts possess excellent equipment, but every one of them was also adept with ambushes in the fields. Although the Blood Legion was not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest force, it was the one that the various large guilds feared the most. Even first-rate guilds were afraid of the Blood Legion. Out in the fields, even a single expert assassin was a force not to be reckoned with. Knowing that a team of 1,000 expert assassins waited for them, who would possibly be bold enough to venture out to grind monsters? Even if a guild dispatched a small army of players to hunt down the Blood Legion, its efforts would be futile. It was precisely this reason that the various large guilds paled at the mention of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. Only a super first-rate guild with a powerful foundation was capable of compiling such a force. For a first-rate guild, even forming a team of 100 expert assassins was impossible. Now that the pavilion intended to dispatch the Blood Legion, Zero Wing's members should not even consider leaving Lakeheart City. If they did, they should not dream of returning alive. If this persisted, Zero Wing would not survive in Lakeheart City. Eventually, it would be forced to withdraw. I'll leave the rest to you, Blood Dragon told Beautiful Ghost. Vice Guild Leader, do not worry. I will gather the men right away. It will only take a few days to eradicate Zero Wing from the Black Dragon Empire, Beautiful Ghost said very confidently. In Beautiful Ghost's opinion, their opponent was merely Zero Wing's branch guild. Dispatching the Blood Legion was simply making a big fuss over nothing. Lakeheart City's Nobles District, not many players wandered down the street of Western European buildings, only NPC nobles. When Shi Feng arrived before a luxurious mansion atop the demonic flame tiger, he noticed a team of 20 players gathered at its gates. He also spotted a few familiar figures among the team members. These people were none other than Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo, Gunfire, Deathwind, and Autumn Goose. Big brother Ye Feng, why are you here? Blue Bamboo noticed Shi Feng and the towering demonic flame tiger immediately, surprise flashing in her eyes. Hearing Blue Bamboo's exclamation, Thoughtful Rain and the others turned towards the demonic tiger by the entrance. Shi Feng was even more shocked by the sudden development than Thoughtful Rain and her companions. He had only arrived before this mansion due to the 7 treasures. At this point, the Golden Stigmata's tracker pointed to the 7 treasures' exact location. He had never expected to find Thoughtful Rain and the others here as well. However, after Blue Bamboo had noticed him, the rest of the team turned and glared as if he were their greatest enemy, killing intent filling their eyes. Suddenly, the shield warrior Deathwind scattered the heavy atmosphere as he approached Shi Feng and asked pleasantly, Brother Yi Feng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a quest as well? 991 Cost of Contempt, Chapter 991 Cost of Contempt, and Acquaintance. When everyone in the team saw Deathwind greet Shi Feng, their gazes softened slightly. Even so, they remained very cautious with him. Currently, Shi Feng wore his black cloak, so they could not see his information. However, the fact that he rode a mount showed that he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly. They wouldn't mind a weak acquaintance. However, Shi Feng's strength was precisely the reason that they remained wary. Autumn, you guys know him? A robust man asked Autumn Goose, who stood beside him. This robust man weathered appearance spoke of years of life's vicissitudes. A suit of silvery gray knight's armor protected his body, and he carried a tower shield that was nearly as tall as he was. At his waist, he carried a luxurious golden knight's sword. Furthermore, he had already reached level 40. He's one of Zero Wing's elders. He is incredibly strong. It was thanks to him that we had completed our previous quest. Autumn Goose nodded to the robust man's question. She did not try to hide anything, as the man beside her was none other than the commander of the Wind God's Spear, Fallen Wind. If we can convince Ye Feng to help us, we'll have a much higher chance of completing this quest. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Fallen Wind could not help but re-examine Shi Feng. Although Autumn Goose seemed approachable on the surface, she was arrogant to the bone. In her eyes, very few people were worth Autumn Goose's recognition. Autumn, aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? Isn't he just some expert a large guild nurtured? How strong could he possibly be? If we take him with us, he'll probably only hold us back, a frosty youth in brown leather armor said dismissively. Aside from Wind God Spear's brilliant battle records and the multiple confrontations they have had with several large guilds, their several new experts were already many times stronger than first-rate guilds' pampered experts. As for the members here today, they were the creme de la creme of the Wind God Spear. Every Wind God Spear member here was a top-class expert with a list of illustrious achievements. How could someone like Shi Feng possibly compare to them? To further his point, the youth had never seen Shi Feng's name on God's Domain's experts list. Disregarding the cold youth's words, Autumn Goose looked directly at Fallen Wind and said, "Commander, I believe that Big Brother Deathwind will also support my point." At Autumn Goose's strong recommendation of Shi Feng, Thoughtful Rain's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she did not understand why, whenever she was with Shi Feng, she felt indescribably safe. She didn't even feel like this when she traveled with someone as powerful as Fallen Wind. This is interesting. Fallen Wind could not help but watch the cloaked Shi Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Naturally, there was no need to mention Shi Feng's level. However, the swordsman's combat standards were unknown. Generally, one could judge a person's strength based on the aura they radiated. The stronger a person was, the stronger their aura was. Such a phenomenon was due to the confidence they gained from experiencing countless battles. Yet, even after observing Shi Feng for a long moment, Fallen Wind could not sense any aura that hinted at Shi Feng's strength. As to whether or not Shi Feng concealed his aura, this was unlikely. After all, even experts would find it extremely difficult to conceal their aura completely unless their mental fortitude had reached a certain level. However, experts capable of doing so were generally in their 30s or 40s. Some only reached this refinement in their 50s. To put it simply, it was impossible for a youth to have enough control to hide their aura. However, both Autumn Goose and Deathwind seemed to admire Shi Feng. This was strange indeed. Autumn, let's pass on asking him this time. If the opportunity presents itself, we can invite him in the future. We've already determined our team's roster. Sudden adjustments to the team will increase our chances of failure, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. We cannot afford to fail this quest. If we complete this quest, the Wind God's Spear's strength will climb to a new level. The Wind God's Spear won't have to shuffle around in the Dark Knight Empire's shadows anymore. Instead, the Empire's large guilds will have to hide like rats. I understand, Autumn Goose dejectedly replied. She understood Fallen Wind's sentiment. They had invested a lot of effort into this quest. Now that they had reached the final phase and were prepared, they would be taking unnecessary risks if they replaced one of the team members. Our commander knows best. If we allow a half-assed expert into the team, I'll constantly have to worry about him dragging me to the grave, the cold youth said, nodding. When Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo heard Fallen Wind reject Autumn Goose's proposal and Ordinary Blade's, the cold youth, ridicule, they were annoyed. However, as they were members of Zero Wing, they did not find it appropriate to intervene in Wind God Spear's internal matters. Yet, Ordinary Blade's disrespect of Shi Feng made the somewhat angry. Commander Fallen, I apologize, but Blue and I won't be participating in this operation. After all, this is the Wind God Spear's affair. It wouldn't be proper for us to take part, Thoughtful Rain announced. They had simply tagged along for this quest due to Fallen Wind's invitation and their friendship with Autumn Goose and the others. Now that Zero Wing's elder had been belittled, how could they, members of Zero Wing, remain on the team? Ordinary, apologize to Miss Rain and Miss Blue, Fallen Wind growled as he glared at the frosty youth. How could he not understand the meaning behind Thoughtful Rain's words? The sudden development stupefied Ordinary Blade. He was simply trying to make himself look good before Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. How had things ended up this way? What was going on here? Miss Rain and Miss Blue are members of Zero Wing, Fallen Wind softly reminded the boy. This was the first time Ordinary Blade had met Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In addition, as the two women were participating in the quest as individuals, they had not worn their guild emblems. Hence, Ordinary Blade had not realized that the duo was from Zero Wing. Miss Rain, I misspoke. Please, forgive me. Ordinary Blade quickly apologized after realizing his blunder. He very much felt like digging a hole and jumping in. Seeing Ordinary Blade's distress, Autumn Goose, who was familiar with the youth, could not help but giggle. In the Wind God Spear, Ordinary Blade was famous for his indifference. However, when the youth had met Thoughtful Rain for the first time, his eyes had nearly fallen from their sockets. It was obvious that the youth was interested in Thoughtful Rain. Unfortunately, his attempt to impress her had backfired magnificently. This time, even their commander couldn't save him. She and Thoughtful Rain were as close as sisters. She was very familiar with Thoughtful Rain's personality. When Thoughtful Rain made a decision, even a force of nature wouldn't change her mind. She remembered Thoughtful Rain's decision to join Zero Wing. No matter how much she had tried to dissuade the girl, hadn't Thoughtful Rain still joined the guild? 992 Legendary Difficulty. Chapter 992. Legendary Difficulty. Thoughtful Rain's resolute refusal gave Fallen Wind a headache. Ordinary Blade truly knew how to give him trouble. Thoughtful Rain was a God's Domain player who had come into contact with virtual reality games just recently. However, when Fallen Wind watched the battle video Autumn Goose sent him, which showed a duel between herself and Thoughtful Rain, a shiver had crawled down his spine. If not for Autumn Goose telling him about Thoughtful Rain's situation, he would not have even imagined that God's Domain was her first virtual reality game. Within just a few months' time, she'd actually managed to grow to a point where she could hold her own against Autumn Goose. Her improvement speed was simply godly. Compared to Thoughtful Rain, those players who were held up as geniuses in God's Domain were simply garbage. Recently, Autumn Goose had been improving very quickly, and right now, her strength already ranked steadily within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear. Although the Wind God Spear was only an adventurer team, its members were all battle maniacs and extremely proud. Members of the team would frequently spar with each other. They would also often pick fights with members of large guilds. As a result, their strength increased continuously every day. Rather than passing their time leisurely in God's domain, they desperately sought all sorts of means to improve themselves. Hence, ranking within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear was a challenging proposition, not to mention maintaining a position there. Yet, when Autumn Goose reunited with Thoughtful Rain after not meeting her for a short time, Autumn Goose had actually lost to Thoughtful Rain, who was significantly weaker than herself before, in a duel. Moreover, when Thoughtful Rain defeated Autumn Goose, it was obvious she had not used her full strength. Fallen Wind found it truly hard to fathom what heights Thoughtful Rain's combat power had already reached. However, he estimated that she should be able to rank within the top 5 of the Wind God's Spear. In contrast, although Ordinary Stranger was very talented and his improvement speed was very fast, he only ranked within the top 20 even now. Losing a combatant like Thoughtful Rain would greatly hamper their quest. Just as Fallen Wind was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly came from within the mansion, echoing throughout the entire courtyard and making everyone's souls tremble. What a lively day it is today. I never thought that even an important person from the War God's Temple would be willing to pay me a visit. However, since you've already arrived, I'll have to ask you to remain and head to another world to enjoy. After the sound of this voice dissipated, a magic barrier enveloped the entire mansion. What's going on? This sudden development threw everyone for a loop, Fallen Wind in particular. Their quest had tasked them to visit Countess Katie Green of the Black Dragon Empire. The Countess would then bring them to a secret location. However, based on the words she had just spoken, it was clear that she was trying to make them suffer. While everyone was panicking, Shi Feng remained relatively calm. It was very obvious to him that the Countess's words were intended for him. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned War God's Temple. While Shi Feng and everyone else were thinking of how to deal with their current predicament, their vision immediately filled with darkness. Every one of them transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the luxurious mansion. It was as if none of them had ever appeared there. The NPC guards patrolling the streets did not even sense the existence of the barrier magic array. What is this place? Why have my movements turned sluggish? Commander, I can't use my return scroll. Me too. As soon as everyone could see again, they discovered that the scenery before them had changed. Their bodies also felt leaden. Many in the team could not help but grow anxious at this situation. Meanwhile, this sealed space had only a set of open, pitch-black stone doors, a few hundred meters in height, standing right before them. Beyond these doors was a wide and spacious passage, the walls of which boasted countless carvings of gods and demons, the images depicting the ancient war between gods and demons. This passage led directly to a towering temple in the distance. Upon seeing the massive stone doors, a name immediately appeared in Shi Feng's mind: the Trial of God. To players, the Trial of God was an opportunity. It was extremely difficult to encounter one. Previously, Blackie and the others had only managed to enter one due to luck. However, great rewards also came with great risks. Maybe it was also due to their luck, but Blackie and the others had encountered only a 4-colored trial. It was also precisely because it was only a 4-colored trial that they had managed to deal with the challenges and safely clear the Trial of God. However, the Trial of God before him right now was no 4-colored trial. Generally, players could determine the rank of the trial they were taking through the transfer gate in the outside world. However, after entering a trial, there was still another method to determine its rank, and that was the size of the trial gate. Trial gates that were around 10 meters tall signified that one was undertaking a 1-colored trial, after which came 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and 999 meters. Meanwhile, the trial gate before them was clearly over 100 meters in height, perhaps around 300 meters in all. In other words, this was a 6-colored trial, and its difficulty could rival legendary quests. Shortly after Shi Feng realized that this place was the Trial of God, Fallen Wind and several other experts came to the same conclusion. Immediately, their expressions turned very gloomy. Why is it a 6-colored Trial of God? As calm as he was, even Fallen Wind's mouth twitched involuntarily when he noticed this fact. The Trial of God was no secret in God's domain. With so many players playing the game, there were bound to be quite a few players who had encountered it. As more and more players discussed the trial on the official forums, details about the Trial of God became public. After the others heard Fallen Wind mentioning the Trial of God, they promptly looked it up on the official forums. However, once everyone understood what exactly a 6-colored trial was, their hearts grew very heavy. Commander, what should we do now? Many members of the Wind God's Spear asked worriedly. There were only 2 methods to leave a Trial of God. One was to clear the trial, while the other was to give up on it. There was no third possibility. Those who died inside the trial would be resurrected and forced to continue. Those who completed the trial would be showered in glory, their strength increasing significantly. However, those who chose to give up would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the higher the rank of the trial, the greater the price exacted. If one forfeited a 6-colored trial, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a great chance that their account would be crippled permanently. Hence, most players who encountered a trial of God would first determine the trial's difficulty before deciding whether or not they should challenge or distance themselves from it. In their case, however, they had been forcibly transported to this place. They did not even have a say in the matter. To the Wind God's Spear, if the trial had the difficulty of only an epic quest, they would still be confident of clearing it. However, for a trial whose difficulty approached that of a legendary quest, they had no confidence whatsoever that they would succeed. After taking a deep breath, Fallen Wind said, "Calm down. Since we've already entered the trial of God, what we need to do now is think of a solution to clear it. We don't have any other choice." As soon as Fallen Wind finished speaking, numerous silver-armored knights with glowing red eyes started emerging from the walls of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was packed full of knights, every one of them charging towards Shi Feng's ground. Undead Fanatic, Dark Creature, Elite, Level 50, HP 200,000, A 200,000. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. "Form a defensive formation," Shi Feng shouted hurriedly. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Currently, everyone no longer considered whether they could succeed or not. Instead, they wondered how long they could survive. When the tide of undead fanatics reached the team, the MTs at the front felt greatly pressured. Despite these undead fanatics being elite rank only, they possessed great strength. Not only was every one of their attacks capable of pushing the MTs back, but it also caused nearly 1,000 damage even when blocked. With multiple undead fanatics attacking at the same time, the MTs lost HP by the thousands. The healers standing at the rear simply couldn't keep up. Although everyone from the Wind God's Spear was doing their best to retaliate, their attacks inflicting several thousand damage to the undead fanatics, there were simply too many monsters. No matter how much they attacked, their efforts did not seem to be making a difference. When the team was close to succumbing, a streak of light suddenly cut across the monsters. A large number of undead fanatics in a cone-shaped area died instantly. Everyone was stupefied by this scene. At this time, everyone could not help but shift their gaze towards the cloaked Shi Feng, the origin of this phenomenon. 993 Soaring Life Force. Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Is this the person that caught Autumn Goose's eye? Fallen Wind was astounded at the sight. He was a level 40 Guardian Knight as well as the lead MT of the team. He had been fighting at the front line all this time, so he knew very clearly just how powerful these undead fanatics were. If there was just one of these elites, anyone on their team could easily solo it. Although the undead fanatics possessed great strength, far surpassing even that of their team's level 40 Berserker Autumn Goose, their attack speed and reaction speed were not particularly fast. Given enough space, even an MT could slowly wear one down by themselves. However, it was terrifying if they had to go up against over 10,000 of these elite monsters. The tide of undead fanatics surrounding them gave them no room to maneuver whatsoever, so they had no choice but to clash directly against these elites. Moreover, the undead fanatics possessed 200,000 HP above average HPs for level 50 elite undead. In addition, the inherent magic resistance of undead was very high. Even when someone in their team used an AoE attack spell, they only managed to deal around 2,000 damage to the elites. Even after multiple applications, they barely did any damage to the undead fanatics. It was only a matter of time before the team would get annihilated. Yet, with just a single swing of his sword, Shi Feng had vaporized nearly 1,000 undead fanatics. Aside from Fallen Wind, everyone else in the team was stupefied by Shi Feng's performance as well. "Autumn, just how did you get acquainted with such a monster?" a level 39 female cursemancer asked softly. "I met him when I was doing a quest with Rain. Back then, just like you guys, we thought that guild experts were merely pampered players." When Autumn Goose recalled how she had the same thoughts that the members of the Wind God's Spear had right now, she could not help but feel ashamed of herself. Hearing the conversation between the Cursemancer and Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo felt a surge of pride overwhelm their earlier anger. "I've said it before, right? Big Brother Ye Feng is very powerful. Some time ago, Big Brother Ye Feng managed to kill a level 50 Field Great Lord with just me and Rain in the party. It is naturally not a problem for him to deal with these level 50 elite monsters right now," Blue Bamboo said proudly, puffing out her chest. Although they had relied mainly on Shi Feng's 2 personal guards to defeat the level 50 Great Lord, Blue Bamboo considered the personal guards part of Shi Feng's strength. After all, she had never seen anyone else with the ability to recruit such powerful personal guards. "What? He managed to solo a level 50 Field Great Lord with just you 2 magical classes? That's impossible, right? Previously, even after our Wind God's Spear had gathered a team of 100 players, we managed to defeat a level 40 Field Great Lord only after utilizing many rare tools." Everyone from the Wind God's Spear was shocked by Blue Bamboo's revelation. The feat of killing a level 50 Great Lord was much more amazing than directly wiping out hundreds of undead fanatics. After entering God's domain, they had fought against plenty of monsters. Hence, they knew full well just how frightening a level 50 Field Great Lord could be. Current players simply had no chance of contending against such a boss. Level 50 was a major milestone. Players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class change at this level and greatly improve their attributes. Their skills could reach Tier 2 as well. Overall, upon reaching level 50, players could receive a tremendous boost to their combat power. Hence, the system had made it so that level 50 monsters were stronger than level 49 monsters by a large margin. This gap was also the reason why even a berserker expert like Autumn Goose was no match for the level 50 undead fanatics in terms of strength. Immediately, everyone looked at Shi Feng with astonishment. Meanwhile, when Ordinary Blade, who previously still felt contempt towards Shi Feng, noticed Thoughtful Rain constantly looking at Shi Feng, jealousy sprouted in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely surpass you one day. Ordinary Blade swore to himself. He had only been in contact with God's domain for a short time. His strength was still rising rapidly. Besides, he had recently managed to apprentice himself to a martial arts master in the real world. Said master had even acknowledged him as a martial arts genius. With the virtual environment of God's domain practically the same as the real world, he refused to believe he would fail to surpass Shi Feng in the future. We can't always stay on the defense. I'll open a path for us. Melee classes, protect the magical classes from the sides, and follow me, Shi Feng said hurriedly when he noticed that undead fanatics were still pouring out from the walls of the distant passage. Magical classes, don't bother attacking. Try to use movement speed reduction and imprisonment skills as much as possible. After Shi Feng was done speaking, he cast Firestorm ahead of him. A towering inferno promptly devoured everything. Although the undead fanatics possessed high magic resistance, Shi Feng's killing ray doubled his damage towards dark creatures. As a result, by the time Firestorm's duration ended, none of the undead fanatics caught within the range of the flames remained alive. Unfortunately, as this place was the trial of God, regardless of how many monsters players killed here, they would not receive any EXP. Similarly, the monsters here also did not drop any loot. The only thing players could gain from fighting against the monsters here was skill proficiency. Generally, players would receive rewards only after they cleared a stage. Shi Feng, however, got an additional benefit from killing these undead fanatics. Previously, when he used Lightning Blade to kill the undead fanatics, he discovered that Icarus's heart had absorbed plenty of life force. After he had used the Holy Grail to evolve Icarus's heart, the necklace no longer required him to kill bosses to upgrade it. Instead, he only needed to kill players and absorb their life force. The only downside was the amount of life force required. Currently, he needed 5,000 units of life force to upgrade the necklace to epic rank. Although Shi Feng had killed plenty of players after evolving Icarus's heart, he had also used the necklace's skill numerous times, particularly when he was opening treasure chests and killing bosses. Each use cost him 100 units of life force. He had practically used up all of what he had collected. Hence, he had never been able to upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank during this time. However, for every 2 or 3 undead fanatics he killed, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force actually increased by 1. After just 2 attacks, Shi Feng had gained over 800 units of life force. The rate at which he was gathering life force right now was much faster than when he was killing players, following which Shi Feng activated both Defensive Blade and Thunder God's Descent. He then started brandishing his swords, executing Sword's Orbit as he slaughtered his way forward. The undead fanatics might have had an advantage in strength over Shi Feng's team members, but the same could not be said for Shi Feng himself. When comparing strength attributes, Shi Feng, who possessed a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment, only needed a single attack to send the undead fanatics flying. In terms of speed, he was many times faster than the elite monsters. Before the monsters could even touch him, his swords would have already struck their weak points, repelling them. Shi Feng was like a meat grinder when he went up against the endless undead fanatics. His swords madly devoured the elite monsters charging at him. With no exception, all undead fanatics within 15 yards of Shi Feng would have their HPs reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, numerous undead fanatics had their 200,000 HPs depleted completely, following which, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force rapidly increased. In just a few moments, the counter had crossed the 1,000 unit threshold. Autumn, is he really a player? The members of the Wind God's Spear following behind Shi Feng gulped involuntarily. They could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. 994 Rising to Epic Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Everyone had already seen for themselves just how strong Shi Feng's basic attributes were. Even the level 50 undead fanatics were no match for him in terms of strength. He could easily send the elites flying with a casual attack. However, being able to make it so that not a single monster could get within 10 yards of himself was impossible just by relying on attributes. Combat techniques and experience played important roles as well. While players could improve their basic attributes through equipment upgrades, combat techniques and experience could not be easily improved. This was also the Wind God Spear's greatest point of pride. The various large guilds were all busy raiding dungeons to upgrade their weapons and equipment. They did not place much attention on improving their techniques and accumulating combat experience. Hence, the Wind God Spear would manage to safely break away the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds time after time and continue existing with relative ease until now. Previously, when the members of the Wind God's Spear witnessed Shi Feng killing hundreds of undead fanatics with one attack before, the most they felt was shock. After all, that was something he achieved through relying on powerful items and skills. However, now that Shi Feng was using an inconceivable combat technique to slaughter the elite monsters, the feeling everyone felt when they looked at Shi Feng was no longer that of shock but admiration and worship instead. Many members on the team had already become deeply mesmerized by the sword's orbit. If not for the undead fanatics constantly charging at them, they would definitely place all their attention on observing Shi Feng's technique. With such a sword technique, I'm afraid that even one sword of the 8 sword heroes can't compare to him. When Fallen Wind looked at Shi Feng, his eyes blazed with the urge to fight. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, the number of experts that received his acknowledgement could be counted with his fingers. Among them, one sword, whom the Secret Pavilion had dubbed one of the 8 sword heroes, was someone Fallen Wind admired greatly. Now, the number of people he admired had increased by one more. If not for the undead fanatics, he really would have wished to fight Shi Feng to his heart's content. If he keeps on using such a powerful combat technique, will his stamina and concentration be able to handle it? Autumn Goose asked somewhat worriedly as she looked at Shi Feng. She was not an ordinary player. Previously, when she had gone up against the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds, she had also encountered players wielding special combat techniques. While these special combat techniques were indeed powerful, they also had a fatal flaw. They were extremely taxing to use. Utilizing a special combat technique was akin to sprinting all out. The burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration was many times greater than jogging. In God's domain, even if players only had 1 HP remaining, they could still move freely so long as they did not receive heavy injuries. However, when players' stamina and concentration fell below a certain level, they would no longer be able to enter combat. If Shi Feng exhausted his stamina and concentration right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. In reality, however, Autumn Goose's concerns about Shi Feng were unnecessary. While Sword's Orbit did indeed place a huge burden on Shi Feng's stamina, the technique's consumption of concentration was minimal. Moreover, before using Sword's Orbit to defend against these undead fanatics, Shi Feng had already activated the basic Tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30, maximum stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. The additional 30 fortitude reduced his stamina and concentration consumption significantly. Coupled with the increase to his maximum stamina, Shi Feng could persist for much longer than Autumn Goose thought. Moreover, even if Shi Feng's current stamina and concentration could not last him until they reached the distant temple, he still possessed the Blood Refining Stone. The Blood Refining Stone was something he obtained from the Blood Refining Passage. It could absorb the life force of powerful monsters and turn this into blood energy. He could use every 100 points of blood energy he accumulated to produce a drop of life essence. When consumed, the life essence could increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed rapidly for 2 hours. Moreover, the effects were stackable up to 3 times. This was an item Shi Feng always kept on his person. Although not every elite or above monster provided him with blood energy, after long periods of accumulation, he now had 827 drops of life essence. He did not need to worry about running out of stamina and concentration anytime soon. Time passed quickly. Whenever everyone thought that Shi Feng's stamina would not hold up, Shi Feng would consume life essence. However, the recovery speed provided by a single drop was not enough. Only after consuming 3 drops would his recovery speed exceed his consumption speed. As Shi Feng continued slaughtering the undead fanatics, the amount of life force Icarus's heart accumulated increased rapidly. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 4,000 points. By the time the team arrived before the dazzling Golden Temple, Shi Feng had long since accumulated 5,000 units of life force. Without hesitation, Shi Feng upgraded Icarus's heart. Icarus's heart necklace, epic rank equipment requirement, all attributes 120 level 40, level 100, currently level 44. All attributes plus 44, luck plus 118. Additional skill, 1. Divine Providence temporarily increases player's luck by 50 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes luck duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 200 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Additional skill 2, God's Blessing, forcefully upgrades all lifestyle classes learned by the user by 1 rank, up to a maximum of master rank for 1 hour. Cooldown, 5 hours duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 500 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Passive skill. Like storage, player can accumulate up to 10,000 units of life force. Current amount, 10,000. Shi Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the improved attributes of the epic ranked Icarus's heart. Although Icarus's heart did not receive much of an improvement in terms of basic attributes, it was definitely a godly item all players would want to have. Setting aside the increased luck attribute Icarus's heart provided, just the necklace's ability to forcibly upgrade a lifestyle class's rank could easily skyrocket a lifestyle player's worth. Particularly during this period when lifestyle players were still low-leveled, being able to upgrade an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, even if it was only for 1 hour a day, would help a trading firm massively. Currently, Shi Feng could not help but wish he could fly back to the Candlelight trading firm right this instant. Unfortunately, he first needed to clear the trial of God. When everyone arrived before the temple, they were still thinking of a way to shake off the undead fanatics' pursuit. However, once everyone entered the main hall of the temple, the mob of undead fanatics suddenly transformed into mists of blood before vanishing into nothingness. There were no signs that those monsters had ever existed. Are we safe? Blue Bamboo looked at her surroundings. After failing to find even a single undead fanatic in the vicinity, she automatically breathed out a sigh of relief. Had the battle dragged on any longer, her mana would have definitely run out. Before, in order to keep everyone's HPs above a safe margin, she had never once stopped casting her healing spells. On their way to this temple, she had consumed over a stack of intermediate mana recovery potions. Not only were intermediate mana recovery potions expensive on the market right now, but their supply was also very low. The ones that appeared in trading firms or auction houses would sell out almost instantly. After all, mana was the second life of magical classes. Without mana, magical classes were no different from rubbish. Hence, those who played a magical class would always carry around 3 or 4 bottles of basic or intermediate mana recovery potion at the very least. She had obtained these intermediate mana recovery potions using the guild contribution points she had earned with great difficulty. Now, however, she had used up half of her stockpile in just this short time, truly a disheartening situation. Just when everyone thought that they were finally safe and could obtain the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the towering altar located at the very back of the main hall, the steps of the staircase leading up to the altar suddenly released red beams of light, which then formed into 3-meter-tall, fully armored undead guardians. Undead Guardian Dark Creature, Chieftain, level 50, HP 2400,000, 2-point wills. Although there were only several hundred undead guardians standing on the staircase, a far cry from the endless flood of undead fanatics from before, everyone could clearly sense that these undead guardians were many times more powerful than those elite monsters. Currently, 3 undead guardians stood on each step of the staircase, and if the team attempted to lure any one of the chieftains, no doubt the other 2 undead guardians would follow. In other words, the team had to go up against 3 undead guardians simultaneously at the very least. Their team's average level was 10 levels lower than the undead guardians. In addition, each level 50 undead guardian could most likely rival a level 40 High Lord in strength, only their HPs were lower. With so few players on the team, going up against 3 level 40 High Lords at the same time would be extremely difficult. It seems we won't be able to clear this stage without defeating those guardians, Shi Feng said. He could not help but wet his lips as he looked at the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the staircase. This was not his first time challenging a trial of God. However, having a lucrative reward like the 7-colored treasure chest appearing in the first stage of the trial was definitely a first for him. 995 Guardian Chapter 995 Guardian Commander, these undead guardians are too close to each other. Even if we lure them over, we'll have to fight a minimum of 3 at a time, Deathwind said, frowning. While he might be able to hold his ground against a level 40 High Lord for a short time, he couldn't handle 3. He would be lucky if he did not die instantly. Meanwhile, their team only had 2 MTs, himself and the team's leader, Fallen Wind. However, even an expert like Fallen Wind couldn't hold off 2 undead guardians simultaneously. Starfish, can you handle kiting one? Fallen Wind asked as he turned to a lean, muscular ranger. The ranger class possessed high movement speed. In addition, the class had quite a few control skills. Rangers were perfect for kiting monsters. Starfish happened to be one of the top-ranking rangers in Wind God's Spear. If Starfish could lure one guardian away from the team, the MTs could handle the rest. If control skills work on these monsters, it should be doable, Starfish said after observing the hall. He had plenty of space to run, so kiting the undead guardian shouldn't be a problem for him. I don't think control skills are effective against them. None of our control skills worked on the undead fanatics. Only the elementalists' ice walls slowed them down. The stronger undead guardians should have the same settings as the undead fanatics, Autumn Goose said. The other team members agreed with Autumn Goose's deduction. Generally, unless a control skill were very high-tiered, it would have no effect on boss-level monsters. We don't have another choice. Use a Tier 2 summoning scroll then, Fallen Wind said, gritting his teeth. He had thoroughly prepared to tackle this quest. The Tier 2 summoning scroll was one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Tier 2 summoning scrolls were rare, and he had only brought 4 with them. Suddenly, Shi Feng offered a suggestion. No need. I can handle one of them. However, we will need to prioritize killing mine. Are you sure? That's a level 50 chieftain we're talking about, Fallen Wind questioned. As high as Shi Feng's basic attributes were, they should not be higher than a level 50 chieftains. Moreover, a swordsman was not an MT. The class's impact resistance and damage reduction were far weaker than the tank classes. I can handle it, Shi Feng said, shrugging. Commander, leave it to Brother Yifeng. While he might be a swordsman, he is even more capable as a tank than I am, the shield warrior Deathwind piped in. During one of their last meetings, he had watched Shi Feng tank a level 44 Lord-ranked ice cheetah. A lot of time had passed since that day. Shi Feng's equipment had definitely improved during this period. He should have no problems tanking a level 50 chieftain. Alright, I'll have to trouble you with it then, Fallen Wind said. After hearing Deathwind's confidence and witnessing Shi Feng's shocking performance earlier, Fallen Wind could not help but believe in Shi Feng. Once everyone knew their responsibilities, the team began to move. To start things off, the Ranger Starfish stretched his bow into a full moon and fired 3 arrows at the undead guardians patrolling the staircase's first layer. Not only did his arrows hit all 3 undead guardians, but the arrows also struck the 3 chieftains when they were furthest from the second level. As a result, the attacks had not attracted the second level's guardians. The instant the arrows struck the 3 undead guardians, a damage of around 500 points appeared above each of their heads. Their defense was frighteningly high. Aside from the high defense, these chieftains were also very fast. When they moved, they were as swift as cheetahs. If not for Fallen Wind using Justice Roar in time, pulling the 3 undead guardians aggro, Starfish would not have been able to escape. As the 3 undead guardians turned towards Fallen Wind, Deathwind used charge from another side. The shield warrior then slammed his sword into the nearest undead guardian. Pang! The sharp sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. The undead guardian had blocked Deathwind's slash with its greatsword, not receiving a single point of damage. On the other hand, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 2 steps, and a damage of over 5,000 points appeared above his head. The shield warrior instantly lost a quarter of his HP. Everyone watching was appalled. Among the MTs in Wind God's Spear, Deathwind's equipment was only second to Fallen Wind's. He was also a level 40 MT, yet not only had the undead guardian discovered his sneak attack, but it also had more strength than any of them had expected. Its strength rivals a level 40 strength-based High Lord, and its reaction speed is incredibly high. Melee players approach it with care. Don't try to fight it head-on, Fallen Wind hurriedly shouted. Understood. The melee players promptly answered, tensing. A level 40 strength-based High Lord could kill any class except for plate armor classes instantly, not to mention a strength-based High Lord with such quick reactions. In their opinion, Deathwind had timed his attack perfectly, yet the Guardian had still blocked his blade. If they crossed weapons with the chieftain, they would lose far more than 5,000 HP. Just before the other 2 undead guardians reached Fallen Wind, a streak of red light struck one of the chieftain's sides. 43,246. The terrifying critical damage rendered everyone speechless. Starfish's attacks had only dealt around 500 damage, yet this attack had inflicted over 40,000. Moreover, the impact had sent the undead guardian flying, its body slamming into the ground. Instinctively, everyone turned towards Shi Feng, the source of the attack, mixed feelings filling their hearts as they looked at the swordsman. Its magic resistance sure is high. Shi Feng frowned at the undead guardian that he had hit. Others might not realize it, but the skill he had used was Flame God's Fury, a Surakill skill. In addition, his sacred sword doubled his damage against dark creatures, yet his attack, even after achieving a critical hit, had only inflicted over 40,000 damage. One could just imagine how high the undead guardian's defense and magic resistance were. Shi Feng's terrifying damage instantly drew the undead guardian's aggro. Raising its greatsword, the chieftain leaped into the air and landed before Shi Feng. Suddenly, crimson flames burst from the undead guardian's originally silver greatsword as it swung the weapon at Shi Feng in a horizontal arc. Tier 1, Skill, Flaming Cross, / Crap. This monster actually knows a Shurikill skill. Seeing the towering pillar of fire, the other players realized that this was many times stronger than the Berserker's Flame Slash. They could see how much range the attack had from the height of the flames. This attack was impossible to dodge. Coupling this skill with the undead guardian's horrific strength, even an MT like Fallen Wind would be hard-pressed to survive the attack. You want to compare brute force? Shi Feng chuckled. He then activated Flame Burst. Suddenly, the sacred sword in Shi Feng's hand released a blinding light. As if he wielded a miniature sun, he swung Killing Ray at the incoming pillar of fire violently. 996 New Guild. Chapter 996 New Guild Dodge. Fallen Wind shouted when he saw the undead guardian's pillar of fire. The guardian's attributes were no laughing matter. Now that it used Flaming Cross Slash, it had an attack range of at least 30 to 40 yards. With such an attack range, the guardian's attacks could reach over half of the team's members. Even after casting Protection Blessing on himself, Fallen Wind doubted he could survive this attack. Even if he did, he would be very close to death. As for his team members, if they didn't have skills that granted invulnerability or damage immunity, they would not be able to survive the attack at all. Were doomed. Everyone felt the threat of death loom over them. Although they tried to dodge the undead guardian's Flaming Cross Slash, the chieftain's attack speed was simply too high. By the time they turned to run, the undead guardian had swung its pillar of fire horizontally. As the pillar was about to devour the team, Shi Feng's sacred sword released a brilliant glow. Boom! The massive pillar stopped abruptly as it struck the ground, scorching the earth black and gouging a 2-meter-deep trench. Overall, however, the pillar of fire hadn't damaged the team. Only Shi Feng had been thrown like a cannonball due to the impact. He crashed into one of the temple's support pillars before he slid to the ground. The other players gaped at this scene. Despite receiving the undead giant's terrifying attack, Shi Feng had only lost around 2,000 HP. When Deathwind had received one of the undead guardian's attacks, the shield warrior had lost over 5,000 HP, yet despite receiving a far more powerful skill, Shi Feng had only suffered minuscule damage. Although most of the players hadn't seen exactly what had happened, Fallen Wind had. As the undead guardian's attack had descended, Shi Feng struck at the chieftain's greatsword, sliding the blades along each other and altering the weapon's trajectory slightly. In doing so, he forced the chieftain's skill to an abrupt end. Not only had he managed to save half of the team from instant annihilation, but he had also reduced the impact on himself significantly. However, this feat was easier said than done. The undead guardian had immense strength and top-class attack speed and reaction speed. Finding the perfect location to strike against such a powerful monster's attack was harder than threading a needle. Shi Feng's counterattack had been far from risky. Had he deviated in the slightest, he would have failed to save his team members and paid for his mistake with his life. While Fallen Wind was confident in achieving a similar feat, he wouldn't have been able to do so as easily as Shi Feng. So, that is the rumored flowing water realm? After seeing Shi Feng's powerful deflection technique, a flash of inspiration struck Fallen Wind. Shi Feng's attack had also blown away the roadblock that had hindered his progress. When Shi Feng had executed Sword's Orbit, Fallen Wind could only tell how powerful Shi Feng's combat technique was. He could not understand the technique's underlying principles. However, the technique Shi Feng used to counter the undead giant's attack had fully displayed the properties of the flowing water realm, which helped Fallen Wind finally understand why he had been stuck in the refinement realm all this time. Reaching the refinement realm required precise control of one's body. The flowing water realm, on the other hand, required precise control over the opponent's body. Until now, Fallen Wind had focused too much on his own body, so he hadn't truly observed his opponents and understood them. However, after seeing Shi Feng effortlessly deflect the undead giant's sword, he finally understood that he didn't have to spend so much energy on his own movements. Rather, he needed to put that energy and focus into his opponents. Although this situation had only changed his views slightly, Fallen Wind's aura began to change rapidly. Unlike his previous battle-ready state, his aura relaxed, contained. "Commander, be careful," Autumn Goose shouted a warning as she noticed Fallen Wind slipping into a daze. There was still an undead guardian looming before Fallen Wind. If the Guardian Knight did not deal with the chieftain properly, it was very likely to kill him. Just as the undead guardian before Fallen Wind swung its greatsword, the Guardian Knight lifted his massive tower shield. Pung! The descending greatsword slid across the shield smoothly before smashing into the ground. Although the blade had scored a deep trench in the ground, Fallen Wind had only been forced back a step, a damage of over 2,000 points appearing above his head. The impact had only taken 1/10 of his HP. "Commander, did you?" Autumn Goose's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although it wasn't as refined, Fallen Wind had used almost the same defense technique that Shi Feng had employed. Seeing Shi Feng easily handle his undead guardian in the distance, Fallen Wind bitterly commented, "Sure enough, it's difficult. However, the flowing water realm really is something. It's no wonder why I couldn't defeat one sword. This is the most I can handle for now. I'll have to adapt to this new sensation." Now, he could barely estimate the undead guardian's attack trajectory to defect it. Even so, it made his fight against the chieftain a lot easier. Fallen Wind's sudden rise in strength alleviated the healer's burden slightly. They could now shift more focus to keeping Deathwind alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the team launched their attacks against Shi Feng's guardian. As the seconds ticked by, the undead guardian's HP decreased, 70%, 60%, 50%. No matter how much the undead guardian retaliated, Shi Feng neutralized one of its attacks after another. Finally, after a pained shriek, the undead guardian, which had 2,400,000 HP, exploded into a blood mist and vanished from the large temple. The players released sighs of relief. After the undead guardian disappeared, Icarus's heart absorbed a large amount of life force, climbing from 0 accumulated units up to 30. Although we won't find any loot or gain any EXP here, this is a good place to collect life force. Shi Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw his stored life force. After Icarus's heart had risen to epic rank, its description no longer stated whether life force could be collected from players or monsters. It simply stated that it was capable of storing life force. In other words, he should be able to gain life force from both. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from lower-level players and monsters. Learning that the undead guardians would provide so much life force, it would be a waste if he did not take advantage of this situation to farm them properly. Following which, Shi Feng rejoined the battle and dealt with the remaining undead guardians gradually. Unknowingly, 2 days passed outside the trial. The team finally defeated all of the undead guardians and arrived at the top of the staircase. "We're finally here." Shi Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Contrary to expectations, the temple's undead guardians could respawn. A few new ones would appear every once in a while. The team had fought day and night, afraid that they wouldn't keep up with the chieftain's respawn rate. Only after 2 days did they finally reach the top of the staircase. Unknowingly, Shi Feng had also filled his life force storage. Once he returned to the candlelight trading firm, even forging the magic light set equipment would be a trifling task. Meanwhile, God's domain had undergone massive changes. Particularly in Star Moon Kingdom, something had happened that had shocked the entire kingdom. The first-rate guild Ouroboros officially disbanded, and a new guild had absorbed its members. This new guild was called Blackwater. Furthermore, as the Blackwater Guild appeared before the public, 4 second-rate guilds and over a dozen third-rate guilds merged with Blackwater. Blackwater had also formed a strategic alliance with Heaven's Burial and declared all-out war against Zero Wing. 997 Cast Steel Armor. Key Chapter 997 Cast Steel Armor Kit. The alliance between Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had a huge impact on Star Moon Kingdom's players. Originally, Heaven's Burial's influence in Star Moon City rivaled that of the Star Alliance. Now that it had joined hands with Blackwater, who had annexed Ouroboros, it took control of Star Moon City. Even the Star Alliance would not dare to challenge Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Almost all of the high-resource maps within the Star Moon City region had fallen under the two guilds' control. If anyone unaffiliated to these guilds trespassed in these maps, regardless of whether they were there for monsters, field bosses, or herbs and ores, they would run the risk of falling prey to these guilds' players, dying upon discovery. As a result, the other guilds now struggled to survive in Star Moon City. To independent players, though, nothing much had changed. To begin with, they never visited high-resource areas as these maps always belonged to some guild. Normal leveling spots were their bread and butter. Moreover, even if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had joined hands, the two guilds wouldn't have enough manpower to occupy every map. The various large guilds were trying to monopolize high-resource areas because they could send their members there to level quickly, maintaining their level advantage. At the same time, they could harvest plenty of raw materials. Large guilds had no interest in monopolizing normal areas. Aside from obtaining Ouroboros, the Blackwater Guild had annexed many other large guilds as well. In one night, Blackwater had taken control of nearly 30 NPC cities in Star Moon Kingdom. When Aqua Rose notified Shi Feng of the news, he too had been surprised. He had never expected the Blackwater Corporation would actually be this swift and decisive. Moreover, it had annexed so many guilds without self-imploding. The corporation's guild could still function in an orderly manner. In fact, it had already begun to recruit new members in the various NPC cities. Usually, a guild needed to spend quite some time to stabilize its rule after taking over an ordinary NPC city before it could begin its recruitment. Even Zero Wing was no exception. The fact that the Blackwater Corporation had achieved such a feat showed just how frightening its foundation was. This sudden development gave Aqua Rose a massive headache. Just when Zero Wing had earned its title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild and was about to expand, in came a giant like the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater even publicly declared war on Zero Wing, stating that it would not rest until only one of their guilds remained. Sadly, this was only the beginning. Their guild members were dying like flies in the fields. As Blackwater grew stronger, field battles between Zero Wing and Blackwater's members occurred more frequently. This would definitely affect their guild members' leveling speed. However, Blackwater's actions had not particularly surprised Shi Feng. In the past, despite the Blackwater Corporation joining God's domain so late in the game and with only half of the strength it had during its peak, it had nurtured its guild to become a super guild. The main reason for its success was its powerful foundation. It also had an advantage that other corporations lacked. Now that the Blackwater Corporation had joined God's domain at its peak, this performance was no surprise. While Shi Feng rested at the top of the staircase, Aqua Rose contacted him again. Guild leader, a short while ago, Blackwater's Blackwater Trading Firm and Heaven's Burial's Heavenly Trading Firm have begun to drop their prices. They have also introduced 2 new, highly competitive products. One is the Cast Steel Armor Kit, and the other is the Mana Mixture. Although they aren't selling these items in high quantities at the moment, many of Candlelight's customers have begun to turn to the 2 trading firms for products, Aqua Rose reported worriedly. Should we lower our prices as well? After all, we have more advanced lifestyle players than these 2 firms combined. Our production cost is slightly lower than theirs. Within these 2 short days, the Blackwater Corporation had rendered Aqua Rose speechless. Every move the corporation made disregarded cost. Blackwater was simply using overwhelming force to deal with Zero Wing. Now, it had begun to move on the Candlelight trading firm. If Zero Wing lost this revenue source, it would only be a matter of time before it fell to the Blackwater Corporation. Now that she was in this predicament, Aqua Rose had to admit that, while guilds with starting capital were amazing, guilds with both strength and capital were incredible. Blackwater even produced its own armor kit and potion. Even the Candlelight trading firm's advanced lifestyle players hadn't accomplished this. The Cast Steel Armor Kit was much stronger than the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. Each Cast Steel Armor Kit increased defense by 180 points. It could already rival the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. As for basic attributes, it increased roughly the same amount as the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. However, the basic Strengthening Armor Kit could not replicate one aspect of the Cast Steel Armor Kit. Damage reduction. With each kit that players bound to their armor, they could reduce the damage they received by 1%. As players could bind a maximum of 3 kits, one could gain a maximum of 3% damage reduction. Although 3% did not seem like much, the kits would perform magnificently against bosses. An MT's ordinarily passive skill only provided 5% damage reduction. Unfortunately, such passive damage reduction skills were extremely rare and precious. These skill books easily sold for 10 gold or more. However, even at that price, these skills were hard to find. Guilds and workshops normally kept these for their own use. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, skills would never be outdated. Many skills were still useful after players reached level 200, unless, of course, players found a stronger replacement. However, doing so was easier said than done. As for the mana mixture, it was invaluable to magical class players. When consumed, the mana mixture increased a player's maximum mana capacity by 10% for 2 hours. While the potion did not possess a cooldown, its effects would not stack. Mana was magical class's second life source. The importance of being able to raise one's mana capacity by 10% went without saying. Healers in particular would increase their healing abilities by 10% with a 10% mana boost. They could last longer in dungeons. With the revelation of these two products, Candlelight instantly lost nearly half of its customers. The Candlelight trading firm wasn't worried about a price war. The two exclusive products, however, posed a huge threat. In addition, with the Blackwater trading firm and the Heavenly trading firm working with each other, their shops covered far more ground than Candlelight. With this, the increase in their market share would be even more frightening. Do you know their prices? Shi Feng asked casually. These two items had also appeared in God's domain in the past. However, they hadn't appeared this soon. Heaven's Burial had relied on these items as trump cards to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. In this life, Shi Feng hadn't expected Heaven's Burial create these items so soon. Currently, they're selling each Castile armor kit at 1 gold 50 silver, while 1 bottle of mana mixture costs 12 silver. Moreover, as they created these items personally, they can produce as many designs and recipes as they want. As more people learn these designs and recipes, their production volume will increase, Aqua Rose said. They're selling them so cheaply? Shi Feng's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that these two items had sold for a considerably high price in the past. Heaven's Burial hadn't been so consumer-friendly. 998 Confidence, Chapter 998, Confidence Cheap? A hint of doubt flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. Although players could earn more money now, their daily expenditures were increasing just as fast as was their reliance on various tools when grinding monsters. After all, nobody wanted to die, wasting several days of effort in the fields. Ordinary players would have to save for quite some time before they could afford a bottle of mana mixture. The Castile armor kits, which cost 1 gold and 50 silver, were simply a luxury item. Only fairly powerful teams, independent experts, or those who bought coins with credits could afford the kit. What is their sales volume? Shi Feng simply chuckled at Aqua Rose's confusion, not bothering to explain. Both the mana mixture and the Castile armor kits were considerably good items at this stage of the game. They were also player creations, so they could be mass-produced. However, how could such valuable items not have drawbacks? If one pointed out these items' greatest drawback, it would have to be the items' required crafting materials. There were also the low production success rates to consider. In the past, although Heaven's Burial had opened the market using the Castile armor kits and mana mixtures, due to the item's low production volume, the guild hadn't been able to dominate Starmoon Kingdom's market completely. Based on Shi Feng's understanding, both items required rare materials. With the few materials available in Starmoon Kingdom, it was impossible to produce large quantities of these items. In addition, based on the rumors of the past, it seemed that even advanced forgers only had a 20% success rate with the cast steel armor kit. The mana mixture's production success rate was roughly the same. To outsiders, a 20% success rate might seem high, but the lifestyle players involved in producing the items knew how low the success rate really was. With a 20% success rate, they would only have a chance of succeeding once out of 10 tries. Most of the time, they failed to produce anything at all. With lifestyle players' current standards, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial wouldn't even come close to covering the production costs if they sold the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures at such a low price. In fact, for every item they sold, the firms took a major loss. I've already sent people to investigate. Currently, they're selling roughly 10 cast steel armor kits in minor cities, while there are roughly 30-40 kits available in each major city. It's the same case for the mana mixture. Aqua Rose gave Shi Feng a rundown of the situation after glancing through the investigation reports she had received. Based on these numbers, it was obvious that these two items were not easy to produce. Either that, or the guilds had very few people who could produce them. Since they want a price war, we'll play along. Reduce the price on everything except for the light stones. Lower our prices to match theirs. Shi Feng chuckled. Although the Candlelight trading firm had earned plenty from the basic strengthened armor kits and mana armor kits, The light stones, which were essential items that could be produced in large quantities, were the main reason for Candlelight's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. The total profits from their other items was just slightly more than what the firm earned from the lightstones. Meanwhile, the designs for lightstones mainly dropped around the level 50 large-scale team dungeon, the Towers of Death. Current guild players had not reached that area yet, so no one else had gotten their hands on the lightstone forging designs. Due to its affordability, the lightstones had a competitive edge. Unless the two trading firms got their hands on the lightstone forging design or an exclusive product that they could mass produce, Candlelight's position would be hard to shake. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was no longer Zero Wing's main revenue source. Now, the guild relied on the teleportations houses leading to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the monster repellent scroll, monsters tried to invade Raven's Town more frequently, now invading the town once per day. In 2 short days, Zero Wing had earned a total of 12,000 magic crystals. With the teleportation houses, these magic crystals easily transformed into a mountain of shiny gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of the magic crystals, they earned close to 6,000 gold every day. The Candlelight trading firm's current income was nowhere near to catching up with the teleportation houses. I understand. Also, guild leader, when will you be returning? I've already found several companies who wish to meet with you to discuss our cooperation. After all, you are asking for a large investment. They could easily establish their own guilds or invest into multiple large guilds with that kind of money. They're also not very optimistic about Star Moon Kingdom's current state of affairs. Now that Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, other guilds could attack and capture it at any time. They have expressed their concerns and they hope that you can provide some assurance. At the moment, they are only willing to consider your offer until they have a clearer view of the situation. When the Sun and Moon Group had taken the lead, many major companies were desperate to cooperate with Zero Wing, even after hearing Shi Feng's conditions. However, due to the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance and Stone Forest Town's protection period ending, these companies had become cowardly. At this point, she could only name a few companies that were willing to work with Zero Wing. Moreover, this was only due to the revelation that the Sun and Moon Group had joined hands with the guild, insinuating that there were profits to be gained. Otherwise, these companies would have long since ghosted them. They want assurance? Shi Feng smiled disdainfully. Sternly, he commanded, "Tell them this. If you want me to reassure you, sure, but you must sign the cooperation agreement first. Otherwise, don't bother." The Star Moon Kingdom city building order was a core secret. Aside from himself, only Aqua Rose knew of its existence. If this information got out to the public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shi Feng had no doubts that even super guilds wouldn't be able to sit idle if they learned of this matter, much less the Blackwater Corporation. They would try to eliminate Zero Wing at all costs. At that time, Zero Wing would be on a one-way trip to hell. Currently, Zero Wing only dared to provoke super guilds because the latter had already deemed that dealing with the guild was a waste of energy. Moreover, if they weakened themselves in the process of dealing with Zero Wing, other super guilds would have an opportunity to strike. However, the city building order was enough of a temptation for the super guilds to take the risk. Whether it was in the real world or a virtual reality game, even an innocent man would find trouble with enough money. Shi Feng still had much to prepare. He still needed to build his strength. Otherwise, he would have started the city's construction long ago. This, Shi Feng's words left Aqua Rose dumbfounded. If she really relayed this to the company representatives, they would most likely explode with anger. But she also understood why they couldn't reveal their trump card. However, there were too few companies that were both trustworthy and capable of investing such a large sum. If they chased these people away, it would be very difficult to find other collaborators within a short time. After all, Star Moon Kingdom's situation had changed. Don't worry about it, just tell them, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If it didn't work out, he'd find someone else to work with. All right then, I'll contact them right away, Aqua Rose said, sighing. She had to admit that Blackwater's timing was truly horrendous. Had the corporation established its guild a few days later, Zero Wing would be in this predicament. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted the representatives of the several major companies. Inside a certain high-class restaurant's VIP room, Miss Aqua, our companies understand your current predicament. Hence, we have thought of another method. If Zero Wing is willing to hand over 60% of its shares to our management, our companies will invest 2 billion credits. What do you think? A tall, thin man proposed. The upper echelons of the other companies nodded their agreement. With the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance, Zero Wing wasn't as attractive as it had been. Regardless, it was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, so it still had some value. Aqua Rose was stunned. She had not expected these companies to change their minds so quickly and try to strike at Zero Wing while the iron was hot. 2 billion credits was a lot of money. It was enough to purchase prime corporate real estate in a major city's center in the real world. One could even establish a large guild with plenty to spare. However, Zero Wing was no ordinary large guild. It was a large guild capable of challenging super guilds. Currently, its foundations and number of lands were only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. It was also the ruler of White River City, Star Moon Kingdom's most populated city, and controlled the strategic Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing was worth far more than 2 billion credits. Including its potential, even an offer of 20 billion was an insult. I think you have misunderstood something. Zero Wing is not selling any of its shares. Here is our previous proposal. If you are not willing to sign it, Zero Wing won't force you. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Aqua Rose said, smiling. After placing the agreement on the table, she turned and left the VIP room without hesitation. Aqua Rose's extraordinarily calm performance stupefied these company representatives. The Blackwater Corporation had already allied with Heaven's Burial to deal with Zero Wing. Just where did Zero Wing find the confidence to speak to them like this? Aqua Rose's behavior is out of line. She dares to treat us like this. Has she forgotten that she approached us, not the other way around? Now she isn't even willing to offer any guarantees. Does she think Zero Wing is a super guild? Humph. I want to see just how long Zero Wing will last. Once Zero Wing's funds run out, it will come running back to us. That's right. We're not in a rush. I refuse to believe that anyone other than fools or spendthrifts would be willing to work with Zero Wing. When the time comes, we only need to spend a little money to take over Zero Wing. The several representatives sneered. In their opinions, Zero Wing only behaved as such because of its pride. Once the Blackwater Corporation gave Zero Wing a beating, the guild would crawl back to them, begging for help. 999 Divine Treasure Chest. Chapter 999 Divine Treasure Chest Star Moon City. After dismissing Ouroboros, Blackwater took over the guild residence. Compared to Ouroboros' residence, Blackwater's was far more lively. Among the players moving about the residence, quite a few were only between level 10 and level 20. However, not a single person looked down on these low-leveled players. These players' auras were different from ordinary players. They all felt hostile. Their bodies were also tall and robust. Despite such low levels, even level 30-plus ordinary players avoided them. Who are these people? They've just joined the Blackwater Guild, yet despite such low levels, they have been inducted into the guild's Blackwater Legion, which the guild has been heavily cultivating. You might not know this since you've just joined Blackwater, but they are all experts from the Blackwater Corporation. Although their levels are low, their combat standards are very high. A few elite members even challenged them to a level-adjusted match. In the end, these people defeated the elites in 2 or 3 moves. A few of them are even stronger than Ouroboros' original experts. What? They're actually stronger than Ouroboros' experts? Of course. In Ouroboros, I was also an elite member. To convince us that joining the Blackwater Guild was the right decision, the Blackwater Corporation had allowed Ouroboros' experts, who were displeased by the change, to challenge its experts. In the end, Blackwater's experts won every match. Afterward, Ouroboros' experts were demoted from core members to elite guild members. Elite members like myself were demoted to normal members. If we want a promotion, we have to take Blackwater's new test. And here I thought that the Blackwater Guild lacked experts after forcefully taking over Ouroboros. I never thought that it would have so many experts so soon. Once these experts catch up in levels, won't the Blackwater Guild easily become the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? I know, right? Initially, I had been rather worried about the sudden change. Now, however, it seems that remaining in the guild was the right decision. Blackwater has more potential than Ouroboros ever did. Even the Star Alliance's members avoid us in the fields. Many Blackwater members discussed their guild situation as they relaxed in the residence. They were quite confident about Blackwater's future. Blackwater's residence, guild leader's office. Entering the guild leader's office, the bald middle-aged man greeted Abandoned Wave respectfully before reporting, "Guild leader, there's movement in Zero Wing. Aside from the light stones, they've lowered their prices to match ours. Moreover, not long ago, I've received news that discussions between Zero Wing's vice guild leader, Aqua Rose, and several major companies have failed. With this, Zero Wing won't receive any major funding. Only the Sun and Moon Group remains a problem. There is nothing to worry about with the Sun and Moon Group. They have their hands full with Twilight Echo. Furthermore, now that more players are reaching level 40, guilds are in urgent need of funds to supply their members with mounts. Sun and Moon doesn't have much to spare for Zero Wing. What we need to focus on now is exhausting Zero Wing's funds and forcing the guild to take the first swing. After that, we will deal Zero Wing a fatal blow," Abandoned Wave laughed. He then asked, "How is the material delivery going?" "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has already sent the materials. They will last us a relatively long time. In addition, the pavilion sent an additional 20 advanced lifestyle players, stating that these people can help us mass-produce the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures." "Should I reject their offer?" the bald man asked. "No need. Isn't it just a few designs and recipes? They can have them. It won't affect our operations in any way. In fact, I have been trying to figure out how to obtain more advanced lifestyle players. Blood Dragon is simply helping the Blackwater trading firm. With this, it will be much easier for the Blackwater trading firm to corner more of Star Moon Kingdom's market." Abandoned Wave shook his head and laughed coldly. "However, we can't let the pavilion learn those designs and recipes for nothing. Have the pavilion sign an agreement. After learning the designs and recipes, they have to remove Zero Wing's branch guild from Lakeheart City immediately. I don't want Zero Wing to have any chance of making a comeback." "Understood. I'll get it done right away." The bald man bowed before leaving. Inside the Trial of God's temple, Shi Feng and the players from Wind God's Spear were trying to think of a way to deal with the undead commander that had suddenly appeared before the seven-colored treasure chest. The undead commander wore exquisite golden armor. 2 long swords radiating cold area hung from the commander's waist. Despite standing quite a distance away from the undead commander, the team members could feel the chill from the 2 swords. As long as the team came within 100 yards of the undead commander, they immediately gained the debuff Chilling Field, which reduced their movement speeds by 50% and their attributes by 20%. In addition, their stamina consumption and the frost damage they received doubled. Undead Commander, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 50, HP 27,000 for a level 50 Great Lord. The Undead Commander's HP was relatively low. However, the Great Lord's Chilling Field gave everyone a headache. Their levels were already lower than the Undead Commander's, but now that their basic attributes had decreased by 20%, they were even less of a match for the Great Lord. They also had to deal with double the frost damage. Even a level 40 MT like Fallen Wind couldn't tank the Great Lord. If nobody could tank the Undead Commander, they would have no way of clearing this trial. Sure enough, a 7-colored treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he observed the Undead Commander. In the Trial of God, every stage would provide rewards. This reward came in the form of treasure chests. However, depending on the trial's rank, the treasure chests would differ. Generally, the best that would appear in a 4-colored trial was a 5-colored treasure chest. The best in a 6-colored trial would be a 7-colored chest. Based on rumors Shi Feng had heard, a 7-colored trial's top reward was a yin-yang treasure chest, also known as the Divine Treasure Chest. According to the official forums, the Divine Treasure Chest was even superior to a legendary treasure chest. Unfortunately, no one had ever managed to open a Divine Treasure Chest, even after a decade in God's domain. The 7-colored treasure chest before him was definitely the highest-ranking treasure chest Shi Feng had ever encountered. Commander, should we use a Tier 2 summoning scroll and give it a try? Autumn Goose suggested as she watched the 3-meter-tall Great Lord. No matter how she thought about it, they could not handle the Undead Commander without a Tier 2 summoned creature. With their current level, the Tier 2 creature they summoned would also be level 50. In other words, they would have a level 50 Lord tank. Although she did not think that a Lord could survive against the Undead Commander for long, they had 4 Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Fortunately, if they died here, they wouldn't lose an entire level like they would in the outside world. Like dungeons, they would only lose 10% experience if they died in the Trial of God. They could afford to try. I guess that's our only choice. I'll use the summoned creature to test the Undead Commander's strength first. If it seems doable, we'll start the raid immediately, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the trial and pray for a lenient punishment. 1000 Near Invincible Skill. Chapter 1000 Near Invincible Skill. May I know what Brother Ye Feng thinks of this plan? Fallen Wind turned to ask Shi Feng, who quietly observed the Undead Commander. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the strength and leadership abilities Shi Feng had displayed during the past 2 days had earned him Fallen Wind's respect. If not for Shi Feng, they wouldn't have reached this point. They might have been forced to use up their summoning scrolls against the undead fanatics. Hearing Fallen Wind's query, Wind God Spear's members stared in shock, looking like they had seen a ghost. What? The commander actually knows how to ask others for their opinion? After joining the Wind God Spear, everyone learned that their commander, Fallen Wind, would never ask for someone else's opinion, regardless of whether they were raiding a dungeon or adventuring in the fields. He always found a solution by himself. However, when they thought about it, they saw nothing wrong with this situation. After all, none of them could compare to their commander's experience or abilities. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, Fallen Wind was famous for both his strength and leadership. Very few people in the Empire qualified to offer him guidance. However, it was reasonable that Fallen Wind would ask for Shi Feng's opinion, given the strength the swordsman had displayed. After all, among the Dark Knight Empire's many experts, they could not think of one that was more capable than Shi Feng. My opinion? Shi Feng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Fallen Wind to ask this of him. After some thought, he answered, "We don't understand enough about the undead commander right now. It is best if we let the summoned creature fight the Great Lord until its last breath and collect as much information as we can. We will then draft up a raid plan. In any case, the Trial of God doesn't have a time limit. Unfortunately, by doing so, we will be wasting a Tier 2 summoning scroll." The team members had mixed feelings about Shi Feng's suggestion. After all, a Tier 2 summoning scroll was incredibly precious. Moreover, a Tier 2 summoned creature would be helpful during the fight against the boss. Alright, let's do that then. Everyone, step back, Fallen Wind said. While Fallen Wind also understood the value of a Tier 2 summoning scroll, his team members lacked leadership experience. Their considerations were short-sighted. They usually looked out for themselves and ignored the team's overall situation. They were not in a team dungeon. They could not afford to lose. If they disregarded the team's survival for a single Tier 2 summoning scroll, they might throw away their chance of clearing this stage. Although taking a risk and dying once might seem inconsequential, everyone had forgotten about a particular death penalty. The loss of equipment, durability. They were trapped in the trial of God. Who knew how long they had to fight to clear the trial? The more deaths a player suffered, the faster their equipment's durability would run out. If their equipment's durability hit 0 midway through the trial, they would have to switch to weaker spares. How would they clear the trial of God then? After Fallen Wind finished speaking, he took out a golden magic scroll and activated it. Everyone immediately widened the distance between themselves and the undead commander. As for Shi Feng, he too hid in a corner. The level 50 undead commander was foreign to him. If they charged into battle without analyzing the boss, they would easily team wipe. Without a doubt, sacrificing a tier 2 summoned creature to analyze the undead commander's combat style and skills was the best decision. Fallen Wind summoned a level 50 lord ranked Thundercloud Tiger. Thundercloud Tiger, elemental creature, lord level 50, HP 9,009,009,009. The Thundercloud Tiger was much larger than the undead commander, standing well over 5 meters. Blue lightning arched around the tiger's body, giving it a very handsome and fierce appearance. Under Fallen Wind's command, the Thundercloud Tiger charged at the level 50 Great Lord. When the Thundercloud Tiger was within 40 yards, a greenish light glimmered in the Great Lord's eyes. Unlike its previous red glow, the undead commander's current gaze felt eerie and horrific. Moreover, the instant it opened its eyes, its chilling field expanded to 200 yards. The already cold temperature around it dropped further. Suddenly, the undead commander waved its hand. Icicles sprouted from the ground and pierced the Thundercloud Tiger's massive body, forcing a pained cry from the Lord. 32,814, 31,974, 32,427. The massive icicles dealt horrific damage. This scene sent chills down the player's spines. Before the Thundercloud Tiger had even reached the undead commander, its HP had already begun to fall. Against the commander's icicles, the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 mils in HP was a joke. What kind of skill is that? Is that really a great lord? How are we supposed to rate it with that kind of skill? Fortunately, we're 300 yards away from it. If we hadn't moved, it would have killed it before we could fight back. Everyone was stupefied when they saw the icicles. How was this a dual sword-wielding boss? It was a magical turret with infinite ammunition. Anyone that rushed at it would be throwing their lives away. They doubted that they could even land a hit before the undead commander annihilated them. It's just a great lord, but it possesses a domain skill? Shi Feng was shocked. Domain skills were extraordinarily rare. This held true for both players and monsters. Any monster that had learned a domain skill was practically invincible among the same level and tier. Unless they had a death wish, players should take the long way around such a monster. However, after giving it some thought, Shi Feng realized that it wasn't unreasonable. The treasure chest before him was a 7-colored treasure chest. How could the final monster guarding it be a simple level 50 Great Lord? Fortunately, the Thundercloud Tiger had plenty of HP. Despite the significant movement speed reduction, it reached the undead commander before using the tier 2 skill Thunderclaw. Boom! The Thundercloud Tiger's Thunderclaw struck an icicle that had suddenly appeared, shattering it. However, the undead commander, who stood behind the icicle, remained unharmed. The Great Lord hadn't even drawn its swords yet. It waved its hands gracefully before more icicles lanced into the Thundercloud Tiger. Although Fallen Wind controlled the Thundercloud Tiger to the best of his ability, launching one attack after another, the undead commander had no interest in fighting the Lord. It focused on evading the Thundercloud Tiger's attacks and using its icicles to deal damage. Very quickly, the Great Lord whittled down the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP to a critical low. With no other choice, Fallen Wind cancelled the summoning and allowed the Thundercloud Tiger to disappear, dispelling the majority of the aggro he had on the Great Lord. As for the remaining aggro, he dealt with it swiftly by using an isolation scroll and the Cleric's Disperse spell. Once he dropped the undead commander's aggro, the Great Lord returned to its original position and reverted to its calm state. It is simply too powerful. Not only does it have such a powerful skill, but its intelligence is also high. Defeating it is impossible. The corners of Autumn Goose's mouth twitched as she stared at the motionless undead commander. Although she had seen more powerful monsters than the undead commander, this was the first time she had seen a boss with such an outrageous skill. If they did not have an appropriate method to cope with these icicles, they would have no hope of defeating the undead commander. Everyone began to consider giving up on the trial. Big Brother Ye Feng, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to just give up? Blue Bamboo turned to Shi Feng, who was in deep thought.